Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are kicking off the decade with the Blast Premier Spring Series. We are going to be here live from 3 Mills in London. We do have the very best in the business, the best in the world competing here at Blast Premier.
Who were on the way up and up last year. I'm hoping that we get some good Counter-Strike.
We've had to take everything online. Blast have run into this challenge head on. We are pushing the limits of what's possible with the online broadcast.
1 versus 4.
For 754 days we've been without a stage, without a stadium, without a crowd. But now Blast is finally back where we belong.
This is an incredible electricity in the air. Can you let me hear you roar?
Today in Lisbon, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
The return of the Royal Arena and a chance for a new monarch to now be occupying the throne.
Send off 2022 in proper fashion. Let's do this, Abu Dhabi!
It all comes down to this, to define how we end the last season in CSGO.
It's time to make your country proud. Get loud! Abu Dhabi, make some noise!
It feels like the stage has been set wonderfully.
It is you who sets the stage with us. Make some noise!
Don't see.
Day 4 is upon us here at the Blast Premier Fall Groups. We are in Copenhagen, we're inside the studios, and the players are slowly but surely showing up for what is going to be another high-octane day filled with Counter-Strike. We had a lot of action going on yesterday, Bubski. We had Group C and Group D playing the final rounds, and we had some of the, dare say, favorites to go all the way to the Fall Finals showcase themselves. You had the likes of FaZe, of G2. Were you satisfied with the level of Counter-Strike you're being presented yesterday?
I mean, I think the underdogs played a specific role yesterday. I know they didn't win, right? But they gave both of these teams actually a run for their money. They played some good Counter-Strike, especially Cloud9. I think surprised many people in a very tough matchup, considering that it's FaZe clan they were up against.
And I think that's fair to say. You see it on your screen. FaZe versus Cloud9, a close 2-1 affair. One may even argue that Cloud9 could have and probably should have won that Mirage game at the end.
Yeah, I mean, if one specific round at 12... Was it 12?
Oh, the bench guy, yeah.
The bench guy, yeah. I'm an expert on that one.
We know.
I mean, that round just must hurt so much when you go back and rewatch those type of scenarios and feel like that's the difference between us playing a lower bracket game and an upper bracket on the second day. Brutal destiny for Cloud9.
Brutal. A little less brutal was the game between G2 and NIP. It did feel like NIP were able to put up a decent fight, especially on map number 1, but let's be honest, G2 were never really in danger of not winning.
No, but we at least got the energy that NIP could actually play some decent Counter-Strike, right? I think every time I've seen NIP in the last 2 years, I've always been kind of, I wouldn't say depressed, but I've been a little bit disappointed about the level that they've been showing. Right now, you kind of feel like the energy on the team is pretty good, and also the tactical approach is somewhat different, and you can actually feel that there's some potential in each other.
It's a project we're starting to believe in, or at least we have an eye on it, and we think it's interesting. Now, that was Group C. We also had Group D action going on. That was a little bit more clear-cut, dare I say it, especially in the first game. NAVI taking on Big. For me personally, I thought NAVI were heavy favorites, but I actually thought that Big, given the blast merchants they are, would be able to put up a fight, but they were nowhere near even pressuring NAVI at any point.
No, I always feel that Big are better when they have a break because they're so dependent on their playbook being deep and not being anti-strat all the time due to their very tactical approach, generally speaking. But yeah, it was a terrible showing, especially from Regan, who had a debut on the Big jersey, right? He was supposed to be an upgrade from Prosus. Yesterday, he didn't really find his form, and it just made a major difference.
I mean, it can only get better for the big guys. NAVI were looking great. Emma had a fantastic series. Great to see him almost for the first time since the major and in Paris play at that level. You know, that was well done by Emma, well done by NAVI. The second game of that group was slightly more interesting, dare I say it. Virtus.pro versus the new team Liquid. I think on paper, most people thought Virtus.pro would be the favorites in that one, but Liquid ended up winning 2-0, and there was a lot of positives coming out from that camp.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was one of the few people who actually were welcoming the change in Liquid. I think KDN has lost his faith in the team. I think they lost complete energy into the ways he wanted to actually do stuff. I think when you take a chance on a new guy of Ultimate, you've probably only seen a couple of tier 3 or 4 demos and maybe some FaZe stats, and then you're going to be like, okay, what is the base level going to be, right? We saw it from yesterday. There were so many moments where he just like did a quick 2K, 3K, but in the defaults, he was all over the place. But if you can build that upon what he's already got, they already have a pretty good AWPer.
They already have a pretty good AWPer. It was very interesting to see Team Liquid play yesterday. Another thing that was interesting is obviously our traded play of the days that we got to dive into. You guys voted on social medias, and here we have the top 3 presented for you. Number 3 is none other than Keto with the M4A1S. Doing a nasty little job here from window. Sorry, it's Kerrigan. It's the one graphic we got going. It's Kerrigan obviously doing the job. But anyway, well done by Kerrigan.
And on the second place, we have a guy we've not really speaking too much about. It's Exile. Don't be too worried about device sticker here, but it's actually Exile. Exile has actually been finding his form again with the new Cloud9 roster. It's been a little bit uphill ever since the Gambit days, but it's been really good nowadays with the AK, usually on the black bars resolution, and actually proving that not everybody's playing stretched.
And there we have it. We have Rain coming in with the final play of the day. Rain had a great showing on Dust 2 yesterday, absolutely killing it with the M4A1S, and as we spoke about yesterday as well, it's great to see Rain back in his absolute best shape. Now, he's the winner of the traded play of the day, and that's fair enough. I'm sure we're going to have some more high-octane plays coming in today. Is there any player, anything specifically that you're looking forward for today?
I mean, Exile, I think we just quickly mentioned him, right? He is all of a sudden looking, I'm not going to say he's going to be the top 3 player again, right? But he's all of a sudden looking like a player you kind of want to keep your eye on, especially on a roster that is not filled with superstars, so you kind of need to build upon what he was back in the day.
Something we're also keeping our eye on is obviously the prediction game that we got going. It's us talents against each other. We have GGBet in the mix as well, and it's looking rather decent for most of us. You know, maybe not having the best time here. I didn't anticipate Team Liquid winning against Virtus.pro. You did. You had a great day yesterday, which also means that you can now steal points from one of us. And I don't know who you've been stealing from, but it better not be me, bro.
I stole from KDN.
You stole from KDN?
Yeah, I flip a coin inside the team chat every day, and then just I keep a peace with everybody. I don't want to create any drama.
Is that like from one bench guy to another? You gotta I gotta win this?
Yeah, exactly. Like, we're gonna keep on the facets, we're gonna keep on the battle here, and I think for this period I've actually done decent.
Oh, okay. Well, honestly speaking, I'm curious to see how this prediction game is going to unfold. We still have more Counter-Strike coming up for you, especially today. We got a packed schedule with 4 games that's going to take place throughout the entire day. Big will take on Virtus.pro in the late finisher. We have Liquid taking on NAVI as well. That's going to be an interesting game. Cloud9 versus NIP. But before all that, we're about ready to dive into FaZe versus G2. Oh yeah, you'd be an absolute fool not to secure the tickets for the fall finals. You have some of the best players, the best teams in the world entering that stage. One of the teams that is hoping to do that is obviously G2 arriving into the studio right now. We got a banger of a matchup at our hands right here, Bubski. G2, arguably one of the most interesting teams in the world right now, given the roster changes, taking on FaZe Clan, who have been struggling a little bit as of recently. Still a great team, still a potent team, but they haven't been playing their best brand of Counter-Strike. Initially, thoughts on this matchup? I'm feeling like this is a Cologne playoff match already at our hands.
It's a banger, and especially if you just said that this matchup 5 months ago, you would say FaZe is the clear favorites, right? But the tables have turned just off one tournament, EWC. G2 saw really good insights into their way of playing. I think Malbs is one player we are going to be talking a lot about in the future, but for now, it's still the old stars doing the stuff.
It is, and there's a lot of history between these two teams as well. They've been playing each other an awful lot. Obviously, that's what happens when you're some of the best teams in the world and you go far in tournaments. But as you can see, it's leaning towards G2. I know it's a new roster, I know it's a new circumstances. One thing I do want to note here is the IM Dallas one, where G2 absolutely smashed FaZe Clan. You heard Carrigan say that they were running out of steam, running out of energy. G2 even played with a stand-in the form of Stewie2K. So looking at that graphic right there, would you say that the internal matchup between G2 and FaZe is leaning towards G2? Yeah,
I mean, I think it's the history of FaZe, right? They've been on somewhat of a downward trajectory in this year, and FaZe, G2 has been a little bit more stagnated, and they've done roster changes. They've actually got fresh energy within the lineup.
Fresh energy within the lineup, and that's much needed, I would assume. I think one player that we can touch upon a little bit was Rain, man on the screen right here. He had a fantastic showing in one of the first games. How important is it that we not only see Robs, we don't speak about Frozen, we don't speak about the star players, but your support cast, so to speak, is also showing up? Because Rain did have a great showing in the first game.
Yeah, I mean, him and Frozen are kind of similar players, both for the good sake and bad sake of FaZe, right? I think it's a little bit of an issue when you look at this roster at times that you've all of a sudden lost Twist, and now you've got Frozen as a replacement, and Frozen is not a natural replacement for Twist. I felt like the yin and yang balance between Rain and Twist was really nice, but at this point I feel like Frozen is kind of stepping on each other's foot in together with Rain, right? Nobody is actually in their prime due to their way that they're being forced to play into their, I wouldn't say uncomfortable roles, but their second roles. It's
not a secret that FaZe have been struggling a little bit, and that's why we had James Banks catching up with Rain himself before the game.
Rain, yesterday's game was pretty close against this new Cloud9. What was the feeling, though, in the FaZe camp, considering the kind of struggles you guys have been going through?
It's definitely good finally managing closing out these close games. It's been a lot of them recently where we haven't been able to clutch it out like we used to do in FaZe, so it definitely has a positive effect on our mindset going forward.
What would you say was the difference you felt? Like, we keep talking about that overtime games and the crazy FaZe comebacks and the way you can do this. Is it something that clicks? Is it something that just feels natural to you guys? Can you explain it?
Yeah, I think it's a mix of both. I think we've been working very hard on trying to fix our mistakes and our problems, and we're putting extra emphasis on trying to play together and be kind of like a unit instead of separate players. So it's definitely something that we improved on, and also when it happens, you kind of clash together better as a team, so we're definitely getting better and better.
Positive steps forward. Today you go up against G2 though, and it's a kind of familiar team if you look at the core, but it's still an unfamiliar team in like how Snacks and Malbs coming in a different leading style. Do you think this would be a more comfortable game for you guys, or is it still kind of a bit of the unknown and you're going to have to adjust on the fly?
No, I think it's the same sort of story with Cloud9. We haven't really played this team before. I think they're going to play very different from their old G2 as well. Very different players in Mobs and Snacks, so it's going to be like a new G2 for us to play, and we just have to figure it out as it goes.
How important is this win for you guys?
I think it's very important for our confidence, and to be able to come with pair and put a good effort against them and close it out. So just take it from there and see how it goes.
A very important game for Rain and the boys in FaZe Clan. I guess that makes an awful lot of sense given that they have been struggling a little bit. It's not often you hear Rain saying that a Blast group stage game is important to FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, it's right at the get-go, right? You want to get into the season with actually a little bit of positive reinforcement that you can still play Counter-Strike, right? But I do feel it's a little bit sad to have a player like him and Frozen step on each other's toe. They are both very, very good in their respective roles, but they're not as comfortable as they could be.
Well, speaking of Frozen, as we see the results from FaZe Clan haven't really been great as of late. Do you think the results you're watching on your screen right now is a direct correlation with the fact they lost Twist, they brought in Frozen? Or do you think that Frozen and FaZe Clan still have more to achieve together? Because my take is that replacing Twist is incredible tough. But if there was one player out there that was free on the market or affordable on the market back in the day, it would have been Frozen. But it does feel like he's doing well, but he's not exceeding expectations.
I mean, one roster will always peak, right? And I think this roster, particularly with the Rain and Brokey and Robs and Kerrigan, have played together for so long at this period. Like, when do we stop setting the bar as high as we've done, right? I think Frozen was actually a great replacement for Twist. I would have loved to see him actually continue on the roster Twist, but it wasn't meant to be. We saw him yesterday dominating against Virtus.pro, and I saw that spice that I sometimes don't really see from Frozen in the same way. He's a little bit more of a passive player. I would have loved to see FaZe at some point realize, okay, do we need more energy into this team? Because I do actually feel it's just the old roster with a worse player. It's not that he's a worse player, but a more uncomfortable player.
And it's a big task for a guy like Kerrigan being the in-game leader of FaZe Clan. You spoke about it yesterday as well. He's been around within this lineup for a long time, and they're trying to re-innovate themselves and trying to find that second win, so to speak. You have an interesting matchup in this game. I feel like Kerrigan taking on Snax, obviously a tenured in-game leader in Kerrigan. He's won it all, he's tried it all, versus Snax, who is transitioned into becoming, I imagine he was a star player 5, 6, 7 years ago. Then he was an in-game leader for a little bit. Then he dropped his career, wasn't playing Counter-Strike, came back, did a good job in Gamer Legion. You couldn't basically describe two different career trajectories.
Yeah, and also on the server itself, I think they're very different. I think Kerrigan is way more tactical. I think he wants to dominate and dictate the pace himself a lot more. He will go through a smoke if he feels like he have a timing. When the opposite side of things, we have Snax. I think Snax is one who will just give way more allowance to his players in the form of, if Nico says in freeze time, hey, I'll just go banana, Snax is not going to be the guy to say, no, we're going to do the A rush instead, right? He's going to give the freedom to his player, and that's a luxury to have as an IGL, right? If you have so good players that you can just allow them to do their defaults, I also think we're just going to be seeing a lot more default come in from G2, because it's just what the lineup allows.
And I want you to elaborate on that point, because we have seen as of recently from Nico that he's starting to play beautiful Counter-Strike again. I've said it before, I think aesthetically pleasing on the server, one of the smoothest aim, the best crosshair placement out there. He has been struggling a little bit in CS2, but it does feel like he's coming back to his best. You having been a player somewhat recently, how important is it to have an in-game leader that believes in your abilities?
I don't think necessarily Snax or Huxi didn't believe in him. I just think the issue was that he was not as comfortable with the lineup that he had. I think when you look at Nexa and Huxi, it's pretty rough to actually carry those guys when you have a rough game yourself, right? But all of a sudden you have a guy to your right that can just do some magic and open up rounds. I think the EWC final is one example, right? Where he rushes up Ancient, Malbs gets 2, but Nico all of a sudden can take a lesser role within the team where he can do those beautiful plays and only take the risk when he actually feels it's necessary.
So I hear you say it's more the case of, and I definitely follow that line of thought, that sometimes as a Nico, like, you know, you're playing next to Huxi, you know you have Nexa to your side, you're trying to force the issue sometimes. You're trying to be too big of a star in moments where you probably should have been a little bit more, you know, relaxed in certain scenarios.
Yeah, and it's a luxury to have this type of feeling, and this is what all rosters want to be. Like, only take your chance if you need to. But in the old days, I feel like, especially on the Inferno CT side, we saw Nico forcing the duel so early because he most likely didn't trust Huxi at times.
Interesting map pool, Ancient, Nuke, and Mirage if needed. I am curious to why G2 banned out Inferno, but I guess we'll speak about that more if we were to go on Mirage. We have an awful lot of cool Counter-Strike coming up today. The first game of the day, obviously, perhaps the highlight of the day, so I hope you guys have tuned in already. We also have some predictions for the day that we can walk you guys through so you can see what us talents and what GGBet thinks is going to happen today. Any big surprises right here? I see, Bobski, you're going with NIP versus Cloud9. Explain yourself.
I think it's like a 50-50 matchup, I'm going to be honest. I think Cloud9 had nothing to lose yesterday. I think they had a great display. I think just NIP played against a better opposition in the form of G2, so it looked worse on paper from them. I can also potentially steal a life if I'm correct on this one, and I'm on 12 lives and you're on 10.
Yeah, that's true. We'll see about that after the day. I also do want to have a conversation with Anders and James Banks because they believe that Big is going to take down VP. I know VP weren't looking great yesterday, but let's be completely honest, that is not going to happen. And if it is, then I'll make a fool out of myself. Anyway, before we get to the big game, before we get to any of the actions later throughout the day, we have to walk you through G2 versus FaZe first and foremost. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, it will be Anders and Henry on the mics to drag you guys through what's going to be a banger of a Counter-Strike game.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? You are locked in with SG24. We've got FaZe, we've got G2, and probably the game of the tournament thus far, Anders. Considering the Liquid game yesterday, that's a bold statement to make, but I feel like these two teams are about to clash in a magnificent kind of outing here.
Yeah, I'm very excited. That Liquid game was fire, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
I really enjoyed that. It was great watching Ultimate sort of struggle at the beginning, then just come together during the game.
Come to life fully. We've got the GG Bet odds coming in live and direct here, Anders.
Okay.
G2 are the favorites. I noticed you picked FaZe. Want to explain yourself?
I mean, we said it yesterday. They're slow to start, but they're impossible to get rid of. I think G2 are going to wear themselves out.
It's going to be tenacity.
Like all three maps, they just can't ever close it out. They're closed. There's going to be frustration.
I don't know. Boomich had them sweating yesterday. I have to say, like he had them on the ropes. G2 placed against NIP as well. They got through them 2-0. I've got G2 winning this one. I feel like the form of m0NESY and Nico, especially, is just going to be too much to handle. FaZe have got Rain looking very good, but he's not the same level as a Nico when he's on fighting form, and it's going to be Ancient as well. I consider this to be one of G2's better maps. Let's get into it, shall we?
The m0NESY factor was crazy yesterday. He is a nightmare to play against. We'll see if FaZe have what it takes to bring him down. We're going to be right off to the races here with FaZe starting on the CT side, G2 on the T side, and already looks like execute towards the A bomb side, which
a very technical one, bro. We've got Molotov for default, we've got smokes for spawn and smokes for donut, flashbang for the cubby.
I like it.
It's being deployed right now, and in terms of the defense, we've got poor old Robs lying in wait.
Yeah, already smoked off. He's trying to push in front of it. It's a massive risk in the middle here. Hunter, nice fight to be winning against Karrigan. That puts a lot of pressure on the rest of the CT side here. With a smoke and a kit, I think there's always chance you can win one of these, but without it, as is the case currently, I doubt it. I doubt they're going to be able to make their way through. They still have the Molotov on Snacks. They never even used it. So that could be used to slow down things even further here. Yeah, the bomb is right there, but they're about 10 seconds away from actually winning the round, and they're not finding anyone on the G2
players
side.
in Temple, they can just come out one by one.
Yeah. Well, this is going to be going down, but again, no one's defusing here, and it's just Roki trying to fight at a full 360-degree angle. It's not going to be working out here. Hunter with a double kill, and a good start for the side of G2.
Very nice round. Didn't have to work too hard for it. Didn't even have to deploy the Molotov. Found the quick entry on Rops. Smokes were down. Bomb was planted. Very difficult retake there. We know Snacks enjoys these A executions. He'll throw them in a lot of the gun rounds. If he feels like they've got a financial advantage, the resources are low on the CT side, he'll call it again and again. It's very effective. We have got the 4-spy here, though. Coming in from FaZe. MP9s. Deagles 5-7s. We'll see what Snacks is up to here. Listening out for any footsteps towards the cheetah room. They've smoked it from T-spawn. Allows them to pincer in towards middle. Nice objective to open up the map. Take the vision away from Donut and Red. Get players close. Got a nice lug going. Nice nade deployed. Takes Hunter down to 51. Slowly does it. Nico aware of the possibility of someone trying to sneak through that smoke. Karrigan lies in wait. Molotov in towards Donut. It's going for the usual protocols here.
Well, the bomb is still outside of B, so it feels like this is just a whole exercise in pushing the CTs back and getting a little bit of control.
It's removing vision. This is an interesting setup. Could be Molotov. You'll normally just flash it. See how effective they are at clearing these tight angles. Molotov would be ideal here, but it would have to be Nico to throw it.
The 5-7 is no joke at this range.
Oh, it's kind of OP.
Gotta be super careful you don't just try and dry peek this one and end up losing an AK, because that would be a bit of a problem. Snacks very nearly goes down. Karrigan's good for the one, but a decent follow-up with Hunter taking care of business. Rain looking for another headshot. He'll get it on the last possible bullet. Taking down Nico, was very distracted. Looked like he was hunting for somebody else who wasn't on the bomb side at all.
Rain's actually doing more damage here. Hunter's down to 13 points of health. Rain gets this kill, no problem. That's his third. The bomb will be planted. It's m0NESY thrown into the clutch as Rain absolutely destroys the offense here. 4 kills in total with the Desert Eagle. It looked like it was a done deal. They were going through the motions, getting that mid control, pincering into the B side, get the kills in towards the cave, but they didn't account for Rain. He was waiting towards long and was gifted a couple of kills where they are overlooking that position. And then a masterstroke with the Desert Eagle to close things out. Takes out the low HP Hunter and finds the planter to enable 4 kills.
They have the smoke on the other side of the box from Rain. So what are they looking for? What are Hunter and Nico looking for when they get onto the side?
Snappy fucking Rain, bro. Holy.
No, we don't have.
We didn't have.
Because they were, like, it's fine. Maybe they don't even have to smoke the position that Rain is in, but then at least they have to check it when they come out.
Yeah, it's a rough one. It's Vega's belief really that no one's even like checking it upon entry. I think they were saying they didn't have enough utility to deal with it, perhaps.
It almost looked like they were looking for someone at the pillar, but obviously we could tell there was nobody there. So I don't know if they got like the wrong call from somebody that said maybe they heard footsteps by the pillar and they thought that was it. I have no idea.
Well, that turns the game on its head. That wasn't part of the script here of G2. They'll make their way in towards the B side. They're going to snatch this round away themselves. Nice little ding through the smoke, but Carrigan goes one better. Finds the kill on Mouse. Gets himself a double. Excellent work here from Carrigan. Holds strong on the B bomb side. We've got a 4-3 advantage, but a rifle has been picked up by Nico here. It's looking good for FaZe in this retake. It'll take something quite special from Nico to fend them off.
Well, delivering special things is his speciality, so I wouldn't rule it out. It's what he does for a living. Pushing through the smoke, he's going to go in for the spray on one. Instant double kill as he takes down Frozen and Rain, and the rest are smoked up on the other side here. A lot of damage. He's very low on health here, but this is becoming a little bit of a problem now for FaZe. That bomb is ticking so far away. Nico slips with the smoke. It's Snacks with a long-range shot of the Tech9, and I don't think Rops can win this round. He's trying to escape now. It's done for. Snacks lands another one, and G2, they steal the round back.
All right, this is what we love to see in the early stages of this particular matchup. The war of attrition is going to begin. The force by wars. No one can get comfortable. No one can run their actual strats at this stage. Nice little B execution with the Tech9s, and it will be Carrigan with the opening double kills. A 4-3 advantage until Nico, he drops that pixel-perfect smoke towards long. They have no choice but to run through it. Double kill picked up, and speaking of which, double kill for Snacks at range with that Tech9. They're back to their winning ways here, but of course, we're expecting a force buy in response from FaZe, and that's exactly what they bring to the table. 2 M4s, 3 Deagles, Anders, and a nice amount of smokes and incendiaries to work with as well. Speaking of which, Carrigan's will be feeling the heat there. Nico trying to follow up with the spam. As Rob's getting aggressive towards A main. Does considerable damage towards Malbs. Should be a kill for Monacy. Can't quite keep control of the Garden Hose there. Spray gets out of control, and it's the opening pick for FaZe.
Yeah, I think he started the spray just as Rain was strafing out from behind the pillar there. Snacks, though, take Carrigan. So that's at least the kill and return, and Rain did get dropped very low. Still an easy round here for FaZe to win. Although Robs does pick up a good kill there. Makes it a bit interesting once again. Malbs is hanging around T-spawn while the rest of them over outside of the B-bomb site. They got 50 seconds to figure this out. But once again, they don't have too many grenades on the T side necessarily. 2 smokes, so they could smoke off either side of the box and flash their way over and try and go for it. Nice position for Brokey with the M4, though. I mean, this is once again a winnable round for FaZe.
Definitely. Rain's low. But he will be joined by Brokey with the rifle. Smokes deployed. No funny business here. He's got a contact behind them. Brokey needs to find at least one here. Going down with 0 will not do. Rain trying to pick up the pieces here, but that's the problem. He had no HP to really work with. He actually did well to find a kill here. They're going for the plant, and I think the swing can come through. Oh, no. An absolute collapse here. G2 didn't expect the smoke to expire. They're not really covering the plant whatsoever. It's in the open, and it's in the open because they threw the incendiary down towards default, so you know there's a CT on site, essentially. You know he's in the area, and they're not covering the open plant, and it's going to be back and forth we go. He said he loved it, but with no bomb going down, it's going to be a compromised setup here. Nice work from Robs to make that M4 work, and it's the open plant.
Oh, so painful.
Teammate Nico watching towards cave or long, I believe. They was just hoping there was a few more seconds on that smoke, but it expired just as they're planting the bomb. Forced by back with the Deagles here. No rifles to speak of. Edging the smoke. Got an auto shotgun for Brokey. I guess it's a nice area to use it in. Nico, known to have a deadly Desert Eagle. Trying to work that B ramp. Smoked off for now, at least applying pressure.
Well, this game was hailed to potentially be one of the best of the tournament, and it starts out like this, a back and forth. Nobody can really find solid ground. I mean, that's what you love to see.
Should be winning this one with the lack of firepower. As I say that, m0NESY does find the first of the Desert Eagle, an opening advantage now, 5-on-4.
It's not a problem, don't worry.
It might be a problem. Could be. I guess the problem is now for G2, they don't really have any utility. We've got one smoke to speak of.
Potentially a tiny little problem. See if
They
it
have
grows.
got a lot of mid control here. This could be like towards CD spawn. It's Karrigan defending. He's got the MP9 at range trying to watch the B lanes. So I think he's just playing for intel. He's going to start making his way in towards the B side itself.
Oh, this double donut push could be very interesting because they're going to be rotating really fast.
No one's watching red. Oh, now they are. They come in from the back. So good timing. They're aware of it now.
I think that double donut position there is huge. Even if it opens up the A bomb site, it should be possible for a retake. They're not going to be able to get that kill there. Snax goes down. 4 versus 3. They have a kit on Frozen, but it looks like the bomb plant's going to be secured. So I guess with the Deagles, this round is still on for G2. They can win this. Next kill probably will decide almost everything here. Karrigan wanted to jump through. Malbs, oh my god, back-to-back headshots. Now it's on.
Yeah.
Frozen and Rops left to try and see if they can retake this. They don't want to give it back. They haven't been able to secure anything. And again, FaZe on the CT side, it's really hurting their economy if they can't get this one. Frozen tries to go for it here. Lines up the one, makes it a quick double. Now Nico's in the palace back here. Frozen low on health already with the kit in hand. He's going to try and defuse that bomb. Nico can't line up the headshot. Rops will survive on barely any health at all, but it will be FaZe to make their way through the round.
Damn. Excellent try there from G2. The Malbs Deagle on Ancient. The powerful prospect. He gets a double kill there. It looked like he had no chance whatsoever. It all started here with the auto shotgun for Brody that didn't quite work out. These are the double Deags. Beautiful.
That's so clean.
Nice retake from Frozen. Everyone was so low. Nice! One more shot from Nico towards Rops. It's a 1 round. Very close, but there it is. The war of attrition is officially over. Winners will be FaZe. The bomb planted, though, and some lost bonus that they could be going for another buy-in. The fact it comes down to a 2v1, their money won't be especially strong. So this is why G2 are taking this tactical timeout now, discussing their options. Like, the problem is in MR12, you could end up not really having a proper gun round here. Like, you might go for the whole half without, like, I want to see a AWP, for example. So I think they're going for a more calculated approach here. We've got Nico being thrown the AK-47. So we're not going for the force buy. That's kind of like Hero Aken, and that guy, he can win these rounds for you. Nico, give him an inch, he'll take a mile.
I think that's an important point, right? Like, they have a super weapon in m0NESY, but you're not getting the weapon that makes him that powerful.
Right.
Definitely a bit of an issue here. Smoke goes up, but trying to find some kills through. Not really succeeding. It will be Rain and Karrigan to start off. Frozen still just holding the middle with a teammate, so I think the threat of this round is dissipating very, very quickly. See if FaZe want to stay active and fight, or if they will just kind of, you know, let the round drown a little bit. All right, Frozen's out there, hunting for kills. Hunter is going to be gone pretty soon, too. He's at 12 health here. All right, get the 1 kill. Do a little bit of damage.
Yeah, little being the operative word there, Anders. Just the 1 kill found. Money's going to be tight for Malbs. Fortunately, he's a bit of a master of the Deagle, or the MAC-10. I'm sure he'll be fine. Snax might even offer up his finances and take the MAC-10 himself, seeing as he works towards that cave position. Malbs normally found towards middle. Hunter for now. Really worth saving. If he gets away with the save, he'd still have money, I suppose, for armor and grenades. Not the end of the world. If he dies, it's also fine.
Yeah, he's, I think, trying to optimize the round at this point, right? They're hoping that someone...
Exactly, they'll go hunting. Like, either way, he's okay. Just needs to make sure he doesn't die after time. That's the only thing that can't happen.
Which I think is maybe a worry. Doesn't look like they're hunting him through T-spawn.
He's going for the save now, so he does have to survive this one. It's a little bit precarious. He's got Karrigan knocking on his double doors behind him.
All right, looks like nobody's moving around. Just a truce at the end of the round.
Yeah,
Karrigan running away. Fair enough.
Means Hunter's got enough to buy Kevlar and grenades with the 2,500 he had. He gets no further resources, but he's all good. You can see him buying his utility there.
Yeah, I mean, it was always kind of a Hail Mary in that last round, right? They just bought the 1 AK for that reason. Couldn't really get it activated. Pretty good job on Frozen.
I guess if anything as well, you keep it out of enemy hands as well by surviving.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You don't want to give over the AK to the CT side. So Snacks, yeah, like I said, he's the one to offer up his resources. He's gone for the Tech9, giving Malbs, who's honestly one of the best ancient players in CS2 right now.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, it seems to work. And before we can even get into it, we've got a bit of a B rush here.
Fake.
Snacks leading the charge. Carrigan with that first kill.
The bomb is on the other side. It was a fake the whole time. They just needed to get maybe one kill.
And it's not a very convincing fake, unfortunately.
Nope.
Like, if you don't see the bomb and you've got 2 clean kills with no further rebuttal, then yeah, I feel like that's not really going to work out. They really needed to get a quick entry. That Tech9 need to at least force a trade. Doesn't happen. That's a bit of a flat one there.
If they get a kill, it probably does force a rotation.
Exactly.
And then at least they get a bomb plant on the other side.
Of course, every player you see on the radar, you can see if they're carrying the bomb. Every frag you get, it's indicated whether they drop the bomb or not. If you don't even see the bomb out of 3 players, yeah, you're not really going to call a fast rotate, especially when you've got easy kills and there hasn't been too much pressure applied. Carrigan does go down to Hunter, but at this stage, it looks very unlikely they'll do much else because Hunter's got 6 HP. Nico, he's in impeccable form right now, but this seems like a bridge too far.
There's something interesting to consider. I mean, that round could have also been built from G2's point of view off the fact that they just didn't have enough money to begin with, right? They didn't have the Monacy AWP. When they get it, though, do you think they'll send Monacy out to open up the round? Brokey's out there with his now.
That's what they need to be aiming towards, I feel like. Just slowing it down, fending off the initial aggression of the CTs. Let Monacy work some picks, get boosted, get towards middle. Problem is that buy doesn't do a whole lot for them. This is what we're talking about, that kind of war of attrition kind of mentality.
Yeah.
We're already halfway through this first half now, and we're yet to see a proper gun round. You know, that last one was with 4 AKs and a Tech9.
Yeah.
So, yeah, blink and you miss it in this particular setup. This is round number 8, Anders, and we still don't have a full gun round for G2.
Yeah, that is a sign of worry, to say the least.
Like a fully fleshed out, all the utility, everyone's got their weapon of choice. Yeah, it's yet to come. Like, they can win these sort of rounds for sure, but this is where you'll be tested to the tactical limits. Looks to be a B play here. We've got 5 players this side of the map. Carrigan's been doing a pretty solid job holding this side of the map. Rain's in some amazing form this tournament. We'll see whether that opening kill leads him to success. Malbs will find a rifle at least. And there we go, the run and gun. The clothesline from Hunter enables the bomb plant. A man advantage as well, down to Snacks. If he goes down with at least just a bit of damage, a dink would do. Now the retake's back on. Doesn't get anything out of it. Advantage, FaZe, and then some. Brokey just mowing them down, chewing through the opposition with lead. And we're going to have another round on the board for FaZe here.
Yeah, wall banged at the end.
Looking a little bit flat to kick things off here. That's now 5 in a row for the FaZe clan. But
the
maximum loss bonus in the bomb down, at least. So we've got a gun round.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, at least they've got the bomb down. That's true. Look at the readjust for Brokey on the second kill. How did he do that so quickly? Nice shot from Snacks here, but it's the second kill for Brokey. That's really... This one, obviously, easy enough. He's like, oh, he just saw the kneecap sticking out of the smoke.
Yeah, really nice from Brokey. Dodging the flashbang, anticipating the push through the smoke. Great mechanical skill. And yeah, G2... They will have the AWP at least now. They'll have all the grenades. Time is of the essence. They actually need to present a pretty flawless game plan now. Taz needs them to wake up. They got caught up in the force buy wars at the start of this half. Ended up losing it. It's been pretty rough since. That B bomb site's under lock and key. Like, we'll see what they can bring to the table. I'd like to see that. Just bring that A execution out.
I agree.
Let's just get that rolling, shall we? Monacy's got the AWP.
Well, also, you probably know you're going to be able to find Brokey over on that side. So if Monacy is feeling up for it, maybe he just goes to battle out Brokey.
First real gun round, though. Let's go.
Yeah. Now is the time for G2 to step it up. They're going to be boosting him up on this side instead, okay?
Yeah, makes sense, though. This is where you can get some intel at least, see what they're up to. He spots the arm of one, and that's going to cost Rain the majority of his health. The grenade alley-oop. Oh, just 1 damage on the grenade. That's unlucky. But you can see how much more pressure is being applied to that B defense now. The prospect of a Monacy AWP is a scary one. Malbs MD, like he said, he likes to work towards middle. This time, doesn't favor him. Just goes down with nothing, unfortunately.
Pretty decent grenade on Snacks right there. Puts it within 1 tap range of the M4s.
Yeah, this is pretty deadly looking FaZe today.
Yes, it is.
Everyone's turning up. Everyone's hitting their shots. Carrigan's looking solid on the B bomb site. Rain's got 12 kills. The Brokey up out there as well now. Like, they've got this man advantage. It looks like they're kind of a bit desperate out there. That's an absolute freebie for Brokey.
Yeah, I look at Carrigan sneaking out. It's up to his usual shenanigans, taking a bit of risk.
Okay. Something to work with. Round not over. You got two of the world's best Counter-Strike players.
Go where the bomb is.
Left in a 2 versus 4, but you are right. Okay, didn't notice that. That's a bit rough.
Yeah, because if they have it right next to the B bomb site, obviously
right.
you're right. They can just push out there, get the bomb planted, but now they have to trek back through the middle. They might have already just decided to save. I think. Wow. I don't know. I wasn't expecting anything like this. But I think the main culprit right now, as you mentioned several times, is just the decisions early on to keep applying the pressure and never really building any economy there on the T side. So they've been struggling with that quite a bit.
Yeah, a lot of individuals kind of taking challenges. Like Malbs there was just trying to make a mid play, off his own back, and no real teamwork presented there. He goes down for absolutely nothing. They then. In the 5 versus 4, they have to try and reclaim territory. Hunter walks into the scope as well. Like I said, like maybe it's worth getting some of these set pieces out of spawn at this stage. They still have a decent buy here. Took that maximum loss bonus. They save the AWP. See what they've got up their sleeve now, because they are not breaking through any key choke points here. Finally going to be showing a bit of aggression. Flashed off though is Monacy. Trying to find that opening pick if possible, but Frozen calm. As he has full control here. Carrigan back in towards Cheetah. Going for some mid-control here, but Carrigan playing like an absolute demon today. Nico having to step up, taking matters into his own hands, will find Rain. But back and forth we go, maintaining the man advantage. It's FaZe 4-on-3.
It's just bizarre. Nico has the B bomb side, but his teammates are not there. So it doesn't really help them anything at all right now. If Frozen gets this next one, they're in a lot of trouble already. He's just going to spot it out. I think Carrigan must have walked through the smoke to get that first kill on Snacks. Nice shot from Nico.
Okay, this is the best looking round G2 have had in some time.
Yeah, it is.
Nico just had to step up, make his way into the B side, take individual duels, and he's come out on top. That's what you can expect with him.
Isn't that the story of his whole career, Henry?
Yeah, when shit hits the fan.
Yeah, it's Nico. It's on his shoulders every time. Hunter, good little lurk there. A bit confusing because, again, I think Frozen did see Hunter in T-spawn, so they must have known that someone was going to be in this position, or at least they could have very likely guessed it, but they're going to give up the round, and it will be G2 to find a third. Finally. Took a while there.
Yeah, they were losing those picks again. As soon as Carrigan pushed Cheetah, found Snacks, Nico's like, well, I can't just sit back here and allow them to have full map control and find those picks. I'm going to have to walk up by myself, find these kills towards Rain and Brokey, and yeah, he delivers on all fronts, but that is difficult to sustain that sort of approach. Nico go kill. It's a tactic as old as time itself. But
I mean, it works.
We want to see more of a team approach, coordination into those bomb sites. But this is where Carrigan...
Yeah, he snuck right through.
Bamboozled Snacks. Really nice work. Got out of there quickly. And that's just like Nico. I've had enough. I'm just getting in there. No backup from his teammates. No one else on this side of the map with him. Just goes in and finds two.
Do you think after the frustration there, Snacks says, all right, but it was cool, you know, walking through the smoke. Like, he recognized it. Like, yeah, I would have done the same.
Like in the zone right now. Just honestly. He's got a real good feeling for the game. Every timing and position seems to be enabling him at least one kill. So he's being active. It's a nice smoke to enable him to do the same sort of play if he so wishes. But here we go. This looks to be more of a set piece. We've got Malbs holding towards middle.
I think FaZe are expecting that A push you were talking about, because look at how many people they got over there. Nobody in middle really for FaZe. So it's kind of maybe thought this was going to be the round where they would have tried it. Oh, this is dangerous, Carrigan. You might be automatically dead here. Nico crouched in the corner and is not far off of Robs following in, or Rain, sorry, in the same position there. That could have been the end of the round. Rain has to step it up, probably get at least a double kill in this position. His teammates are starting to rotate over actually very quickly, so maybe it's not just all on Rain any longer. Good flashes to try and push him out of there, but he's good for the one kill. Hunter will get the good return, and they're trying to think of blow it over. The bomb's already been planted on the other side, so that's not really going to help them that much. Frozen in the middle. He's been winning this fight quite a bit.
looks like they're not going to be going for this one necessarily. We're just checking the extremities. It's still a 3-on-3.
They have some money. I mean, they could, but you're right. Got to be careful. Maybe now with Frozen dead, I think that sort of puts a bit of a dampener on the round for them.
Certainly. G2 finding some form now.
And, you know, all started off with Carrigan hoping to have another round like the previous one where he found snacks.
I guess you're right. Like, he felt like he was in the zone. Everything he was doing was working out perfectly. He overlooks the beehive. A little bit surprising. Didn't even, like, consider it.
I mean, we've all been there before, right? You're on the jet skis, suddenly...
Oh, yeah, he was going to say, shit himself. Because of full-on jump scare there. Like, I guess maybe they Molotoved it before. They assumed it was clear. Nico snuck in, but, yeah, that's a shame. That's a guaranteed frag for Nico. Easiest kill. He'll get all half. As we take a timeout here. Might be 4 FaZe this time.
Yeah, but I appreciate the fact that you brought up the potential for some of those A executes that Snacks like, because clearly we can see that FaZe know that too. Yeah. Like, that's what they were expecting. It's not right on, so... Sometimes you just also, you know, you pull that strat in the wrong round. It doesn't really work out. They still were pretty quick with the rotation. It could have definitely worked out for them. Would have been cool to see if they had more utility for Rain to take the fight, instead of just sort of dry peeking into it, but...
It was the grand final EWC against NAVI. Like, they won that first map, and he was just running that A execution, like, back to back to back. He just kept running it, and it was, like, really cool. Like, it is just kind of one of those things. They're not going to run it again, right? They wouldn't possibly just keep running that same execution, but they did, and they just kept working. But, yeah, you're right. It seems like FaZe may be conditioned by that one game. We are going to see some considerable damage there, but let's see what Hunter can do. Joined by Malbs, we haven't really seen too much from him. But 4 rounds on the board. 5 would be quite nice here. Full gun round to close things out. Final round of this first half. 7-4. FaZe looking for 8.
What I want to see. Haven't had to say his name that much yet.
No, it hasn't really got going.
Yesterday, he stole all the headlines. He was beautiful to watch him play. I don't think he's going to be quiet for long. It's kind of not in his nature. But for now, it's been a bit of a problem. All right.
He's just smiling. He's like, yeah, of course. You got the instant ding, did you?
Classic. That is a bit of a roulette over on that side. Grenade, not really significant there. Just a single player in A right now for the FaZe defense. The rest are going to be able to rotate B very quickly. Oh, it's an awkward fight for Frozen. He probably could have won that straight up the first time, but it somehow took a second longer and he doubted himself. Malbs is going to be able to win that fight. Still, there's 3 people at the B bomb side, so FaZe are pretty sure it's going to finish on this one. Rain will take 1 kill there. Hunter, can he double it up? Rain is already a bit tagged up, and he will.
Yeah, running out of bullets in that M4, but Brokey, he is alive and well. I say that, he gets taken down to 7 points of health. It's a 3-on-2 in favor of G2. And their speed bomb side is under a lot of scrutiny now. 20 seconds remain, and the long push is coming in from Nico. He should be able to take down Brokey, no problem whatsoever. It's slightly flashed, but it's no problem. It was a slow start here for G2, but they finally find their footing towards the end of this first half, leaving us at 7-5. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? You're watching Full Groups 2024. We've got a plethora of Counter-Strike for your delight and delectation today. No better than this game, though. FaZe versus G2 to kick things off. It's a best-of-3. Join us for the second half of this first map. It's currently 7-5 in favor of FaZe. G2 were looking down and out, Anders. They couldn't really get going. They couldn't find out the finances. But 5 rounds towards the end, due to some heroics from Nico especially, they've got themselves back into a winning position.
Is Nico bringing it back, same as it ever was. He's destined, his whole career has been like this, and he's still doing it after such a long
It's great to see it. Like in CS2, there was a point where we were a bit worried for him.
Yeah.
But he seems to be his usual self. As Karrigan is a bit of a beast with the P250 in the pistol rounds. For whatever reason, it seems to work for him. It's his gun.
He's been working on himself. And
dude, yeah, his mechanics individually, like, sure, like I'm not saying he's the star of the server right now, but like he is looking a lot sharper than last season, that's for sure. And Snax will answer back, and we've got a deep smoke towards spawn. It's going to be almost be split, I'd imagine, as we see Hunter continuing his strong form as well. We're actually going to make our way in towards the A site now with the bomb, which is wide open in a 3 versus 2 that favors G2, but a chance to plant the bomb unless Snax can deny everything.
The problem is that he's alone here with the bomb. His teammates miles away. Rops. Oh, and he's not going to expect the second one. You're just never going to be thinking about that. So Malbs will take him down, and again, like I said, Brokey, if the bomb goes down, this position suddenly triples in value. But up until that point, he's kind of leaving Rops on his own. So a bit of a shame. Now they know where he is. He's got 40 seconds. He can win this one, but they're going to try and play hide and seek with him for as long as they can. Lure him into a crossfire. Make sure he just doesn't have any easy... Oh, I say that, but they actually are beating Nico. Is that what it means to just be a superstar?
Yeah, pretty much.
What's going on?
That's a disgusting shot. Well done to Nico. Starting to warm up now.
In a way, that is just such a badass move. It's like...
Yeah, you even saw, like, he had the shadow advantage. He spotted Nico's shadow, but before he could even react to it, Nico just domed him.
Is it tactically the best move? Maybe not. Are you such a good player that you're going to hit the shot?
Yeah, look at that.
All right, whatever.
Nice work, Nico. FaZe. And their lead slipping away. No bomb planted. Leads us to a full eco. Be buying up in the next round here. But this will be tied up 7-7. G2 bringing this one back to life. Very slow start. Nico open things up. Let him get in his zone.
Never do that. Keep him out of the zone.
Yeah.
If you can.
If anything.
If anything. But his cousin Hunter is also playing very well, and that's encouraging. He played great Counter-Strike yesterday. He's back here with a double kill to Mac. Well, not the Mac 10, but the MP9 and Monacy. We'll get a couple of kills as well. I think the revitalization of Hunter, even if it's just for a couple of games that we've seen him yet, is very encouraging. Like, if you're buying stock in G2, then like now is the, you're going to be excited for that because he really was struggling.
Buy high, sell low. That's what we always say around here.
Yeah, that's why I try and do the opposite, really. But,
well,
not always easy.
Not always easy. And this round will be difficult for G2 going forward as well. This is the epitome of a bonus round, Anders. You're up against the AKs, you've got FAMASs and MP9s. Nice nades towards the start as well. That's a lot of damage towards Hunter. Looks to be an A finish by the initial setup. Here you can see CT is getting a lot of intel. The B lanes are clear. That's great. Rain trying to suggest that he's not the only one there. They'll have to consider his luck, his presence. You can see two CTs actually getting their way in towards Donut. It's going to be Hunter and Malbs trying to reposition for a potential A take. Checking the boost out. No one home. Going to get Hunter in position potentially. He doesn't fancy it. So a reposition here. FaZe.
Snacks. They're all going to be funneled through here.
Yeah, this is a bit rough. Like, they're just going to dry peek this. Try and trade it out. As soon as they take one battle, the other will swing. Here comes the swing.
As well.
Well handled. Okay, didn't expect them to win that, but Monacy shuts them down. 3 players at the B bomb side. They didn't anticipate the 3rd player making his way through. This is unbelievable. Monacy with the FAMAS gets himself 3 kills in total, maintains the advantage here, going for the spam, applying pressure. It's down to Brokey and Rob to try and fend them off and win in the 3-on-2 clutch.
Remarkable work coming up for m0NESY. Not his weapon of choice, but he made it look great.
Really.
Yeah, they know where he is, but that doesn't really help them. Backup is coming, and it's Malbs to take down Brokey to be Rops.
Oh, it's such a nice move from m0NESY as well. Getting those kills from Cave, then rotating on B ramp.
Yeah.
There's no comfort found, but Rops, he can thrive in these sort of scenarios, but doesn't find the second kill. And it will be m0NESY fending them off with that lovely work with the FAMAS. 3 kills in total.
You can almost mind read what's happening on the FaZe team because they get the 2 kills here at the start of it. They get Snacks and Nico down at the double doors, and then they just think, okay, that's it. Like we're home safe. We can run straight to the bomb site.
Nice.
They're turning the corner, still reloading, jumping. They're not expecting m0NESY to be there.
So that's a bonus round victory as we detail going into that one. Now they've recovered 2 AK-47s. Now rifles across the board. Huge injection of cash and anything but for FaZe. They get the bomb planted, but it's going to be a Rob's AK-47. Tech9's otherwise, a couple of Deagles in the mix. Go for that cave control. Deep Molotov does make things uncomfortable on the other side, but Carrigan, about to say, surely goes down here. What the hell? He gets the double kill?
I don't even think he should have had the first one, but what a nuclear grenade it lands down there at the bottom of the B ramp. So, bit of a problem now. Snacks and m0NESY left 2 versus 4, but some of them are very low on health. It's winnable still.
Yeah, they should be aware that Snacks is still in the area.
Testing the smoke here. Frozen, he wins the fight against m0NESY, and that should be the end of the round. So that's a surprise, and it's off the back of Carrigan. He's been working out those Counter-Strike muscles.
Dude, we didn't even see it from his POV because you just don't expect him to get 2 kills there.
I thought he was going to die in the first one.
It looked like he was out-positioned, out-maneuvered, outgunned.
Outclassed.
Yeah, all of that. But no, he gets the double kill. I can't wait to see that replay and see how it transpired. But that's going to be FaZe back on the board here. They're first of the round, first of the half, I should say. 3 players surviving as well. As we mentioned, the cash is pretty decent.
Does he want to defuse it?
I was going to say that's the only thing he can do. Is the bomb blast. He needs to be super careful.
I think he realized it's planted on the other side of the pillar.
Yeah.
I think he was hoping that, maybe if it's on my side, I can kill 1 person defuse, but he sees that it's not. Terrorists win. Well, that's thrown a spanner in the works, hasn't it?
Let's have a look at Carrigan's output there. So
window, guys, like window.
That was the moment he looked like he was dead for sure. He had 2 HP on that second fight.
Wild.
Frantic, but sticks to landing. Well done to Carrigan. Did not expect him to win that. Shouldn't be winning those 2 fights, but he absolutely obliterates them. 8-8. m0NESY decent. m0NESY will bring out the AWP. FAMAS for Nico. Got a few kits in the mix as well. Important round on either side.
Yeah, I've been craving a couple of m0NESY AWP kills here. I feel starved of them.
You're going to get a few. Don't worry about that.
Promise, Henry?
Yeah, why not?
All right, well, I'll keep you to that. Malbs will get the first one on Frozen. That has to feel great because Frozen won a bunch of those fights in the first half in the middle against Malbs specifically. So a little bit of revenge now that he's on the CT side. Snacks thinking about sneaking through. That would be perfect if he did it because Carrigan did the same thing to him in the first half, so they could even be getting more revenge here. He's going to go on the other side, but there is still potentially a kill available down there for him. Ooh, Carrigan not aware of it, and Snacks, yeah, he was already snuck through. He was jumping for the cave player instead, so...
The rain has slipped the net. They've got no idea. All the meanwhile, he's getting a lot of control. Teammate will go down. Round not necessarily over, though. Free kill. Malbs had no idea. The bomb going to be planted. Smoke down towards cave. They can win this round.
2-on-5? My God.
Yeah, it's actually possible. It's set up quite nicely for them.
Gut-wrenching if you're right. He's holding 2 people here. Rain. What a headshot to begin with. Takes down Hunter, and it's the AWP on the other side. m0NESY, not known to miss shots, but if he misses this one, it could collapse the round. Oh, and it's a free kill here for Brokey. Rain still holding the rest of them. They're trying to push on through, but you're right, Henry. They might have given up this round. Strong shot for Nico, trying to keep it alive, but that bomb is ticking very rapidly, and Brokey, oh, he can't hold him back. Nico just runs him down. 3 kills in the round. The first with the FAMAS, the last 2 with the AK, and with the kit in his pocket, they're going to win the round.
Kind of insane. Like I said, 2-on-5, but the way it was set up and how far away the CTs were elsewhere on the map, yeah, Rain with that aggressive position and towards CT spawn, m0NESY trying to trade it out with the AWP. It was actually a bit of a nightmare, but they were so calm and disciplined about it. They didn't overstep the mark. They made sure there was trade potential in almost every kill they went for after the fact. Nico, of course, nailing the shots. Had to nail that one on Brokey. No problem. He knows he's just 1 kill away there from a massive clutch.
You know what I love about it? Instead of honestly trying to push Rain alone, he just calls in his big brother Nico.
Yeah.
He says, you deal with it. Oh. Malbs now alone at the bomb side. They can be almost 100% sure he's alone here. And they will be able to trade it out. Frozen in the middle will take down Snacks, and suddenly it's Hunter and Nico left. The cousins back at it again, trying to see if they can salvage the round, and it's not impossible. They lose Nico. But Robs is kind of low on health. The bomb, that is awkward. It's in possession of Hunter right now. He doesn't have any more grenades, but where do you position yourself here?
Thing is, they threw a counter smoke, suggesting they could lurk out. They're going to wait for that to all dissipate. Bomb's down in an awkward spot, but he knows he can be pincered here.
Yeah.
Every second that goes by suggests that they're recalibrating the round and working out to get the advantageous position. He goes towards CT spawn. Smoke's gone now. They'll slowly but surely make their way through. No kit on the back of Hunter, but there is one on the site. I don't think the kit's going to be the factor here, though. You can see he's in such high alert, knowing that the flank could come through. Rops is low, and he's got the AWP. Needs to cut this one down to size. Hunter needs to sniff out his prey, and with Rops controlling this side, he's hit the barrel. Should be a simple frag, and indeed it is. Well played to FaZe. Slowed it right down, sowing the seeds of doubt in his mind, and yeah, just too much to handle. Even with the bomb down, you could see he's just too worried about the flank.
It almost looked to me like they actually wanted to go B with 30 seconds left, but maybe they just wanted to check CT spawn. Either way, it worked out just fine. Bit of a timeout. Oh, what a game we have. It's only the first map, but can tell these two teams quite evenly matched up at the moment. But a nice execute, I mean, onto the bomb side. I think when you find even 2 people on the A bomb side early on in the round here, it's kind of rare for the CT side to have that many. So I think they felt pretty confident once they saw the second player that there weren't going to be many more. Just wanted to push on. Let's see what level of research they have on either side. I bet they've spent the past 24 hours digging into each other and trying to do the best that they can. We're tied up at 9-9.
G2 going for the buy here.
The Mag 7.
Swag 7, Scout. There's an Eagle in the mix as well. Compromised setup here, but did Scout the likes of Monacy and Nico with those Scout and Deagle combo. Snacks of a shotgun as well. Kind of iconic.
There was a time on the hut of Nuke.
Yeah, exactly.
See if you can echo that a little bit here on Ancient. Already been spotted out. That doesn't bode too well for the shotgun, but, you know, maybe there is still a way. This position, unless they Molotov him out, I mean, it's possible. FaZe being very careful. Speaking of Molotovs, making sure no shenanigans behind that donut. You might as well test everything here before you commit to a bomb site. Still got 50 seconds left. A couple of smokes that are being held by G2. I wonder, all right, one of them used by Nico there. But one left on Hunter.
Time ticking away. Frozen's got a freebie. Carrigan also in a great position but making noise. Nico will hear this. Waiting for the punish. Wants to make the commitment come through. Carrigan should have it, no problem now. That shotgun taken down by Brokey's P250. Crisis averted. Time not going to be an issue here. Bomb going to be planted now. Malbs MD. Bomb has been planted. Dead. It's Frozen. I didn't think he stood a chance there. Nice shot. Terrorists win. The FaZe take the lead, and that was the 4 Spy Anders. So yeah. $2,000 per player going forward. Dying embers of this first map. Bear in mind, this was picked by G2 as well. We have Nuke coming up next.
Beautiful. Who doesn't love a good game of Nuke?
That's true. to be fair. I think the last time they played, Nuke was in Dallas when Stewie was playing, and they beat them 13-2. G2 beat them 13-2. So
that was
FaZe were in like pretty questionable form then.
A mythical run, to be honest.
Yeah, but still, like that was one of the wildest events of all time. But
truly. Rain still top fragging on the FaZe side of things with 17 kills. Pretty impressive stuff, and they have a 1 round lead. Surely they make their way through this one. It's 5 USPs. Oh, please throw a grenade in here. Deeper than that.
You would have seen that max damage grenade on 5 players.
I was looking for it.
It's a spray down for you. Brokey chomping at the bit. Get involved with these anti-eco frags.
What is the MD in Malb's name? What is it?
He's a doctor.
Dr. Malbs?
Dr. Malbs. That's why I always say like the doctor is in session when he does something good.
Beautiful.
I'm not sure what it means, but for me, it's the doctor.
I like that.
Yeah.
It's a good name. We go a lot of ways with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's a 2 round lead. Again, the money kind of making a big difference. Obviously, we talked about it in the first half, where G2 forced a lot in the beginning, didn't have money in the middle of the half, and it kind of hurt them a little bit. Now, they're back with a buy here, but it's been a problem at the start of this second half too. We'll see if they can overcome it. 11-9 is the scoreline, and again, it looks like an A execute, and you're getting a wish here just on the other side, but there's nobody at the A bomb side, Henry. There's nobody from the G2 team even available. Frozen does go down early, but at least there should be a bomb plant happening, and I see Rops is setting himself up for a late round look.
Okay, well, they've lost the first pick, but they have got some decent space in the A side. You're absolutely right there. Carrick, this is a precarious spot. Difficult to imagine he's going to win those duels, but he keeps stepping up time and time again. Shouldn't doubt him.
Look at Rops. Through the middle. Going to try and see if he can flank that donut position. Potentially 2 kills available if he finds the timing. He's not far off right now.
He needs his teammates to take the aggro. He needs to arrive right now. There's 2 kills available. Oh. Yo, okay, Rops, that is very nicely timed. Well played. Snack just has to go for the defuse there.
10 seconds, no way. Oh, he does get one of them. I was going to say the other one is the AWP, so that could be hard to kill someone defusing with that, but down into a 1 versus 1.
Yeah, their finances just not great in these last few rounds. Like, just recovering from that full eco, then they had 4,400
crazy
kits
flank.
and helmets are the first thing to go. But yeah, lovely flank from Rob. So I was wondering if he's going to pull the trigger on that first one, but it turned out to be an absolute masterstroke. That's some classic Robs lurking right there, Anders.
Yeah.
Nice, Robin! Sick, bro.
Yeah, let's go.
Insane fucking lurk, man.
Yeah. I said that. Kind of my thing.
Why are you trying to take your job?
Yeah, why is that?
We're going to have to have a talk with Frozen.
I'll come on the mugs, yeah, Frozen.
Stay on your side of the fence, Frozen. Let us do the commentary. So, now increased to a 3-round lead. It's slipping out of the hands of G2. They're now fighting for overtime. I bet everyone would welcome that at the moment, but maybe everyone...
Hey, if they win this sort of round, I'm down. If they can make it work with Deagles and MP9s, it will be such a spectacle.
Look at Carrigan. Again, he's found an empty bomb site. He said, I'll go look. And it's worked. I mean, this is pretty close to winning the round already. There are no kits. They have MP9s. They have no utility whatsoever.
Carrigan's top fragging, by the way. Before we leave this map, just let everyone know, he said he's going to step up his individual form, and he continues to dominate. He's impressed all tournament long. And his performance here, his calling, has got them over the line. A very convincing win here.
How's he done that late in his career?
Honestly, dude, like some of the impact he's had as well. Think about that double Tech-9 kill towards upper. Like to actually like steal rounds away. He's had massive impact. He's found openers. He's looked confident and assertive on the CT side. He's pushing behind the opposition with solo plays and winning duels. Like say what you want about his form this year, but this tournament, he's kind of delivered on his promise, you know. He said he was going to turn up with some impeccable individual form, and he's delivered the goods. It's FaZe Clan stealing their map pick away of G2 in convincing fashion as well. A great series lies upon us as we have Nuke coming up next.
Better showing from FaZe Clan today. We saw yesterday they were struggling, couldn't quite get it done against NIP up until the very last moments. Today, however, I feel like there was a better showing from FaZe Clan, regardless of it being a little bit of a shaky start to the game.
Yes. Sorry, just catching my breath. I just had to run.
That exciting.
Yeah, exactly. It was that exciting. I mean, I do think it was very... impressive what we saw from FaZe. I think the issue coming in from G2 was very likely going to be some of the tactical things, which I think was showcased in a lot of the rounds, but I do also think we have to credit also the side of FaZe, because they did change over at Rain. He's actually playing the B side now, which was actually a really good look as he topped the scoreboard.
Yeah, that was a bit of a change. I think we should dive straight into it. You know, you spoke about a messy start. You spoke about a game that couldn't really settle. Round 2, round 3, round 4, it was all back and forth. We have a couple of clips and a couple of examples right here. You see G2 obviously winning the pistol, then the follow-up coming in from FaZe Clan straight away.
Yeah, I mean, I think many in this situation would be like, wow, Rain is just an amazing player, right? 4K Deagle, impressive. And it is impressive, but G2 allows him to do this. There's a smoke, they jump through, there's no trade coming in from the cave. And then we see next round something kind of similar. They try to force it on B, they lose the entry kill, right? And then all of a sudden it becomes this like messy default that they're trying to do. Then they do the play again, going up ramp, and now they get to trades. Now they get the good situation.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really pan out to do anything. They get the 3v2, which you really can't expect anything more than that. And then we see the afterplan once again not being executed properly.
Yeah, I'm curious to why Hunter is not planning safe right here. He's planning in the open while Nico is not covering him at all. Nico gets the trade, but will be instantly traded by Robs afterwards. And I think that illustrates pretty well what we were speaking about, that it was a very messy start to the game. FaZe Clan went on to then go on a bit of a tear on that CT side, establishing the dominance. And then into the second half, you see again G2 winning pistol, converting. So you're realistically looking at a G2 lineup that won both pistols. Only one of them converted, obviously, but you still lose 13-9 in a game where I felt like FaZe were not only a little bit better, but quite a lot better.
Yeah, I did think this is what you kind of lose with having Snacks on your roster, right? I think Huxi at times was a perfectionist. I think he was a very harsh IGL at times.
Less structured now.
Yeah, I mean, I also think Nico said in an interview that the mood is better inside the team. But when the mood, quote-unquote, is better, when you have these type of scenarios and you let people play a little bit more freely, I think also mistakes like this can happen. I think Huxi would have been quick to say in a situation like this, guys, you have to hold this or that, where I think Snacks is more like a passive player and let them play their game. I also think it's a big mistake from Nico, obviously not covering Hunter, considering that Cave was actually Molotoved off.
Well, you spoke of Snacks and maybe the freedom he's giving to the teammates and the mood he's bringing to the team. Another guy that brought a lot of mood to his team in this game was Kerrigan, obviously having a great showing, not only from a calling perspective, but individually speaking, Kerrigan showed up and found a lot of impact.
Yeah, I mean, he's also in a new position, so it was great to actually see him actually find a bit of form. I think one of the questions we've always had for Kerrigan in recent months is that is his individual level going to stagnate, right? When has he peaked? But I do think he has these games a couple of times where it actually shows really promising features, and I think this was one of them.
It was one of them. A lot of impact involved in a lot. Obviously, the T side was called well by Kerrigan as well. It's impressive to see him put up numbers like this again.
Yeah.
You speak of Kerrigan sometimes when you're playing the likes of NIP, you're playing some of these second-tier teams. He's going to have games where he, individually speaking, can match the output from the opposition. But doing it against m0NESY, against Nico, against Hunter, that adds even more impressiveness to this performance.
Yeah, this is when he is the best IGL in the world, right? When he can combine his structure, his ways of doing things on the T side, allowing both that perfect balance between the structured things and also doing the defaults, and then also on top of that adding some firepower, because sometimes teams, especially on the T sides, have been seeing like a Kerrigan as an easy target. I think Mirage B is the one common one we do, but one guy who helped him massively on the B side is the guy in the picture.
Yeah, because they were playing together on that B-bomb side. Not only on the CT side did they lock it down, but Rain on the T side as well found a little bit of impact later stages as well. We had the conversation yesterday. He was going absolutely nuclear on Dust 2, having a great showing. He's going absolutely nuclear in the first half against G2 as well. Are we seeing a Rain that is coming out of this player break, you know, seemingly a little bit better, maybe a bit more motivated?
I think that's too early to conclude, but I think he had a good showing. I think one thing that is interesting
2 days in a row now.
Yeah, I mean, 2 days in a row. I mean, if you could make a career of that, I would have been great off. But
Me too.
Did you have 2 good maps?
Yeah, maybe not.
Okay, fair enough. But he did change position with Kerrigan, right? And I think it suits them really well, because when you play that cave position, you can kind of do some messy stuff, right? You can try to play around the smokes, go for the spams, and potentially give a first kill. But if you're on the B side, you have to be really careful, because if you're giving that space and giving the entry kill to the guys on ramp, side is always lost. Like, they'll smoke deep CT, they'll take the control, and you'll be stuck inside cave. So I actually really love the move that they've actually decided to take a stronger aimer on that position, and it showed off great, right? had a lot of moments where you kind of feel like he made the difference.
He made the difference, and it was great to see a player that tried to make the difference for G2 as well was obviously Nico. We spoke about him coming into the game. He's back to a better version of himself, necessarily not back to his peak level, which was incredible high in CSGO for those of you who remember that. But he was trying to keep G2 within the game. Were you disappointed in G2's performance? It's their map pick. It's Ancient coming into it. We didn't see that much from m0NESY. We didn't see that much from Mobs. Nico had a decent showing. Was it overall just a little bit bleak for G2?
I think they played a good game. I mean, we also do have to put respect on the hands of FaZe. They are playing a top opposition. Of course, they should expect to win on their own map, but I do feel like those rounds we covered earlier is the deciding factor. If they would have converted those, I think they would have actually a comfortable win. There's a couple of rounds that's just too important to lose that G2 aren't able to convert. I would say it's because the early days of Snax trying to implement the ways he wants to do the things, and also giving too much allowance in some periods of the game.
If anything, we had an exciting game, and I think it also bounds well for what's coming up next. We have map number 2 being Nuke between FaZe and G2. FaZe wins that, they move on. G2 will head down to the lower bracket. However, we're jumping on a quick break before we're ready with the Nuke talk and G2 taking on FaZe.
Bro, fuck. When I had to run.
Skal jeg blive ved med at komme op og hente jer? Nej, det var fordi jeg glemte. Jeg var hernede og så tænkte jeg sådan, nå, jakke. Sorry.
There we go. We're experiencing some technical difficulties. That's what happens when you're dealing with a lot of cables and a lot of technical stuff that I don't understand jack shit off, to be completely honest. However, we take the time to now speak a little bit about Nuke, the map coming up between G2 and FaZe Clan. You said G2 played a good game of Counter-Strike. That also means that FaZe Clan played a good game of Counter-Strike. Do you think we're going to see the same level of Counter-Strike heading into Nuke?
I mean, when Reign has a good first map, I think it's always the guarantee for them to win Nuke, right? I don't think necessarily that they're 100% going to win this Nuke, but I think when Reign is outside actually having his comfort picks on the likes of the smokes, where he can like play around with them, I think he's one of the best. I think there's two types of players. Either you're the dunk type, who will just strafe before the smokes, or you're going to be the Reign type, who's just going to try to nade him, try to spam at the correct timings. And I do like to see a balance between both. But when Reign is individually feeling his type of games, he's just a different player on that position.
Do you feel comfortable right now in FaZe Clan on Nuke? I'm looking at the results right now. The past 6 times they played it, they lost 4 of those games. Is FaZe Clan still a formidable force on Nuke? Or is their win record more so a fact of the matter that they haven't really been playing to the top level as of recently?
I mean, when you have a guy like Kerrigan dictating the pace on the T side, I think you're always just going to have some sort of like a positive win rate on Nuke, right? I think he's, in the early days, just of how Nuke wanted to play, he was one of those innovating a lot of the smokes. I think him and Blade, when Nuke got reintroduced, was the guys actually dictating how should we actually approach this T side. And then, of course, over the years, it's been playing out a little bit differently. We saw new smokes coming in and so on, but I think he's always had a balance between those of throwing smoke lines, but also doing those execute pops. I think the A execute on Nuke is one of those he invented. The flash is coming in front of the silo, blinding the guy's CT vents, is one of his findings, right? So I think he's a guy who will always find a little bit of things, and especially when there's a player break coming in, I think he has more time to like dive deep and think like, okay, who can I find something from? I remember Kerrigan would always scout like smaller teams to find like 1 or 2 good things.
Well, you speak of Kerrigan, you speak of what he may or may not have prepared coming out of the break. One thing I know for certain is that we're going to see an AWP duel that's interesting on the server. You have m0NESY on one side, you have Brokey on another. Different styles of AWPing. Obviously, m0NESY is, as I like to say it, a guy that sometimes forces the issues. He likes to, you know, to some extent overpeak a little bit and try to really engage himself into the fight, where Brokey is a little bit more, I wouldn't call him defensive, but he has that explosivity to him, where sometimes he's put in a position where he will push hot, or he'll be standing on the inner bomb side, and then he has to close combat fight with the AWP. How do you see this one play out? There we go. We are ready with some G2 FaZe action relatively soon. We're fixing some technical issues, but they should be resolved soon, which means we can start to focus in on the game once more. Bubski, Nuke, FaZe versus G2. You said that FaZe played well. You said that G2 also played well. We know FaZe picked Nuke. Are you still comfortable this is going to be a 2-0 for FaZe then?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how much of my point got on earlier, right? But I do think Rain having a good first map is going to bring a lot of balance to the likes of the CT side. I do think one thing that is interesting is to look at how good the coaches will be on respective side. Yeah. I know it's hard to say, but look how they will try to counter the initial smoke walls coming in from both sides, especially on the CT side. Are they going to use the util to blow up the nades, to like blow up the smokes and see through them, or are they going to try to do damage with them early? Like, it's all about that secret way on how you get down there and introduce fear on the opponent.
Just before the break, we spoke a bit about m0NESY as well, and you made a point that he doesn't necessarily need to carry as hard with this current lineup. You know, have Nico coming back to form, you have Malps coming in as well. Do you think that's part of m0NESY also maturing as a player, that he has to realize that, let's say that you said it yourself, right, at the esports World Cup, he wasn't necessarily playing his best brand of Counter-Strike. The beginning of this tournament has been a little bit shaky for m0NESY. Is that part of maturing as a player, that you realize in certain periods you're not going to be at your best, and at those times you can't really fault him for keep on trying and pushing the issues, but maybe sometimes you need to accept the fact that you're not in your best shape and by then not be a liability to your team?
I mean, I think he is in the best shape. I just think it's about the mindset thing. There's simply not going to be the same room for him to actually operate in. I think Nico already showed that he's able to actually dictate that sort of experience and be like, okay, now I don't need to hard carry, I'll just instant switch. Where m0NESY is a little bit more inexperienced. Of course, he's been on the top for very long, but he's always been used to being like one of the main carries. I think right now he can just turn 10% off when it comes to those aggressive overpeaks. I do think he has the level to pull them off. I think he's one of the best at it, but I think he has potential to just take it up a little notch. Not on the stat side of things, but as a teammate.
As a teammate, yeah. Yeah, I definitely buy into that argument as well. A name that we don't often speak about anymore within G2, given there's so many stars in there, is Hunter. But I feel like he's going to be very important on a map like Nuke as well, playing the inner bomb side, having to defend that around the door area as well. Hunter normally, I feel like, is comfortable on a map like Nuke. And how important would you value his contribution to G2, especially when you consider the CT side?
I mean, I was surprised when G2 did their roster changes and then you realized, okay, Malps is going to be the guy moving into the unknown territory of new roles, right? I thought it was going to be Hunter. At this point, he has so much experience and he's not really shown in the last couple of months that he's been able to actually operate as like a second star rifler, but all of a sudden he finds his form again. One thing I'm a little bit scared on this map is that Malps on ramp hasn't looked the best. I think this is one of the roles where he's stuck on the most static position and he's not really as comfortable as other positions. You're very much all in those type of duels and it's not really suiting him that well.
And I guess the contrast between Malps being a new guy to ramp compared to Robs on the other side, who's been a ramp merchant for a long time, is going to be an interesting duel to look out for as well. You got m0NESY taking on Brokey. You got Nico taking on Frozen, Nico taking on Rain for that matter as well. You got the Malps versus Robs. There's a lot of storylines throughout this game. To bring you the action is none other than Anders and Henry.
Thanks very much, Pimp. Yes, indeed. Second map coming up next is going to be Nuke, FaZe taking their opponent's pick. Anders, what do you think? The 2-0, is it on the cards? Can it happen?
I think it can.
Yeah.
Karrigan just improving his form. Like, he obviously was a weak link at some point, but now he's playing way better. Rain was off to some hot starts.
Want to talk about those live odds coming in?
I mean, FaZe, favored all of a sudden by even quite a bit there. I think it's interesting. I think it makes sense. Nuke is a really open. Both teams can obviously win this one, but maybe there's still some adjustments to be done for G2 as well, with Malps in the mix and everything else. Like, there could be some things to get in there. But to be honest as well, it could also just be a completely different game, because the truth is, I don't think G2 ever really got started. Like, Nico got started on that first map of Ancient.
Yeah.
But they were missing some of their core players, maybe especially m0NESY.
Well, Rain hit the ground running this tournament as well. Karrigan's finding some form. I think that's a difference maker. Everyone has been pretty decent on FaZe, but you've got those two pieces already picking themselves up. Like, Rain, normally known to perform big on the stage. Normally a little bit average in the group stages, but he's looking fantastic in both outings so far. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into it. FaZe, their map pick. They'll be starting on the T side here, looking at 2-0 G2. We've got the Julies, of course, in the hands of m0NESY and Hunter. You're going to see the latter make his way on top of the hut. And for now, in terms of the tactical approach from FaZe, we've got one smoke and a flash. No nade for the door. And we're looking towards ramp here. m0NESY tucking himself in out of Malbs, taking the aggro at the back of the ramp room. Quiet for now. Just a note, no kit on the CT side.
Yeah, you're right. But this is a bit of a distraction if you peek this or you jump past and you just get a little bit distracted by Malvs being here, you're going to fall victim to the dualies of m0NESY that are right in your face. So we'll see if that plays out. If they lose this fight to m0NESY, it's going to be very hard to do anything. Oh my god, it's so quick. And Malps landing a laser shot, taking down Frozen. Hunter is next in line. And this is just falling apart for the minute here. G2 look dominant in this pistol. It's Karrigan and Rain. They take a bit of a miracle to get back into this round. They know where Rain is, and they're not going to give him much space to work, but they hunt him down from, I think, 3 different angles there. That's pretty rough.
Nothing getting done here at all for FaZe.
The captain left.
Yeah, crept their way in towards ramp, but a perfect setup shuts them down. Nice shots from m0NESY and Malbs. And now down to Karrigan. All he can really hope for is a couple of P250 kills. That's at the top end in this 4 versus 1. Nothing found. And we will find a very clean pistol for the defense.
And no bomb plant.
No bomb plant. Yeah, a lot of teams, though, are force buying, even with other plant. They like to bring out the Tech 9s, the armor, and maybe punish some SMGs, but we'll see what they've got in mind. Can obviously eco this one and purchase up for the third. But yeah, the round was pretty much over at that point. Hunter confirming it with his dualies. Looking much better this tournament than he did at EWC. And no force buys. So the eco, Reign of a Desert Eagle, actually is a bit of a master with that pistol, but he's dealt with early. m0NESY at range will take him down, unarmored of course. Shouldn't be much to write home about here. Just going through the motions, get it done quickly, get it out of the way.
The Deagle finding a new master every time. Try and see if they can carry it on. It did nothing for them. Betrayed them, you might even say.
Could say that.
But a good start for G2. Not the tug of war that we were seeing on Ancient, which ultimately did cost them quite a bit. Brokey, not a fan of studying the tactics, you can tell. Slumped over.
His homework.
Yeah. Nobody likes that, do they? So it's not a good time.
I mean, these days, you don't even have to do it. You just get AI to kind of do your homework for you.
That's true. It has
solved life factory there, guys.
All of our problems.
Yeah.
You guys don't know. I use it myself all the time.
Yeah, for your homework?
For anything I do, really.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Here we go, Rob's making his way out. Actually finding a lot of space there.
Oh my god.
Insane, but the peak has made things a lot more complicated for him now. Gets himself to safety at main entrance. A lot of pressure being applied here. What a shot that is from Robs. Opening things up. Needs to be careful of the aggression from Hunter. Down towards lower we go. You've got Nico. He thought he'd win that duel. Seemed like he had the advantage. Caught the peak first, but now it's a 5 versus 3. This retake with m0NESY at the helm actually could be a little bit interesting here. You're going to pop that smoke wide open.
Yes, they will.
Wow, okay, that's actually a bit of a nightmare.
Yes, it is. That actually makes it a bit of an interesting round again. I thought this was almost done for because just one player down here. Frozen will get a good kill though, and Malps, MP9 somehow doubling up that kill. I don't even know how, but he did. He's up to a triple right now.
Yeah, they are in a really precarious spot now.
I guess the time here is the thing that's kind of working for them. They're not under that much stress, but they have no more grenades on the T side. So eventually... Oh, and the windows aren't even blown out.
Yeah, this is so rough. But they're anticipating G2. They're going to try and grab the bomb and go upper. An interesting idea, but if they do commit towards lower, like, you're going to struggle to... If we take this side, shooting at the windows, you can see how high alert they have. Got zero information. They just don't know where the CT could be lying, wasting a lot of time here.
Yeah.
Finding out that it is indeed clear.
15 seconds now.
Get that bomb down, boys. So they don't go towards upper. G2 now with the retake, but the MP9s have been singing. Malbs with 3 kills in total. On for the ace here. Flashbang to be deployed. See it coming. And still Hunter continues to frag. Wow, that's insane.
How has he done that? 4 kills with the MP9. So much money. I don't think they had any business winning that round. It was such a great setup. Robs at the start.
It was a 5-on-3.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose.
I guess if you wanted to criticize FaZe, I guess you could say they probably didn't have to count on Karrigan planting inside of the smoke. Like, they had time and resources to take the bomb site and then, like, actually occupy it.
It was like a masterstroke play from G2. Like, you don't anticipate them to still have the HE. Like, at the stage of the round, I suppose.
Oh my
Nice, Mario. Sick round, bratan.
Very sick. Yeah, the fact they popped it open perfectly, denied the plant, it was just so overwhelming. Perfectly played from G2, recovering a 5-on-3 deficit. With the MP9s, no less, as well.
Brilliant.
Malbs, his best player of the series by far. 5-0 now. FaZe know, like, that should have been theirs. Need to hold their nerve on the T side. Early days, not the end of the world, but it's far from ideal.
Yeah, 4 kills and basically architecting the kill that Hunter got as well with the flashbang. So just massive impact.
True.
Tech9's on nuke. Could be pretty deadly. I think it all rides on whether or not you get the opening kill. If you don't get that, you're probably going to get pushed into a choke point and it's not going to be working out. But I don't know. You get one strong shot, you never know. Got a CSET 75 on Rain. Yeah, but it's been a much more quiet start here for FaZe. Total, they've got 4 kills.
Looks like they're going to try and smoke main. Molotov the huts. Make their way through Squeaky, but Snacks looks like he's good for at least a kill here. Good flashbangs though. He's actually overwhelmed. He's going to go down. Hunter needs multiple frags. Good for 1. Nico will find Rain. All the meanwhile, Monacy from heaven does find Rops. Got the bomb planted.
Pretty good job, I mean.
Incredibly difficult round to fend off 3 CTs here. Brokey with the rifle. Got a helmet.
Oh, he's up on top of the box. Is that going to throw off Nico? Is he aware that they're going to be... Yeah, look at that. You come out the ladder, you get shot straight in the face. Good flashbang, though. See if they can make it out of the high ground. I think you might be right. Fending this off is not going to be easy. Brokey trying to do the best they can. It's a very successful round nonetheless for FaZe, right? You get 3 kills in a bomb plant. It's not bad.
Not bad. I'd love to break through, though. They had some nice spacing toward the upper side. Good flashbangs, found Snacks early, but Monacy coming in, maintaining an even kill. Then took the man advantage with Nico's frag. 3 versus 2, and just didn't have the firepower and all the resources to fend them off. Nice idea, like you said, boosting on the box. Gives you an interesting angle when they come up the ladder, but unfortunately, just a dink. But nice strong buy here. 4-0. FaZe kicking themselves. They didn't convert that lower bomb side play. Be a very different game right now. First full gun round here. Orbs on either side.
We need to see FaZe activate. Not that much money. It's quite a bit on Monacy, but the rest, not a deep back here on G2, so there's definitely a path to have a bit of an impact early on. But it does require winning some of these rounds. Rain already tagged up, down to 41 health. Nico trying to guess the timing, didn't really work out for him. And they've got Rain down secret. So far, so good. Nico's down there to keep a watchful eye on anyone who's patrolling the perimeter down there. Snacks and Robs almost trading places in the smoke. How has he got down here? Nico is 100% dead. Oh no, what? How? How did he win that fight?
That's so insane. You're right, he had all the advantages he could ask for. The pre-fire, spotted his ankle as he left the vent. If Rain can find the trade, they'd be back in the winning position, but still, this is now a rotation coming through.
That is such a genius move from Rops, and Nico had no idea. I was going to have to see that from Nico's point of view. What an absurd play. Rain goes down next, and this round could be falling apart here. The bomb is up, so if they take down Hunter, it's maybe doable. Karrigan wins the fight. How are they back in the round? This is such a confusing round.
Hunter 100% should have got that kill.
Oh, yeah.
Karrigan was checking the CT vent.
It's the universe balancing things out for Nico.
I guess you're right. Now Monacy has to get up. Nico's got 10 HP. This is a topsy-turvy round. Nothing makes sense.
I don't know. If you're Nico and you live through that first one, maybe just try and go for this just to say, maybe it's just that kind of a day for me. All right, Frozen will drop him. Nice triple for him, and Brokey will find the kill on Monacy. I mean, they should have won the round lower.
The round was over multiple times on either side of the equation. Like, this kill, like, so insane that Nico wins that one. Thankfully, they win the round, but yeah, Hunter will be kicking himself as well. How, you can see, like, Hunter spraying for a good second at least, while Karrigan's checking out the CT vent. Like, I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, but that's a bit of a gimme. Like, should be taking Karrigan there. And they cost him the round.
Well, at least FaZe get there first. However confusing and weird it was.
Hey, they'll take it.
Oh, yeah.
Need to hold on to it if they can.
Look at the buy on G2. I mean,
it's with Monacy's orb, it's still more than serviceable. Nico on the Famous. Good flash. Nico holds his nerve.
Yeah, this position could be really powerful, I guess, for Hunter too. Look at how far he is towards the lobby. Kind of leaves Rops a bit isolated. He's pushed in towards the trophy room, so...
Really nice from G2 here.
Oh, yeah.
So much control, setting up Monacy in that powerful angle. High alert now for FaZe. How did they wiggle themselves out of this one? Another kill. Hunter punishing the lobby players. They're getting nothing done here. G2 are manhandling them. Great re-aggression into the lobby there. They had no idea, no one watching it. Is there anything that can be said? Good flash.
Yeah, but they're being attacked from every position. Low on health, grenade is going to land almost right on top. Not quite kill him. Rain goes down, and Brokey, he lands a no-scope lane shot, or a quick scope at least, on Hunter, but it's not going to be enough to get the kill. Yeah, they are absolutely manhandling them. Even after losing that previous round in a maybe a slightly frustrating manner, they bounce right back into it here. Carrigan. And I think because Monacy gets the first kill, they're not expecting for Hunter to still be pushed that deep into Squeak, so no one's checking for it. They think Monacy just got the kill and ran away, but there was even another player there. Timeout being called here for FaZe to try and figure out what does it take to get back into this one. The bizarre thing is I feel like they've had a couple of rounds now, both of them architected from Robs. There was the one that he pushed through the smoke into main and got the kill on Snacks, and then there was the other one, obviously, we failed the shot on Nico, but both, like, if Robs can keep doing this, they should win rounds behind it. Those entries are so hard to come by on Nuke, and Robs is kind of delivering or near delivering a bunch of them. 5-1. We, on the positive side, Eddie, we could see a third map. Keep going like this.
I think it's looking very good. FaZe started to shrink here on the T side. Nothing seems to be going in their favor. Can't close out advantages, the few advantages they've had. All blown open. Snacks more than willing to deal with it. Trying to deny any sort of lugs down towards the vents. We know Rops enjoys that sort of play. He gives it a go once again, but Snacks one step ahead. The MAC-10 doing God's work out there, but they overlook the hub for now. Hunter gets the double kill, and now it's down to a 3 versus 2. In the vent, one player sneaks through. That's going to be the M4 of Nico. Albs holds strong towards the ramp, but another one slips by the wayside for FaZe. Can't get down the vent. You'd be gray screened. You know CT's down there. And yeah, it's a solid hold once again.
Round is a great study in why you throw that Molotov on the hut. Obviously, they were going very fast this time, so they didn't have time for it, but you saw Hunter just with open range against them.
Yeah, even while fully blind, he just tucked to the back.
Yeah.
They overlook it. Gets a double kill. Now, not impossible for Brokey to win this one, but we're talking like 10% chance of winning the round. Monacy will find him. He's checking out the hut every now and then. Times it well. And there we have it. It's going to be the 6th round of the ball for G2. Completely running away with this one. That was Robs, like I said, he loves to try and get down those vents with the lurk smoke. Let's see how blind Hunter was. Yeah, comes back. 2 players on the screen. And there we have it.
I feel like Hunter's back.
This tournament, he's looking refreshed. 10-3 right now.
I would love a deep dive into his mindset if he really does feel like he's starting to come back himself, because it was quite a while where he was really a little bit out of it, and that's got to be frustrating. Feel like you're letting your team down, you're letting yourself down, you can't really figure it out, like the game's frustrating, it's not fun to play, but yeah, this tournament, certainly he's looked way better.
Another rough one for FaZe here, I'm afraid. Smoke's starting to dissipate up main. They're going to try and cross multiple numbers over towards Secret. A little bit scary there for them. Hunter, perfect weapon for the job as well. They don't have much in terms of
I've jinxed him, so he's probably going to die.
No, he's good. That will do. They got the man advantage still. He's got the intel.
Yeah, spots 2 more players. That's always interesting. No one sneaking up behind Nico, so for the minute he can stick around. Rob's keenly aware that someone could be jumping out, but Nico is going the other way. 45 seconds. They would love to plant the bomb, but how? All right, Nico gonna hunt down Frozen at the very least.
I mean, the round is still somewhat alive. It doesn't look good with the 30 seconds of even trying to go with the vents. We've got a player holding the hut. He's just gonna have to go for it. Find a rifle shot. That makes a sound cue though, and then
I think they had a smoke on the player that just died. I think Frozen might have had a smoke, but yeah, there we go. Right? They pick up one now because without a smoke, I don't think they're planting this bomb. Not even close. So
they're planting the bomb, whatever happens.
Yeah, you might be right. It's a real long shot here. Speaking of which, leg shot through the smoke, and Malbs will spray them down. He is 11-1, and one of the questions that the desk were raising beforehand was Malbs playing that ramp position, which can be very hard on Nuke. Might be one of the least favorable positions on the CT side.
Yeah, just because you just don't get much action. Like I said, Bubsky said, it's a static position. You're normally just playing for your life. You don't want to stay too long for the fights, but yeah, he's doing phenomenally well. Like his retake down towards lower of the MP9, that's the ramp player's responsibility. And he has not put a foot wrong yet. 7-1, like the half still recoverable, like 3 rounds is serviceable. On the T side of Nuke, it's far from ideal, don't get me wrong, but just the manner these rounds are going down, this looks so convincing. For G2, flash is being delivered. Nico going to give a nice spray as they cross. It's going to be hunted by Robs again. Like Robs and his lurks are not getting much done thus far. He's died every single round, Anders. He's 2-9.
Yeah, he was drawing the AK. I think if he had it out already, I don't know what made him. Did he throw the grenade himself? I'm not sure, but either way, he wasn't ready to shoot. Otherwise, I think he probably has it.
He keeps trying that same play. The lurk smoke down. Teammates take the aggro. He sneaks down the vent. It's just well read every single time. Hunter's got his number. Honestly, just going through the motions here. Feels like this half might be done. Ooh, what a shot that is.
He saw the shadow, but still.
Yeah.
They call him the Flash. You actually have to watch that in slow motion to even follow what's going on.
Yeah, it looked like the game kind of glitched out.
You're right. I mean, see just the shadow in a second. Yeah, and he's like, absurd. If any in-game leader could find a way back, probably would be Carrigan with his years of experience, but there is a massive deficit here. 8-1. They need to find a way to win the last couple of rounds, and it starts with just upgraded pistols, a little bit of utility here. Modesty at range, he's got a giant advantage.
Yeah, he really does, doesn't he? There's not really much you can do to dislodge him without the utility, and it's going to be an absolute freebie. Like I said, normally when you do a ramp, playing for your life, especially against those pistols, Modesty just gets the advantage, gets the information. Sure, they've got ramp, but that is not a bomb site. Malbs, oh, I was going to say, should be fine here. With the AK, yeah, solid.
Look at this kid work.
As ever. Gets another as well.
He started by saving G2 with 4 kills on the MP9.
True.
And he hasn't really stopped since.
That was a 5-on-3 as well. The deficit. 2 MP9s to save the day on the bonus round. And they make it happen, and it's led to this landslide victory on Nuke. Feels like we're maybe done. We're starting to pack it up at least. 14-1. Almost 100 ADR.
So
say this, like maybe adjust the setup somewhat. Like the one-man lurk down vent is not yielding anything for them.
I still have to say, like the 2 rounds that Rob's kind of opened, I'm going to count the Nico one anyway. Like those are the kind of rounds that you just have to win, because you can see what happens now. If they'd won those 2 rounds, which in some ways they probably should have, then at least they would have a fighting chance here. Rain will get one and actually quickly double it up.
Just going balls to the wall now. Just get 3 players out, fighting with AK-47s, taking some duels, and finally Modesty does miss a shot, and Robs, he'll be rewarded for his patience. Like we said, 2 rounds, kind of a minimum here, but they will not break the bank. This is the penultimate round of the first half. It will be 9-2, but still going to be very difficult to pick up that third. At least they won't be financially ruined for the final outing.
Yeah. I mean, I guess out in the yard, at least you can have somewhat of an honest fight out there. It worked for them. Good double for Rain. Snacks, in some ways. I was going to say, could just try and fight for it, but now he's very low, so definitely no longer in contention. Just save the AK. It's worth something still to them. So 9-2. At 9-3 if they get there. Is it enough? Can they make a comeback from that scoreline?
It's not what you want, but it's enough.
Yeah. Can't always get what you want, I believe.
Yes, someone...
Rolling Stones maybe wrote a song about that at some point.
Yeah. Where are they now?
Still on tour, I think. For literally...
like 90 years old, still going at it.
Like half a millennium, it's crazy.
Yeah, they've been going for like the early 60s until now. It's so insane.
Unbelievable Riz.
Yeah, you said it. The Eco's not happy. A lot of weird duels out there, just 3 AKs swinging at you. They've had enough.
In some ways, that is one of my favorite things about Nico. It doesn't really matter how much they're winning or how much he's dominating. Like one screw up, and it hurts him as if though they were losing the whole time.
Yeah.
Like it says something about like his buy-in to every round. Like every engagement, every fight means the same amount to him. Because if I'm winning in a game and I die, it's like, oh, whatever, like we're winning, who cares?
Well, they are winning, and then some. They're currently 9-2 up, final round of this first half. FaZe haven't got going on Nuke as of yet. Kind of a must-win round. 10-2 probably will not do. And here we go. There's a tactical timeout from G2 just to put the puzzle together. We've got Snacks saving the AK-47 as well.
Want to see in position once again. Oh, his teammate almost blocked that shot. That could have been a little bit scary, but Mobs wasn't blocking it. He was just stealing it. Rops goes down again early in the round. It's been, in many ways, tough first half for him. He's really tried. He's tried to take the extra risk.
You can see, yeah, he's being more active there instead of just holding Squeaky and trying to sneak down. He's trying to like change up the pacing, go for initial pick, but unfortunately for him, 2 players at the mouth of the ramp itself. You've got the luxury of the Monacy Orb covering you if you missed the shot. Malbs, though, as you mentioned, did not.
No, definitely not.
Yeah, desperate times here for FaZe. Feels like Mirage is a lock-in. This round doesn't look good for him. Carrigan, though, continuing with his strong individual form, which we've seen all tournament long. Nice grenade on both sides of the coin. Nico, considering the outside play from Rain, takes him down. And at least slightly winnable.
Yes.
For FaZe, Carrigan's low.
Oh.
Would come down to the resource deployment here. That's not bad. Okay, dude. That's exactly what I'm talking about. They can make those grenades that they have left over work. The Molotov into like the 50 damage grenade.
And look at this flank here from Carrigan as well. He's actually walked up right underneath him. He's at least going to get the kill on Monacy for sure. Busy throwing grenades, and it's a complete disaster for the Malbs trying to fight his way back, but he can't. They will get the last round at the very least. It's not much for FaZe, but we'll see if it will be enough in the second half.
What's up, Counter-Strike connoisseurs? You join us for day 4 of Blast Premier Full Groups 2024. We got FaZe versus G2. We're here, map number 2. We're in the second half, Anders, and FaZe finally got a goal past the keeper there because they actually managed to get 3 rounds. We said that's the bare minimum. They made it happen due to some fantastic utility being deployed towards heaven there. They had like the nuclear HE grenade going up, the napalm following up with the Molotov, and it did like 200 damage. And yeah, this is workable now, but they do need to win a pistol.
Absolutely required here. Second half is coming right at you. It's now G2 on the T side, and FaZe CT side for them. Malb starting this half with 17-3 as a scoreline. It's absolutely ridiculous. As a newcomer to the team, newcomer really to Tier 1 Counter-Strike, but he's not letting that show at all. Brokey here, he's hearing them, he knows that there, steps out with the dualies. It could have been better timing. It's going to be Frozen stealing, I think, all the kills, but Brokey is ready if they needed him. And Monacy out here.
You just say, guys, is anyone still there? Hello? Yeah. Human rubble at the bottom of the vent.
You're right. Like it was a trash chute.
Yeah.
Get rid of the evidence.
That's wild. He's like, oh, I guess it didn't work then. Like, everyone's dead after I threw the grenades. All right, next round. Oh, don't
watch him.
Don't let him in though.
Let him in. Let him have a bunch of 1v1s.
Let him in.
For the sake of the show, let him do it.
Even if he gets like 3 kills, it will lower morale. And every second that goes by, everyone's getting a little bit more anxious. It's Monacy after all. One of the best players on the planet at this point. Right here, right now.
Rob's not showing enough of himself there. He's going to be able to take him down. Good job. Critical round for FaZe, and they do end up picking it up. So a little smile and Frozen. All right, they're back in the swing. No strangers, FaZe to clawing their way back into games. It's kind of what they do, in fact. It's a pretty smooth shot. Some Brokey as well, who had the chance for all the kills in the beginning. Whatever.
Okay, playing it by the book. As we always say, Anders, you don't need to force buy when the bomb's not planted, when you have this sort of lead. Wait until you can actually deploy your defaults, have the utility, and not just going to be forcing rounds out. You don't need to steal them away at this stage. Oh, what play have we got here? He's got a Zeus on silo.
Is it finally going to be the run-boosted Zeus?
I've no idea.
Asked for a decade.
I can normally give an educated guess. I don't know what he's up to.
I've asked for so long, Henry. I've tried to bribe players to do it.
You move like you move slowly with the Zeus. You move like you got like lead boots on. So I don't think a run boost would necessarily work. I don't know. You do get some goofy movement speed there.
I mean, if you can drop down in the mini and catch someone, I guess that can work.
I have no idea what the plan is there.
I'm guessing that red container peak is to see if anyone is right underneath. So if someone is by that...
It drops down on the main entrance and Zeus's them.
I love everything about it.
Here it is. Yeah, you're right. That's what it is. Oh, God, actually, it's going to work. Okay.
I appreciate it. I really do. It's creative thinking. Didn't work out at all, but...
So they haven't suffered anything more than 1 death in the last 2 rounds. The problem is, Anders, as I detailed in the first half, you are in this bonus situation, which is great for the finances, but you don't have a lot of firepower here. I think you might consider throwing away one of these MP9s and getting a Monacy.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, yeah. Just at least getting a Brokey Orpal. We'll see whether that's going to be the case. They stay on the SMGs.
Yeah, but you're right, because G2's at 9 rounds. If they steal this round away...
Yeah, exactly. It's like it's not worth holding the economy. Like, I would say getting a bit more firepower might be a nice addition, but it is nuke. You can make it work, I suppose. MP9 FAMAS. Just 1 M4 here against a full array of T rifles. So what kind of approach once he brings to the table? Well, that's not a bad start. Spamming with that M4. That's going to be Rain. Bit of a master of the outside area.
Yes, he is. And Nico got grenaded at the start of the round too. That makes it a little bit uncomfortable. Some of those players still obviously deadly with the AKs, but...
If FaZe can win this round, they really are onto something.
Yeah. Not quite getting the angle down on that one. They have 1 Molotov on the T side now. That is a problem.
Brokey down towards lower. He's got an incendiary, sorry. They've got 4 players down there. Assuming one lurking towards lobby. It's going to be Malbs. He's trying to buy some time here. He needs a bit of backup, though. There's not really much he can do with just the MP9. Like, this is a one and done if ever you've seen it.
High health players leading the charge. You said it. One and done. As Snacks will take down Brokey. We're down to 29 seconds. Rops up on the railing. It's actually going to be Carrigan going down. Malbs.
They could go up vents.
Yeah, they might turn it around behind that. They might say, all right, let's see if we can actually get up on this bomb site. Frozen is the only one here right now. He needs a little bit of backup, but it's far away. The FAMAS rings out true in the first kill. Takes down Malbs. A bit of a start, but he's very low on bullets. And 5 seconds left here. Rain, oh, right through. Drops Monacy and stops the round.
Didn't think there was any world. He gets that kill, trying to kill Snacks after time. Oh, well done, I suppose, for surviving that one, but there's the bonus round victory. Whew! I've got to see that again. I wasn't even sure that was possible to get a frag.
I really can't believe it either. They still had time to plant. They could have done it.
Yeah, when you said 5 seconds, I was like, okay, well, at least get the bomb down. They're in position to do so. Rain can't deny it, but he gets the wallbang headshot. Okay.
He's put in the effort, Rain, this tournament. He's done more work than we've seen in a while. More work than Maui Snake's done for months, Henry.
Why has he got to make an appearance every map we cast?
There's a thing now.
He's the most talked about man in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
He's taken the world by storm.
Launders keeps raining up as well. It's just
yeah, that's what I mean. You guys, you're obsessed.
Wow. You think that's it? Round surely won. Oh, nobody can find the bomb. It's disastrous. Oh, that moment of silence, nobody knows what's going on.
Yeah, it's just like that countdown is like 3, 2, he can't plant, but maybe he wall bangs him or something. You never know. All right, 9-6, FaZe closing the gap here, looking at 2-0 this one. Rops finding some form. He had a pretty woeful first half. They're starting to turn it on now. Snacks fighting back and Malbs ND.
What?
The Desert Eagle.
How did he get the next one that quickly?
Oh my days.
How did he spin and take down the player coming in from hell? I have absolutely no... Fair play. They knew that the AUG was at the back of the ramp there, so that's a kill you can get with the Eagle. The next one, it seemed like they were instantaneous. Malbs at a 20-6 scoreline. Might have brought G2 right back into this half here. Frozen up on the high ground. Look at the money here on FaZe. They don't have an infinite bank.
Yeah, but if ever there's a man to, save the day, he's going to say Frozen. He gets that quick kill. He's onto something. Fortunately, though, now they know exactly where he is. He has got a plethora of utility. Grenade, there's something, I suppose, but is Nico going towards Secret and going to challenge him at Heaven? Okay, nice idea. It doesn't look like Frozen's going for it. Oh, the round, it looked like they were going to edge close up to the victory here. FaZe give that one up. Snacks and Malbs with the Desert Eagle especially. Bloody hell.
I'm itching to see that second kill, Henry. The first one, I understand. Logically makes sense that he'd hold one side of the box while his teammates are jumping to the other side. That's fine. I can't comprehend how he's able to get the next one. Maybe I'm exaggerating. Maybe it wasn't that crazy. But
it was a a 90-degree flick, so let's have a look at that.
It felt like it happened so quickly.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Yeah, 90-degree, right?
He's blind as well.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of ridiculous.
No way.
Like, you're not even mad about that. You're just like, well, fair enough, I guess. He's hitting those shots. Respect. 20-6. The Doctor is in session.
Yeah, patience dying left and right at the moment, but 10-6. Round number 17. All right, so the FaZe comeback's been put on hold for a minute, but Brokey has an AWP, and we know what he can do with that kind of a weapon. He gets some revenge against mobs at the start of the round, so at least they have that going for them. The rest of the weaponry and the utility may be a little bit questionable. But if they win this round, to be honest, it's not like G2 have a lot of money either. It could become another tug of war here just to try and get control of the economy. Bomb Planter 2 would really help out G2 even in losing. 4-round lead for them. What's the plan? Seems like they want to smoke yard and maybe go inside. Snacks and Nico kind of set up for it.
That's one of the plans available.
There are the yard smokes. Everyone knows and loves the Henry smokes, I believe they call them.
Originally in CS2, yeah, they were the Henry D smokes. All right then. Towards upper, looking likely. 4 players in towards lobby. Carrigan, be careful, my friend. Exposed towards Squeaky. That smoke goes down, which it will in a second. Nice grenade. Very nice grenade. Tickles them.
Almost lucky that he's not peeking it. If he peeked that while the smoke was blowing up with an MP9 and there's 3 people waiting for him, he might have died. 19 seconds, Henry. This is getting close. They're trying to make the drop down. Snacks.
Robs was caught with his knife out or something.
Yeah, I don't know. Robs has been caught a couple of times in this one. Frozen's got the kill on Nico. There's only 7 seconds left, and Carrigan wants to try and stop the bomb here. Oh, but they're holding the door against him. He can't quite open it. It's Rain to try and see if he can help his teammate out. They're going to lose Frozen in the meantime. 2 versus 3. Make it a 1 versus 3. And Rain will steal the AWP and run away.
And what would Robs be holding there? Like, what piece of utility could you have held that would really help you in that position? Was it just knife out? Was his move transitioning?
Yeah, because you wouldn't even throw a Molotov, because that Molotov would stop you getting up the vent.
I'm trying to work out what possible reason would you have for having a knife out there? If he had the MP9 in hand, he wins that fight. They had no idea. That's a real rough one. Jesu is recovering his game on Nuke. That could be the round that breaks their back. They had the opening pick there as well. Broker gets dropped, and yeah, it's all about Rob's knife out situation. If he gets at least one there, the retake's somewhat possible.
I mean, if he gets 1 Robs, they might not even get the bomb planted.
Exactly.
Like, there's a way that the rotations happen, like falling behind Robs. And now they're out of money. It's gone from bad to worse. I mean, we've seen some pistol upsets before. They need 1. Desperately need 1.
Suddenly did sour the mood when they lost that 5-on-3 phase. Never really got going in that first half.
Yeah, that did break up the vibes.
Yeah.
Well, again, I'll say on the positive side, there is a 3rd map on Mirage. I, for one...
True.
I'm happy with that. Let's get some more of these cracking teams playing. Carrigan, he's within range for the 5-7. Can do a lot of damage. Ooh. Nice attempt, I guess, from Brokey, but there was just a lot of people watching it. And that probably spells the end of the round, you have to assume.
You would probably be correct in assuming that. Carrigan would have to go supernova. Not going to happen. That is the round. That's going to be map point for G2. Feels like a matter of time. Kind of felt that way after the first half, to be honest.
A little bit, yeah.
FaZe have definitely given up some questionable rounds. Lots of concentration at some moments, like the 5-on-3s, like it was very well played from the likes of Malbs, but I guess sometimes it wasn't unlucky as Malbs was doing unbelievable things at the Desert Eagle, especially just stealing those rounds away. It happens. But yeah, they just never really got going in that first half, and now the finances are ruined, and they just force-bought then with the 5-7s. And I'm guessing they have about $2,400 per player, so that's more of the same. We're talking no helmets, MP9s and pistols to try and hold on.
Yeah, things have gone from bad to worse to worser.
Yeah, it's a wise man's once said.
I believe so.
All right, let's probably pack this one up. Mirage should be coming up next, no problem. It's never that simple though. Malbs MD found by Frozen. Early man advantage. Should be a 2nd kill here as well for Rain.
Somehow felt like that took a minute before he actually fired the deagle, but I guess he was just lining up the shot.
Just wanted to make sure it was dead on. Ooh, damn.
Nice. Been a slightly more quiet game for Nico, but it might just be because Malbs is doing so well that he's hoovered up a bunch of the kills for himself. Hunter and Monacy, 2 versus 4. If they lose this round, FaZe, I mean, that could be some emotional damage even going into the next map. They already lost the 5-on-3. Don't lose the 2-on-4 as well. Hunter does get dropped fairly low. And Rob's in a position here where if Monacy misses a shot, then he probably gets the return. But it's not going to happen this time. 50 seconds for the 2-on-2 now. What a way to lose the map by Fumbling another round like this one, it's going to be Brokey caught jumping in the window. It's all gone horribly wrong here. Carrigan on his though. Sure, he knows where both the players are, but still got 40 or 35 seconds here to try and find someone. Oh, he was walking through one smoke. Might as well walk through the next one. He could probably guess that they are going to be running for the bomb plant. Oh, and he comes back for it. Modesty actually completely mind games Carrigan on that one.
Yeah, excellent play from G2 overall. A few fumbled rounds from FaZe in that first half that led them to a very difficult situation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to Mirage.
Convincing victory coming out right here from the likes of G2. They're playing a good game of Counter-Strike, absolutely manhandling FaZe Clan, who were attempting a comeback, but it was never really close to succeed, were they?
I think you're harsh on T2, or sorry, on FaZe. I think they actually played a really good game considering what the circumstance was. I actually think this was a really good game of Counter-Strike. I don't always say it when the scoreline is this far apart, but there were so many moments where FaZe actually had an opportunity to actually get a round that was meaningful, but they just lost it towards the end.
I'm glad you said it. It did feel like the game was way closer than the scoreline suggests. 13-6 sort of suggests a very one-sided affair, but it was a game that had potential to deliver a bit more.
Yeah, especially I think Carrigan, I think there's a couple of rounds, especially one with Rain behind, two people almost failing those kills. Could have been a story of a comeback again, right? But they do fail the important moments, and that's what cost them in the end. Also towards the end, what a mind game from Monacy, right? Throws the smoke down to the B side, allows Carrigan to think like, oh shit, gotta run because the guy is like going to plan. Sure. But Monacy just knows he was inside, so he's pushing behind. Beautiful play from a very young player.
Yeah, a lot to dissect in this game. We may as well start from the beginning. I know you highlighted round 3 in the green room because you weren't necessarily quite satisfied with what you were seeing, and you were also very satisfied with what Robs was doing in that instance.
Yeah, I mean, I think many people in the scene has asked Robs to be a little bit more proactive, and I think he does that in many types of situations, especially in this game. The success criteria is maybe winning it around, but he didn't always win them. I think round 3 is a good example of where he can do a little bit of impact.
And try walk us through what we're seeing right here. Robs, as you said, a little bit more proactive, a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, he sees his timing to go down vents, actually fails down in the going down to the vents, end up at CT vent, but all of this is creating chaos. Right now, the guy on CT is talking, I need help, I have an MP9, I can't fight him. He goes outside, clears the smoke, still gets a kill, right? This amount of pressure on Nico forces him to go down at the vents, try to actually handle the guys. But a beautiful mid-round rotation from D2 also. Going down to stack B, they know they have to gamble, they get the kill. It's such a messy round. Modesty gets caught off, even though they don't know. In this round, there's just so much action going on. And then we have this 2v2 situation, which D2 executes beautifully. They're in a 2v2 scenarios, and look at the timing he calls that flash. He's not really blind, but it disturbs his aim. All of a sudden they wait, he goes first contact, and they trade it off. G2 should never have won that round, but they play it so good on the tactical side of things.
I was just about to say, you know, credit where credit is due. G2 played it to the best abilities, retaking the lower bomb side with MP9s, but my God, were FaZe disjointed in that one. You see 3 different players isolated in a 1v1 duel, despite being up in a 4v2, despite being up in a 5v3. Was this symptomatic of FaZe Clan's performance? Do you think they played under par in this game?
I mean, in this situation, I would give the credit to G2. It was actually really good, but played by both teams, right? I think G2 or FaZe doesn't expect 2 people to be down there so quickly. I mean, it is a vent dive from a ramp, or sorry, from a secret push, right? So it happens really fast, and then to rotate both your AWPer outside, under, and the ramp player as well is very not uncommon. So it's pretty interesting to see that they're actually able to execute on execute those on a language where they're not really that common each other.
And a good bounce back from G2 after the first map as well. Malps, we didn't really speak about him after Ancient. He didn't really find that much impact. However, on Nuke, he was a joy to watch. Absolutely manhandling that CT side, finding an awful lot of impact, and by far the best player on the server.
Yeah, I mean, we said he had a hard time dealing with the static movement of being a ramp player, right? But all of a sudden he shows his capabilities of like being a little bit more raw in his duels, and I think it worked well in many situations.
Are you surprised that he's playing that well already in G2? I feel like we've seen many maps now from Malps where he's actually coming in, finding impact.
Yeah, I mean, I said before G2 signed Malps, or when it was rumored, that I expected Hunter to move into more of a supportive role, that I think in his career he's at a point where you realistically could say he should move into those type of roles, and a Malps to shine. But he's all of a sudden being a Robs type of player where he can actually both deliver in the hard roles but also have massive impact on the anchored positions.
And I think for me that's probably one of the stories of this game, that you have Malps and you have Hunter, 2 of the, let's call them supportive elements, and 2 of the players that are not necessarily set up to be star players. They were the ones performing. Is that when you unlock the next level of G2? When you have Hunter playing well, you have Malps playing well, and then, you know, the support cast to those 2 is all of a sudden Nico and Monacy. I guess you're your strength and your depth of your lineup is unheard of if you're G2.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is what the old G2 should have been, right? I think everybody has missed this Hunter where he can actually take over a little bit of the games. But it is kind of curious to me because there's not been too much change inside the server when it comes to the roles and so on. But would you credit his uprise in his individual performance to the likes of Snax, or do you just think a break was needed?
I think a break was needed, and I would also argue that for Hunter, it does seem from the outside at least that when he's putting in the hours, when he's putting in an effort, I always feel like he can rely on Hunter, to a certain extent. And then sometimes we see him pop off. Sometimes we see him at an occasional tournament where he has not an MVP performance, but is an EVP performance sort of. And I do feel like Hunter is one of those players that if you give him time, he will have throughout the year 2 or 3 good tournaments. But maybe consistency at a high level is where he's missing out a little bit right now. However, it is a very interesting prospect now for FaZe Clan. Just to round off Nuke, it wasn't a great performance. I have to say it again. Kerrigan went missing after having a fantastic first map. Robs nowhere to be found again. Are you worried on behalf of FaZe of what you've seen so far? They came out of the player break after a shaky ending to the season. They've come in now and they barely beat Cloud9 in a best of 3. They're struggling against G2. What is your initial impression of FaZe as of right now? Because I gotta be honest, I'm a little bit worried.
I mean, I think most fans of this team is, right, how long can they keep this going with these 4 players, right? I think also time has maybe peaked for this roster. I'm still very certain that they can have a good couple of tournaments, but do they want to be the top 1 team again? I'm always curious, can they make it again? I think it was last year before Sydney and all those things. People were also questioning, saying, can these 4 people really make it run again? And they did, but a 3rd time, I'm doubting.
Yeah, you're doubting. I mean, we're asking for a lot. We keep FaZe Clan up to an incredible high standard. We have Mirage coming up, the deciding map between G2 versus FaZe Clan. But before we dive into that, we're going to jump on a quick break.
Snacks has made it very clear he's not a big fan of Inferno, which is a great map for you guys. Is the goal to try and convince him to like it, or is this going to change and adapt soon? Because I saw even in today's video it's not going to be played.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, Inferno has been our best map. It has been one of our best maps ever since I joined G2. So, I mean, he kind of have to get used to it. It's stupid from us not to play it when we are already good on it. So, but it takes time. I mean, changing IGL on a certain map is not an easy thing. It takes way more time than if you replace, I don't know, just a regular player, you know, or like just role-wise. But IGL, he needs to know the map, he needs to study the map, he needs to know all the rotations and all the things. So it will take some time for us to get comfortable with the map. I mean, we are doing fine on the map, but it's not as good as we were with Huxi, but we are getting there. And yeah, I'm not sure for the Vito today, I wasn't involved, but we are also practicing Mirage a lot, and we are definitely feeling comfortable on Mirage as well. So yeah, look, I mean, we didn't have much Mirages that we played as well, so it's good to have some of these Mirages officials under our belt as well.
Very interesting insights right there. I definitely agree with Nico when you're saying that, you know, coming in as an in-game leader and changing your own understanding of what your map pool should be can be difficult, especially if Snacks is coming into a team that likes to play Inferno. However, in this video, Bobski, we have a scenario where G2 have actually gone away from playing Inferno against FaZe as a third designing map and chose Mirage above that. We did see them play it at the Esports World Cup where they had a fantastic showing, and we have seen Snacks play with G2 on Inferno 3 times, and it's been shaky results. They barely beat the Mongols at the Esports World Cup, they lost to NAVI, and they barely beat NIP. So do you think, from what you know and what you've seen so far, that it's a good idea for G2 to maybe ease on Inferno a little bit before it's fully ready?
I mean, it's an interesting dynamic, right? I think it says a lot about which type of captain Snacks is, because I remember when I joined Strides back in the day, Glaive was very certain which maps he wanted to play, and that was just what we did, right? And I think it speaks volume of which type of leader he is, right? He's the one who's gonna be compromising a little bit on his own things to make everybody work within the team. And I think this is what maybe Huxi failed. I'm not saying they had a better map pool with Snacks or anything, but it just shows you how of a character he is. He will allow his players to have a lot of opinions, but in the end, the Vito still ends on Mirage, which is an interesting question.
And it's a fantastic map to see these two duke it out on. We know what FaZe is going to deliver on Mirage. It's a map they've had in the map pool for quite some time. But for G2, with Huxi, they barely played it. They had a period in the beginning where they loved to play Mirage, and then they went away from it completely. The past 6 months, they've only played Mirage 3 times, if you're G2. One of them were at the Esports World Cup. So do you think with Snacks coming into the lineup, that's also a telling of G2 changing their map pool and maybe allowing Mirage back into the fold?
I mean, I'm a little interested in the interview because he said that he obviously spoke about the Inferno and so on, and then he says, I'm not a part of the Vito, so I don't know, right? Of course, as a team, you kind of say before the game, this is what we're trying to aim, but of course, certain thing when you're in the moment of the Vito can change. But they under Mirage, and I'm not sure if it's Tess and Snacks up at the Vito board who's just going to say, oh yeah, we play Mirage, screw your Inferno. But I'm not sure, but I do think it's a gamble from G2.
And let's pick your brain a little bit, because I think a lot of viewers out there right now will be sitting thinking, don't they do the Vito all together? Isn't it all 5 players plus the coach figuring out? How was it when you were in Astralis? Was it Glaive, Sonic doing the Vito, and then the rest of you would just have to accept whatever happened? Or do you have a conversation coming into the game?
No, I mean, I think so the standard procedure, when you finish a game, you go home to the hotel, you prepare for whoever's next, then you kind of talk openly about the Vito, then you go look at the opposing team, and you'll be like, okay, they look weak here, we are good here, and then we kind of choose a map, and then that's our end goal, right? That's the map we start to prepare. You start putting over Sonic, okay, please do anti-strat on Mirage and do anti-strat on Vertigo, whatever, right? Let's say we pick Mirage and we think Vertigo is going to be the third map. Then we go into that principle, but when the Vito is happening, if it doesn't go as you kind of planned it to do, the coach and the IGL is alone. They can't go back to talk to the team, so they have to actually stand there and find something on the spot.
And you've been in occasions where you went into a Vito as a teammate, you think, okay, it's going to be these 3 maps, so we're going to do this, and then you come out of the Vito and all of a sudden you have to adjust. We're playing different maps.
I've sit on servers practicing nades for a map we shouldn't even play because I expected so much that, okay, we're going to be playing Inferno, I need to learn the coil smoke, it can't fail, and then 5 minutes before start, he comes back. Yeah, guys, we're playing Dust 2. Get ready to roll long, Baba.
Okay, interesting. A nice little insight as in how the vetoes are run for these professional teams. The coach and the in-game leader usually in charge of that. We just saw the knife round go down as well. G2 won it. I presume they opt to start on the CT side of Mirage. Now, Bubski, we are very close to starting this game. We're very close to finding out who's going to win this game between G2 and FaZe Clan. From what you've seen so far, from what you learned from G2, knowing the map is Mirage, where's your stomach taking you?
I mean, I will still go with G2, but one thing I think people should look at is how Robs will approach the connector position. It's not one that is normally the most comfortable position for him. I think it's one where he can develop a lot, especially we just saw it on Nuke, where he's actually willing to take those risks.
What about a guy like Malps? We just saw him play fantastically well on Nuke. He's being put into an anchor position on the A-bomb side, CT side for G2. Is that something that if you're Karrigan, you're broken the boys, you wanna test that?
I think some people had that mindset in the beginning, but he made his aura so strong in the start, right? He instantly just showed that you're not one I can just be picked on and like by doing easy flashes or maybe basic executes. Like this guy needs a serious challenge.
A serious challenge. Do you think Robs can give him that? We spoke about him. He's been struggling. Robs in 24 hasn't been the Robs of 23. Arguably the best rifler, you know, in the first couple of months of CS2, and he's slowed down massively. Again, a rating of 1.10 in 2024 is not necessarily bad, but it's not up to the standards he was showing in the beginning.
No, I mean, he is one of the best lurkers at times, right? He is a little too slow for my liking
at times. What is the current feeling of Robs right now?
Right now, I mean, right now he's definitely off form, right? But I think he's trying to innovate. I think that's the issue, right? Is that the old form didn't work, and I think Karrigan and the guys have said to you, you need to innovate. You become too passive, and that's what we're seeing. But he just needs to find his footing, and we've not seen it yet work to the extent of his old level.
I am incredible excited to see how this one is going to go down. It's G2 taking on FaZe Clan on Mirage. We have Henry and Anders on the mic.
Certainly do, Pimp. We're excited as well. The third and final map. You wanted it, Anders. It has arrived. You can see the live odds coming from GG Bets.
Okay.
They've got G2 as the favorite to this one. And I have to say, the last map, I think the analysts were onto something there. I think the scoreline 13-6 doesn't do the game justice. A lot of rounds I feel like FaZe had it in the grasp and they just kind of let it go at times. It was such a close game, but the scoreline didn't necessarily read that. Moving on to Mirage, though, it feels like FaZe can reset and give us the banger we're looking for to close out the series.
I love it. I think this could be another highlight game here. I think you're right, FaZe, unfortunately, losing some of those critical rounds on Nuke, and maybe it hurt the mental a little bit, but they've had a break. They are a well-experienced team. Let's see how they return into this one. I'm certainly excited for it. I know you are as well, Henry. So let's get this on. Mirage is coming up, the third and deciding map in this series between two Titan teams, FaZe and G2. So let's just get this on.
Let's get into it, shall we? Expecting big things for this headline fixture. FaZe versus G2, map 3. With G2 winning the knife, they've decided to start on the CT side. They've got Julies, but no other utility to speak of. Diffuse kits for Malbs. Has to drop the Julies as well. Smoke's being deployed, one towards window and indeed connector. Maybe a few split going in here, but it's going to be Hunter challenge first. Got the USP, willing to take those fights. No significant damage inflicted just yet. There's someone playing towards the window, however. That's going to be Frozen. Taking some key territory on the map. Smokes will begin to dissipate momentarily. Hunter re-aggresses towards shore and gets a freebie on Rain.
He took such a long time getting that kill. He really wanted to make sure, but I can appreciate that. Frozen goes down next. Nico able to find him here at range. That's dangerous for Hunter to repeat that. That's a P250 at range, but it doesn't really matter because Hunter was way more accurate. Rops and Karrigan, I don't think this round is very salvageable at the moment. They have the bomb picked up and Rops is holding the window, so I guess if Karrigan can find a way to a bomb site here, it could work out, but it's probably a 1 in 1,000 to make this one actually play out. m0NESY up from the Palace, applying a bit of pressure. Hunter creeps in, it's landing more headshots. Brilliant round here for him. 3 kills for Hunter, and the round goes to G2.
Yeah, very crispy from Hunter. Thankfully, though, even in the 4 versus 2, they got the bomb planted. So not all is lost here. They could definitely bring Tech9s or Galils into the next round here, but very nice from Hunter. Re-aggressing towards short as mentioned. Finds Rain. Nico, lovely shot at this USP as well. Hunter then from the bench. Nails it. As it's a pretty clean and concise round. Bomb being planted, though, does provide some stress in the follow-up round. You're expecting a buy here. So there's an AK for Frozen. Seagulls elsewhere, but how all in we going? Not very. So they're just going to have an AK here, which is absolutely fine, of course. Just going to make sure they'll buy it next round, but they just want to have some sort of pressure applied to the economy of G2. But should be a bit of a walk in the park, especially in that first one. Rain with no Kevlar. Mowed down. Let's take significant damage, Malbs. Yeah, there's the AK.
Oh, this is awkward. Nico taking way too long to actually get those kills. Frozen will land a kill on Malbs. He's already low on health. m0NESY here might be able to clean up 1 or 2 kills. Oh, but Rops
down
from range takes down m0NESY. Suddenly it's a 2 versus 3. Hunter here. Can he continue the comeback, the personal comeback that he's been on? Yeah, with him and Snax, they're going to be able to clean up those kills. Okay, that got really dicey. I actually love the play that Malbs did at the start of the round because he heard Rain burning on the other side, so he knew that he was pushed up in front of the Molotov, or at least he guessed he was. He just took so much damage actually getting the kill on Rain, but it's still a smart play.
Hey, they wanted to apply some pressure to the economy. They certainly did that. Getting 3 kills in total. Amazing shot coming in from Rops after he got out of the palace. See you later, m0NESY. And bear in mind, they're going to be buying up in this follow-up round here as well. So it's all about laying the foundations to start getting some wind in your own sails here. So there'll be one caveat. We've got Carrigan on the Tech-9. Obviously, after Frozen's efforts, you want to make sure he's got the rifle in his hands. Nice and warmed up. And we'll see now. FaZe can find their first. Wow. Great start through the smoke, clean. m0NESY takes down Rain. Oh, my
The timing is ridiculous,
goodness.
isn't it? Carrigan
gone.
He was specifically waiting for the smoke to return after the HE, and Nico's like, I know you're going to walk out afterwards. They have been playing each other a lot, so I guess it's just a force of habit there, but well played. Round number 3, and things are looking really hot right now for G2. Most of the defense centered around the middle. The bomb is making its way here. Theory, if they get a very fast kill on Snax and manage to smoke off towards the short position, there is a way to do this towards the catwalk, so they have to be quick with it because rotations are going to be coming in very fast indeed. You can see they're already fighting on short at the moment here. Snax shooting him in the back. He just lines up a quick double, and that's plenty enough to win the round here. Rops, 1 versus 5, and not going to be happening.
Yeah, let's go indeed. Very clean start to the CT side of Mirage here. G2 undoubtedly looks like the better team. On Nuke, the pick of FaZe couldn't really get into it. Any advantages they found were squandered or stolen away from the likes of Malbs, who dropped 20+ frags. As a Rampant player, is very impressive. And it has to be another eco here for FaZe, at least a partial buy, some Kevlar, some pistols. Round 4, G2 is looking to keep this one clean. They've got 3 AK-47s here. Money's starting to build up quite nicely. If they keep this one clean, they will have funds for days. But we do know there are some pesky deagles to deal with here. FaZe very powerful with those particular pistols, and you're going to see that opening kill on Hunter. He gets absolutely dropped by Carrigan.
Henry G the Prophet. Pesky deagles, almost the second one there, but it doesn't really work out. Which is a shame. If they would have had that one, it would have just been Nico alone. There's Rain with an AK.
Yeah, that's
might be better than Deagle.
Hunter, yeah. It might be. I think, hey, this is looking good for the first FaZe round here. But Snax.
Oh, he's sharp at the start of this game.
God damn.
I feel like every fight Snax has been in, it's been lightning quick for him to get these kills. But it's a 2 versus 3. Malbs is alone here. Snax has started to get over there, but if he doesn't survive this, then Snax is going to find himself in a very hard position to win. Nice little swing around. Doesn't expose himself too much to anything, and now Snax is there. All right, that was a little bit more labored, but he got the job done regardless. And Malbs trying to run away with it. He actually just fights Brokey straight up. I don't know if that's necessary, but it doesn't matter.
Malbs always so clean with it. And those 1v1s, he's always so calm. Always with great movement, disciplined peaks, deadly accuracy. And that's another 3-kill round for him.
Doesn't that make you smile with Taz and Snax? Just
a
little wink there, you know.
Got Neo on the other side as well, of course.
Yeah.
The whole team's almost there.
The storylines are actually too many. Like, there's too much to cover.
Well, yeah, Malbs.
Nice, Mario! Nice!
Getting it done. Super clean. And it's 4-0. A spotless record for G2 so far. m0NESY on the AWP now as well. Not the cleanest round in the previous, but the money's still okay. They would be suffering if they gave up a clean one themselves. There's going to be Hunter exchanging blows with FaZe. Takes down Carrigan, but Rain will find him. 4-on-4. Spoke towards the window. Flashbang for the repeak.
Well, Nico could find an insane timing. Look at this.
He's going to get so much information. Once he confirms a B's clear, they can leave Snacks to go back towards A. That's exactly what he'll do now.
I think they never saw him go into the underpass either. They have no idea this is happening. Malps, yeah, he was always going to be in a tough position. If he stays there, he's at risk of getting Molotov. If he peeks out, well, the AWP was waiting for him, but the round could still be changed by Nico. They're running right back. They have no idea that he's there. Does he take the shot at range? Does he try and double it up? All right, he will. It takes a minute, but still finds Rops. Ready for the repeat coming in from Rain. He's so smart, isn't he?
What is that game sense?
He's
just the timing, the crosshair placement. Like, sure, it's likely there's going to be a player lurking towards middle, going for connector once they commit to A. But still, the read that he's going to come back and find you like that, Monacy.
For my money,
file nails in the coffin there.
For my money, Nico's in a club with very few other players in the world ever.
So sick. Just so aware.
Brokey with 20 seconds. And that's the real problem here, right? If he had a minute now, he could dance around and look for some kills, maybe try and plant the bomb if it's a 1 versus 2, but with 19 seconds, like, there's no checking all the corners on that A-bomb side. Trying to escape, but Nico back at a perfect timing.
He couldn't have played that round any better. Not only did he garner a boatload of information for his squad with the underpass push that was perfectly timed, he gets himself 2 incredible frags here. Just look at the assertive nature of his crosshair placement. His nose, I know you're walking into me right now. Just a matter of when. He gets that one, times it well on Brokey as well. He's trying to exit with his AWP. He gets nothing. Nico decimates them. As we take the timeout, Neo chiming in. I'm not really sure what he can say now. They haven't really planted the bomb. They've got maximum loss bonus, but it's presumably going to have to be a half buy here.
I think at the start of that round, Frozen was holding the underpass over the B hallways. And I think the reason he fell back is because it probably was a call from top mid from... Can't remember who was holding there, but yeah, they probably said, okay, there's nobody else in middle, and they just never saw Nikos dive in there. They got the kill on Hunter in the middle at the start, and they might have thought, okay, that's it, like the mid war is over. Nobody is on this side any longer, but he just slipped the net, and it cost him the round. So 5-0, G2. Hot out the gates on Mirage. The deciding map in this one.
Couldn't be hot around it.
No, it really couldn't.
This is a beautiful showing from G2. They're officially on fire. As we see that half buy come through, it's an old classic from years gone by. The Tech9 full execution on towards A. Off the bat. Sometimes snowball into an avalanche.
Yeah, but
okay, what's that smoke about? Did they... I think that's a stair smoke, isn't it? Like, I don't think it's supposed to be there at all.
Surely, yes.
They've kind of smoked themselves out. Unless I'm missing something. That's supposed to be where Monacy is. That's a nightmare. How do you even do that?
Can we retrace that? Can we go back and look? Yeah.
Like, if anything, they smoked themselves out. That's rough.
I think especially with the pistols, you want that top of stairs smoke, right? That's surely what that was.
100%. I don't know. I'm just trying to work out how that even gets thrown there. Yeah, I'd like to see... Oh, well caught, Observer Team. Cheers. I like that.
Yeah.
Wasn't what they were looking for.
I doubt it. But yeah, Nico also playing by the fireboxes, making it very, very tricky. 6-0. FaZe nowhere to be found. They're missing.
MIA.
Usually, you've heard us say this many times over the last couple of days, FaZe, they can have slow starts. Typically, they make some sort of comeback. We haven't really seen the beginning of that yet. They were missing on Nuke as well for the large part of that game. Can't keep going like this. I mean, eventually they have to get back into this. Nico with a 9-4 scoreline. Snacks with 7-1. Some of the players doing fairly well right now on the CT side. Carrigan trying to walk straight through the smoke. They're actually bouncing into each other. I think Nico, if he just... takes a look, or it's going to be Hunter
anyway. He's like, Nico, there's someone next to you, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, and again. Cousin's got you. Then Nico. Hunter's having to do all the work. What a play that is. So Nico lets a couple of them by. It's Hunter to find the hat trick, protecting his cousin. And we are going to find a 3-on-1. Robs, though, they need him to shine now. Not outside the realms of possibility that he wins this one. 35 seconds remaining. The bomb down towards connector. It's certainly not ideal, but if he gets a quick double kill somehow, he's going to have to jump over.
Yeah, he was faking the jump up to the high ground. It's smart, But look at how much they're respecting him. Like, they know as well as we do what Rops can do, so they're trying to stay real far away. They know he doesn't have the bomb, so he has to show up here. Almost shot in the back, wall bang from the other side, and on the count of 3, they're going to get him.
Well done, Hunter. Really having a great series.
Great tournament. He's back.
Yeah, agreed. You see, like, Nico's like, yeah, it's cleared, steps, no problem. Don't worry about steps. But then multiple members just walking by him.
Yeah, Broky stabbed him with the AWP. Where are the bayonets? 7-0. I can't believe what I'm seeing. It's been no opening for FaZe to get back into this one. It's been very one-sided. Scoreboard on the FaZe side definitely reveals as much. Nobody above 3 kills, Henry. It's not always all about the kills, but most of the time, sometimes it is.
You do need some of them.
Yeah.
That much is true.
Can't really do it with no kills. No one's tried that yet. The impossible run in Counter-Strike. Just plant the bomb every time.
Want to vacate the site. Okay, so we've got a Rob's AK. That is about it. Another half by. They're not even getting bomb plants down around us.
No.
I'm going to go for the round timeline. I don't think they've really planted at all.
Yeah, I actually can't remember a round like
only in the pistol. They got the bomb down. That is just a real telltale sign. You don't have to be a genius to suggest that TZ's not really going to plan if you can't find even a single bomb plant.
Oh,
see if they can make anything of this little B gambit.
The answer is no.
God, it's really... The second map, I know it had some moments where it was a bit unlucky for FaZe and they fumbled some rounds, but it still was a little bit underwhelming for this sort of fixture, like G2 versus FaZe. And I thought we'd get the third map. It was going to be super epic. It's going to be the showstopper, game of the tournament, rivaling the Liquid and VP game yesterday.
If you're a G2 fan, it is super epic.
I mean, yeah. But with no bomb plants, so they're not having to really, like, bring out the huge clutches. Or...
It's almost too easy is what you're saying.
I'm not saying that necessarily, but yeah, I would just like that. I'd just like a bit of some drama, you know, some tension.
I'm saying FaZe suck, Henry.
Okay, you've worked it out.
Putting words in your mouth, you'll have to deal with it later.
Here we go. Round 9. Brokey for the AWP, but doesn't have a helmet. That is actually kind of a big deal usually, but there's so many AKs on the CT side, it might not be a problem. Hunter changing the setup here. As long as he gets one, it's justified. First one found, will likely be traded, and he is by Rain. 4-4. Best situation FaZe have probably had since the gun rounds began. Yet to post a single round, yet to post a plant since the pistol. Snack's learning towards B right now, drops the smoke. What's the play here from Carrigan? Needs to start.
They're still a top mid. How crazy is that?
Nico of another sensational backstab potentially. Carrigan does have the timing on him.
He could have, but again, Nico's game sense is so ridiculous.
Okay, Nico,
50-50
Carrigan's
here.
got underpass.
Oh,
so
yeah.
he would be calling, if anything, the flank's clear.
Yeah, he might do that. You're absolutely right. Could be some potentially fake info coming out. m0NESY quick to get the AWP back out. Scopes up, takes down Rain. 40 seconds. Yeah, he is just slowly but surely walking. I might even need him because m0NESY is in that kind of a mood.
I'm talking about his bloody flank, and they're all dropping like flies anyway. We'll see if Brokey and Co can do anything. 25 seconds, still yet to get close to a bomb plant. C4 is available, but m0NESY's just got a prime position.
Okay, I think Nico might at least get a little bit of a taste here. More than that.
There it is.
Quick double.
Rewarded for the flank in the end. m0NESY lines him up, knocks him down with that AWP. No problem whatsoever. It's just not the game I built at the start.
It isn't.
Looking a little bit flat FaZe. Oof, that is nasty.
Ilya, sick. Did you see? Yes, sick.
Hunter's. He was a little bit hard on himself there, you know.
I think he just knows that he maybe had the potential for 2. Like,
yeah,
a one and done at the start of the round doesn't necessarily benefit the CTs, but
this is the Hunter comeback tournament.
Yeah, like the fact he's 12-3 and he's disappointed he only got 1 kill in the round. Like, yeah,
he's played well every map so far.
He's been very good. Like, considering the rough form he had, Riyadh, I feel like this is a fantastic turnaround. Like, really
I'm ready to cheerlead him a little bit.
Form.
I think it's great.
Like he seems more assertive, nailing his shots.
Yeah. I mean, until FaZe give us something to believe in here, is hard to talk about anything other than what G2 are doing at the moment.
Well, yeah, if they're not planting the bomb, it's really difficult for me to spin anything together. Now, Anders, they've got 5 Galils.
Still, Rain top fragging out that team with 4 kills.
Okay, that's a crazy stat, isn't it? You're round number 10, the top fragger.
Oh, now Malbs is going to pull a Nico. Is he going to keep pushing? Yeah, look, almost will. No, he's going to go back. Thought he was going to go push. Might not even have been in time anyway.
They can rotate everyone over towards B, so he still gets information. Rain opens things up there. It's going to have to be down to Carragher. He needs to try and deliver here. They're actually getting some kills, some trades. Rain with a double. This is the first advantage they've had all half. Frozen, nice little lurk potential as well.
Surely a free kill.
That's a freebie, absolute freebie. Done. Surely. There we go. First round on the board. It was Galils across the board, actually. So they'll take it. Somewhat hollow victory considering the deficit you currently find yourself in.
And also a real different speed to that round. Like setting up for it pretty quickly, coming to the catwalk, not trying to slow anything down, just really going for it.
Surprising they won that one as well, considered like we had Malbs with all the information, 3 players in B.
Yeah.
Just had to come down to individual prowess, and Rain's got that for buckets and spades. His best round so far in Mirage. Looks excellent today, especially on Ancients.
Oh, yeah. Well, that had better be the beginning of something grand for FaZe. 1 round will not cut it. Okay, they got some mid-control. It's a bit of a start. A lot of people here for G2, though, both on the A and B side, so they could get crunched in the middle still. Hunter feeling very uncomfortable. I think Molotov just applying a bit too much pressure, and Frozen will find him at the end. Malbs trying to find just a glimmer of someone on the other side. He's going to get the kill, but can he escape this position? I think Nico helped him out. Carragher was behind Malbs, and Nico finds him.
It's getting so unfortunate for FaZe. They keep getting past the defense and then walking into another crosshair. Great awareness from G2. Looks like they're getting into a bit of an uncomfortable situation towards that connector, though.
I don't know if they realize Malbs is still there. They might have thought everyone fell back. All right, they're going to check it, but there's so much damage. Malbs, he's still negotiating that position very well. It's going to be Rop to get blown up and leaves Brokey. He's got the bomb, but he's in an awful position down here. Despicable position, some might have said.
If he clicks the scope even once, he's there. Even way. Oh, God. Smacks. Okay. I think he's got this. Brokey's going to win this. Oh, that shot doesn't quite connect.
That's the kind of round that he can win. We've seen it many times before. Has an HE. I don't know if he was daring to throw it now, but if he did, I mean, he could have caught Nico. Going to be down to the AWP.
I think Brokey's got this.
We've got a sense, Henry. Well, let's see if you're right. Could be onto something as he does take down Nico. Gets a chance for a reload now. Alt versus Alt. m0NESY versus Brokey. And Brokey, ice cold. Stops moving, just holds the corner, waits for m0NESY to get closer. You can see m0NESY's just trying to get out there, making a bit of noise. So now he definitely knows where he is. No element of surprise any longer. Taps the ball once, and it's Brokey to clutch it. You're on point, Henry. You called it. A quad kill and a clutch for Brokey.
Yeah, he plays it so well. Oh, Snacks to be kicking himself there. Essentially, it could have just been AFK in the apartments, wait for the plant. Very unfortunate. It's a lovely shot. Like, how he wins that duel, I'll never know. Gets the Spidey sense tingling, and that's laying down the red carpet for a sensational clutch. Perfect weapon for the job. Has to nail his shots, and he goes above and beyond. They needed that desperately. Final round of this first half. Similar scenes to what we saw on Nuke. They couldn't get going at all. It was 9-3. They stole the way around in their T-side campaign. Very similar here. See if Nico can shut down the early prospect of a mid-take here. 1 and 2. A little bit labored, but he gets the job done. Smoke about to dissipate. Probably gets taken down by the AWP, and Brokey will find him.
I think Malbs almost died at the start of the round to Rops, who was pushing this A-ramp. That's him hanging around here. But so if Rops would have got that kill on Malbs, it would have been a nice 3 versus 3 here, in spite of Nico's double. Oh, well, there we go. Finds him anyway. A little bit of patience. Waits for his prey to try and escape. Round is back on. Henry, if they win this round and win the pistol on the second half phase, I mean, it's kind of a conversation again.
Yeah, Brokey.
A lot of maybes, but
saves the day. Doubles their round total. with the clutch.
Yeah. We're grasping to any positive signs we could find for FaZe right now, really. G2 are really stretched out, so none of these players, well, I guess maybe the A-bomb side, but it's going to be hard for Snax to get any backup before it's too late. Put out a smoke there just to buy a little bit of time. 30 seconds. They don't have any info at all, so when Snax makes the call, they're going to have to trek all the way across the map to try and help him out. Here they come. 20 seconds, sneaking away through. He still doesn't quite know, but they have to make some noise jumping down, so he's trying to stay hidden for the minute. They're looking for him, and they're going to find him frozen. Important kill right there. They need this third round to G2. Maybe not such a big deal if it becomes 9 or 10, but for FaZe, missing from this map entirely, they absolutely need this one. Roki making sure no flanks are coming through. He almost gets himself killed, peeking back into m0NESY. Was waiting for him down there, but somehow they both missed the shot. There's going to be m0NESY taking down Brokey. A bit of revenge from the previous round. The bomb swiftly ticking away. They do have kits, of course, but they need to get out of the market right now, and that's not going to be easy. Frozen turns from the flashbang. The spray is very good, and ropz will close out the round. Hard-fought rounds here at the end, and FaZe, we'll see if they can make the comeback after this.
I would say that gaming is I would say, very good school. It taught me a lot of things. Dedication, responsibilities. You could say something to wake up for every day. I'm David Czernianski, also known as Frozen. So I grew up here in Bratislava. I was born here. This is my hometown, you could call it.
I'm chilling at the jungle, enjoying Bratislava.
Childhood was, you know, I think pretty casual, I would say.
Bol taký hyperaktívny.
When I was like 7, 8, I remember more being outside. I was doing hockey, I was playing football. We were competing in some small local kid tournaments, having the spirit for competitiveness. I was kind of always around the games, almost from the get-go, you could say.
On hodiny strávil, keď brat hral a on pozeral. To dokázal tam hodiny sedieť a čakal, kedy ho pustí. Takže vždy bolo, že môj veľký brat samou.
Watching my brother play the video games and wanting to be like him in a way.
Tak jeho sen bol, že počítač potrebuje. Čiže na Vianoce dostal počítač. A vtedy to začalo.
One, two. Wait, fake.
O tej hre vôbec nič, len proste dvere, tak na obrazovke krvavé steny, tak proste ako moc som nebol nadšený z toho.
I remember watching some frag movie from 1.6 and I saw a Slovakian player there. I remember something clicked in my head and I was like, maybe I could one day be in a video like this as well, you know. It has been something that I was dreaming about before and, you know, suddenly it was a reality. I knew it's something that I cannot just, you know, waste. Ever since that day, I always made sure that I'm worth my place.
Exits, fusions, finish the job. AI says 70% swung to 40 because Frozen. Pieces together the clutch. Here the cross the barrels, goes to the monster kid. And he gets it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The final half here wasn't the best showing from FaZe, but as usual, they do manage to scrape a couple of rounds together towards the tail end. They're down but not out. They seem quite jovial over there. If you're aware of the context, this is the Group C upper bracket final. So losing this, you just go down to the lower bracket, potentially get a rematch at the end of the group. So not like a massive amount on the line here, but still getting yourself into that group final is going to feel a lot more secure than having to run the gauntlet of the lower. We'll see if FaZe can find some footing here, as Anna's mentioned, as they get the pistol on the CT side. They're back in a pretty interesting position, but we'll see if they can fend them off. G2 get this pistol. We might be calling this one done. Let's have a look. Got a boost here.
Oh, yes.
Carrigan with the Julies. It's currently 2-12. He had a really good showing on Ancient.
Frozen. Okay, he has to get in a position where he can maybe distract a little bit, just so that they're not facing Carrigan straight away. So if he can just, you know, catch their attention for a second. All right, it's Carrigan going first, and yeah, that was my issue. Maybe a little bit too much to handle. Frozen, no. Remarkable work from the back. He at least keeps them in the round here.
Yep, true.
3 versus 3.
Anyone's round. Oh, Rain had a chance to find the advantage there. Snax just being relentless with the challenges. Doesn't take much damage just yet. CT's having to coordinate themselves. The Glock, so good at close range. Deadly weapon. m0NESY will keep it an even keel here for now. 2 versus 2. NiKo battling back from the bench. It looks like it's enough. Brokey just doesn't have the HP. m0NESY,
no way.
what are you up to? Gets the knife right between the shoulder blades. Ran out of ammo and gets himself $1,500 for his troubles there. That might mean an early AWP enders.
What a sickening way to win a pistol round. I must say this as well. Like when it's down to the 2v2, they are alternating peaks from bench and the B-bomb side, making it so hard for the CTs coming out. Like I don't know what they could have done here, but yeah, you're already losing the match.
That's for Twitter, maybe.
Yeah, that is for Twitter. He's not wrong. 10-3, ladies and gentlemen. We're moving into round number 14, and things have never really looked worse for FaZe. 7 rounds behind. They forced up into this round. I mean, you might as well try and build something early on. Maybe the Scout or maybe the Deagles will find some kind of an impact, but we're in a territory right now where it's going to have to require some heavy lifting on the side of FaZe to make it back. Carrigan by getting it done. So we love to say when the Scout is out, any body shots always make a big difference.
They've got a bit of a stack here, though, Anders. Could get interesting. This boost box, sometimes overlooked, but only when things get super chaotic, and it's going to be Frozen, let himself be known. Still alive and kicking as Robs, but they're probably trying to avoid him at all costs at this point. Bomb is actually down in quite a precarious spot, so they might have to challenge him. Robs will sit in the smoke for now. And m0NESY makes light work of him. Looks like this game might be in the bag. The book suggests that we have to go for a full eco here, but at 11-3, you might have to force buy again because 12-3 might not be recoverable.
I mean, it's all the fact that we just have no evidence that FaZe are in a position where they can recover it right now. Frozen's got 11 kills, is pretty good, but we're not seeing that breakthrough performance from anyone here. Like, this would be the time where you would really want to see Brokey or Rain just come through and power down some of these rounds, but that hasn't really been the energy that they've been displaying yet. m0NESY, very strong kill, takes down Robs. We expect them to win this round, which will put them at 12. Again, it's down to Deagle shots. They're fun, they're exciting, satisfying, some might even say, but right now, they're hard to come by for FaZe. Great work. Back to the B-bomb side we go.
Oh, yes, indeed. This was the eco, essentially. Some Deagles, but no Kevlar.
Oh, they changed their minds. They didn't want to go B.
Rain would have to find 3 kills there. Not going to work out. So that's going to be series point. G2 ran away with Nuke. Also posted a 9-3 scoreline there in the first half, and they're actually finding series point before the gun rounds even begin.
Highlight of Nuke being Malbs with a stunning performance. Highlight of the series so far is probably still Hunter making that you know, slow comeback. I think it's really cool. It makes the whole team much stronger, obviously. NiKo, you know, powering through on the first map, even if they couldn't win it. Still trying to draw them back into that one. Yeah, 12-3. And FaZe staring down the barrel of having to win 12 rounds, or not quite 12 rounds, I guess, in a row, but it's close to it. 10 rounds in a row, 9 rounds in a row. Whatever it is. Yeah, this is absolutely brutal.
guess you might take a timeout here. Feels like we're done. Just a matter of time. We'll see if FaZe can keep their head above water. Mac 10 for Hunter, looking to find the unarmored heads. There's a couple of them kicking around with Carrigan and Brokey, but FaZe absolutely battered here. Popping the smoke open. Robs will keep the dream alive for now. Snacks dropped. Aggression from short as well. Second kill for Robs found. Takes Nico. Looking good here. Some resilience, finally.
2 versus 5. Pretty much their positions are known at this point in time. 3 people waiting for them inside of B. Brokey won't even let Hunter back off from that one. He'll get the second headshot on Monacy. 1 out of the 9 down. Long, long way to go. March back into this kind of game when you've got this kind of deficit is just... It's not easy. But I guess there could be like that kind of almost a release at the end of it. You think, okay, we've probably lost this game, so now we can play a little bit more loose. See Rob's out fighting. I think Frozen was fighting at the catwalk too, so maybe you just feel a little bit more like at ease.
Looking for that knockout blow. The round to end it all. Snacks is called for an A execution, but the looks of things here, showing presence towards middle to keep the CTs occupied. Let's get for the contact play here, but Rain, he's answering back quickly. Robs is dropped. Monacy and Hunter applying pressure. Molotov towards default as well. They're starting to get some traction within the bomb site.
He didn't reload yet, Hunter, did he? No, he's down to 12. Not necessarily the end of the world, but maybe a little bit risky if you get into a fight. He knows that Rain is in here somewhere. He's so sure of it. They threw a Molotov on the boxes before, so now Rain's actually gone back into where they just Molotoved, but Snacks is over on the other side, and he will go down to Carrigan. Okay. So far, so good here for FaZe in terms of holding on to the round. They're also being flanked by Frozen, who at least should be good for a kill. Monacy is expecting it, though. Good thinking. Confirms it. Don't think Frozen has to fight to the death here, but he will. 2 versus 4. Monacy is very low on health. Brokey. They'll stop beforehand, but he knows they're going to be coming this way. Hunter somehow wins the fight. How has he done that?
Okay, this round becoming possible now. Carrigan.
Surely not.
He just needs to get one.
That's all we're asking.
Should be fine. Nice position. Got the advantage. There it is.
Couldn't have timed that peak better, and Rain shows up. Well done. Man, I was getting worried there. 2 on 4. You don't want to be losing that one. Well, and they don't.
A few lifelines found. You can see in the background, Cloud9 getting set up. They'll be playing NIP straight after this one, so stay tuned. Got a plethora of games to bring you today. I'll just go through the list of them here. Cloud9 versus NIP. NAVI versus Liquid. After Liquid's performance yesterday, that's going to be a hell of a game.
Yeah.
Big versus Virtus.pro to round things up. So 3 more best of 3s coming your way after this one. It's starting to warm up slightly, though. FaZe, like you said, once the pressure's been released, they've seemed to have thrown caution to the wind. And are looking quite good on the gun round to the CT side.
Yeah. It's maybe also around here, where, or maybe not this round, but just in general on this map, you'd like to see Carrigan's return to form sort of continue. The consistency of it is important. Like we said, he's been hitting more good shots, but obviously in this one he's got 4 kills, so they need it. They need more than that. Nice shot from Nico. Shouldn't change the round, but you never know. Brokey is back in case there's going to be another challenge. Oh, he actually wants to throw away that gun. Maybe throw it into the window and pick up the AWP. I think that's what he already did. Malps edging his way forward for a kill. Frozen. Oh, if he'd stood up there, Malps, I think he would have been dead. But yeah, the fact that Frozen is probably pretty good news. Carrigan is on the other side of the crossfire. Grenade will land right on top. Hunter is no more. Just Nico left. But only for a second. Okay. 6-12.
Closing the gap slowly but surely. They've looked good since the gun rounds have begun, but still so precarious. Just one round slipping away, and it's all over. Go down to that lower bracket. Time I used. Taz just wants to get this one done. Plenty of runway left. Not panicking just yet. But the CT defense has looked pretty impressive. See what they come up with. Polish coaches both pacing. Neo, you can feel this one slipping away. Taz wants to avoid getting too close for comfort.
Yeah, I mean, the vibes can change quite a bit on the G2 side. If FaZe can get up to about 10 rounds, you suddenly think, wait a minute, like, surely we're not giving away this giant lead that we've built. Wouldn't be the first time that G2 has done something like that.
These rounds that you've got to buy, but they're still compromised in a way that you don't have all the utility, you don't have the AWP. The fact that they're playing quite carefree now on the FaZe side, seems that they've definitely loosened up. Nothing really to lose at this stage. Couldn't be going much worse for them. Alleviate some pressure.
Brokey not getting tunnel visioned. He knew that Nico was in the corner, but he didn't want to stick around for it. He just tried to wallbang him and left. Snacks. Oh, the timing's insane, isn't it? Takes down Carrigan, and that could be the beginning of the end.
It surely is. 5 on 3. As FaZe was giving those up on Nuke. G2 with pretty much full health across the board. Utility down in towards B. Big numbers on this side of the map. Brokey would have to start hitting some ridiculous shots at All-Star here. Oh, the first one doesn't connect. That's unfortunate. And we will see Mouths take one of the final decisions here, but Frozen is fighting back. A chance getting the kill through the smoke. They know Brokey's here, and it was a decent effort from FaZe. They didn't stand a chance here. They got completely blown out of the water in the first half, losing 9-3 after a couple of amazing clutches, but ultimately the deficit was too much, and G2 will be going to the upper bracket final.
Very convincing display coming in from G2, taking down FaZe Clan 2-1 and proceeding into the upper bracket final. Well done to G2 playing solid Counter-Strike on Mirage, as Henry just finished off by saying it felt like this game was never any really close. G2 up 9-0, FaZe tried their hardest to fight back, but let's be completely honest, G2 by far the better team.
Yeah, I mean, and also a cool little segment towards the end, right? You actually see it's actually Snacks opening up the round towards the B side and actually closing off the round. Yeah. It's so rare we see IGLs nowadays on the T side being the lurking guy within the team, because you often want those guys within the pack to dictate the pace. But you see Nico creating space in the middle area, and Snacks smells blood. He feels like he can take a chance on Carrigan in that scenario, and he actually wins the duel.
One thing I love about this game for G2 is that we were able to praise Malps for a fantastic showing on Nuke. We had Monacy moments, of course, as always. Now you're praising Snacks, and then you have Nico and Hunter playing good Counter-Strike as well. It felt like every single player from G2 throughout this series had their moments.
Yeah, and this is what we expect when you have this level of just baseline raw individual power. You're going to be having a luxury of just pulling some rounds out of your ass, right? So all of a sudden you're going to have Snacks win a round, you're going to have Hunter all of a sudden also being a top player, which we've not seen for a long time. I think it's interesting to look at, but also on the opposite side, Frozen, he deserves some credit, man. He was playing lights out, even though they had a hard time on all maps.
It felt like he was the only one who actually tried, you know, his damnedest to do anything about it. Again, we spoke a little bit about it coming into the game. FaZe Clan have been looking shaky. Rain said that it was a very important game for them to win. Again, I'm left with a feeling that we are seeing a FaZe Clan right now struggling a little bit more than I'd like.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, it was very, very close to not them even having to play this game. They should have kind of been in the lower bracket. Now they get a chance against G2, and they do a fair shot, I would say, but of course they are far from the top level. I think it's very fair to say there was a distance between these two teams in both the way that they were actually handling themselves on the server, but also just the timings and the lurkings felt really off from FaZe.
And it's kind of impressive to look at G2 right now, thinking you just made a massive roster change. Not only did you bring in Malps as a new player, but you changed your in-game leader. And let's be completely honest, at the Esports World Cup, they were looking sharp. So far, what we've seen from Blaster looking sharp. I know it's early days, but I think we can conclude already by now that this project is very interesting.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we as analysts also look like clowns. I think everybody before the season now, but that's because you don't analyze anymore, Pimp. You just say stuff. I mean, the issue is that before these tournaments started on just the entire season, is that everybody said, G2, what are you doing, man? Malps going into anchor roles, he can't do that. Snacks, he's an unproven IGL. Right now, they're proving that they're better than they've been for a very long time. I'm gonna be honest, I would have loved to see Huxi also have a shot with Malps, but it's not gonna be happening, and I'm very glad to see what Snacks is bringing to the table.
And so far, he's brought a lot of good stuff to the table. So did Hunter in this specific series. I was very impressed by his showing both on Nuke, also on Mirage. We spoke about it. Obviously, every time you have a G2 matchup, you can almost write the script from the get-go. We're going to speak about Nico. We're going to speak about Manish. We're going to speak about Mal. But Honda, a player that doesn't get enough recognition and probably not enough attention anymore, he showed up in spades in this game. And for my money, the best player throughout the series.
Yeah, I mean, you remember the good old days when I was also relevant. Honda was actually... yeah, it's been a while, and it's also great to see that he can bring back the level. He was a fantastic player before Nico actually joined the team.
Yeah.
I think many people actually forget he was the main carrier of G2 before Nico arrived with Jax, Nyx, and all those guys. He was such a fantastic player. He still is. There's just too much spotlight on the other guys.
Speaking of MVP of the game, we had James Bank catching up with Honda after winning.
G2 may start off by losing their map pick, but then they come through looking very strong, and you looked very confident and strong across the whole series, Hunter, because this was looking really good. I want to just touch on the Ancient in the sense that it seemed a bit sloppy from both sides, and it felt like there were some rounds you guys lost that kind of made it really bad in your favor. Did you notice you guys were kind of off?
Yeah, I think we were a bit sleepy overall. These early games we really don't like, but yeah, this first map was warm-up. I mean, we had really bad post plans at the beginning of the half, and just I think that was the most crucial moment, because at the end it was 7-5 half, and I think they won first 2-3 rounds with like clutches that we had advantages and good situations. We just didn't communicate properly. I think yesterday as well we lost a lot on Inferno against NIP. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, we cannot work on everything. We didn't have that much time, but for sure we'll talk about these post-plan situations and be better overall.
I've got to ask what you've been working on as well, though, because this isn't the first event we've seen Hunter come back into it. And I know you've been hard on your own performance, but do you feel a change? Is it because of the comfort you've got with your new teammates? Is it more time you spent on the game? What's going on?
I mean, since CS2 came out, I'm really playing a lot, so that's not an issue, I would say. Of course, when you make some changes, you want to show to them as well that you are still a player that everybody remembers you of, and that you want to be a really good example to the other players. So that's what I really try to do, but as soon as we are winning, I don't care too much about my own performance. Of course, feels good for confidence to play good as well individually. But I'm really happy with what we have right now, and I'm just looking forward to play more.
I'm looking forward to seeing more as well, man. Thank you very much, and well done.
I echo that sentiment from James. I look forward to see more of this G2 lineup as well. A strong showing against FaZe Clan, taking them down 2-1. You can argue a 2-0 would have looked better on paper, but I think the convincingness of them winning map 2 and map 3 without breaking a sweat is giving me high hopes for G2. That means also they're progressing into the upper bracket final of this Group C. A very stacked group. You see it on your screen right now. FaZe drops down into the lower bracket where they will face the winner of Cloud9 and NIP. And there I say it, Bubski, we have Cloud9 and NIP coming up after this break. Group C's very first elimination game, NIP taking on Cloud9. Both of these two teams you're going to see on your screen right now lost their opening game in Group C, which means that right now they're playing for survival at the group stage. NIP did, however, look somewhat decent in the first game, whereas for Cloud9 pushed FaZe all the way to a third map thriller. So I personally would say that Cloud9 have given me the best impression so far of this tournament. There's been a couple of players that we highlighted coming into it. Obviously, Heavy Guard joining the lineup. You have Boomich back in game leading Cloud9. But the resurgence of Exile, which we saw yesterday, that was a positive sign for C9.
Yeah, I mean, I think many people sometimes forget how big of a player he once was, and I know the ones we also were good at Counter-Strike, but he can actually find his form again. I don't think we can. So it's interesting to see where... I mean, I've seen your faces, buddy. Don't try to hide it. But let's just talk about the fact that he's been in a period for almost like 2 years where you kind of feel like nothing comes out of him, right? No really interesting things. He's been also kind of hidden a little bit behind other superstars like Zero, Electronic, and all these guys, but now he's stepped into the light again, right? He is supposed to be the guy with the experience, but also the individual power to actually make this Cloud9 roster somewhat work.
And let me ask you a very simple question. And how important is Exile's success for Cloud9's success?
I mean, it's a make or break it, right? I think many people look at this roster and be like, okay, we have a trio that might be pretty interesting in the form of Exile, Heavy God, and Icy, but this guy has to be a Nico type of player. I know it's high standards, right? But if they actually want to be competing for trophies and playoffs, this guy needs to find this form we've seen so far. And that's what brings me so much, I wouldn't say joy, but at least positive reinforcement that this Cloud9 project is potentially better than what we ever saw from their superstar roster.
I'm on board with that one, and one of the reasons why I am that is that surprise of the tournament for me so far has been Icy. And the way he's been conducting himself in the game so far, the way he's been playing, the consistency that we've seen from him. I know it's only been one game, but over the course of 3 maps, he was showing up time and time again. This kid right here on your screen, we praised him in Amkill, we're praising him now in Cloud9. Early signs, sure, but what a surprise it's been so far.
Yeah, and I mean, I think to say that the interest in him was high. I think other teams has already contacted him. I think it's a fun story that NIP already had him for an interview. But they went with Wrinkle instead because his English capabilities was probably somewhat limited. So it's great to see that a guy who's more comfortable in his own language can actually take some experience from more of the experienced guys, because we do actually have a couple of names on this roster who can really help this guy thrive.
Yeah, and you said Wrinkle, right? You said NIP, so let's compare the two. You have Wrinkle, a young prospect, going up against Icy, a young prospect. Wrinkle also had moments in the first game where he was showing off, but not to the consistent high level that we saw from Icy.
Yeah, and the difference between those two is that Wrinkle is more aggressive, in my opinion. I think he reminds me a little bit more of a money shit type player, where Icy is a little bit more of the classic Shiro type of orb, where he will take a shot, play a little bit more defensive. I do think he suits the team relatively well, but I do think he can build more. For my money right now, Wrinkle is still the better player. He's also shown it on more maps, but what we saw on first day from Icy was way more impressive than I've seen from many debuts on the tier 1 stage on a new roster. We saw, for example, Ultimate yesterday. He had moments where you kind of feel like, oh hey, who could become good? But Icy overall was just fantastic.
I'm curious to learn more about Wrinkle, and that's why we had James catching up with that guy coming into this game.
Wrinkle's yesterday game was not so easy. It looked like a tough one for you guys. Why did it take you guys quite a while to get into that game and get active?
I mean, I would say for me it was the hardest game I've ever played, because G2 is a really strong team. And I feel like we haven't got this experience to play and to compete, like, and to win these teams right now. But I feel like I got a lot of things that I worked on after this game, and I noticed it about myself. So yeah, I think it will come with experience and we will compete after this, against these teams.
Because I was going to ask you about your experiences. Do you have, at the moment, we either see like the superhuman version of Wrinkle, or sometimes you kind of have varying performances. Do you feel like this is just a process of you learning, of getting to this level?
Yeah, I feel like I need some experience, because I'm the type of operator that is so that likes to search. And I feel like I need to be more passive sometimes. But I think it will come with experience, and the mistakes I'm gonna fix.
Nice, that's what it's about, fixing all those mistakes. Now, today you're going up against Cloud9, but it's Icy that I'm interested in, because you're the same age, you're playing the same role and position. Are you extra motivated to show who's better?
I mean, actually no, because I don't want to win against some player. I want to win the team, so I don't really care until we win.
Nice. And until you win, getting that win is against a Cloud9 that you don't know so much about, right? It's kind of hard to guess into it. What have you guys discussed as a team to be ready for them?
I mean, we watched their game versus FaZe and versus 3D Max yesterday that they played, and yeah, it was hard to prep for them. But I think we'll play our CS, our best CS. We'll try to do it, and yeah, we'll see how it goes.
We'll see indeed. Thank you very much, man.
Thank you.
Well, I kind of echo that sentiment. We are about to see what's going to happen in this game. Wrinkle taking on Icy, Wrinkle taking on Cloud9. Quickly, Boopski, before we jump into it, who do you have as a favorite?
I mean, I've actually put in my prediction, I put in NIP, but that's for the sake of the upset, right? I do think when you look at the anchor roles...
So you're playing both horses now, huh?
Yeah, I'll play both, but in the predictions game, I'll go say that later. But for this one only, I think you're going to be looking at a weak point of NIP, their anchor roles. If you look on the CT side of things for Cloud9, they have so much quality in the form of Heavy God, Exile. Those are the players you kind of want when it really matters.
Stakes are high. Cloud9 are taking on NIP in the elimination game of Group C, which is why we're bringing in the best of the business to drag you through the game. Anders and Henry on the microphone. Let's get it on.
It's very nice of you, Pim. Thank you very much. Yeah, we're excited for this one. Cloud9 taking to the server once again, the new look roster, taking on the rebuilt NIP as well. Both teams kind of fledgling periods right now, but hoping to prove themselves in this elimination game, Anders.
It makes me nervous when Pimp is saying nice things about us. It does.
Yeah, some things are fun. What are the live odds saying, though?
They are saying nice things about Cloud9. They kind of like that. Brand new look, but honestly, they did impress us yesterday. I'm not really against it. I think NIP might be a little bit undervalued just because of the opponent that they played. I actually, you know, in spite of being a long-time NIP hater, I feel like it's been...
You drive that point home every time, just to remind everyone.
I know.
He's not a big fan. They are, at least, it's a Swedish core now. Isaac, Rez, and Maxter. The problem was, against G2, is Isaac and Maxter that didn't really turn up to the series whatsoever. Rez had his moments. He's in very good form right now, but Alex was like the most impressive member. Great for him. Not amazing news for NIP in general. All eyes on Wrinkle, though. He could be a future star of Counter-Strike. If he can just calculate himself a little bit better with the aggression, as he mentioned in the interview, sometimes a little bit too audacious with his peaks, he's going to be something very special going forward in World Counter-Strike. But here we go, CT start for the Ninjas. We will see Alex jump spotting. I've got Cloud9 as the favorites here. I think they have more firepower across the board. Icy has been tremendous coming in from Amcal. Like, he looks, really, really good. They did lose their series narrowly the other day to FaZe.
Appreciate that you learned the Swedish pronunciation, Henry.
Yeah, you've got to.
It's some hard work.
I'm a man of the world.
Well, we are ready to go. And so are Cloud9. 2 people in connector. The bomb is miles away. This is so confusing. There's such a powerful position. If they win this fight, they can probably get the bomb site right away, but they can't because, again, the bomb is all the way in the B hallways. So just a bit of a distraction, a bit of a fake right now. Still trying to see if they can find the last bit of information. Stunning kill there for Alex as Axar was airborne. Isaac will take down Icy. And things are slowly but surely tilting the way of the Ninjas. It's Heavy God and Boomich left here. They finally picked up the bomb at the very least, but I'm always a bit confused when I see a strategy where if the strategy works there towards the jungle, they actually can't do anything with it. So, don't like that. Wrinkle's gonna get the last one. I do like that for NIP.
Very nice round. Solid shots coming in from in-game leader Alex. Holding strong towards that B bomb site. Nothing really picked up for Cloud9 whatsoever. They did play against 3D Max last night, I believe. I think it was an online game. They lost that one. 3D Max on a bit of a tear as of late, though, looking like a very strong team. Yeah, like we said, Cloud9, like it's the first showing of this new roster, certainly showing some promise. Arguably should have closed out the game against FaZe the other day, but we'll see if they can bounce back.
3D Max are kind of the kings of Tier 2 at the moment. I don't think people should underestimate them. They play a lot of Counter-Strike right now. So, some interesting faces down there, some we know.
They won that, was it the Sky Esports event?
Yeah.
Yeah, they picked that up.
They're just, they're on the grind. Well, they got thrown away from that B bomb site. Didn't want to try and push through some of the early utility. Can't really blame them. Again, in this sort of round with the Glocks, you're going to be excited if you could get the bomb planted, which admittedly is actually possible on this map. Both of the A-B bomb site, you can kind of theoretically jump down with the bomb in hand, and if there's enough confusion around, maybe you get a bomb plant. Isaac, though, good position to have the M4A4 with the extra bullets. Maybe he can stop the whole affair. Run boost in the middle. Takes a while, but Wrinkle is there to pick it up. Isaac using all the bullets. Nicely done. No bomb plant.
Yeah, simple procedure. No casualties received. The gun round coming up next. Boomich at the helm of this squad, of course. Inter's next to him. The roles make sense. The firepower's good. Heavy got joining the roster as well from OG. Looking to make a name for himself in Tier 1 CS. Already got a lot of attention.
Oh, yeah.
See whether he can convert it to the highest possible level.
Interesting Molotov. Instead of the smoke, Boomich really itching to take that swing on the left-hand side of the boxes up here. Gets a lot of nades in return. That's painful. He's down to 14.
Yeah, they just did like 150 damage with grenades.
Well, they're in the middle. 3 of them. Axile. He had a bit of a comeback game himself, which he's one of the other players that's been missing. We've been talking about Hunter, about Carrigan, some of the Rops, you know. Unquestionably, Axile is in that conversation as well. At one point, probably a top 5 rifler in the world. Fallen from grace since, but we haven't given up hope yet. 50 seconds on the clock here. The bomb has been picked up. IC making its way through T-spawn. They still need to especially get rid of Isaac here, and they will. Axile! Oh my god, what a spin around there. 90-degree turn to take down Wrinkle.
It's the bonus round for an IP, admittedly, but still an absolute spectacle from Axile. Lovely work with that AK-47. Looks like they were cooked at the start of that round with the grenades, damage they were receiving.
I wish he would go for the late ninja on this one, Alex. I mean, obviously, it has to be them exiting the other way, and we can already kind of tell Inters is right there, but it'd just be so much fun.
Not gonna happen now. Oh.
Axile found him.
Yeah. Kind of shot the Ratsy down to your core.
Absolutely possessed. It was even funnier because he was so careful not to step into anything. He's like, I'm just trying to reach for the AK. I just want to reach. It didn't work out.
Axile, the kill, he got a Wrinkle here. Oh, really clean. Even more so on Alex. Let's go. Cloud9 on the board. Wrinkle with the AWP, however. Plenty of money after having a clean round 2.
I'm really excited to see Wrinkle play a little bit more. Again, up against Nico, we got hard countered, and Monacy was playing absolute world-class Counter-Strike in their game.
Nico was destroying him, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He's like smoke banging him every single time.
And he still had pretty good scoreline, Wrinkle. It's not like he got completely deleted. They just couldn't win the map. Oh, Winters. There we go. Speaking of Wrinkle. Deleted, unfortunately, from the round. Oh, the bomb is actually in control of the CTs. What's happening? Cloud9. They're pushed out on the A ramp. If Inters dies, they know where he is. That could be a bit of a nightmare. Looking for a kill, but they definitely realize... Oh, he gets both? How is that even humanly possible?
It shouldn't be. Is he cheating or like, what the hell is that?
No way. There's absolutely no way, Henry. What happened?
Oh, we got to see that. Give that like real slow motion for us. He takes 99 damage.
Wait, did they line up for him?
I don't think so.
They must have.
Oh,
Look at
maybe
it.
maybe you're right. Okay. That must be it, because there's no way you can adjust at that range to get 2 taps like that. It looked like he wasn't even get the first. He was like certainly dead even if one player was there.
Okay, they're not out of the woods yet. Okay, they were back in focus here. The round is not over. 2 versus 3. Inters on 1 single point of health here. Smoke, Molotov. It's not a bad combination to try and dislodge them as they're pushing onto the bomb site here. Alex pushing right through, and he's going to double up that kill. Stops the bomb from going down. Only 15 seconds now. In a lot of trouble. Max is low on health. The grenade might get it. Inters aces the round. Henry, where did it come from?
I have no idea, Anders.
That has got to be one of the most bizarre rounds I have seen all year.
The support player, this going absolutely monstrous here. Let's have a look at this play. How's
the matter with him?
Okay, I don't know how he pulls that one off. It looked like he had control of it as well. That was by design. He intended to do that. Like, the first shot, the split-second decision to find the second, and then clutch it out in the 2 versus 1 as well. I don't think he even knows what happened there. That's unreal. And it's going to send NIP to the pits of economic hell. Inters with the round of a lifetime.
Yeah, he's never going to do that again. That's not happening one more time. But surely that gets them fired up a little bit here. Just USPs, so no surprise that we're going to see a bit of a quicker round here. Actually do lose more than you would expect. 3 casualties on the T side. But regardless, they're starting to pick up a little bit of steam. Cloud9 for themselves. I just have no idea what's going on. He had 1 health left for the 1 versus 2 at the end.
He couldn't touch him, and he dropped that Molotov on the other side of the smoke. Couldn't find the shot.
There was a chance that even if Maxter had hit Inters, he would die to the Molotov anyway. Like, he could have pushed through and just died to it. So, right. Wow. Well, that takes a, good that we have a timeout. We can all recover and all center ourselves once again.
Yeah, that's got to be one of the rounds of the tournament. This, just a double kill alone was remarkable. In T spawn, like you said, they've lost control of the bomb. They knew that Inters would be coming back from Palace. They line up for him in a way, but he definitely calculated the 2 shots.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't line up so much that he just, was 1 bullet going through both heads.
After the second kill. Unbelievable, really.
Bizarre.
Cloud9 with 3 rounds in a row after losing the pistol here. What is around the corner?
Molotov doesn't go into the window. Now, nobody's there. And I guess they put also a smoke in there. Maybe they just wanted the Molotov down below. But no one's even peeking it either from the Cloud9 point of view. So for now, they're waiting. They're expecting aggression out of NIP. Really far back at top mid, you can tell. They've got Icy on the AWP. He's yet to get a kill. But he was fire last time. Ironically.
So this one's a little bit more subdued. Calm around. Inters, the danger man. Waits towards Palace. 1 minute mark here. Some basic utility left over for Cloud9. In terms of map control, though, just mid under their remit right now. Looks like they're going to try and boost a player potentially towards the window. Bomb's going to be in T spawn, making its way back towards the Palace position as well.
Do you think NIP are risking giving a lot of map control to Cloud9 right now? They're almost in connect, and nobody from NIP has even checked middle the whole game, the whole round. I feel like this is a bit risky. Might work out for NIP if they win the first fight, but the rotation is never going to happen. The 2B players are so far away. Maxter up there. Ooh, Isaac, in fact, going to be taking down Inters. It's not necessarily a bad start. They very nearly line up. Isaac, that could have been a beautiful double spray down. But 3 versus 3, 5 seconds on the clock here. The bomb's being planted, and they cannot stop it. They couldn't get any closer. Boomer just playing a tight game with the timing in the round right now.
Oh my goodness. Thought that was going to be it. Icy finds the man advantage. They got Warden locked in towards the murder hole as well. Wrinkle's going to have to do absolutely everything here. And they might just be giving it up. Oh, it's really unfortunate. It was looking good there for a second. The clock was running so low. It was like 7 seconds when the plan was coming through. Couldn't deny it, and it's a well-handled round from Cloud9.
I guess to be fair, against G2, we saw NIP save a lot of rifles in the video. So maybe it's a conversation they had at the beginning that they would rather play to save rifles and less to try for crazy clutches. Maybe that's a strategy that they've been building in the team. I seem to remember that some of the early rounds, it was NIP saving like 2 or 3 rifles all the time on Anubis. Yeah, that round cutting it very close. I feel like it's always scary when you're doing that on a bomb site like the A-bomb site of Mirage, because there's so many openings where there could be like 1 CT, or they could just spray through the smoke or something, but it worked out.
Certainly did. Cloud9 starting to run away with this one now. 4 in a row, almost on fire. As we do save 2 weapons, we're not going to fully invest around them here. Let's move him from the orb, can peek towards short with this one. Already making it past though.
Wrinkle not wanting to stick around. Again, a lot of connector control. tactically a central part of the map. Normally you have to fight quite a bit for this on the T side. The fact that you can kind of get here this early on, I realize they don't have everything they want on the NIP side at the moment, but still, it is risky. So is that.
Oh, okay.
Still goes down.
All
All
right.
right.
To say, like, you got two options here. You have to pull out your pistol or try and go for the no scope. Him picking up the pistol seems to be the correct call without the helmet. Chews through him. Maxed up. Gets one, but that is about it. Flashbang comes in from Alex, but no one to really pounce upon it. Seems like Heavy God's got the intel. Maybe a knife? I don't think so.
You wouldn't, would you? We already have one of those, thanks to Monacy.
Oh yeah, Brokey on the...
It's wild.
B-bomb side. That's on the pistol as well, right?
Yeah. Not typically what you see. Yeah, Wrinkle, I mean, they'd be very happy just to try and save this AWP. They have a little bit of money, so I guess theoretically good hunting, but you don't have to. They might just settle for the fact that they're winning these rounds 5-2 as Cloud9 just come out swinging. Launched off the momentum of Inters with a truly mythical round. Not likely to be replicated by him or anyone else for a long time. It's the combination of everything at Inters round. They knew he was in Palace because he had a kill, the first kill from there. He comes back, gets 2, he's on 1 health, he gets the last 2 as well. I still can't really believe it.
Look at this Glock. See up. Got the AWP follow-up shot as well. Cloud9 full steam ahead here on the T side of Mirage, outclassing NIP in every facet of the game. This is their map pick. After losing the pistol, it's been nothing but one-way traffic. See if the Wrinkle AWP can come online. We haven't really seen it get going yet. We're playing Mirage as well. Undoubtedly, AWP is paradise. He's going to be looking towards the underpass right now. See whether they can get going here. Looks likely to be A execution.
Yeah, but Wrinkle's here. He's checked underpass. There's nobody there. If he can find the first kill, then maybe they're on for a bit of a defense. Isaac takes a bit of damage and ultimately pushes in front of the smoke. Goes down to Boomich, who's very low on health all of a sudden. Still some pressure being applied on the other side, so Alex can't necessarily rotate out yet. He's sort of a little bit stuck there. NIP, they check the middle. I like this assertive play. They're actually going to check the information instead of just guessing. Can they go back to the A-bomb side in time is the question.
Well, the smokes have dissipated now. Interested to see what the next call is here. Axel needs to be careful. Rez is hot on his tail.
Did they spot it, Axel? Did he know?
No, he's knife out. He's dead.
Right. Oh, is he? Oh, he doesn't check. Axel goes down. Smart play from Rez. That could have gone a couple of different ways, it feels like. But now they're definitely committed to the bomb site. Maxter takes a bit of damage in the corner. Wrinkle. Classic position, but he doesn't get the flick in.
Oh, God.
Boomich low on health. He's picked up the AWP instead of Icy, so classic switcheroo there. 20 seconds as the bomb goes down.
No
Again,
kits.
cutting it close. You're right. No diffuse kits. Actually, very few grenades either. No smoke to put on top to put some pressure on the T's.
An HE, maybe they can find Boomich with the AWP. They throw it, that could be the HE there. Here it comes. Goes down regardless. 3 versus 4.
All right, it's a start. Heavy got an IC, still plenty of health left here. This retake, I don't think, is going to be easy. IC, look at it.
Maybe it's possible.
He's rotated through middle. IC, though, there's a classic play on this map. He rotated all the way through T spawn, and Heavy God. The spray is immaculate. He'll take down 2, and Cloud9 just keep it going.
Okay, Heavy God, that was a thing of beauty.
Oh, yeah.
Long range spray control, no problem whatsoever. Real nice and clean there. The win streak continues. I don't think they should be part of that. Like, without the kits, and you got 3 kills to find still, with no grenades, if they had to smoke for the bomb,
yeah,
maybe they're onto something, but yeah, they just lose everything. Unfortunately, everyone goes down.
Wow, thank his teammates for the flashbangs as well and everything. What a teammate.
Double scout.
But plenty of doubt.
A lot of doubt right now. NIP.
Rhyming, Henry.
Rhyming
on the broadcast.
Yeah, that's true. It can be done. Commentators are allowed to give that a go every now and then.
I tried with tongue twisters and you shut it down, so...
I didn't like that.
At least, again, at least you're honest.
That's all I can
appreciate that. You know? Thought I was onto something, but clearly not.
Keep working at it. You never know. Molotov will flush out. Poor little Alex. Scout will finish him off, though. It's going to be Axel dropped. Oh, the shot doesn't quite connect. Icy, though, is such a demon. Picks up the AK-47 at the very least. Feels like they'll probably take the bomb back to A, knowing that the rifle's been given over there.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, this is the kind of round that you can lose track of, maybe. There's another scout on the other side. There is a chance for some potential shenanigans. Deagle up in the palace for Isaac. He's been playing better. Maxter still lacking, and he was in the game against G2 as well, but Isaac starting to prove a little bit here. Rez, we wanted the headshot. Doesn't get it. Icy was covering his teammates on the approach from Connector. 3 versus 4, and again, Isaac, I think if Rez stays alive, it's different, because Rez is going to be drawing away the attention, but once Rez is dead, Icy was holding that position. And that's the round. 7 in a row, Henry.
Yeah, another blowout. They won the pistol, and it's been nothing but one-way traffic. Nice shot from Boombla.
We did call him that in the beginning before we got educated.
I mean, what were we supposed to do?
Oh, yeah.
How are we supposed to know?
We were at a loss. Wrinkle. Just hold on to the AK. Not going to be allowed. Enters by the cash register, getting what's his. Money in the bank. We're in the cash register.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. I'm just...
The best puns are the ones you have to explain, I think.
From my point of view, yes. But I appreciate its niche humor.
All right, Exist. They need you, son. That wisdom, that experience. The team's getting blown out of the water.
Yeah, they actually are. Something that we were excited about yesterday, even in some of the lost situations, was NIP seemed to be, you know, quick to get re-energized. Wrinkle was shouting, Alex was shouting.
Yeah, there's nothing to really shout about right now.
Yeah. But I am curious if they win a couple of rounds here, if they can reignite that.
It's still not lost yet. There's still 7-5 on the table.
Right.
There's a gun round here. Thing is, no one's showed up in terms of an individual. No one's had that crazy moment yet. No one's had their Inters play on the NIP side.
Yeah, well, Inters shouldn't have his Inters play either.
No.
So that is a true anomaly in the universe.
Since then, they've been shut down mentally. It's going to be a B finish for those things here. The bomb's down, though, so don't expect anything too quick. Holding towards A. Should be a kill here. That's by design. Flushing Boomich out. Nice incendiary.
Good job.
Forces him in the open. He's already used his smoke for window.
Encouraging to see NIP kind of fall back from this, right? You've got the man advantage. Don't necessarily want to stick around and fight any longer, although they are going to double up. I don't mind this information play.
For a double kill here.
No, surely not. He's used all his luck already, Henry. It can't be the case.
Okay, we're good. We're good.
Rez takes him down. 50-some seconds. Bomb making its way. Steady pace towards the A-bomb site, but Rez is actually out in front of the smoke, and it doesn't even matter there. Heavy God, he could have maybe got caught off guard, but he wasn't. Back into a 3 versus 3. Health about equal. Maxter is very, very low on health here, but so is Heavy God. Axel, they both... That's unbelievable. The timing is wild. They just missed each other. But Axel gonna fearlessly walk through, and they meet up again, so they get another chance at it, and it's Axel coming out on top.
Has to be their round. Should be no problem. Such low HP. Oh my God, Heavy God, that's unreal. And he's got some wiggle room here. Against... Oh, yeah, nade kills him. Okay. Fortunate grenade. Fortunate grenade. Barely does any damage, but he was so low.
Okay.
He doesn't have the clutch with the AWP. Close range would have been very difficult. All right, though, Wrinkle wins out. Bear in mind, remember he got like 3 back-to-back-to-back 1v1 clutches against FaZe.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was absolutely crazy. I want to see I want to see NIP try to revive the game from here. I think it'd be such a good look for NIP going forward, even if they end up losing the map, just to see them just one round, you're back. Like you said, 7-5 is still on the cards. It can be done. A nice boost, though. Difficult to do in CS2, as we know, but it works out for Icy. Axal goes down in return as Rez will find a kill. They're in the underpass. Wrinkle, hoping that someone, wants to push up behind, maybe trap Rez down there. He's ready if that happens, but it's Icy going back to look for Rez, and he has the bomb. Yeah, he either has to drop the bomb or just give up the mission. Wow, Rez pulling a bit of a Nico here, if you were watching the last game. Nico ended up winning the round behind it. Unclear if Rez is going to be able to. He's kind of stopped. Nico kept pushing forward in this position to find a great flank. And actually, look at Cloud9. They've changed their minds. They don't want to be going A any longer. They're going back through the catwalk and...
This frag decides the round.
Oh, yes. Good job. Double for Rez. Up to 6. Slow start for him, but he's making up for it now. Alex will find one with the FAMAS and Boomich. Doesn't have the bomb. Worse still, he's got no teammates.
Nice work from Rez. More assertive play, hunting for information.
Yeah, I like
down
it.
middle. And like we said, 7-5 is on the table. There are 7-4 now. So this is a recovery already, looking much better than what it was. Look at the replay. It all started off with an opening kill for Cloud9 as well. Nailed maxed up. Wrinkle starting to show some form. That massive Alex close things down. One more will do. Money, I think, should be fine. There'll probably be a couple of concessions, like Galil or something. Yeah, Galil for Boomich.
Okay.
And we've got 3 players towards the ramp. Boomich top and middle. One towards the B apartments. Here we go.
Max
playing on the front foot now.
Yeah, he's had such a tough game, but still trying to have a big presence at the top of mid here. Boomich on the other side enters. The game he's having right now, and Matchtory needs to win that fight. It's against the Galil, and I think he had the advantage as well. But Boomich comes out on top. Wrinkle, good for the 1. See if there's any more coming here. Icy again with the bomb, and Boomich is there to back him up. So it's going to be Axal on the flank coming in, or a lurk, while the rest are going to be pushing Palace and A ramp. Rez, he's the only one here. The only one that could stop this and get the 5th round, which seems critical at this moment in time here. NIP, it's not a comeback yet. They're just slowly trying to get into one, but hasn't really happened. Nice flash from the other side to see if anyone's in the middle, but nobody is. Except Axal, who's an underpass, but that doesn't really help them. 40 seconds. The bomb is definitely going to be planted here. Going to be a very tough retake. They have kits. They have some smokes.
Final round.
Yeah, they're going for it.
They've got the smokes. That's the most important thing. Smoke the bomb. Smoke a ramp.
Look at Axal's position, though.
Easier said than done. Alex is on high alert.
Yeah, he kind of know. Oh,
yeah, but looks at them.
Oh, yeah.
That's it. That's pretty much it.
Might have been able to see it, but yeah, he's going to call it out and say no one's there. And Axal's walking up, straight headshot to punish Alex. And Wrinkle does spin around. It's not necessarily a bad shot. Oh, they're on the defuse. Wrinkle is running wild with it, but the shot from Icy, he gets it. He stops the defuse. Oh my God, that is a sick round to end the half with.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Join us for the first map between Cloud9 and NIP. Not the best half for the Ninjas, it has to be said, but they started to find a couple of rounds towards the end. It was an absolutely chaotic situation here. Wrinkle was playing out of his mind, starting to show us that world-class form we know he possesses, but Icy, with a ridiculous shot through the smoke, denied the defuse with 1 second to go. So close but no cigar. It would have got them fired up regardless. So sure, they don't win the round, but Wrinkle finding those sort of shots, I think there's still a few more twists and turns here, yeah, on Mirage.
I want to believe that. I want to give NIP a chance here to make the comeback. They win the pistol now. I think they could be back online. Wrinkle with a 16-6 scoreline, in spite of the fact that they didn't have the best half here. It's pretty encouraging. Cloud9, let's see if they win the pistol on the other side. I mean, they might walk away with it here. Axal going to be defending. I think he has Inters with him. He does have a smoke. Is that going to hold anyone back against smokes and pistols? They don't always work. And yeah, they're trying to power through NIP right into the dualies. And maybe that is enough for Axal here. He's still got a couple of bullets left. Maxter staying alive, but only for a second. He does get a kill with him. They want to get down, but they're kind of choked and funneled into the bomb site one at a time. So there's no real coordinated attack there. I think the smoke just did way more than I was expecting. Well played.
Well played indeed. Like lambs to the slaughter, NIP barely breach the B apartments whatsoever. Shut down upon entry, no bomb planted. And now this became a lot more difficult. The pistol, not necessarily must win, but certainly would have been a welcome addition to the lower amount of rounds. Axal showing great form this tournament. Getting it done, lovely over the shot, over the shoulder shot, I should say, as we get into the second round forced by Tech9s and Desert Eagles, Anders.
Oh yeah.
Sure they'll be able to do much of these. They might be wrong though. It's going to be a nice opening frag. Good damage from Boomage, but no frag found.
At least should be able to look at the bomb plant right now. Alex, I think, is running the bomb straight to plant it. Smokes are up as well. Still say good chance for a retake here for Cloud9, but Maxter might have changed that. Oh, this is a sick position, but they're boosting up behind him. I don't think he saw. Icy in slow-mo, he might have been able to see. Oh, but the Tech9 doesn't make it work, and Rez gets blown up. No. Oh no, it's a nightmare, isn't it? Axal gets 2 kills, and Isaac and Wrinkle left. Does he have any more sick rounds left in Wrinkle? He's just got the deagle this time, and they're straight on the defuse with the kit as well. Edged out, pushed out of the round there. Oh, Max there, it's so close, isn't it?
Just got a little bit closer, perhaps. If he gets that kill, could have been a very different round.
Yeah, because now he's in that position with a rifle.
Yeah.
Like, it's such a different round.
Oh no, we're doing him dirty. Oh, he was quite low as well, to be fair. So just a couple of bullets in his general direction. He knows that was a good opportunity. Difficult shot. He wasn't exactly static. He was moving around.
10-4.
Even with the bomb planted, we are going to see just Desert Eagles. No Kevlar.
There you go. 1 smoke. So we'll see where they choose to throw it. It's on Wrinkle, and he's backed by T-Spawn, so it could definitely be one of those catwalk smokes. But so far, they're still setting up for it. Plenty of information in the middle of the work with Cloud9. Definitely know that no one's playing around there. Heavy God checking that. He's got Axal in the window behind him just to make sure that no one's sneaking up. So, classic position, really. There's the smoke for the window. That means Heavy God has to move because Axal's no longer there to cover him. It's all good. Doubt if we're going to see a bomb plant in this round, but it's possible if you can get past Inters. That's anchoring the bomb site over here.
All right. What have we got? Anything here to discuss for NIP? Doesn't look like it. Some damage taken towards the B apartment. Already a 5-4 on 3. Should be dealt with in due course. Not going to happen for Isaac. Alex will meet his maker momentarily. As we go 11-4, touching distance of picking up this first map. Certainly the favorites going into this series. Second map, it's going to be a bit of Ancient.
Inters looks pretty comfortable for being back in this kind of arena.
Back in the Cloud9 jersey.
Yeah, and I guess just also back in at, you know, back the high-level Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
I feel like he's been missing for a bit.
Wow, he's shown us his potential with that ridiculous ace he got in the first half. We've had some monstrous plays this tournament. That one certainly was memorable. Wrinkle should have a kill here. Not going to be giving it, though.
No, waiting on the other side, just Icy not giving him an opportunity. Throw some smokes instead. We are basically needing flawless Counter-Strike from NIP. It's not what they've been delivering so far. That doesn't mean it can't happen yet. Heavy guard here in the MP9 down in the shadow position. Boomich hopefully going to be playing a distraction, so a minute on the clock, and looks like eventually we'll end up splitting that A-bomb site. And to be honest, with only those two players, Heavy God and Boomich, on that side of the map, it's kind of doable. I think oh, that might change. Inter's pushed in front, yeah, so he's playing all the way up in the B hallways, so they should start to rotate people over. I think Inter's getting great information right now. Boomich, surely. Hello?
Is he 4x3? I don't think so. I think he just didn't notice he'd walked through the smoke. He was almost in the center. At least he gets one.
Maybe he forgot what team he was on for a minute. Like, am I on the T side? Alex very, very flashed and ends up going down. Heavy God, yeah, that grenade, you could actually double bounce next to it. Like, it took way too long, but nice shot from Icy.
Yeah, what we say about Icy is he might not be the flashiest over, but he hits the ones that really matter. The shots that are must hit, like nothing too flashy, but he can clutch when required, and yeah, this nails you the shots that are most important, as demonstrated there. It's going to be map point for Cloud9. 12-4. Pack this one up. It is done, as they do not get anywhere near the bomb plants. No one really showing up in the individual form. We've got some highlights, I suppose, from Wrinkle, but it didn't equate to round victories. Like, this is the moment here, like, definitely saw him. He's like next to his barrel. Like, I don't know what's going on there. At least he gets a kill, though, and they won the round, so it's all good. Alex feeling the burn, the pressure, the stress. Got nothing done here, really. They won the pistol in the first half. They're up 2-0.
Yeah.
Half closes out at 8-4. Haven't really done anything since. Currently at 12-4.
Again, I guess on the positive note, Wrinkle is really still trying to be that engine, right? Like, he's trying to push the team as far forward as he can. 17-10 is actually a wild scoreline, considering that they are 8 rounds behind Cloud9 at the moment. So they've got something going on with this Wrinkle kid, but we need more. We need more for the rest of the team, and we need, obviously, more consecutive rounds so you have money to play around with. Cloud9. Can't see them losing this map now.
I would tend to agree, Mr. Bloom. Let's have a look. A execution when all else fails. Wow. Throw everyone in towards the bomb site, but Boomich is throwing back bullets, and they're connecting in a glorious manner. Double kill to open things up. Isaac will dish out equal punishment, though. 3 versus 3. Down but not out. Round number 13, normally the hardest to pick up, but Heavy God with a clean kill. Going to be throwing a grenade towards default. That should do significant damage. Doesn't quite hit the mark. Bounces off to the right, in fact. Could have took his time with it, but still they have the advantage for this retake.
Wrinkle probably quite happy. Sets him up for a potential clutch here if he can just find the first one. He cannot. It's Isaac alone. He has to try and ace clutch this one if he can. Oh, and the Molotov on top pushes him out. They're going to double up on him. That's great play. Axar will get the kill at the end, and it will be Cloud9 to pick up the map at a 13-4 scoreline.
Yeah, absolute domination here from Cloud9. Never looked for a moment they would give this map out after losing the pistol. Huge streak of rounds. And it has to be said, NIP didn't really turn up for this one. They were outclassed at every facet of the game.
Hard to disagree with that, Mr. Henry. Outclassed at every single facet of the game. Cloud9 coming in hot, coming in strong, winning 13-4 against a rather bleak-looking NIP. Personally, I anticipated a much closer game. I know Cloud9 were the ones to pick Mirage, but we do know NIP can play the map to a certain extent, just not today.
Yeah, I mean, I also think we see a couple of moments from NIP where you can kind of feel like they can play Counter-Strike, especially from the sides of Ringle. But when you look at this Cloud9 roster, it's already looking so much better than the superstars of the old and former ones were ever. I mean, I think it's partially or majorly due to Boomich now being in full control, right? You know you're going to go into practice and everybody's just going to listen to what he has to say. I think in the old roster, Shiro probably had his ways of doing things. Electronic had an opinion or two. I think we can see that with Virtus.pro as well. So I think it's very nice to see a very proven IGL get the chance to actually build it from the ground up and make everybody buy into the principles.
One thing I like about Cloud9 in this game in particular is that we don't have to talk too much about Icy because he wasn't the difference maker.
Yeah.
But Inters. Inters had an absolutely outstanding round, and I think we need to see that ace from him in, I believe it's round 4, at a point where NIP is actually in a good position. Inters in T-spawn right here, he's supposed to die, and I have no idea how he's getting both of these kills. He's lining them both up, he's spraying, and they're both just failing miserably on towards Inters, then comes into a 1v1 scenario where Inters is down to 1 HP and he still wins that duel. I think that's one of the best rounds, and he's even fist-bombing the camera. I think it's one of the best rounds I've seen Inters ever play in Counter-Strike, and at a crucial moment. We said it right here, NIP didn't show anything whatsoever on Mirage, but had they not lost this round, they would have been up 3-1, Cloud9 would have been on a save, it could have been 4-1 for NIP, and just maybe it would have been a different story for Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, he is a bit of a modern-day Sanji. I mean, I think he does a lot of things behind the scenes that we don't really watch, right? I think he's playing all the let's say, the annoying roles that you're not really going to be saying the first in the FaZe lobbies, right?
Yeah.
I think he do offer some qualities when we're looking at the side of potentially actually being a guy who will drop an AK. But when you have these moments on paper, your worst players, then you're just in for a field day, right? Because if you can trust a guy like him to actually have a round like this, then it's really interesting.
And it wasn't just this round, and we got to see the ace once more, and I think that's only fair we do, because that was an amazing round of Counter-Strike, but it was throughout the entire game he was finding impact, played it perfection on the T side to be that lurk position on the A-bomb side, had a couple of moments as well where he found impact. So I agree with you, we spoke about Icy coming into it, we spoke about Exile, but it was Inter stealing the show for Mirage.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point. I think also when we're looking at this roster, generally speaking, I think Heavy God is one we have to mention a little bit, because he's been put in kind of a Malp situation, right? He's joining a new team with little to no experience. I know he played on OG a little bit before, and before that in point, but you are being thrown on the biggest stage in a new position. He's been used to being like the guy who just plays his util, jumps on B-side, Mirage, do all these sorts of like anchor roles, but all of a sudden he's in the middle of the action. He's playing that connector position together with the Exile, and it works so great.
It's been a great signing so far for Cloud9. I still feel we haven't seen the best from Heavy Guard, but I think there's a lot in the tank when it comes to him. Has had a decent debut, decent showing here, Mirage. Very excited to see what he can do. He was also one of the players, you know, highlighted coming into Cloud9 that there was perhaps some untapped potential. Were you aware of Heavy Guard and what he's done before joining Cloud9?
I mean, I think everybody could see that the talent was there. I think he was linked to many rosters, but I don't think anybody expected Cloud9 to be the ones to actually picking up. Also, the combination of him being an Israeli and speaking their language is kind of unique. So a case presented itself, and I'm very glad Cloud9 actually took it, because it's not an easy one to make, right? Because you don't really know how good the language is before you start talking to the agent. You're going to do the interviews. They also, to be fair, spent a lot of time building this roster. Yeah. There was almost like 100 days to this point that they didn't play any officials. So Boomich and the guys behind Cloud9 has spent a lot of time finding the right candidates.
They're taking the time, and seemingly by the looks of it so far, it's off to a good start. A player that we have spoken about already, and a player that I love to speak about again, is Exile. I think he had another fantastic showing here, Mirage, and it does seemingly look like he's coming back to his best self. You said it yourself a couple of days ago, Boopski. It's been almost a couple of years where Exile has been decent in Cloud9, but he's not been good enough, especially considering he had a period where he was arguably a top 3, top 5 rifler in the entire world. Those days are long, long gone, but what we're seeing from Exile in Cloud9 so far, after this extended break of 90 to 100 days of no official, it must give us, you know, hope that he can come back to that level.
Yeah, and I mean, I played against him himself in his prime, right? And he was one of those players that, even though he wasn't supposed to be a star player, his individual quality just made him, because he played those kind of annoying roles, but he was the type of player that was good for two. You know, you put him on a side, you leave him alone, you would always get make the guy get 2 kills on the CT side. And on the opposite side of things, on T side, he would always take the chances. I'm thinking this guy relies a lot on sound because he tries to go for a lot of timings in the mid-round situations.
It's not all doom and gloom for NIP despite losing 13-4. If we do have to find a positive, I think it's the guy we highlighted coming into the game, and that's Ringle. He had a couple of moments in this game where he was trying to drag them across the finish line. 102 ADR. He had an ace in round number 12, I believe, where he came dangerously close winning it, but they ended up losing the round despite him getting an ace. It's almost unfair to say, but if Ringle is playing at this level and no one else is showing up from NIP, there's only so much you can do as a youngster.
Yeah, I mean, I think history kind of repeats itself a little bit with NIP. I think we've said that about Rez earlier, right? He had those couple of moments on the old roster where you kind of feel like, okay, at least one guy can play Counter-Strike on this roster. And I do also think it's a hard opponent, let's be honest. Yeah. Cloud9 are playing better than we expected, but let's also take it to the other side. Some players on this NIP roster is not living up to the expectations. I think a guy like Maxter is one we need to point out.
Hold that thought, because we're going to jump on a quick break, and when we come back, we'll speak Ancient, we'll speak NIP, and we'll speak more NIP versus Cloud9. Not a secret that Mirage was perhaps not the map we were all hoping for in terms of a competitive game of Counter-Strike. However, I do think there's a much better chance that we're going to see a better game of Counter-Strike on Ancient, which is the second map picked by NIP. NIP have played it 13 times with their new roster in the past 3 months. It's a map they've been power packing, been power playing, so essentially it should be a good map pick from NIP.
Yeah, I mean, NIP is in that position where you're kind of no longer a tier 1 team, so you actually have to sacrifice your level in some lower level tournaments to actually get the experience and the flow going. They've been playing a lot of like online stuff and also local lanes in other regions that the typical ESL, PGL type of tournaments. So I think it's a good sign for NIP that they're actually willing to do this, to learn and play together, but of course it's still not looking too good on the biggest stage.
No, not yet, you know, and some of the results they have, as you said, are against less formidable teams. They have taken down the likes of 9C, the Mongols, Furia, Fnatic, Astralis for that matter as well, but they've also lost to teams that I don't know who are. So at that point, we're at a point where NIP are showing a bit of inconsistency. One player we do want to talk about, and we wanted actually to do this in the pre-show, is Maxter, because I know you were thinking highly of him coming into the tournament. So far, he's been struggling. He was struggling on map number 1. He was struggling yesterday, but I do agree with you. Overall, Maxter is an interesting prospect. So try put a couple of words on who is this guy and what can we realistically expect from him, because a 0.57 rating is not Maxter's level.
No, I mean, it's a unique situation, right? It's not that often we see graduates getting a chance unless you're in Mouse, right? And he's one of them, yeah, exactly, from the Academy roster. They had the young ninjas. Him and Nilo was the most interesting prospects of this roster. Nilo was shipped off. He had to do his high school and all these sorts of things. This guy got a direct chance at the main team. Him and Blue Phoenix both got a shot at the main team. This guy proved that he could actually play to a decent level, and he's also shown that if you look at his stats throughout some of the smaller tournaments, he's actually having a good show. But right now, on the biggest stage, on LAN, against teams who are way better, he's one of the worst. Like, he is second worst at the entire event, and I think that speaks a lot of volume, considering we've had OG here, we've had Heroic withstanding, he's worse than Saw on paper by stats.
And why could that be? Because I agree with you. I was also bought into the guy, given that he's playing well online, that he was going through the Academy ranks, and he was showing potential. I believe he was even standing in for NIP in their turmoil period, where he also did fine at LAN even. So why do you think it is that he's coming into this tournament? And I guess the sample size is still relatively small, but as a player, is it just a different level of Counter-Strike? Is it a different pressure? What can it be?
I mean, I think when you're playing those online tournaments, my voice just cracked. It's been a long day, but it's okay. It's 26. I'm getting there, mate. But one thing that you have to bear in mind is that when the guy who's been on this level for like the tier 2, tier 3 for so long, you can kind of just play your game because you're not going to get anti-stratted as much, right? I remember playing in Trick, you just show up every day, play 3 BO3s a day, go to bed, next day repeat, right? And I think this is where he came from. Now he's stepping into the scene where you kind of have to expect the level to be raised a little bit. He has to be more dynamic on his CT play. He can't get away with doing the same stuff all the time. And he also needs to have a little bit of balls in situations. I do think he's very passive at times, and I would love to see him just take a little bit more chances, especially when you're up down this bad.
It's going to be interesting to see if Maxter can provide a little more on the server on Ancient. I think it's going to be needed to have all 5 players showing up in some capacity. Now, looking at Cloud9, I think NIP share the same sentiment that I'm trying to get across here. There's not a lot of data to look at. There's not a lot of anti-strat that can be done. It's a new roster, new identity. They've only played Ancient once against 3D Max at the BetBoom Daha tournament. So, what do you do if you're NIP? Do you go in, you play your own game, you know, the old Flusk, or if you're Cloud9, can you maybe surprise NIP by the fact that they have nothing to look at?
I mean, you can look at what Boomich was used to doing, right? Some of the maps that he liked back in the days.
Is that a viable route to go?
No, it's not going to be viable in the sense of like trying to go to the anti-strat route, but for the veto, it's going to help. Like, what maps did Boomich like to play? You can still go by those, as you can expect. He's the leader of the team. He's going to dictate which maps we're going to be playing. But of course, yes, this is going to be the old way of saying, oh, just play our own game. But they actually need to do it now because the data from them is so limited. I think FaZe came with the same conclusion yesterday, that they would just do their own thing because they didn't really know what maps it would be. NIP has a little advantage. The 3D Max game was actually in the evening yesterday. They played the first match here, then they went in the evening and played the online match. Now they have a little bit more of a sense of where does Cloud9 want their map pool to be.
One player that we spoke a lot about is Icy, and he's had a great tournament so far. And when he was playing in Amkel, he also played an awful lot of Ancient, and he was performing to a high level on that map as well. This whole Icy versus Wrinkle duel, AWPs in general on Ancient, how important are they?
I mean, on the T side, I don't think that's necessary, but on the CT side, it gives you a lot of possibilities. I love this common window peak when people can actually hit their jump from the middle to the other middle area and then go up there and peak the speedway. It's not often we see it because you're often forced by the flashes to go down. But I do think a guy like Wrinkle would take those chances, where I think a guy like Icy might be a little bit too passive for doing stuff like that.
Alrighty, well, we are just about to get the game started. NIP is facing elimination from the group stage right here. If they're not able to win Ancient, it's all they wrote for them. And we have some of the biggest NIP fans in the world ready to take you through the game. Anders and Henry, take it away.
Cheers, Pimp. Yeah, Anders loves a bit of NIP, and they're looking down the barrel of tournament elimination. GG bet odds coming through.
Yeah.
Doesn't look good, Anders. Doesn't look good at all.
If they don't pick it up, it might be time for NIP to put a PIN in it. Pin, Henry.
I know, I got it. I got it. It was good. It's good. Yeah, you're on your A game today, your PK.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, this is as
tragically.
good as it's going to get, ladies and gents.
It doesn't get better.
Yeah, so Ancient, like the guys eloquently said, there is not much tape on Cloud9. They did play 3D Max at it last night. We have no real idea what they've been focusing on. It's going to be the pick of NIP here, and they'll be looking to bounce back. Wrinkle's the only player that really delivered.
I like this Wrinkle guy. You weren't lying about that,
I told you at the beginning of the tournament,
Yes.
like he is a huge prospect for the future. Whether he finds his career success in this lineup is yet to be seen, but he's certainly making a name for himself.
Yes,
as
he
we
is.
Get into a very important pistol here. NIP have been lacking momentum. They won the first pistol on Mirage. They got the 2-0 lead, but then literally got nothing else. It was quite rough. We'll see whether they can bounce back.
I just want to see them win 3 or 4 rounds in a row, just to see what the team feels like if they're doing just a little bit better and not having to fight their way back. It's been suffocating every single map we've seen them in so far. That has to change. Not a single defender on the A bomb site. I don't. Yeah, all right. They're going to put up the smoke. Got about 20 seconds to make their way to a donut. Thought maybe it was a fake, but it wasn't. They are going to go for it. They're going to get a straightforward bomb plant. There's nobody here to defend, so do they have the protocols? Yes, they do. They have the smoke in the kit on Boomich. This could be a heartbreaking round. I can see it coming already, Henry. It's looking good. NIP, they practically won the round already, but do you think Boomich, is he heartless enough to steal the round from him in the last seconds inside of the
He's
smoke?
the one with the kit, and he's got 3 HP now, so
That's
that does make things a little bit more complicated. They start spamming the smoke. He's going to have his wicked way with them. But, oh my God, Isaac, Alex, what has happened there? All 5 members come through the choke point of CT spawn, that elbow position, and before I can even finish the sentence, the round's over. Blink and you miss it.
Glock fuel blender.
Yeah. Good Lord.
All died. There was no smoke defuse. Look at this.
Just what they needed. Isaac gets himself 4 kills in total. Even he can't believe it. Let's go.
Yeah, I actually want Alex streaming. I want to have them a little bit fired up here. Gamble for Cloud9 or 5 members.
This is a nice approach. Take on your ecos. Run this one at home. Give it a go. You just send 5 people towards A main. Pick your moment. Swing out. They've already dinked him. Just trying to get 1 kill here if possible. They've got Isaac locked in. He'll probably get a couple more. And he gets 2 total. The AK gets given up. Could save it for the next round. Yeah.
Still, for NIP, we'll take it. I guess that actually all 3 MAC-10s could, in theory, go and hunt for the rest here. It's probably what they're going to be doing. They kind of know this round is already over, so send them out. Send out the SMGs. No one can obviously need to defuse or anything else. There's not any kind of threat from that. Yeah, they're casting a wide net, so they really, really want to make sure they find these at the end. Obviously, the Galil doesn't have to be as involved in the hunt for the minute. Okay, they're getting a little bit closer. I thought they would be way more active in hunting with his MAC-10s. Curious. 1 AK given over. Guess not the end of the world, but could be kind of dangerous on the CT side. You never know.
Sure. Certainly a nice little benefit for the CT side, having the 1-tap potential. Get that in the hands of someone like Axel. Could be difficult to contain. That was the full eco, bear in mind. So Axel will have the AK into round number 3 here. So if they can somehow win this with 3 MAC-10s and a Galil, it does require a set piece here. You don't really want to be running a default. See whether they can... Yeah, it looks like we're starting to send players over towards A to start. 4 in total, getting ready to explode on the A bomb site. Got Rez patrolling the double doors elsewhere, trying to show some presence, Molotov the ramp. Throw a smoke or 2, deny some vision. Try and slow down the rotations. Catch anyone pushing that B ramp itself. So what's the play? They're all still outside the A bomb site. Throwing a smoke towards Red Room by the looks of things from spawn.
Yeah, you would think so. Either that, he's really just taking in the view. Admiring the
Oh, he was going to be flashing for them, I think. Those are the god flashes from that position.
Axel hoping to catch a headshot through the smoke, but it's not been allowed, and they will once again return to the A-bomb site. 2 of them coming through the donut, the other 3 through the main entrance here. There is already 2 people at the site, which is more than normal. And Icy's not that far away. He's got a flashbang that maybe you could set up Axal for. We'll see how quick they can coordinate that kind of thing. Oh, the smoke that's devastating, right? Yeah, down to 10 seconds once they have to run through it. There's no question about it. Axal will only get the 1, so nicely done. Maxter with the Mac 10 on the other side. It paves the way.
Good. NIP can win this round for sure.
Yes. No smoke, no kit on the other side. So I would say normally you've got to be careful about doubling that many people in the donut, because if the CTs have enough utility, you might sort of get strangely locked in there, but I don't think that's a problem in this round. I think they can theoretically put everybody in the donut position. There is Boomich sneaking up behind. Maybe he could dislodge them, and he will take down Isaac. Heavy-God with a really fast kill as well. Maxter fighting back. Double kill of the round for him. Grenade comes out. It almost kills Heavy-God. And they actually picked up a kit now. There's still a way they can do this. Icy with the kill, and the defuse happening in the background. What a retake.
Difficult one. Uncomfortable for Cloud9. Up against 3 Mac 10s there in Galil's. Still tested to the very limits of their ability. Like you said, the kit found. Nice flank from Donut as well. They had the man advantage, but Axel being ran down with that Mac 10 could have fallen apart, but very calm and composed. Boomich, Heavy-God working in tandem, and Icy finding the killing blow in the defuse. Good stuff, but that's still a very good round for NIP.
Sure.
Bomb planted, kept the CTs very modest. And what have we got next? Setting up some utility. They're dropping some smokes over in the corner. Allows one player to smoke long, short. You can Molotov towards default from there as well. And I think that's the kind of play they'll be going for. In we go. Flashes over. Heavy-God. I don't know how he doesn't get 2 there.
Nobody knows. Bromwich coming out even through the flames there. He actually does get a double somehow. I was going to say the 2 AKs given over the CT side is what could be dangerous, but it turns out it's Boomich with a SMG instead that's going to make the difference. Maxter and Wrinkle. They kind of have to do something here, but there's no money left for NIP. Cloud9 winning this round, and the NIP momentum is once again caught very short.
Round's not necessarily over yet. With the AWP up, Wrinkle, we know he can do some unspeakable things with this weapon. It's just a matter of time before he gets activated. But will they give him any wiggle room here?
I'm guessing Maxter is going to be playing for that attention. Yeah, so he's going to try and see if he can find anything here and hope that they swing on him from this side.
As soon as he's spotted, he gets his kill almost certainly. They'll swing now. This is getting interesting. If he hit that shot and somehow Maxter would survive, they might have been onto something there, but looks like he'll have to save at this stage. 25 seconds. Yeah. Bottom down in a very precarious spot. CT's smothering it. And it's just going to be the save. You might want to send out some players if the money's quite tight. I guess I'll just hold on to the rifles they have instead of feeding Wrinkle.
I swear it looked like Boomich was running into the remnants of a Molotov, exiting the cave, and...
It looked like it, right? They're getting a double kill, though.
Yeah, someone did it anyway.
They could have given 1. No, not worth it. Might be a tactical timeout required here for NIP. It's one of those weird rounds where you've got the AWP and some residual cat. I can't believe he didn't get that second kill. Kind of insane, actually. I think that says it all. He knows he should have got it as well.
Yeah.
Unfortunate, it happens.
Still, it's a sort of micro thing. Like, he's pretty quick at calming, right? He's not, like, he's frustrated, but kind of carrying on with the job even though he's dead.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Round number 5. They have 1 AWP. Assortment of exotic pistols to roam around Bodyguard. Oh, this could be sick. Flash around. They try the boost. Actually, it works out the other way. Surprisingly. Axel goes down, so now they have a bit more to work with.
That's a gun picked up. Alex to wield it. Might want to give that to Maxter if possible.
True. Bit of Kevlar on him.
There we go.
Yeah. Are they listening in, Henry? Hear what you're saying?
They might be.
Jump if you can hear what Henry's saying. All right. They didn't. Just checking, you know.
Intes doesn't have the smoke to deal with this. It's looking like a one and done to me. If he had the shadow advantage helps him out. He can spot that right now. He could grenade in there, I suppose.
Those damn floodlights. Scrawny is mad somewhere, I know. He's been on a mission to stop them. Inters with a very, very good defense. Two big kills. It is possible, but if IC gets even one here, I doubt it's going to happen. The rotation's coming in. We're down to 26 seconds here. Running the clock down low. Nice boost over Wrinkle. All right. Is it the time for him to really shine? He's got just 19 seconds left. Can still be done. Oh, the jump again. He doesn't quite hit it, and now he's all the way down to 5 health here. And with just 10 seconds left, he can't do it. Oh, it's so close all the time, but it's Cloud9 walking away with the round.
Dangerous one.
Yes.
Axar going down early. Flashbang, not as effective as he'd like.
And I guess, like, they had an AWP and pistols. So what, they lost 4 pistols, keep the AWP, and they did a lot of damage?
It's absolutely fine, yeah. They definitely kept them on their toes here. Yeah, not quite aware of how much info they were giving away with that shadow. Allowed them to prepare, get multiple kills, nice angles.
I know Scrawny's been speaking harshly about those floodlights.
He doesn't like the lights?
He's not a big fan of them. I'm not either. I do feel like it's somehow too aggressive.
Hey, I normally play a bomb side on Ancient. I welcome them. It's if you stand on the sign especially, you get a real nice little visual cue before they walk in. No one seems to think about it ever.
But do you like them when you're the T pushing in? You just get pre-fired?
I'm indifferent. I don't have a strong opinion on really anything, and as you know.
Just making your way through life.
Yeah, just existing.
Counter-Strike game at a time.
Yeah, just casting Counter-Strike. It's kind of all I've got going on.
Okay, that's very zen of you, Henry. I appreciate that. It's a 3-2 scoreline. We're moving into round number 6. And again, it's a pretty good start here for Cloud9. Sort of brilliant start. The fact that they keep stealing a couple of AKs, I think, is interesting. Without that, they would have had a lot less money to work with here. So they've got a little bit. But NIP are keeping it within range where if they win just even one round here, they can really start to get cooking again.
Time to lock in, NIP.
Yes. We've been asking, we've been waiting, and Alex will provide them an opening. Inters goes down. Axile, do you want to stick around and fight this one? He will, to his detriment. Isaac takes him down, and the round is definitely won here.
And the money's actually pretty ruined, so they have to save the little they have, an MP9, single AK. That's more like it. Alex leading by example. Entry frag found. Teammates follow things up, and they mop the floor of the A-bomb site.
I feel like it's also tricky when you're in Axile's position towards that donut, but if you're like the second player there, you kind of know if you fall back, you probably give up the bomb plant, but if you stick around, like the chances to get flashed or smoked or Molotov are so high. Quick decision you have to make sometimes. Didn't work out for Axile. I think this is the first time I've seen when we've been casting NIP in this tournament that Maxter's had something that looks like a good start. Like, he's winning some of these fights. I know there was a lot of talk beforehand about him, that like he's been looking good. But for this tournament, it's been a bit rough.
This tournament's been bad.
Yeah.
The opposite of good, actually. He's like Bubsky pointed out, he's the second lowest rated player in the tournament.
Yeah. Hey, but hey, if he can turn it around right now, who cares?
Indeed.
Wrinkle still looking animated. A timeout for Cloud9, that's all it took.
Oh yeah, their money was already on the brink.
Yeah.
Losing that round, they'll save an AK or two, but yeah, it's just like, do you want to go all in here? Do you want to sabotage the money potentially? Do you want to take it more conservatively and look at the bigger picture? Play it safe? These are the discussions they'll be having right now. How to utilize the AK if they do eco around it.
Yeah, Exists getting a chance to chime in as well. Legendary, of course, representing the wastelands of northern Sweden. You been up there, Henry?
I don't know. Have I? Have any DreamHacks been there?
DreamHack Umeå? I doubt it.
Okay.
Probably not.
I've been to like...
There aren't many people up there, to be honest. Just Exist, actually. Okay. It was Just Exist. And now he's here.
All right, fair.
I like this. Boomage. Always creative. Great player to watch in many ways. Probably a hard player to replicate if you were a new player and you wanted to emulate Boomage style. I don't think it's going to be easy. But it is fun to watch. The bomb is back in T-spawn, which means if Boomich somehow wins the fight against Isaac, I believe, is out there.
Yeah.
It's like a weird potential.
Didn't really invest anything to this one, just to know that. So they went with the big picture option. Heavy God with the rifle. Boomich with his trusty MP9. Trying to play for a bit of info. Got a pop flash set up for the B ramp.
Yes. And they've rescued the bomb in the meantime, so the other scenario no longer available. This red room position, though, is pretty powerful. I believe it's Maxter who's playing.
We'll miss Molly.
Yeah.
Won't have any direct ramifications. They weren't committing on that. Trying to set up a spam, I think.
Potentially. We are down to 40 seconds. It's not a lot of time if they wanted to run away from this. Let's say they run into trouble.
If these pistols can take all the aggro for Heavy God, there's a chance. He missed this big spray before. There's the aggro. There's the conversion. Heavy God can still win this round.
Yes, he can. You're right. Smoke is up, and they're trying to see if they can get their way out. Maybe double or even triple up on Heavy God here. They're going to be careful they don't line up for him instead. 18 seconds on the clock, and he's alone in this corner. Hunted down. It's kind of close. It's kind of a scary round, but good job on NIP.
Yeah, well handled. Didn't come too close to losing it. Heavy God needed to do a lot there. Stifling pressure applied to Long. Running out of bullets, and he had a 5 left in the magazine. Yeah, that was the miss molly. So you drop the molly on default, you follow up with spam and try and catch him going to either cubby or retreating towards CT spawn. But the molly didn't land. Oh, they're feeling them.
I like it.
Bear in mind, this is for elimination this game. Lose this map and NIP are out. Axel wants to send them packing early. Only gets the one, though. Had an option to get out of there. Fancy the duel. So does Boomich, though, the master of the MP9. Gets it done. They've got the man advantage for now. Not much territory to speak of. That's through the smoke. He must have popped it open.
Oh my god, and he keeps running. He knows the Boomich was on the other side, but that was a while ago. Who does that? Who runs through with an AWP alone? No backup. The fact that he's done it could be crazy. Like, who's going to expect him to be back here? He's almost in CT spawn by now. Somehow the C's and yeah, they've traded places. Look at it.
It looks like an NIP.
Cloud9 is basically playing T positions right now.
Yeah, they've got no information. They know a player slipped the net. They can hit the Molotovs in towards A now.
Yeah.
Like, they're taking their time. Rightly so. You'd assume there would be some CT presence here, but ultimately just given, I guess, a bit of space here for Cloud9 to reposition. They've still got a smoke for Donut. I'm sure they'll smoke that before they plant.
Look at the money in the bank here for Cloud9. If they lose these rifles, they're actually in a bit of trouble.
They don't have to smoke spawns. They should be smoking Donut before they plant.
Yeah.
Almost certainly. I don't see a world where they don't. It might not even matter. Nice work from Wrinkle. There's the smoke.
All right. Wrinkle's having a round.
So good.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, some of those playmaking situations we just saw like that, opening up B and even running through the smoke against G2, it cost them a fair bit. But man, is it cool when it works out. IC's going to make an escape. Saving the AWP makes the next round dangerous, so you might as well try and do that. But you know what? It's NIP with a 5-3 scoreline. Finally a chance, I think, for Nip to show what they're about. My god, that is quick. What an absolutely stunning shot that was from Wrinkle over at B.
Wrinkle looked dangerous on Mirage. He's starting to get into 5th gear now. Devastating the defense with the AWP. This is going to be a tough game now for Cloud9. Not the walk in the park they experienced on the first outing. IC saves the AWP, but they just don't have the resources to invest around it. To try and see if they can find him some picks and hopefully save the weapon.
I feel like normally people boost over at B with this, just with the one-off.
You can boost at the back of the bomb site itself. That could be an interesting idea for sure.
That is what they're doing. See it all the time. That's how I know. I'm not psychic. Or am I?
You're a lot of things, Anders. I'm not sure you're psychic, but...
If I would obviously keep it hidden, so... would make it obvious, would I? Okay, well, they dodged the boost, so... Kind of fortunate for NIP. Maybe they were expecting that that was going to happen. It's possible they're smarter than I am.
No.
Thanks. I appreciate that. Alex, surely winning that one. Bomb getting planted. Yeah, this position, it's fun for Inters if he's got a lot of pressure from the rest of his team on the other side, so that he's not just being held like this from Maxter. Without that kind of pressure, it doesn't really do anything. 6-3. We're feeling it now. We're feeling that NIP comeback.
This is what you wanted to see. You want to see a few rounds in a row. Controlling the finances. Keeping players alive. Clean anti-ecos here. Icy will save the AWP. That was the main objective, really, of this round. Money has been tight. Looking for some exits if possible.
Yeah, might as well. Gets a grenade.
God,
and the bomb will do the rest.
So far away, the nade him for 80, then he gets blown up down in the B lanes.
Yeah, that's ancient for you.
Yeah.
Oh, it's actually on tracks for NIB. I was worried, not gonna lie, after that first map, but they just never, ever got up and running. It's not amazing.
You guys might notice the wrinkles actually in the middle of the seating arrangement. He's not the in-game leader, of course, it's Alex, but he certainly seems to be the most vocal, like the hype man.
Yeah.
Riles everyone up. Certainly the best player in all of the outings so far. Here are full groups 20-24.
Yeah, he's been a great player to watch for now. Also, kind of, I think, realistic in the interview that we saw earlier, saying he recognized that he had a lot to learn still about when to be aggressive and when not to be. Like,
I mean, yeah.
It's good to recognize that.
Every young prodigy will have to go through that. He's been farming tier 2, tier 3 without much resistance. Like, he's going to have those moments where it's super flashy and exciting, but he'll have to reel it in at some point. Axel will open things up, though. Fends off the mid-aggression from Maxter. Rez completely blind behind the beehive. Should be a couple of nice kills here.
Yeah.
Heavy God's always in the same position. You're likely to pre-fire him, and Isaac does just that.
You're right. They definitely know that by now. He's been there every single time. Wrinkle doesn't take world-class sniper to get that kill, but counts all the same. Inters and Icy not even going to attempt this one. So 7-3. Okay. I'm starting to feel it now.
Yeah, like, not really any resistance there towards B whatsoever. In they went. Couple of quick kills.
Oh, I wish we could see Maxter's fight at the start of the round. I forgot to count this, but did he, even if he died for nothing, did he spot 3 players in the middle, or was it just 2? If it's 3, it's such a straightforward call to say, okay, well, let's go B right now. Like, let's not even slow it down.
It's a good point, the fact they even lose that first kill towards middle.
Yeah, but the information might just make up for it.
And hunting for info, yeah.
Look at this. 1, 2.
So, yeah, he probably did see all 3.
He did see all 3. That's huge. So, yeah, of course you're going to be just pulling the trigger on this.
Nice! Keep exiting! I have money!
I'm enjoying this, whatever it is.
Whatever that is, I like it. Boosting up Wrinkle. Currently 7-1. He's been activated. That's a kill for sure. Nice work from Maxter.
And this, he's regaining some confidence now.
Yeah, that's a crazy peak.
I mean, the team could really be transformed if Maxter finds a little bit of that swag again. Isaac's been playing better and better all the time. Wrinkle seems very consistent. Good direction that this is going in. Looks like Cloud9 are making a bit of a gamble call to say, let's go mid and A. Hope that they don't go B, but they do. The gamble has not worked out. I mean, pretty much a question of planting the bomb now. Cloud9, I'm sure, are just going to kind of surrender the round and try and play for the 12th round that's coming up next.
It's not one of the most exciting ones. So Cloud9 definitely got some issues here on Ancient. They're a brand new team.
Well, that's true, yeah.
not looking like the most proactive CT side. Like, kind of focusing the majority of their attention towards middle. B seems quite weak. He got his heavy got in that same position every round.
Yeah, you're right. The most we've kind of seen is maybe Boomich try to push up with an MP9, but you're right, it hasn't been a lot of coordinated stuff. And maybe we can excuse that for Cloud9, just given the fact of how new the roster is and how hard it is to build a whole map pool. Maybe it's not too crazy that they're having a bit of a harder time of it.
Well, there's only one more round to go. This has been quite an uneventful first half. NIP, after some initial resistance, have ran away with it. Their T side has been pretty impeccable. Maxter helps himself to the first pick. The round was pretty much over. That's all they needed.
Yeah, that was it. That kill did it. If they can win the next one, I mean, you might as well hear NIP just keep pushing that advantage. We know they can fall into a bit of a slump if things start to go bad, so by all means.
Potentially he's only going to die one time this half. He keeps going. It's farming out there. 8-1.
Why would you repeat that? He just does anyway. Maxter this time not coming out on top in the middle. Heavy God.
Bit more active at least.
Yeah, different position. NIP.
But they've had the red carpet rolled out each and every time they go in towards B. Wrinkle, he's just got that 6th sense going.
Yeah.
This time doesn't quite connect. Takes the aggro though. His teammates can't make their way towards ramp.
Everybody here. There's nobody anywhere else on the map. Cloud9, I mean, this looks a bit desperate. It might work out, but I'm just saying, in a 4-on-4 to put all 4 players at the B bomb side makes me think you're kind of running out of ideas for how to defend. Wrinkle, low on health. Alex, maybe he can bring it back here, but I do like this forward position for Inters.
Alex, pretty decent in-game leader when it comes to the duels.
Yes, he is.
Demonstrated. But now Wrinkle left in a very difficult clutch. If he had more health, you might fancy his chances, but just a couple of bullets, even a wall bang to come forward would take him down. Needs to somehow cut this one down to size. 1v1 would be ideal. Picks up the bomb. Incendiary.
Okay.
Allows him to plant. Or does it?
Oh, no. Inters, that's smart play.
Well, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. NIP were running away with this first half, but Cloud9 will at least take the 12 and give them a realistic chance of fighting back. It's 8-4. We'll see you after this. What's up, Counter-Strike fans? It's NIP looking down the barrel of a tournament elimination here in the second map, but they have pulled their socks up and put on a pretty decent showing here on Ancient. 8-4 in their favor on their T-side campaign. Cloud9 couldn't really get going, but they did steal away that last round, and hope is still there to find a 2-0.
Yeah, NIP started to do a little bit. I mean, on day one, Henry, you were trying to get me on board the NIP roller coaster, and I refused. I said, it looks rusty. I don't know about the maintenance report. I don't know who's operating this stuff any longer. I wasn't sure. I don't know if I can push that analogy any further, but I must say, this has been a better showing.
Yeah, it's much better. Compared to Mirage, it's night and day. But the job is not done yet. Far from it. Cloud9 got a lot of experienced players within their ranks. Won't be going down without a fight here.
It would be heartbreaking if NIP can find a way to make this a victory, though. Imagine finally having a good half. Everyone's happy.
Hey, just losing the pistol, and then the follow-up 2 rounds, like, all of a sudden it's 8-7, you know, so...
Yeah. We've all seen it happen before. Okay, Boomage is just kind of guarding this part of the map for the rest of the team to show up. They have 1 smoke and 2 flashbangs. Not that much. Is it enough to get into a bomb site, Henry, you think?
Depends what kind of smoke they throw, I suppose. Could drop the lurk smoke, which is just to the right of the pillar. Could just be smoking offshore to give them a bit more runway.
Oh, they have a Molotov as well. That was dropped on the ground. They're probably going to use it early. I do like the idea of using it later, but it's very risky. Kit as well on Alex. Rez, good shot to begin with. Maxter is going to be there. Rez just collecting headshots at this point in time. And Boomage, whatever plans they had, is no longer any impact on the game. It's going to be him alone.
I didn't really do anything with that, did they?
Rez had 5 kills at the end of the first half. Now he's got 4 in this one, up to 9.
Nice work, Rez.
Yes.
Excellent. Yeah, there were a couple of smokes there for Cloud9. Didn't really get anything done, though. No presence shown elsewhere. Didn't force any sort of CT reactions. Waited for aggression. Smoke in, Molotov on default, but Rez is playing in front of him. And mows them down. No one really missing a shot here. Rez especially. Glorious with the USP.
All right, then.
Insane, bro. Fucking Pistol King, bro.
Pistol King.
Yeah, you gotta hype your friends up like that.
That's why he's in the middle.
Yeah. Get him feeling really good. It makes a difference. 9-4. Okay, so they win the pistol. They win the next one here. I mean, it's going to be so much the better. They should. Oh, it's a shame that actually just tags the wall. I think they would have landed right in front. Not that it makes a difference. It seems like it really won't make any difference here. Axile goes down, and it's just Heavy God. No bomb plant. And NIP enjoying a 6-round lead here.
Yeah, should be their map. We got Anubis to close things out. Time will tell. NIP haven't shown their best Counter-Strike this tournament. Not their worst either, but it's been up and down.
Could see a world in which NIP actually could win Anubis even.
Sure.
They said they ended up playing okay. It was just the G2 were just so
I've
crazy.
seen them play some very good Anubis. Like, Yala Compass, against Mongols, they actually looked like they had some really nice tricks and good T-side approach. See whether they can hold on here, though. Still a lot of work to be done. Rez taking matters into his own hands. Nice pressure being applied, though. 70 damage towards Big Boom. Even more so now. Oh, there's so much damage across the board here. Rez knows they're in there. Oh, they're just absolutely toying with them. Cloud9 got a response. They're getting absolutely rocked out there. IC will pull one back. Boomage eventually does go down, though. 3 versus 2.
And he's hearing that. Looking at the wall, Isaac, to figure out where they're running. That's a classic CT protocol. It's one of the things you talked about that maybe Cloud9 were missing on the CT side, but Rez can hold that angle forever because he knows his teammates are behind him in the middle, so he never has to turn around and worry about that. Didn't see that kind of a play really out of Cloud9 too much.
Now there's a chance of a double kill here. There's the first. And there's the second.
Almost didn't look like they didn't even consider that he could have been that far down. I enjoy it. I wish more people would shout at each other. I mean, in the studio.
Yeah, the context of this game.
Don't do it in public.
No. Nice one from Alex. Looks like we're done here. Cloud9 don't really have much going on Aztec. Ancient. It's not 2006 anymore.
No, I mean, but I appreciate the callback anyway, Henry.
Yeah.
We could call this Aztec 2.0.
The closest we've got to Aztec.
Yeah. I don't miss holding the bridge on the CT side and getting naded from below. I just don't miss those days. But apart from that, yeah, sure. AWP close. Wrinkle. Get one. Trying to escape, but he was a little bit too slow in the air. And Icy will take him down instead. Can't immediately steal the AWP. All right, there we go. He did find it. Nice job. Smokes off towards Donut. Is it enough for a bomb plant is the real question here. Yeah, he doesn't want to go and plant a bomb with the orb. He wants to send his teammate instead, which probably makes a lot of sense. A lot of damage here. Rez. No fear at all in facing down Icy at range. Even he knows the orb is back there. Maxter's pushing forward. Stops the bomb plant as well. Heavy God. Some very fast headshots. My God, he's good. But they will still lose the round as Isaac will get the last kill.
Back it up. We might be done here, Anders. NIP with a brilliant return to form here, led by Wrinkle. Everyone else stepping up now as well, looking like they've got a lot more confidence. The wind in their sails. Max is denying the plant as well, denying the cash going forward. This was the play.
Yeah.
Could take that risk with the man advantage, and they take everyone down as well. High value target of Icy with the AWP. Looks like that's going to be all she wrote for Aztec, as it were. So just the get a little a bit of a throwback there. As Heavy got okay. Okay,
No.
we're not done. We ain't done yet.
How's he done that?
Not sure. Took 99 damage on route.
He had a pretty sick spray down at range towards the ticket booth on Mirage. This one was way crazier. That is such a long... I used to drag his mouse across the whole screen to get that one. I can't believe it. Let's see if NIP can recover. Starts well. Alex, Wrinkle as well, will chime in for a kill onto Inters. 2 versus 3, but again, Heavy God is almost dead off the bat here, and he's just hiding in there. No HE on Rez, but one bullet will do it, and he's going to find him for free. Didn't matter how much health Heavy God had then, he was going to be dead either way.
Well,
back into a 2-on-2.
Over towards the B-bomb side. Should be there around, but yeah, look like this is a done deal anyway after Heavy God got those 2 entries, but still possible for NIP to close things out now. They've got the time to work with. Icy will be holding towards the B lanes. M4 in hand. You can hear the sound cues coming through. I guess you wouldn't necessarily check this position. Rez does. Looking for the trade. I think Icy gets this. Yeah.
Smart
Clean.
reposition.
And there we have it. Cloud9, finally.
Let's see if we get this replay from Heavy God.
Oh, we've got to.
It's too crazy.
People demand it.
I have no idea how he managed to do it. It's so fast. Like he's reacting to the smoke getting blown open. It's like, I'll take that.
Yeah, right. Good call.
Okay. Right on the verge of losing the map. Cloud9 have a bit more to say, but it's very hard to summon a lot of enthusiasm to believe that they can make the comeback.
No, I'm with you on that one. Cloud9, this new roster, certainly not fully fleshed out yet. Looking likely that it goes to Anubis, but for now, close the gap, do what you can round by round. Make them sweat, get them frustrated that they're not finding the quick victory.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well. Probably going to be playing that 3rd map anyway. Round number 18. That is 3 HEs. Maybe you can find some early kill with it. It's only 1 player here, so even if they find all the grenades on Axile, probably not going to change the round too much. They do hardly any damage. Waste of explosives, really.
Let's see if they have anything left to say. Looking like a very convincing Cloud9 round. 6 will be on the board after this. Unless something really disastrous goes down. Rez with the Desert Eagle narrowly misses out in the first kill. Trying to work out which universe you could lose this one. No utility, no Kevlar, just a couple of Deagles. They've got decent control of the ramp as well. It would just take something unbelievably good for Rez. Not going to happen.
Yeah.
Desert Eagle shut down, and presumably the round for Cloud9.
Was never a high chance here. I've got a question for you, Henry.
Okay. Here we go.
Remember the Confetti Zeus update?
What was that? So when you fired the Zeus, confetti would come out? Is that
Yeah, confetti. I can't remember what holiday it was for, but it was some holiday or other.
I mean, sure.
What about tiny bats for when it's Halloween?
Tiny bats to fly out the Zeus?
Yeah. Would you be?
I mean, I'd
for or
rather than put
against?
the resources into something else. If it's going to be one of
Are
those.
there more important things, really? If you really think about it.
No, you're right. The tiny bats update is on the tip of everyone's tongue, but we'll see if that comes through. That Halloween's right around the corner.
Well, get to work.
It's August as of today, so we're not far away.
That's what I mean. It's on my mind, you know. Well, this looks like a free round, more or less. Oh, okay. Isaac's moved in front. A very dangerous play here. Here's the bomb going down to the other side. Charges in, and he actually does get a kill. Bomb still planted, obviously. 4-on-4. Say that, but Maxtra, he's playing so well. Taking down Axal, and suddenly they have a one-man advantage here in IP. Still a very difficult retake. Don't know if Isaac had a kit or not, but they certainly don't have one picked up at the moment. I gotta remember as well, they have a lot of money in IP, so if they throw away these rifles, it's a bit of an issue. They have to save again. Cloud9 probably go up to 8 rounds. You have to be absolutely sure you can do this. So far ticked. I don't know. I'm not seeing anyone pick up a kit either. If there wasn't one, I feel like going for that even 4-on-3 wasn't worth it. If there's a kit, maybe. Well then.
We've got...
It's getting closer.
A storyline brewing here, Anders.
Closer to heartbreak.
The comeback storyline. Everyone's favorite.
It is.
The reverse sweep. The rug pull.
Yeah.
Can happen. Has happened before.
The trap door.
Yeah, they've got a full eco. It's going to be 12-8. Everyone's starting to die. No one's doubting themselves just yet, but the little voice in the back of your head.
Yeah.
Getting a bit louder now. Say, oh, God, imagine we lost this. This is how we get out of the tournament.
I know.
How would that feel?
Well, we can ask them that after the game if it happens.
Yeah, how does it feel?
How does it feel?
How does that feel? How is the voice in your head doing today?
Decent Molotov.
Alley-oop. God, so much damage. Axel converts upon it. Well, their objective was just to get this game a little closer. Not give them the easy ride to victory, and I think they've accomplished that already. Getting 8 rounds from where it was. Quite impressive. That was the full eco, however. Cloud9, at least in with a shout of taking it to overtime here. It's going to take 4 in a row.
Kind of doable, to be honest. Inter's still playing very well. He was probably the person I had the least expectations for on this team. But he's actually been playing sick Counter-Strike. Wrinkle. Nicely done. Trying to run for it, but I'm pretty sure the bomb will blow him up if he keeps going. So, again, we are on Aztec. So,
yeah, famous for its blast radius. All right, Boomage, he's feeling himself.
Yeah, I like it. Alex was shouting at them.
Yeah,
Boomage feels inspired.
Not shouting anymore, is he?
No, focus is back in his eyes for good reason.
All right, the next round is super important. If they can find like a dominating victory here, really build up some momentum, yeah, like the conversation starts to happen. The comeback is a possibility. Let's have a look, shall we? NIP just need 1 to get us out of here. Take us to Anubis. It's a classic call. And a classic opener. IC, Heavy God working in tandem. 5-on-3 before we hit 1 minute 30. And now they can reset the round. They don't have to just run in blindly.
I've been saying that IC, not necessarily the most flashy, you know, consistent. That's a high-risk kind of maneuver, but man, does it work out. He had no teammates there, right? So no one was covering middle for him or anything else like that. So Definitely could have gone the other way, but that was very cool. Wrinkle gets 1.
Ooh, maybe...
Start the count for Wrinkle.
Yeah, maybe he went a little bit before his teammates ready to activate there. Now Wrinkle's feeling it. You've got Inters down at 5 points of health. The round just got cracked wide open again. Wrinkle doesn't miss many. Yeah, the footsteps coordinated. They want nothing to do with it. I guess they're trying to bait him. And bait not successful.
No. Unfortunately, they come back to look and he is there, but...
He's going to straight up just ace them. Close this game out.
Yeah, why not?
They keep going towards him. I think they're trying to suggest we're running away. Leave us alone.
See 30 seconds here. Peeks back again, sees Axal and blows him up. That's 3 kills now. Wrinkle might have brought them right back here with a victory on the map. Backup is being called for, but let's see what he could do. There is a potential for a bit of a swing into us, though he's very low on health here. He has to just mow them all down, and he's trying to. He gets Wrinkle at the very least. Alex gets the revenge, and now it's on Heavy God to try and keep this going. Cloud9, they're getting it to overtime. It's going to have to start here. Alex, a bullet away from death, and surely he could find it. It's Heavy God instead with a triple.
Okay, Wrinkle. Great effort, but Heavy God holds his nerve. Gets dinged by Alex as well.
He did.
Tantalizingly close. Yeah, sigh of relief there. It all started in a 5-on-3. Trying to get a bit too tricky with it. Trying to bait out Wrinkle. He holds his ground, ends up getting 3 kills. Heavy God though. These are the ones that really matter. Probably won't shout too much after that one. You almost threw the round, but
yeah.
They all count the same. We've got a half by now. Double digits on the cards. Oh, they're running for the flames. There's sound cues.
All right.
And there's a lot of follow-up in terms of the fragging department. Another 5-on-3. Nothing is safe, though. Nothing is for granted. We're going to see now. Oh, gosh. Axel back at the head.
I don't really hate that push from NIP. I just... You could have added the cave push with it, right?
Right.
But still... Kind of probably a low percentage round anyway. Who cares? Wrinkle really believing in those tiny gap shots. Doesn't work out this time. Isaac, if you can find somebody, convert this into an AK, so much the better. Economy very clearly going to be a factor for the rest of this game here for NIP. So steal anything away. Yeah, it can absolutely help you out. 10-12.
Like this. Yeah.
You said that little voice in the back of their heads, Henry. It's the volume's gone up.
Yeah, it really has. Wrinkle, though. Nice little shot. He continues to dominate. Always seems to get one cheeky frag. Double digits, though. Cloud9 back in this one. They had a lot of sound cues there. The Molotov at the ramp, which is a standard protocol. You can hear them rushing down.
Yeah.
The booties burn away. And yeah, down they go. We've got an IP timeout exists, as I boys. We can't go down like this. Find a way. Let's work it out.
Yeah, if they have an ace up the sleeve, then now's the time. We do sometimes see creative strategies on the CT side of Ancient, where people will push like 3 people into the A hallways and really like overwhelm. Sometimes there's only just one or two Ts there. So you could go with something like that just to keep things fresh and interesting.
Bear in mind that it was 12-4. 6 rounds in a row.
I forgot about that. Heavy God leading the charge with 16 kills, but Icy and Inters are there.
Oh, A's open.
It's wide open. It's been
You might just have
abandoned.
to save, because this donut's going to be smoked any second. Don't peek, boys. Don't give them anything.
That's just an MP9.
That's the round, essentially.
Yeah, and again, for NIP, you've got to remember as well, if they go for it and lose everything, then it's overtime. They don't have the money, so they... It's one question.
Like, he always stays, like, he knows that he has the power, the skill to make something happen. If he hits that shot, they might consider it.
It's almost thankful that he doesn't, because if he hits that shot, they might reconsider. And then they they might say, okay, let's go. And anyway.
What's a call from Big Boom.
Yeah. He's only got 6 kills, but my God, he's played a great T side here for Cloud9. They look so lost on this map.
Oh, no kills in the round, and a gun round as well.
A unicorn round, Henry?
Yeah, actually, on a full gun round, you don't see many of those, let me tell you. Unbelievable. Comes down to this.
Oh, the scale of the heartbreak for NIP.
4. It's a 12-11. They're starting to shrink, but at least they made the right call there.
Yes.
For reasons you just stated, you go for that, you lose the AWP, you won't have that to close things out. At least now you're going to have extra utility, extra rifles. You've thrown away those MP9s.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It comes down to this. Round number 24.
Doing the same thing.
Yeah, they are. It's just Wrinkle there on the corner. He does get one. They're trying to get close. He picks up another one, tries to get it back out. A no-scope for Wicked Wrinkle. Takes down finally by Axel, but my God, a triple. That's enough for NIP to win the map. It comes down to this man.
They tried to make the godlike call, the back-to-back A rush. Wrinkle one step ahead of it and saves NIP.
Whew, what a way to end the game. What a comeback Cloud9 were attempting against NIP. Almost pulling it off. Almost making NIP sweat to a point where they could have lost out, where they could have been eliminated, but Wrinkle said no. Wow, Bobski, what an intense game from start to finish. It felt like NIP were in control, but then Cloud9, I must say, some fantastic calling coming out from Boomich. Fantastic individual display by Heavy Guard, Inters, you name it. That was a good game of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I mean, this was the battle between the AWPs, and I think Wrinkle dictated before the game. We kind of talked about he's the more aggressive one, and then Icy on the other side is a little bit more of a passive one, but Wrinkle shat all over him on this map. I think he had so much impact on the CT side and was so good to see.
Yeah, and I guess we may as well jump straight into it. The last round, Boopski, you're yelling right here, we gotta save this, we gotta save this.
Yep.
You're down 12-11 right now if you're Cloud9, right? And you're going in for another rush here, and Wrinkle is just shutting it down.
Yeah, and I mean, he was in this situation a couple of times, and it's so great to see that he learned from his first time around. He played this position a couple of times in this round, but he dictates the pace and solely wins it off trying to play the angles.
It's a bit of a rough feeling for Cloud9. Like, you're making such a great comeback. You can even see the round history right here. I believe it's 7 rounds in a row on the T side. A lot of those rounds were Boomich outcalling Alex, Boomich outcalling NIP, and you're thinking to yourself, listen, this is going to be easy time for Cloud9 if we were to go into overtime, but NIP wanted it differently.
Yeah, I mean, I think also to the likes of Cloud9, I think, as you said, outcalled them in a lot of situations, but I do also think a guy like Wrinkle, you get the good stuff, like in the last round, but you also get a little bit of the worst stuff. I think I have another example where Wrinkle kind of dictates the pace of the round, but he does it so badly because he is forcing himself to go into a position where he can only get a 1-for-1. He is kind of hearing right now that the execute is happening, therefore he steps forward instead of going backwards, gets one, and in this situation, you're forcing yourself to be traded, right? In this scenario, he should trust his gut and just try to take a step back in some situations. But luckily for NIP, the rifles in this matchup was also doing really well. They actually coordinate the retake really well.
I guess the only argument you can give, or the only excuse you can give to Wrinkle, is that perhaps he thinks it's one guy faking and he wants to come in front of him, kill him, and then take over the entirety of the A main there.
But for that sake, if he's scared of it only being one guy doing like flashes to get flash off the angle, then just go behind the wall, wait for the flash, and then strafe out, right? In this moment, he's forcing himself to die.
Yeah, technically, yeah. Got 1 kill, 1-for-1 is not good enough from that position. So, as you said, good to see that he learned, because in the final round, he was in a much better position. And then we got to give credit to Wrinkle as well. One thing is putting yourself in a position where you can hit shots, but nailing them and coming in with a no-scope as well. At a moment where you're almost losing a game, you lost 7 rounds in a row, it's kind of cool to see a young player coming in and still showing a bit of balls. On
Also, it's crazy that he's going for the no-scope in the last one. I think many people would have tried to, maybe let me pull out the knife and try to get into Donut, try to play it a little bit more safe, but he just thinks, okay, maybe if I hit this 50-50, I'm actually going to win the round. And he does. I think Wrinkle was the main factor of why they even got to this third map.
I think Cloud9 were the better team in this matchup, and the argument for that is that, you know, NIP won both pistols, they converted both pistols, and they had a fantastic start to the game as well. I want to give props to Alex for the T side he was calling in the beginning, because just as good as it was looking for Boomich and Cloud9 in the second half, Alex were in control of that first half. Not only individually speaking did he find a bit of impact, but also the calling coming out from Alex and NIP's pacing of the T side. They were aggressive towards middle, they were slowing down a little bit, they had a couple of explosive strats coming into it as well. For my money, there was some cool, calm and collected T play coming out of Alex.
Yeah, and he's not afraid afraid to go first in many situations, which I like to see in an IGL. But it is one question mark we have regarding NIP. How good of an IGL is Alex? He's shown it in a very systematic play they did in Movistar Riders. Yeah. Now he's on an international roster. He didn't make it work first time around with the likes of Config, Attack, and all those guys. I mean, probably not a lot of IGLs could make that roster work. But this one, now he actually has pieces where they're perfect in roles. I saw the documentary behind the scenes where they scout all the pieces. They have one-to-one on all positions what people want to play almost. I think Isaac is also a really cool factor when you consider that he's a support guy.
And that was the first good game we've seen from Isaac all tournament long. I know the sample size hasn't been that great for NIP, but he showed up on Ancient, as you said, a supportive element to the team, but he had a great showing, found an awful lot of impact, and really didn't put a foot wrong in this game.
Yeah, and I mean, I think many people were surprised when he got signed to NIP, because when you look at his statistics, he's not really a guy that pops into your mind and be like, hey, he needs to get a tier 1 chance. But in Gamer Legion, this guy was always holding stuff down. I remember Monster position, he was one of the best, not individually, but like the way he wanted to play rounds and approach them by utility or playing off his teammate, he was so good. And I also think he's just like a happy guy who spreads positivity, which is often needed in a context where your team is on somewhat of a rough road.
You've been a player yourself somewhat recently. You're Cloud9, you're making such a great comeback. You feel everything is going your way. And then in the final round, Boomich is calling that rush in towards the A-bomb side, and you lose in the matter of 20 seconds. How hard is it for Cloud9 to lose a map like that when you're making such a great effort to make a comeback? Yeah, I mean, either we're going to give the perception that he's the greatest of all time, or he's a madman, right? I think this is kind of reminds me a little bit of the Glaive call, 15-14 rush outside. You've already done it a couple of times. The buy isn't actually the best from NIP. There's a single MP9. I mean, I like the call. I think it's fair enough. I think NIP was so much in their head. They've lost so many rounds. They just stacked middle, and they would surely be like, no, there's no way they're going to be doing it again. But they take a safe approach, make Ringles sit there, and yeah, that punishes. You know what? I can't really blame Boomich for doing the call, because you're right. If it works, he's a genius. If it doesn't, it is what it is. It was still a great attempt, still a great effort coming in for Cloud9. Overall, the T-side Cloud9 were pulling off was great to a level where NIP got under a lot of pressure. We cannot forget that NIP won both pistols, they converted both pistols, and they were still struggling closing out the game. One thing we do know, though, is that both teams are still in contention. We're heading into a third map where one of these two teams will be eliminated. It's Anubis coming up after the break.
Come off another huge win, and this time I don't think people will be calling it a fluke. We've got Navi's Wonderful and JL with us, and you've got smiles on your faces, both of you right now. Feeling pretty good?
Yeah.
How much of a surprise was the Riyadh win? Because I remember it was you two, me and Bit, and I said like I had a ridiculously good feeling. You were all individually playing really well. You became a grand final god as well at the same time, and it all clicked. But where did that come from?
The hunger to win again. Because we finished the season on a final. We lost the grand final to Spirit, and there was just some unsatisfaction left inside that you had to. It gave us fuel for the next season, and it gave us the win as well.
Wonderful. Explain to me why it's so hard to go up against Spirit.
I don't know.
It's not just Donk either, because it's like the beginning looked like it was just Donk, but now it's more like the whole Spirit team.
I don't know. It's just magic. I don't know. Like we are
magics. You see,
magic.
Wonderful, you're looking so much more confident and comfortable. You are a major MVP, JL, and Ema is finding his own, like his T-size ratings has been through the roof. He's been having so much impact. So do you think now that narrative can change? Do you feel like you guys are growing as a unit and a team?
People are always calling out our firepower because we play well as a team, and we also win as a team because we have multiple players that can show up at a tournament or a game. And there's no one specific star, because when you talk about like G2, Nico and Monis is always the ones that get talked about. So they have higher power than Navi. All these teams have their star players, but we don't have that. Of course, we have Bit with the most experience. We have Wonderful putting out good numbers, but they haven't been consistent for a lengthy period of time for them to call a star player of our team. And maybe that's why.
You don't just walk into a major quickly grabbing one, do you, JL?
You do.
Not the first. Not the first major. It wasn't your first major.
Second major.
Yeah. The 2025 season is going to be incredibly packed. What were you guys' initial thoughts when you saw what the season's going to look like? I'll start with you, JL.
I feel like the schedule is already packed.
This is more packed.
It's over. But we're still going to skip some tournaments because we need some rest. Like, I don't think we're going to...
You cannot skip them because they're important. For sure, will be one team who will play every tournament.
How is it within the Navi camp? How it works with Blade giving feedback? Because I would say some players not you guys, but some players might not be able to handle his level of feedback.
If I'm doing something bad, he's always saying, "What you need to do this better." But like, it's a working process. Like nothing bad. You don't like something or you're doing something bad, you can always say, and everyone will help you.
If you put it in a way that to improve the team, I don't think a person should ever offend. I've never seen him toxic. Like, get out of line. He's always super respectful with things. So.
Well, thank you very much for your time, guys. Good luck going into the group stage, and let's see if you just qualify for the finals.
Thank you. Let's final.
Thank you.
What was that? Let's what?
Let's final.
Let's final.
We got plenty of action coming up for you guys. Not only do we have NAVI taking on Liquid in the upper bracket final of this group later on. You see the two teams arriving into the studio right now. As a matter of fact, they're behind me warming up, getting ready for that game. But we also have the final map between Cloud9 and NIP, where we have to eliminate a team from Group C. We're heading into Anubis, a map that I think NIP have played a fair bit with the new roster. We spoke about it, the online qualifiers, you know, trying to grind out a lot of games. Whereas for Cloud9, again, we're going into a bit in the dark. You see the map stats right here. Cloud9, with the current roster, have never played Anubis. So, Bobski, what can we realistically expect?
I mean, realistically, we just saw Ancient. I think the map has somewhat of the same qualities, at least on the CT side. I think what we can expect is that Icy actually to be told that he needs to be a little bit more proactive. I think he took too many of those angles where you feel like, okay, you can get one and get away safe, like the safe angles, while we saw on the other side of things, Wrinkle were actually taking the deep positions. I think one play I hope to see is actually them just smoke off middle from CT side and actually take a peek inside that window and try to peek the orb holding the connect area. I think there's many possibilities for a guy like Icy to potentially also be a little bit more impactful, because when your riflers is not really having the 10 out of 10 game, you also need to step up, right?
True, that's definitely true. I'm not sure if that banana from West is going to do it all for NIP. However, they did play the map yesterday against G2 and they lost 13-7. So you're Cloud9, you're coming into a map that you never played an official on. You're NIP, you're coming in on a map that you lost quite heavily yesterday from G2. Who would you rather be in this position?
I mean, I'd rather be Cloud9, I'm gonna be honest. You have all the safety in the form of your playbook, but also the fact that Isaac and Max are taking that into consideration. They almost didn't have any hands yesterday. They didn't kill too many people, and I think this is not something that can repeat itself. And I think it's harsh going after a graduate in the form of an academy player, but Max are still having a very mediocre performance, even though they're winning on Ancient. It could be a really nice ending to the whole NIP story if he could at least go out, if they go out, just have a nice map here against Cloud9.
Yeah, because it hasn't been the greatest tournament for Maxter himself so far. However, I do think NIP are slowly but surely, and we spoke about that already, giving us an impression that this project is one to follow for the future. You said it yourself, the players they have, they fit in the roles, not necessarily the most expensive players or the biggest names out there, but let's play with the idea that they were to lose to Cloud9 right here. Would that be a disaster for NIP, or is that just a step in the right direction still, given what you've seen so far?
A step in the right direction is a stretch, I would say, but I think the management has some belief in this team, actually. I think everybody from the outside looked at the old roster and be like, there's no way this is gonna get like to anything special, right? At least you see on this roster, there's a couple of pieces where it's gonna be interesting. Wrinkle is one of them. Max has shown in online tournaments also somewhat of LAN experience that he can actually dictate games on this level as well, but we've just not seen it. And if he's not stepping up over the next couple of months, he's surely also going to find a replacement for, right? And then NIP might even be better.
Might even be better. I agree with you. I totally agree. I think for the longest time, whenever we were discussing NIP in the desk, we were always thinking to ourselves, there's no real future for this lineup. Config coming in and out, Tech coming in and out. It felt like they were recircling the same players over and over. So at the very least, they're giving us something to hope for, and I think what they've shown so far has been somewhat decent. Now, going up against Cloud9, that's also a new project, and I think if you were to compare the two against each other, is it fair to say that Cloud9, with the player material they have, with Boomich, with Exile, that's probably a team that over the next 6 months you have more faith in than NIP?
Yeah, I mean, I think they've also had, I think both teams have had similar time to like scout the right pieces, but I just think Cloud9 is a little bit more lucky in terms of like they actually have an IGL, which is world class. I think the reason why Boomich is on this level is obviously not for in-game reasons, but what some of the out stuff that happened during a period, right? I think Boomich will be able to take this roster to new heights. The old one didn't work, I think everybody saw that as well, but now he actually has a bit of pieces. I'm still doubting if Intus is like the long-term solution. I think he offers some teammate qualities that can be positive, but I don't think he always brings the level that is needed on a game such as this. But against NIP, it should be enough.
Alrighty. Well, we are very close to getting the game started. NIP just exiting the huddle right now. The knife round has also concluded. NIP is going to start on the CT side of Anubis. And we do know that the T side usually is the stronger one when it comes to this specific map. We saw NIP play against G2 on their CT side yesterday. They won the pistol and still only got 4 rounds. Bobski, quickly, who do you have winning this matchup? Who will be eliminated?
I'll still go with Cloud9. I don't really jump ships when I have to start giving an opinion, right? I think I have to trust my gut. I do also think that when you're in a position of Maxter, who's going to be playing that B connector role, which is the most important one on the map, if you ask me, and he's having a hard game, because it's constantly duels in there. You can't really just play the util and be like, okay, I'll use my smoke and play smart CS. In this position, you are forced to actually take the 50-50s at times.
There we go. NIP taking on Cloud9. One of the 2 teams will be eliminated. Anubis is the map coming up. Anderson Henry will take you through the game.
Elimination on the line for one of these 2 teams. The analysts have got Cloud9 taking it. It was Wrinkle that dominated round number 24 to save their bacon. Let's have a look at the odds from GG Bets. They have got a slight edge towards Cloud9 at this point, but I think it's anyone's game. Like we said, Anubis. This is a map where NIP have looked good on in the past. Maybe not so much at this tournament, but Wrinkle is one of his home territories. He should be able to step up here and continue dominating the server.
Yeah, the odds are favoring Cloud9, but I kind of intend to agree with you, Henry. I think it's going to be an interesting game, this one. And I would even say, just talking about NIP and Anubis and how they've been playing, it's just the opposition makes it so hard to judge how good they actually are on the map. Because they were just up against world-class Monacy and Nico and everything. Like, it was so crazy. They had Maxter and Isaac almost missing from the team. Like, it could be a very, very different look NIP. They better hope so, because Cloud9 have proven themselves quite a tough opposition, even on that last map, where they probably should have lost it very, very quickly. But here we go. Cloud9 starting on the T side, NIP on the CT side. And I'm seeing no utility, no kit, just all USP and armor on that CT side. That's interesting.
I see with the HG grenade suggests they're going to be popping a smoke at some point, but it all starts towards middle. You can see Isaac trying to sabotage whatever initial setup they were going with. They've got multiple players outside the B bomb site. Smoke's going down. Got some open runway here. It's a fortunate shot from Alex right through the smoke. We'll take down Axel. Backstab from middle as well. It's going to be down to Inters to fend him off. They're doing a great job. Bomb goes down. It's a 3 versus 4 in favor of NIP.
Very experienced play there for Inters. He knew that there was someone flanking from that direction. Wrinkle, he can't find that headshot, so puts them in a bit of trouble. Like we said, they have nothing to work with. Just the USPs trying to see if they can retake this bomb site raw. It's Maxter looking for anything towards Dark here. IC instead is taking down Rez, and I think Maxter is in a fair bit of trouble. He's going to get overrun. Nice round from IC and Inters both.
Sounds of elation there. The shouting starts early. We hope that trend continues. Bear in mind, loser of this specific map is going home. Right down to that showdown. You have to come back in a few weeks. Run it back again.
Yeah.
9, no tape on them. Playing Anubis whatsoever.
I think Nice Bliat is one of my favorite combinations.
Yeah. It's clean, it's effective.
Conveys a lot.
All right then. Full eco, I'm afraid. Not the most exciting round to spectate. Especially when it's very slow default from the opposition. They've got MAC-10s in spades. 3 of those going to be brought out. Inters with the Galil. IC with the AK-47. Lots of mid-control taken. It's not a matter of if they win this round, it's when.
Yeah, they're all guarding the obelisk, which is not being attacked at all. So all we can do is wait, see what happens. Cloud9, I mean, they're playing it safely. Who can blame them? They don't know what we do. So going through all the protocols. Ooh, what happened to the smoke? Was that meant to be like that?
I think it might be. I think it like covers... Yeah, it lands up there and covers all of heaven. I think that's definitely by design. Pretty cool.
That looked like a rare smoke. Usually it's just like one big block, but I guess the frame of that was covering it. That's interesting. Well, we weren't lying when we said it's just a question of when and not if Cloud9 pick up the round. NIP, yeah, I mean, you might as well try and see if you get some kills here at the end. Very good square. It's so fast, isn't it?
$1,800 in the bag for Axile. Perfect round, really.
Spraying, I think, while he was 80-80 and just mowing them down. Well, those rounds are gone. See what NIP got? Wrinkle, glass cannon on the AWP. I can't really object only to that choice. I mean, sure, it could backfire, but he's been so good.
The way he's playing right now, and the long-range battles available on Anubis, it's fine. It's not ideal, but he can make it work.
Curious to see if the punishment that he took from Nico is going to make him second-guess the kind of aggression that he was trying to do when they played it last time. Obviously, different opposition, so maybe he just says, it's a new day, I'll try again. Without armor, probably not, but later on. I still really want to know if Nico studied Wrinkle or if he just knew, like, it was so deliberate. Either way, we won't think about that now. Boom, it's strong opening, but a good return. Alex and Rez holding on the bomb sites. A lot more people here than they were expecting. 3 on the bomb site to begin with. Rez doing excellent work from the back line there, and NIP pick up their first rifle round.
Very clean one as well. We have a bonus situation with the MAC-10s and Galils. And for that B execution, completely mowed down by Rez and Co. Let's have a look at the defense. Alex as well chiming in with a double kill. Clean fights at range. MAC-10. Not the weapon for that job.
It's 10, boys. Good fucking behold.
Indeed, agreed. Not out of the woods just yet. ICS the AWP. AKs across the board otherwise. And we go. We'll be peeking that dark room. IC versus Wrinkle is going to be a key duel we will keep track of. And it's Isaac somehow getting that first pick. Pushes a main.
Ooh.
That's frustrating and no one's covering the AWP.
I was going to say.
That's a huge mistake.
There are plenty of T's out there. They're not doing anything else. Might as well cover that entry. Yeah, that is definitely frustrating. Heavy God also all the way down to 7 health. Enters. Catches a grenade. Not too much damage, but still. They've left one player on the other side. Axile, it looks like, running around over there. You can join the rest of them through the middle of the map if they really want to go for this B execute. Double position here. They have a lot of Molotovs. I mean, in theory, this could be a problem for Axile and Maxter if they get Molotov into Axile. But so far, it's all quiet. Ooh, the peek there. He spots them out. Don't know if he saw both, but... Oh, if they were in position, they should have pulled the trigger then. But now it gets smoked off instead. Great timing on that smoke, honestly, from the CT side. That's huge.
Let's see what they can make of it.
What? They're going back. There's so little time left, Henry. I'm so nervous. I don't like this call.
Yeah, I might be with you on that one. Rez. He's got some open runway here. He should be able to mow most of these players down. They even help him out with a team frag as well. You can see Cloud9, maybe not well versed on Anubis, perhaps. 20 seconds, and you're just going to run through the double doors with 4 players like that. That's what's going to happen.
There's so many positions to cover when you're coming in from that cam position. Maybe they were just hoping that, again, maybe the CTs are playing further back or something, but yeah. Either way, good work from Rez. Funnily enough, he's been one of the players that we haven't been calling out too much in this particular best of 3 yet.
Yeah, he hasn't done anything remarkable. Hasn't necessarily had a bad game, but yeah, he's one of the players, especially in this iteration of NIP, you want to see step up. He's been much better in recent months.
I think first half of Ancient, he had 5 kills. Then he did get 4 in the pistol, but, you know, regardless, we know he can do more. M4A4 here. All the bullets in the world. Almost team flash then from Isaac. That's kind of scary. He dies anyway with only the 1 kill. Gives over the M4, but looks like Rez in a good position here.
Here he comes.
Yes, getting the spray down. He's going to get every single one. 4 kill for him. So it's all good.
Yeah, NIP not getting absolutely demolished here. It's a bear in mind, it's a very T-sided map. That's why I'm stating it, because now they're actually looking quite comfortable. They had a solid B hold already. They've been rotting the clock, making Cloud9 uncomfortable. Another gun round with no IC AWP. 3-2 into the mid stages of this first half now. 3 in a row.
In the middle.
Hey, these are the Wrinkle plays I was telling you about. He loves to go for these high risk, high reward, peaks. He's got great movement.
And they did try to spray him down, just like Nico was doing.
Right, okay, that's a good point. Nico definitely had the information that he was going to go for those sort of peaks and was spamming him through smoke literally every round.
Yes. Like, as soon as you see that smoke going up, you're like, all right, we know what's next. Isaac decides to play in front of that smoke. And Icy will find him at range. Didn't want to give up the position early on. Was hoping that he could defeat them in the early fight, but not quite so. Bomb is still quite far back. Rez putting a little bit of pressure on. Doesn't look like Cloud9 have decided exactly where they want to go yet. That one kill on Isaac didn't persuade them to just rush the A-bomb side or anything. Wrinkle still moving around the map. Oh, look at Nip. Look at the call here, saying we think it's A.
Smoke towards Temple. Flashing in towards Dark. Oh, not the smoke he was looking for. I'm afraid it was supposed to be a Temple, I can tell you that much.
Yeah. Nice that nobody's here. Let's put it like that.
Actually quite fortunate. If Wrinkle was there, it was AWP and Temple, like, there'd be red faces all round.
So just obviously an immediate safe call for NIP. That is always part of the plan when you do that kind of a gamble stack, is you kind of know, well, if the one goes down the other side, we're not going to do anything. So no surprise, calculated risk, some might say. But it will give Cloud9 another round. NIP actually have quite a lot of money. If they can save all these guns, I mean, they're still going to be quite competitive in the next couple of rounds. And again, because it's such a T-sided map, that's probably one of the most important things for NIP at the moment, is just keeping the economy going.
Terrorists win. Good round. Not too bad for NIP, keeping 4 players alive, just accepting their fate. Losing that first kill towards the A-bomb site. They tried to reinforce it, rotate some players over. Ended up being that kind of janky B execution, but as you mentioned, no one was there. So bomb planted, no problem. We're all tied up. Timeout Cloud9 after winning the previous, knowing that there's plenty of cash for the CTs. Groove wants to chime in.
Okay.
Just joining us, they were down 12-4 on Ancient. They managed to grind it back to 12-11, lost the final round to a masterstroke from Wrinkle.
Yeah.
They tried to go for the old back-to-back execution, which is becoming a bit of a trend these days. It's kind of an old school approach. You didn't really see it in CSGO too much. Now in CS2,
kind of bold.
You just run the exact same execution. That's what Boomich went for, as an A execution on Ancient, and Wrinkle one step ahead of it. Went for the shotgun style AWP, close range, got 3 massive kills, and secured the map. And I've commentated plenty of his games on Anubis. He is a beast, especially on the T side. Looking forward to some fireworks from him, but
yeah, you warned me on the first day, and I would say he's more than delivered on that bit of hype. So it's pretty cool. Wicked Wrinkle, if you're so inclined, trying to popularize that, Henry.
Yeah, it might catch on.
I feel like he needs a name, you know.
So,
round number 7. Still much more Counter-Strike to come. Still got 2 more best of 3s in the day.
Plenty of action, Anders.
I know.
Non-stop here.
Scrawny and Launders are in the green room, just waiting to get
the vocal warm-ups, the stretches.
Yeah.
They've got NAVI versus Liquid up next.
Yeah.
Their favorite team is playing against Liquid.
It's rough, isn't it? I want to see more from Ultimate. It's fun. Really fun game last time. This looks like another attempt at the A-bomb site. All the protocols. You Molotov, that anti-flash position. You flash the other position. Smoke a third position.
Go on.
Oh, what a flashbang and a lineup! Isaac gets 2. That is a absolute killer flashbang coming up from Rez. Normally we'd try that. At least 1 or 2 players is turned around and you sort of get traded pretty quickly. I think that flashed every single player out there. Just brought down the sun and burned them out.
Took Heavy God to 43 as well. Reds takes control of A main. They are rattled right now. Reds is getting a double here all day long. Not quite. Takes Icy Down to 27, but the job's done. Just a pistol to close things out. Relax, Wrinkle. Gets it done. Really nice round. NIP coming to life now.
That is a sick flash.
Yeah.
Even if Rez doesn't get the double, I mean, you count his name on every one of the other kills there. Let's see.
Couldn't be more perfect.
Here it comes.
So blind.
The magnesium powder.
Yeah.
Goes boom.
And so confident. As you might expect, Wrinkle. With the USP, they recover the Mandis advantage. Getting to the latter stage of this first half now. Wrinkle aggressive, of course.
Again, they are on the less favored side here, NIP. 4-3 is a really good scoreline to begin with.
It's a good point, worth reminding the viewers.
Maxter is still at 0 kills. He's having a tough time on this map.
He's having a tough tournament, but he did have his moments on Ancient for sure.
Yes, I think that's really worth highlighting, right? Should give him some credit when he's playing well, but they need him to do more.
Okay, he definitely needs to get one there. Him getting nothing actually might have just cost him the round. He had the advantages. They're coming through smoke. Rifle in hand, ready to fight. See if it cost them. Good flash. Stifling utility from Cloud9 here. Maxed up. Trying to be rescued by Reds here. The round is still a question mark as Icy.
What?
Might have just guaranteed it for Cloud9. It's down to Isaac here. 45 seconds. They don't have to rush this one. The smoke will dissipate momentarily. Tucks himself in on the platform. They pump the brakes. And it will be Axel to close it out. I have to say, it's just as we bring him up, he had to get one in Darkroom there. He had the advantage at least for one. Could barely find any damage.
It's a massive difference, isn't it, between going down like that or just, you know, taking even just one player with you.
Just one would have made that hold so much easier. And that's the advantage he had. Like, Heavy got to jump through the smoke, land and crouch. I didn't even nail like an instant headshot. This is a kind of insane shot though from Icy. Can't do much about that one. Yeah. Shame. 4-4 though.
Wrinkle at it again.
He loves going for these aggressive peaks at the start of each and every round. I dare say he's going to get caught out though. 72 damage.
Lucky to be alive.
Yeah, indeed.
Blows open the smoke and gets way more than he bargained for there. But the mid control is there for Cloud9. Not always a certainty that you can do something with this, because you can tell the CTs are kind of everywhere. They're actually pushed out of the A-bomb site. Isaac is on a massive mission at the moment. This is kind of interesting. Inters is the one that's lurking further back and hoping to stop this from happening. So we'll see how far and how deep Isaac is going to check it. Real big question. This kill between Isaac and Inters is going to be huge. If he dies, Inters, then the rest of Cloud9 are kind of on an island in the middle of the map. Oh, Wrinkle close. He gets that one. Hunted down by Boomich, but surely, yeah, it's Inters to go down. Nice move from Isaac. And again, that kind of isolates the rest of the Cloud9 team in a weird position.
Cloud9. Don't often see these sort of rounds. Two players in Temple. CT seem to be aware of it, but it's Maxter again. I think he's just playing for that kill, like he just wants to get his first frag. It's not a good position he had.
No.
You want to play more of an off angle, force him into the bomb side before you take the jewels.
Yeah. Or talk to your teammates. Set up something where you say, okay, listen, let's peek at the same time. Let's even to get the bomb plant who really cares. I see.
As long as they win the round.
Oh my god! He got that one and it nearly takes down Isaac as well. I see. An absolute maniac in this round. Boomich now with the 1 versus 1, but Alex will save the team.
Wasn't clean, wasn't pretty, but they get the job done. You can see what Boomich was trying to do there. Most players would assume he's going to fall back into Temple, buy some time on the clock. But he re-peaks, hoping to catch him, transitioning to the bomb. Doesn't work out. God. Maxed up. Yeah, he's sigh of relief from him there. Another duel where his lack of contribution could have cost him the round. Crazy no-scope, though. You can't do much about that.
Nice! Insane, bro!
feel like it's been asked in interviews in the past of several pro players, like, what do you do if you're having a game like the one that Max is having? And I feel like typically the answer is something like, try and find some other way to have an impact on the game. Like, if you're not getting the kills, like, you know, be the best support player ever. Like, get some info. Try to make some good calls. Maybe set up your teammates for kills that they can get.
Yeah.
I feel like Max just going down sometimes some of these situations, and he's not setting up a teammate, right?
No, that round to me just looks like he knows he's having a difficult game, and he's got the information. They're both temple. He feels he's got the smoke, but like it's not an advantageous fight at all. Didn't have any cover. As soon as he spotted, it's not like the smoke is going to give you any sort of protection. But they do win the round, so no harm, no foul. Not trying to beat him up too much.
Yeah. So a future Valve update where the smoke will actually give you a bit of extra armor.
An actual force field.
Yeah. Which reduces damage by 50%. Here's Wrinkle. I love the lack of fear. They have Deagles on the other side, but
he's
just
absolutely fearless, yeah.
I think that's a great quality. Sure, can backfire in moments, but at a high level.
When they know all your moves, like Nico did,
yeah,
that's when it starts to be a bit of a problem. When they understand everything you try and do, and they've got counters for them. Max, there we go.
Nice.
Let's get it.
I don't even care if it's against pistols, just...
No, just get some confidence going. Okay, that...
Confidence gone again.
That's right. It's just like, yeah, let's get a few kills. Then, of course, the one bang comes in.
Instantly.
That is the worst feeling, getting deeked at that range. Good work from the boys, though, in NIP, making sure the rifle couldn't be recovered. Grabbed it before they could close the gap.
Right.
Just trying to do what they can here, see if any CTs overstep the mark, get a little bit hungry for those eco kills. And they've learned the lesson, though. Probably just get a hold tight on the bomb side, 30 seconds. We'll see this collapse into the B side momentarily. See if there's anything left to be said about it. Don't think so. They've had a pretty solid B hold each and every time. Rez and Alex, pretty potent duo.
Yeah, they are defending that bomb site really well at the moment. And again, I just gotta call it out. NIP, CT side, Anubis, this is all of it is looking very strong at the moment.
It's good team effort as well. Isaac's looked solid towards A.
Yeah.
Good chemistry, getting flashed in, being assertive, not just sitting back and getting executed on.
Yeah.
Bomb sites on hold. You got Wrinkle moving around the map, being very dynamic. I feel like NIP are looking like the much better team right now. They've got a much better understanding of the map. We've seen Cloud9 fumble the rounds. There's like 20 seconds left. We saw 4 people run through the mid-double doors. Suggests they just haven't worked on it as much as you would like. For clarity's sake, this is a new roster. I don't know how much time they've had in practice, but it doesn't seem like they've really focused Anubis too much.
Wow. Alternative way, normally you throw Molotov. They actually threw 3 HEs outside of the double doors in the middle there. Just to...
Double HE, that's so sick. It did, like, over 100 damage there. From 2 grenades, that's really nice.
Yeah, it was a bit ironic because it was Cloud9 setting up the massive nuke onto NIP, but it goes the other way.
You can see they're not getting collapsed on the bomb set. They don't let them just have full control and execute. Disrupt the setup. Doesn't work out necessarily, but it was the right play. They were being surrounded from middle and A main. Alex can still save the day here. Unfortunate. Good shots coming in from Cloud9. No chance to retake this bomb site. Gonna have to save the weapons they have. So yeah, good round from Cloud9, definitely. But you can see NIP definitely understood what was going on. Good damage of the grenades to kick things off. Just didn't win out on their duels. It was the right play, honestly.
Yeah, I think that's an important takeaway, though. Even if it doesn't work out, just they don't look lost. They have a great understanding of the concept
if you
of the
just
map.
sit there at the back of the site and there's Molotov landing on the bomb site, bricks, smokes, a camera in heaven, and fountain. Like, you just get completely flashed out. They did get flashed off here. Like, it was just well played, hitting their shots. Got some world-class aimers there. Heavy God. No strangers to Galil. But still, this is a pretty rough half for Cloud9. They need this last one, like 5 on the T side. On the elimination map. Would not feel comfortable at all. Wouldn't be a death sentence, but certainly not what they are looking for. Final round of this first half.
Keep the focus now. They got to save the AWP. I think Wrinkle tried to push out of the B-bomb side once again this round. It kind of feels like Cloud9 know it's going to happen. Like, they have at least that much info. Icy saying, all right, if you want to, we can have this fight straight up. Wrinkle nowhere to be found on this one. Instead, it's Rez in the middle, with Wrinkle actually behind him, so holding the other angle that's close to Rez. Not a bad idea.
I've liked Isaac over towards A. Seems like he can handle it by himself. Keeps the pressure on. Rez making a huge move in middle.
He heard that. They heard that AWP. Rez is thinking about it instantly.
This is massive. They've got no idea. No one considering this as an option.
Walks up behind once more than the single one, but he knows now he's about to escape, so he just has to pull the trigger. Would have loved to make that a multi. It's still a pretty good move, but they will lose Isaac. Axel is a very, very good kill. They should know the ops on the other side because he fired at Icy. He's going to take down Wrinkle, so maybe they didn't. 3 versus 3. Bomb is planted here. And a very tricky round all of a sudden. Maxter's got the kit, and that goes down in the middle of the map. Icy picks up another kill. Rez trying to get the flank in there. It's a pretty good kill, but I don't think it's enough. Alex, 1 versus 2, up on the high ground. He's got no time for this one. He has to find 2 players and defuse the bomb. Maybe find a kit in the meantime too, but I don't think it's going to happen. Intes will take him down, and they'll tie the first half at 6-6.
Shoot. Ah, okay. Okay, block, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay, so looks like you're like this. Why do you have to do
Okay.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching Blast Premier Full Groups 2024. You join us for the Group C lower bracket final between Cloud9 and NIP. It's a third and final map, and we split it right down the middle at 6-6. Elimination on the line. It's all to play for. It's NAP that had the flying start, but Cloud9, as usual, clawing their way back into it, and the game is wide open. Mr. Anders Bloom.
This has become a very interesting best of three. All of a sudden, it looked like another miserable day in the office for NIP. But I must say, they've woken up. They won the second map. They're on, well, here for the third one. Now they're on the T side, the more favored one. If they could get Max to even a little bit fired up here, I think they got the recipe for success. But they will lose Wrinkle, their star player so far. At the start of the round, Inter sneaks in a kill, and now they're pushing outside of the A-bomb side to put some pressure on the T side. Alex knows it. At least he's aware that that's happening. Where did they go from here?
Good question. Losing that shining star. And the Boomich. Next up to the plate. Spots him in towards middle, decides to rotate through the beach. Leaving Axel to defend camera. Got a smoke and a flashbang to their name on the T side. Smoke for the defuse for Icy. He's actually using it for contact A main. As they just wait this one out. We've got a player in T spawn waiting for any flanks from the B bomb side. But no one's moving. Everyone's tucked in. Cloud9 happy with their advantage. No flanks presented. And how do they utilize this smoke in the most effective manner? It's Isaac that's got it. Spotted now. Smoke down at A main. They're going to go for the B split, Anders.
Yes, they will. Taking the back way into the B bomb site. Oh, and a very nice smoke. Actually, Heavy got completely isolated. They have to come through, but it works. Inters comes charging through the smoke and somehow lands a double headshot. Very nicely played from Inters there. He knew what he had to do. The smoke was designed to isolate that fight on the bomb side. Inter said, no way.
I'm coming through, boys. Solid round from Cloud9. No bomb planted. Should be the full eco. With 6 rounds to their name. On the CT side, they're in a great position here. Force fight not required. Wouldn't necessarily be the wrong decision, but playing the percentages, rather get those guns out. They've gone for it.
Okay.
Tech9s. Desert Eagle. Smoking off towards A main at the start. Icy. Got no time for that. He plays in front of it.
Yeah. Instantly playing that anti-flash position, which is being backed up by Axel. If he gets flashed, then hopefully the MP9 will take on over. Good spray, but actually still an even trade. 1 for 1 all the way through. Maxtra on 1 health, yeah. Not for long. No head armor on anyone left on the T side. So even at this range, Boomich, kind of an expert with the MP9, but Rez will actually find a way to take him down. That's a very nice shot. Molotov to block him off. Hopefully buying enough time for the bomb plant here. Going to deliver a grenade right to his front door. But actually, Rez makes it out. It doesn't take that much damage for it either. Inters also has no helmet, so he's going to be very careful. But a nice trade. Heavy God was just there. Perfect timing from the cam position. Very close round. In terms of the force buy, might be worth it.
They're going to force buy again, I think. The fact it comes down to 1v1, you got the bomb planted, you get even more loss bonus now. Yeah, you can actually get like pretty decent buy with the Galils out in the following round. So pretty sure they will do that. But it was close. Uncomfortable, this strong setup they had. Thought there would be a cleaner round. It comes down to a 1v1 essentially. Heavy got to close things out again. Yes, indeed. So yeah, Galils. Tech9 for Alex. Loser goes home. Both these teams in a rebuild period. More significantly, Cloud9 first.
True.
LAN tournament for this roster. NIP found success at Yala Compass. Came second just a few months ago.
I mean, the look for Cloud9 has been very cool, hasn't it? Icy seems to be doing very well at this level of Counter-Strike. And just generally, even Heavy God, I mean, he's fresh in the team, right? It could take a while to sort of fix it, you know, mix in, fix all the roles, get everything down, but doesn't seem like that's the case at the moment. They're gelling pretty well at the beginning.
Well, here we go. All quiet for now. Bear in mind, this is the force buy, round number 3. NIP had to post around on their T side. Well, they changed that here. It would absolutely ruin the economy of Cloud9 if they were to do so.
Yeah. Yeah, they have nothing. 50 seconds. Bomb absolutely leaning towards that A side. 3 people are playing inside of it, though. Actually, Boomich going to go check out the middle. Spots nobody yet, but that's a false sense of security. They are right on the other side. It's Rez to open up, and Axel's in a lot of trouble here. Has to get back before he gets hunted down. They're really gunning for him. He's lucky to get out of that one. Back around the corner. 30 seconds. Icy down by the cake. Needs some backup here, but he's going to be good for the one kill. They'll eventually burn him out. It's Ringle with the Molotov to kill him, and Alex nearly getting that one. Oh my God, suddenly turns the other way. It looked like NIP had the round again. It's a 1 versus 1, and again, it's Heavy God coming back for the clutch.
I like that.
He's so animated.
I don't even need that translated. You kind of get it from the energy, what he's saying. Damn. All right, Boomich. There's a message for you. Wrinkle.
I appreciate the extra level of standing up and sort of looking your opponents in the eye.
You want to make sure they're going to be looking over. They can't ignore that presence. See it again.
One of my fondest memories early on in CSGO was watching Taz do this to like little kids at Danish lands.
Like ESCA lands and stuff like that. Like.
Just intimidated, like giant Polish guy was just yelling at you, like, please.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to play.
He's an intimidating man.
I thought it was funny.
That's crazy, though. That, again, they'll be forced by once more. It won't even really be a force by this stage with the loss bonus accumulating, the bomb going down. Another 1v1, the Heavy God had to win. They will buy once more. It'll be a mixture of AKs and Galils this time.
The timing is, I mean, NIP were really winning that round. Like, they had a huge advantage with the bomb down. I think they even had a 1 or 2 minute advantage at one point there. And it just spun around in a second. That advantage was gone. 3-round lead for Cloud9. They're doing good work right now.
They're holding on.
It's a brittle lead.
By the skin of their teeth. Mr. Bloom as Axel. That's a lovely little maneuver. Boomich will flash him in to perfection. Maxter goes down. They've got full control of the A side of the map here. They're going to try and flush out Heavy God, the clutch king. Oh, I see. That is dirty.
How has he done that? He's got away with it too.
They've got full control of the B side. 4 versus 3. Flash towards spawn. They're going to try and get that bomb planted. A nice open position here. Advantage Cloud9, but anything but a guaranteed round.
Again, they have no economy, Cloud9. So this is kind of risky, right? You lose everything here, it might be over. Axel, he's going to get traded. It's a very important kill for Alex there. 2 versus 3. They lose Rez. It is all on the captain of the team here. And a 1 versus 3, holding on to it to try and clutch it. They do have a kit on Inters. He's coming around this side. If you kill him quick, maybe you can dislodge that kit a little bit. There's one for Alex. Picks up a quick second. Icy's already low on health, but Alex, he might have done it over the jump. Does it betray him? The kit, again, it's quite far away. He runs back for it.
He hasn't got it. He hasn't got it.
I don't think he's got it either, Henry. It's close, but not close enough. Alex, he gave it all. The fact that he got the kill on Inters far enough away to drop the kit out there, that made the difference.
Unreal. What a game this is turning out to be. Finally, NIP break through. They shatter the economy of Cloud9. It comes down to a 3 versus 1. Maxter thought him going down could cost him the round. But a captain's performance from the Spaniard. He steps up. He might not get that last kill, but he buys just enough time. It comes down to 0.4 seconds.
Fucking beast, bro.
And they know what that means.
Oh, yeah.
There is nothing, and I mean nothing, available for Cloud9. They get $1,400 per player. The money was already at absolute zero after back-to-back 1v1 clutches.
It's perfect because we had the opposite result earlier in the day with G2 trying to do these continuous force-ups, and they lost the economy war in one of those games, G2, and it really backfired on them. That could have happened to NIP, right? It could have been if they lost this round, then Cloud9 just kind of soldier on, but the continuous pressure, it does work out for them to get the reward. Now they just have to dodge the 3 HEs, and it's all good.
There we go.
Just don't get blown up.
USBs across the board. CT economy can be a cruel mistress. You're feeling the full ramifications of those close rounds now.
Wow, no hesitation on this one.
Get in, get it done. Find round number 8.
I still want to see the triple HE from CT spawn. Make it funny.
I mean, yeah, you could nade the pillar, I suppose. That's about it.
Get maxed up with it.
Nade the pillar. That's the only way you can really do anything with it. Here they go. Nading the pillar.
Wow.
Nothing connects.
Incredibly uneventful.
You wanted it.
What a letdown.
35 bullets of doom. Yield a few kills. Round's already over. No exits available for Cloud9. Ooh, okay, say that, hold on. Down he goes. Nothing to pick up, nothing to find. Alex is there to get the final kill. Good stuff, NIP, they know they're in a prime position right now. So, we won't be able to get the IC orb, we know that much. It's $2,400 now, so they had $1,900 before, around that.
One of them had 2,000? Even before then? I don't know if they had quite enough. Maybe not. Appreciate Wrinkle just tanking the USB bullet and just like not even moving. Saying like, peek again, I dare you. Yeah, no way, WP, you're absolutely right. 9-8. The lead eroded from underneath Cloud9. Looks like if you want to test this B bomb site again, saying, listen, if you can't hold it, maybe we just keep returning until you figure out a way to do that. 3 people now here for Cloud9, so they do rotate pretty quickly to get some control. NIP not committed. Gonna go look for middle, it seems. Classic mid-control grenades.
Oof. Not what he's looking for.
Less than graceful. Deducting a couple of points off the landing there. Olympics reference.
That is an Olympics reference. The Olympics are on now. Get your tickets at Olympics.com.
Beautiful.
This is very nice. Considering they have like low economy, they have to be a little bit more assertive. Maxter gets himself a rare kill. Confidence building frag. Needs to stay alive though.
35 seconds. One of the clock down kind of low. Not necessarily a problem, but say it now because Boomich is still on the site, only with the MP9. How much havoc can he cause? Oh, they know where he is. Rez. Nice little peek there. Boomich still doing some damage, but that should be enough to win it here. Only 18 seconds.
Damn, Isaac. He has been stepping up.
Hell yes.
He has looked solid on the CT side, anchoring that A site. Finding key picks, winning his duels. Shout out to Maxter as well, shutting down that aggression. Good awareness. I feel like Cloud9 had to make a play like that. They just didn't have the firepower to fend off a full execution.
Yeah.
Doesn't work out for them though. And NIP, they're in the driving seat now. They're on the T side. They've got all the money. They'll save 2 weapons here, but it feels like another tactical timeout's required. Debut tournament for Cloud9. Open things up. Against FaZe. Managed to take a map off the Manders. Wasn't the best looking FaZe that day, but they got the job done. It was an overtime affair on Mirage where FaZe got the win. They lost to 3D Max yesterday in an online qualifier. 2-1. To be fair, 3D Max just winning a big tournament over in India, Sky Esports.
Yes.
But now, to lose to NIP and come crashing out, like, we know it's the debut, but still the standards are high, right?
Yeah.
They would be expected to beat NIP, I think, still.
Yeah, I mean, I would have maybe thought so too, but ever since that ancient map, we finally got something in the oven for NIP, something cooking.
It was getting a bit rough right at the start of this half. They lost the pistol, and then the 4 spies coming through. Back-to-back clutches from Heavy God. 1v1 every time. We knew it was just a moment until they break through, and then Alejandro, Alex himself, stepping over the 3 versus 1 clutch.
Yeah.
That set the server alight, has led them now to 3 rounds in a row.
They put so much emphasis on 4 spy after 4 spy just to make sure that that worked out.
It's a high-risk maneuver in MR12. If it doesn't work out, if you never break through,
yeah,
could cost you the half.
Could be it.
The scary prospect to keep bringing it out, but
118 ADR on Rez there.
Dude,
let's go.
I told you, Rez is back.
Yeah, you said that, and honestly, I've seen some good maps out of him so far. I won't necessarily deny that. Maybe a little bit more consistency, but he is sharp. Icy goes down at the start. Isaac just with the Galil. He wants the entry, wants to find more, and actually through the smoke they get half their kills. Oh my god, they've been wiped out.
They tried every trick in the book there as well. We had the boost, we had the stack.
How many ETs did they even see?
Not many. There's a lot of kills through the smoke there. Very nice protocol. You can see even with the boost, they've got those real nice flashbangs just before they swing. The boosted position completely nullified.
Right.
They had to drop off, and they got the information there's one there, so you know there's 2 players at least. So that's why they're going for those spams. You saw a pixel of the boosted player, so there has to be 2 there. Spamming them all down.
Even if you go stuck, fuck.
Different flavor, really.
I'm not sure if he's like mocking Cloud9 with that one. I don't know. Looked like he was having fun with it. All right.
I think he was communicating with the birds, to be honest.
Yeah. A lot of those in the studio today.
If you had that talent, you would do it too, Henry.
I guess you're right.
1 round difference. They have someone to work with. They've got the kit on Inters. AWP on IC. I think significantly he could easily be one of the players that could try and bring them back out of this one. But all of their money is invested into this round. If Cloud9, if they fumble this one, it's starting to look very grim. Could be NIP just kind of running away with it nearly. Flash around. The panicked spray on the other side, revealing that there was definitely a setup out there. Been pushed back into the A-bomb site. Wow. Waiting for that smoke. It fades. Does he see the shoes? He's got a grenade in hand. He's surely dead. But he can't escape. Maxed up.
Good job, maxed up. Keeps them in a winning position. Yeah, absolutely. That's a dead Isaac for sure. Inter's well position him. Sitting in the smoke, but there's Maxter again, finding those trades.
So significant.
They win this round. Yeah, absolutely.
Like, as a pro player, must be one of the hardest things to try and keep the strength to get back in a game that you're not playing well in. Oh, the timing for Axel here. He might have been able to push forward, but he'll get Wrinkle anyway, and surely Rez can't win this one. Already tagged up and found by Axel. It's a very, very good double kill for him. Well then, Cloud9 bringing it back 10-10, tying up the game, and even surviving with 3 people there, which is really significant. Like, the amount of rifles that survive on Cloud9 every single round here is going to be important for the rest of this map. This is such a bizarre scenario.
From the distance today, if you missed out on the G2 FaZe affair earlier, 2-1 favor of G2. They're in the group final now.
Yes.
FaZe will be waiting in the lower bracket to take on the winner of this game.
Hunter making his comeback.
Yeah, indeed. So yeah, bear that in mind. So whoever does win this game, looking, I'll say right now, it looks like NIP at this stage, just what we've seen the last few rounds. But there's FaZe waiting in the lower final.
Wow, that's tough.
So we've got a rematch of G2 FaZe potentially for the group final, which is pretty nice.
That's all we can really dream of, isn't it?
Yeah.
See them again. I bet FaZe would. I mean, Carrigan is going to be in the lab, ready to research, see what went wrong last time.
Well, there we go. Cloud9 pick up the first round in a while. A lot of ecos. Double up setup now. Axel and Icy.
Again, for a map that I feel like you end up doing a lot of retakes on this one.
It just allows your A anchor, kind of like similar to getting an AWP car on Inferno.
Okay.
He gets to hold that bomb site, you can hold more towards middle. It's a strong position. You're likely going to find 1 kill and buy some time.
I appreciate that. That's a good reference.
But we'll see whether that works out for them. Yeah, Boomich can just watch middle. That can be a problem, I suppose.
What a flash.
Interesting that after all this time, it's not Boomich on the secondary AWP.
I know.
Right.
Primary AWP for a while. But the real AWPer on the Cloud9 side is IC, and he was taking on Isaac to begin with. He's been playing very well, but go finding Heavy God.
How's he done that?
I just don't even know. Bomb picked up towards T-spawn. 40 seconds. It's still time. They have a lot of utility to do all your favorite execute grenades onto the A-bomb site. I know you love them, Henry.
Well, let's see what they're made of, my man. Like that. Execution coming through. Axe out to defend. It's the AWP. He's not known to be an AWPer. I think that's more than fair to say. Let's see if he can find at least one. Nice angle. Nails the shot. Takes down Alex. Oh, Boomich. Worst possible timing. 13 seconds remaining. It's unclear if they're going to break through. Wrinkle making a convincing case they can do it. Oh no. The plan.
Disastrous. That's it, unless they can find him, and they can! Rez hunts him down. The round would have been lost. But Rez catches it right at the end.
Oh my days.
They could not replant that bomb.
Yeah, definitely not. I thought they were absolutely done for there. But they step up. They hold their nerve.
Oh, this is the high-intensity Counter-Strike that we're here for.
Against it. Okay. Yes. Yes, indeed. Reds goes above and beyond. 3 seconds remaining. And the money is shattered once again. They do have a glass cannonade. That's the Wrinkle maneuver. That's the Wrinkle. He does that crazy play to run through middle. We saw Nico shut it down yesterday, but yeah, that's what he's known for. That's his signature move.
It's icy out of the round already. He's top fragging right now on Cloud9, so to lose him that early on with the AWP, sure. Inters is going to be picking it up, but...
Yeah, he had no Kevlar, so he just got spammed down. Any bullets touch you are incredibly squishy. Looking for elimination point now. 5-on-4 advantage. Rez on 23 kills, dominating the server right now. High impact kills.
Yes.
Clutching up. High pressure situations. Boomich, king of the MP9, delivers once again. Keeping the dream alive for Cloud9 with the SMG.
How's he doing it all the time? It's not supposed to have that kind of an impact.
Oh, yeah, it's a disappointing finish there. NIP at the opening kill, and you go down to a SMG in a pretty common spot for it. Didn't really have all the protocols. You can flash behind that wall we're looking at right now.
Molotov,
I think they did
thrown.
Yeah, I think they did molly it, but he repositioned just one flash just to make sure he didn't have full control. That sort of flash is what we're looking for, but still, Heavy God is delivering.
Well, the bomb is at the corner, so they know that they're going to show up, right? They just keep throwing more
one by
people in.
one.
Isaac up next to try and do something.
Oh, no.
He's going to get a kill, but...
This was the round. They entered what with like 2 MP9s, a rifle, a glass cannon AWP. They had the opening pick, 5-on-4 in their favor. And there's a contact play towards middle. There's no time. The round's over. Wrinkle, Sasser, what in God's name just happened there? Just missing a couple of key flashbangs. Boomer should not be getting more than one there, but he does. Saves their bacon. Cloud9 back into this one. It's looking very grim for a second. You can see that. Where's the flash, Anders? Where is it? He didn't have, like, even if it doesn't get him.
I don't know, Henry. Stop pressuring me.
Even if he turns away from the flash, like, he doesn't have the same control in the fight.
I love it. Almost doing like a head nod to them, saying, "What now?
What up now, Swedes?"
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a reference for you.
Back in the good old days. Isaac tagged up. Grenade doesn't kill him. But still, it's pressure. A little bit frustrating for NIV to deal with. The game is tied.
Yeah, we've gone the distance today. Coming to 6 p.m. Next match is supposed to start at 4:30. We've had back-to-back 3 mappers.
Can't believe they're making us work this much, Henry.
I know, it's unbelievable, really.
What kind of world are we living in?
Not a fair one. Well, someone think about the casters.
I know. If only. I'll leave that there. We do have a nice infiltration here for Frez. I wish he would make a little bit less noise. Not that anyone's nearby, but if he makes it around this corner, this B bomb site will likely fall. Even if there's 3 people here, just the timing between these 2 events could be everything.
Bear in mind, this one's kind of for all the marbles, Anders. Both teams quite fully invested. The elimination point up next, depending on the saves, of course. We'll see who comes out on top. It's Alex, the captain, leading by example. Breaches the bomb site. Rez will follow things up, and it's down to Axel. Nothing he can do. They have to save Boomich. This is crazy. He's going for it. Can he find a second? Absolutely not. Needed to save that weapon. Had to save the weapon.
I agree. This is going to be almost impossible round to play the next one for Cloud9. Rez might have only got 1 kill, and obviously Alex the double is sick, especially because one of them is the entry. But that flank through the middle
Hunt
for
him
Rez.
down, boys.
Oh yeah, definitely take this away.
Hunt him down.
Take everything.
It's a guaranteed win if you can find him. And it's Alex to find the killing blow. That might be enough to take them through to the next stage. Cloud9, elimination point. I don't think there's any timeouts remaining either. The debut of the new roster took a map off FaZe, a map off NIP, but it's looking grim for round number 24. Alex, oh, he's stepping up. He got the entry, the follow-up frag on Boom Edge, and took down the AWPer as well. That's how you do it.
Listen, I'll give you some credit, Henry. You said this is a different NIP. It's not like the old lineups. I think you're right about that. Like, so far, definitely a different look for them.
It's the best-looking NIP we've seen in about 4 years. Right?
Yes, I would agree. Definitely agree. Obviously,
this is like a team you can get behind. You can see what they're building.
Yeah, even if there's more work to be done and lots of little things to be ironed out, of course, yeah, you can see the game plan here.
But it could all come crashing down. Big boom. No SMG this time, operating with the 5.7. They've got 1 solo rifle. It's in the hands of Heavy God.
Oh, Isaac, how much can you hold? One mistake here, and they could get this AK back instead. And
no.
Right there, Heavy God with the kill onto Rez. It really wouldn't be NIP without the heartbreak, would it?
Oh, it was looking so good, so promising. Up against pistols, an SMG, and they've gone down in a 5-on-3. Is that overtime locked in? Maxter, do you have any nip magic in the tank for us? He's had a rough series, a terrible tournament.
Man, it's been a while since I've heard the term nip magic.
I know, just throwing out all the classics here.
Well, I mean...
This is it now. You need to pull a rabbit out the hat.
Yeah, just this one round. We'll forgive everything else. Oh, they're pushing out of the A-bomb side. Maxter, now's your time. Otherwise, you're going to get shot at the back very soon.
Come on, Maxter. He's done it.
There's one. That's a start. It actually might pave the way for a bomb plant. His teammates are opening up on the other side, so he does take a fair bit of damage.
Anyone's round, Anders, is wide open, but 3 coming in for the canals. Is anyone going to cover Dark?
Maxter will. Strong headshot. It all makes a difference. 2 versus 3 here. Alex and Wrinkle are left. The kid is on the ground now. It's Icy hunted down, and they find a way. Maxter on the double at the end. They open the bomb site, and NIP, they survive the Cloud9 scare.
Whoa, what a way to finish the game. NIP taking down Cloud9, 13-11. High-octane Counter-Strike, back and forth from start to finish. A game that I thought was slowly but surely gonna slip out of the hands of NIP, but they found a way to get the W regardless.
Yeah, and also a big moment for Max, who's having a really hard time throughout this whole BO3. And then all of a sudden, in a 3v5 situation, he steps up and gets 2 initial kills. That brings the round some life and secures NIP the last and final round.
Yeah, that's a beautiful story. You're not wrong. Maxter had a really difficult night tonight so far. Has had a difficult tournament, as Henry said as well, but came alive at the very most important moment in this game. Rez having a fantastic showing as well. I think we got to give him credit for actually pulling up a strong performance. The only player left from the original NIP core coming in spades, 111 ADR, 24 kills, and a big reason as to why NIP is not eliminated like Cloud9 is.
Yeah, and I think you forget one name. I think Rez is obviously a legend of NIP at this point. I think it sounds crazy to say, but he's been here forever and has been through some good periods, but mostly bad. But I also think a guy in the form of Wrinkle really had both, not on the scoreboard solely here on the last map, but just impact in moments where it really mattered.
Yeah, and you could almost feel the tension. I'm not sure how well you guys could hear it at home, but NIP was celebrating. They were loud, they were happy. You could really feel that this W was one that meant a lot to NIP.
Yeah, of course, it's an organization who's been, let's say, in the last 4 years irrelevant, and they've been in a constant rebuild phase, and all of a sudden you get a little bit of hope for this lineup. I do also have to take into consideration that this NIP roster has been playing together for almost like 4, 5, 6 months compared to Cloud9, who's a relatively new roster.
And where does this leave us with Cloud9? I felt like the story coming into this game was positive. We saw them play very well against FaZe Clan, almost netting a win in a best-of-3 series, and all of a sudden, after a couple of hours, they're now eliminated from the group stage. We're not going to see them play anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I think this on paper is also the hardest group, right? I think we've seen the highest level of all groups in this one particularly, and that's bad luck for Cloud9. You don't have the seedings, you don't have anything, you're building a new project. I think it's hard to conclude too much from Cloud9. I think they had good showings. I do think the future is actually really bright from it. I do see a couple of moments where I see Icy as a person fall out a little bit in the games where he doesn't really want to be the guy who loses the game, when the opposite things in the side of Wrinkle, I feel like he really wanted to actually win the game.
Well, let's hear from Groove from Cloud9 after exiting the group stage here in Copenhagen.
Cloud9 will find themselves eliminated here at the full groups, but it's a new team, a new project. I want to just touch within this NIP game because it started off incredible for you guys. You looked so dominant. You had a lot of confidence when it came to Mirage. Then I think on Ancient, you probably had a chance to win it, and the same on Anubis. How does this game, this series feel to you?
So in my opinion, we lost because of our bad decisions in the mid game, and in the late game, we had a lot of mistakes. So in this real effect, also we lost some clutches, like 3 versus 1. For example, at Anubis, it was the most important round, I think. And again, we lost 5 versus 3. Sometimes it's okay, but when we a new team, when we have a shaky game, such rounds very, very important.
How would you sum up just your whole set of games here and just the games so far? Because I know you're playing online with the team. Is you seeing still the positives of what you want to build for the future?
So we have, all I can say, we have completely new team. Yeah. Because even Boomich, before he played as a sniper, so even him, so it looks like Exile plus 4 brand new guys. I saw a lot of space for the work. We have a lot of to do, but anyway, what I like is the passion, is the desire, and all of the guys, they just want to win. We had the boot camp about 10 days or something like that before this event. Yeah, we didn't have enough practice, but anyway, such games like here at Blast, also we're playing online qualifiers. They just gave us a lot of suggestions, so they gave us like a food for the future, you know. So yeah, we'll see.
A lot to work with. I look forward to seeing it. Thank you very much, Groove.
Thank you, Jay.
I can't help to feel that despite Cloud9 being eliminated from the group stage, they have somehow given me a positive impression. You look at the other teams who's been eliminated so far, OG, Gamer Legion, and now Cloud9. I'd argue that they by far have been the best playing team out of the teams who are no longer going to feature at the groups.
I agree. I also think they will look back at some demos and be like, wow, was this so little that decided our fate of actually advancing? Already the game against FaZe, I think they should have won in some certain situations, but they've not been managed to keep their calm in very important moments. I think the last round is also an example, right? The 5v3. So a hard destiny for a team who really did well.
I very much agree with that. You said Group C was high-octane Counter-Strike, probably the toughest group that we've seen so far. Luckily for us, we have more Counter-Strike action coming your way. We have a schedule that we can pull up for you guys because we're only halfway through the day. It's been a marathon day so far. Taking on Virtus.pro will be big later on tonight. But before we do that, we are going to have Tech Girl and Kadian replacing me and Bobski on the desk to dive into Liquid versus Navi straight after the break.
I'm sitting down with 2 players who have just come off another huge win, and this time, I don't think people will be calling it a fluke. We've got Navi's Wonderful and JL with us, and you've got smiles on your faces, both of you right now. Feeling pretty good?
Yeah.
How much of a surprise was the Riyadh win? Because I remember it was you two, me and Bit, and I said like I had a ridiculously good feeling. You were all individually playing really well. You became a grand final god as well at the same time, and it all clicked, but where did that come from?
The hunger to win again. Because we finished the season on a final. We lost the grand final to Spirit, and there was just some unsatisfaction left inside that you had to. It gave us fuel for the next season, and it gave us the win as well.
Wonderful. Explain to me why it's so hard to go up against Spirit.
I don't know.
It's not just Donk either, because it's like the beginning looked like it was just Donk, but now it's more like the whole Spirit team.
I don't know. It's just magic. I don't know. Like we are
magics. You see,
magic.
Wonderful, you're looking so much more confident and comfortable. You are a major MVP, JL, and Ema is finding his own, like his T-size ratings has been through the roof. He's been having so much impact. So do you think now that narrative can change? Do you feel like you guys are growing as a unit and a team?
People are always calling out our firepower because we play well as a team, and we also win as a team because we have multiple players that can show up at a tournament or a game. And there's no one specific star, because when you talk about like G2, Nico and Monis is always the ones that get talked about.
Yep.
So they have higher power than Navi. all these teams have their star players, but we don't have that. Of course, we have Bit with the most experience. We have Wonderful putting out good numbers, but they haven't been consistent for a lengthy period of time for them to call a star player of our team.
Yeah.
And maybe that's why.
You don't just walk into a major quickly grabbing one, do you, JL?
You do.
Not the first. Not the first major. It wasn't your first major.
Second major.
Yeah. The 2025 season is going to be incredibly packed. What were you guys' initial thoughts when you saw what the season's going to look like? I'll start with you, JL.
I feel like the schedule is already packed.
This is more packed.
It's but we're still gonna skip some tournaments because we need some rest. Like, I don't think we're gonna.
Imagine you cannot skip them because they're important. For sure, will be one team who will play every tournament.
How is it within the NAVI camp? How it works with Blade giving feedback? Because I would say some players, not you guys, but some players might not be able to handle his level of feedback.
If I'm doing something bad, he's always saying, "What you need to do this better, this better." But like, it's a working process. Like nothing bad. You don't like something or you're doing something bad, you can always say, and everyone will help you.
If you put it in a way that to improve the team, I don't think a person should ever take it, should ever offend. I've never seen him toxic. Like, get out of line. He's always super respectful with things. So.
Well, thank you very much for your time, guys. Good luck going into the group stage, and let's see if you just qualify for the finals.
Thank you. Let's final.
Thank you.
What was that? Let's what?
Let's final.
Let's final.
Welcome back to the Blast Full groups. I was actually going to make a joke about how the B team, B for benched, has replaced the other team, but then I realized Babski's been on the bench a lot longer than you have, Cadian.
For his entire career.
Wow. Okay, we're getting into a game that I think everyone's pretty excited about. It is, of course, NAVI versus Liquid. Yesterday, we had a chance to see this newly formed Liquid lineup. Lots of variables, lots of pieces changing. And in dominant fashion, they came in, beat Virtus.pro 2-0, and all the hopes and dreams of North America just rose exponentially.
Yeah, especially by Scrawny and Launders, who's been commentating them yesterday and is commentating them again, giving NA a little bit of hope, and they sure are holding on to that.
So we saw them play, we had lots to dissect and grab into how Twist was IGLing, as well as some of the new additions. We're going to jump into all of that, but first, let's find out from Liquid's coach how he's feeling after that first victory.
Yesterday was obviously your first outing in this Liquid jersey and the team's first attempt, and you got to go through a lot of rounds and you got to go through a hell of a lot of experience. What did you just notice from, not inside the game, but outside the game about the team just going through that?
I feel like that we had some nerves coming into the game, and everybody was obviously very excited to get to play some officials at last after 3 weeks of scrims. So no, I feel like that our comms were a bit off in the beginning, and you could definitely feel that everybody was a little bit nervous. But it took some time and a few timeouts, and then finally we got started, and everything started to feel more natural.
I got to touch on Ultimate because at the beginning, I can understand he's nervous, right? It's the first time on a stage like this. What happened in overtime? He became a different player. He became the player that you guys were all telling us about.
Yeah, like, well, I don't think that he became a different player. Yeah, well, in some ways he did, but like he became the usual Roland for us. I mean, the exact same player that we have been experiencing in practice. So, no, we highlighted several times throughout the last 3 weeks, and as well in the timeouts yesterday, that we should not be afraid of making mistakes. We should just show up with confidence and trust our gut, and that's also the approach that we are having with Ultimate at the moment, is that, well, he might be punished at some point because this is a different level than Tier 2, but in the beginning, we would like him to actually experience to be punished and experience to be countered, but that point is not yet. Right now, he should just show up with confidence and play like his usual self, and he did that beautifully yesterday.
Certainly, couldn't agree more. But now we're going on to a much tougher test for you guys, right? It's NAVI and it's the #1 team in the world when it comes to this. How confident do you feel in just being prepared for this? A different set of maps that are going to be played as well. Is it what you expected?
Yeah, like we expected the maps that is in the BO3 today, so I feel like that we're pretty confident, and we are showing up prepared on all 3 maps. Obviously, that our foundation is not fully laid yet when it comes to building the tactical identity of the team, but we feel pretty confident in the 3 maps. So like, I mean, for us right now, it's about showing that we can live up to the same stuff that we have been doing in practice, and remember some of the new rules that we have made for ourselves. If we are able to do so, then I feel like that we succeed. We're going into this game as underdogs, but like we're not really thinking about this whether about winning or losing. This is about us in the long run, and that we're actually staying true to what we're trying to build.
I like that. Very wise words. Thank you very much, man.
This is, of course, something important to remember, and Mitha touched on it there, that this is a long-term project. You're building for the future, so you can't expect fantastic results out of the gate. There's going to be maybe a couple of teething problems down the line. Obviously, a great start regardless. And he touched on a player that I would love to talk about as well, that Polish Orpa Ultimate. There was a lot of conversation around this pickup because, and I remembered this last night afterwards, the only time we'd actually seen Ultimate properly was Pro League way back in the day. He had a tussle with Simple and he showed his confidence then. So maybe we shouldn't have been so surprised that he was able to come up here, stand up and say, I mean, it took him a bit of time to warm up, but there was a confidence to him towards the second half of that VP matchup, which shows great promise for the future, Cadian.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that especially in the later stages of Ancient, he really showed his true potential. I think when people are saying that he's making the leap from Tier 2 to Tier 1, that's not true. He's maybe not even making the leap from Tier 3, potentially Tier 4.
It's like Tier 4, I would say Tier 4, Tier 5.
No, but like this is his
1.
second land, but to be honest, that only makes it more impressive that he had such a good showing in his first game with Liquid yesterday. So there's definitely some raw talent in him. And I think also, like Mitha is saying, it's important with these young players that, of course, you can try and teach them some things, you can preach your philosophies, but some of it also just needs to be learned along the way. So him going for his comfortable peaks and playing the way that he likes is definitely something that we like to see. And here you also see the difference in his output from the regulation to the overtime.
Do you think it also helps that you are surrounded by such experienced veterans? You are kind of the only youngster in the team now. You've got people around you who've won multiple trophies. They know what you're going through. They can help you through that process and guide you.
Yeah, especially if you feel like the communication is good, because then you can really trust and rely on that when people are calling rotations. You don't have that feeling of second-guessing anything that anyone says, and that can really help you be comfortable. But also sometimes if you're the only one, there can also be a lot of input just for you, because everyone wants to, help you. But sometimes it can also be a little bit too much.
One of the gents that we saw on camera there, of course, was JKS. And he had so many positive things to say about Ultimate in an interview earlier in the week, where he said, I believe he can be one of the best players in the world. I'd argue JKS is one of those players as well. And it's so great to see him back. I said it yesterday, I'll say it again. The saving grace for me for Liquid, what a brilliant pickup.
Yeah, most likely. I'm very, very excited to see JKS back as well, because...
So safe there, Katie.
No, but we can't judge
Fair
if
enough.
it's a good pickup after one game, Sam.
I was saying it was a good pickup before he even played, so fair enough.
Again, most likely, because, the things that he did with G2 was excellent. Also, I remember playing him in the semi-final of Katowice when he was standing in for FaZe. And this guy knows how to play. He has such a high ceiling, and he is actually more versatile than a lot of people make him to. I think he's one of those who's really good at anchoring, but when kind of unleashed and feeding it a bit, he also has that little bit of aggressiveness in him. And I think that's what separates the average lurker from the best ones, because for a long time, people were also talking about Robs as being this super passive one. And then people were like, oh, we don't have to be afraid of this guy in the beginning of the rounds. And then he kind of learned how to push ramp as a CT, be active in secret, and all these things. And it's similar traits I see in JKS.
Liquid had a good start yesterday, but obviously it's a very different opponent today. NAVI, the best in the world, looking in incredible form. This lineup feels synergized. There's a lot of teamwork happening. It looks like they're also having a good time. Lots of smiles, lots of laughter. It's going to be a very different game for Liquid today.
Yeah, it will be. Also just stylistically speaking, from the way that VP is playing to NAVI, I think NAVI right now is really understanding how to utilize some of the smaller things in CS2 with the break of the HE, the dropping of the grenades. Alexib is so good with his utility, both the kind of utility that they have agreed upon throughout set strategies, but also the utility that you have to kind of make up on the fly and offer on the fly. They're playing very well. Like JL said, maybe there's not a clear-cut star player. You have the trio of JL, Bit, and Wonderful, who's definitely the one who's probably shooting the hardest. And then Ima has kind of, at least for the first game yesterday, he showed some of that Paris major level that got him this contract in NAVI. And people have been a little bit chasing him, hunting him. But the question is same. Would you rather be the highest rated player and lose the final like you did in Paris, or one of the lowest ones but win it? I'm sure lifting that trophy feels way better than looking at the HLTV stat page the week after.
You choose lifting the trophy, right?
Any day.
There we go. So we are getting ready to go into this winners matchup. Liquid up against NAVI. Those two young AWPers on either side. I love the fact that their stories are very similar, both welcomed in with experienced rosters, having to be built up to perform. Wonderful shown it's possible. Now it's a chance for Ultimate as well, and we get to see how they cope head to head. Do you think we're going to go all the way, 3 maps?
I think it's possible, but also I think that one thing that I criticized VP a bit for yesterday was giving Liquid, in my opinion, their 2 best maps, Ancient and Dust 2. None of those maps are being played today, so I think NAVI has been a bit more wise with the veto. Therefore, I think that it will be more difficult for Liquid. But I mean, if Twist is pulling out the second AWP and hitting those kind of shots, and if they're being dynamic and if they trust the system, for sure they can make NAVI sweat.
We don't know whether it'll be 2 maps or 3 maps. All we do know is we're about to get some damn good Counter-Strike.
Fingers crossed, Sam. That's all I think everybody's hoping for tonight. You know, it was a little tongue-in-cheek last night when we blew out of the water the Liquid victory. Obviously, Twist said he wanted a good debut, so we celebrated it for what it was. But now it's time for a reality check, Mohan. Going up against NAVI, who's been looking incredible, and as Cadian so aptly put, not on the maps that maybe Liquid may be favored. The GG bet odds going to NAVI here quite clearly, and I'd say that's how all expectations should be.
It could be worse, though, in terms of odds, and that's all because of Ultimate yesterday. That's because the 2-0 versus VP yesterday, which was already very surprising. So a great debut on top of not much prep here for NAVI means that Liquid can come out with a game that they're not ready for. It's a map that they're not ready for as well. We're going to find out about their Anubis. And Liquid are kind of attacking the lower end of NAVI's map pool. That could spell sort of, that could be a good ingredient here for the VO3 success for Liquid, but this would be the most impressive result they could possibly have in this group, is taking down NAVI here and now.
Yes, so let's let them have their chance. Also, you know, I always praise NAVI for preparation, but that's one of those things. Right now, Twist's Liquid is kind of shrouded in secrecy. We'll find out what they can offer us here on Anubis. If you didn't catch the EMET JL show on Mirage to kick off their group, man, you missed it. JKS goes to clear the corner. Good response back from Twist, and no peek downstairs, so both Canadians up and both running back to that bomb site. Ultimate all the while here inside of camera, holding middle. There's this quiet approach of 3 players in. There are utilities for them to throw out. That is the bomb, of course, in the middle of this pack. And as Ultimate looks to the radar, they come in for his fight. Wonderful's got the entry into the A site, so it's gonna have to be NAF and Twists leaning back. Flash comes through window to no success. Twists around the cake is able to get one, but then that second flash comes out.
Uh-oh.
Things get awkward. Shots are going all over the place. NAF comes out with the kill to Alexi. They've got a chance to climb to heaven. The bomb is still down in the dirt, but that flank from JL, that climb up into heaven, that's what makes things weird, and that's what puts NAVI on the board first.
Yeah, I got a little messy inside the site, but I want to talk about Emma definitely because he was great yesterday and he's been great recently. And like in that spot where he's getting hard clear from JKS, getting one and getting the trade for Liquid's the best possible outcome. I think Emma, you know, was destined to die without anything in that spot. So the trade's looking a little bit sharper here from NAVI overall, starting from that moment. And we saw Liquid yesterday in the 2 maps they played, won 3 out of 4 pistols. They were good at starting quickly.
Also experienced a couple hiccups there, losing a follow-up round. We saw them lose to a 2 versus 4 against Virtus.pro. We saw them lose to just a eco round of Virtus.pro. You know, it wasn't perfect Counter-Strike out of Liquid, but they also had a few of those moments themselves. So I thought maybe some of that messy Counter-Strike could have been a bad sign and could have caused a bit of a crumble on their behalf, but nope. They hung on and exceeded expectations. The stack in middle off of the flashbang pushes Alexi back. He's got a teammate to help him out. And of course, a 3-player unit of NAVI pushing into the A site while Emed does die in mid. Maybe the Galil gets grabbed, but so be it. Looking like the seconds. It's all NAVI.
Bit of an interesting test here for NAVI, because like Big is not the strongest, you know, test for a team, even though we saw how good they can play. And then Liquid's also interesting because we saw them play so well yesterday, but we haven't felt out their whole map pool. We don't know how much changes day to day. And we don't know, you know, sometimes you get overhyped after a result like you just had. We also have to find out how good VP is going to do. So a lot unfolds here in groups in terms of laying out expectations on the macro scale, the next few events and like this part of the year and everything. But for NAVI, like all they're trying to do is basically continue from EWC into groups and keep taking down big names in BO3s.
Bit looking real focused this evening. Player I would love to put up on that pedestal, but the JL and EMA show kind of stole it with the beating of Big.
Yeah, that was the closest. I mean, again, it was I want to say only Big because it was Big with also making a roster move. It was, you know, Regon not having the best series in his debut.
For sure.
So it's, again, not the strongest competition, but like EMA's form looked like it was transcending that game. Like it was looking closer to Paris than I think we've seen from him on this roster in a very long time.
First gun round comes out from Liquid. Twists looking to support Ultimate and JKS on the long A fight. Looking to duel with the rifles. They've posted up. There's no op for either end, so Ultimate and Wonderful involved in this engagement. 4 players for NAVI, poised for this as JL solo clears out Dark and sees nothing. Activity here from Liquid. They actually hit both extremities of the map. They feel the resistance over towards A. They fall back. Meanwhile, Naf and Yakinder don't quite get that experience and have postured outside of sight now, which could end up haunting Na'Vi if they double back to where JL had cleared. They've got a minute to make up their minds. He'll go back and douse it with fire. Take a second glance into the bomb site. Still sees, again, for the second time, no resistance.
Yeah, no, the map doesn't look great until you look over on the left side and you see that NAF is already on the full flank to bridge, so they're actually making up quite good time right now. And they're also correct that they don't have to be scared of JL over here. The problem for their middle is that you can see Twist is holding camera. They're actually still worried about full flanks, so they don't know what's happening.
They better be full focused on long A as Naf gets into position. One of those A players does go down. Meanwhile, Ultimate holds it simultaneously. JL clipping Yakindar is one thing, but Naf feeling like the man of the round here. Desperate rotation out of Na'Vi. Very stagnant stall from Na'Vi outside of A, and Naf's the man. He was long B push all the way into the back line to clear up 4.
And he was just on a little adventure. Like he was just walking around looking for whatever was going to come up and show themselves. And I mean, they were not holding everything in that default. They were just waiting for the opportunity to hit this one site. There was a lot of fog of war on the map for Na'Vi. And it was like that for Liquid inside of middle, but around the extremities, well, NAF knew everything. And as long as they keep playing for information like that, we're going to see rounds like we saw yesterday, because they were definitely not afraid and played very proactive.
Kinder goes in with the flash.
Which in CS2, the proactivity on the CT side is more heightened than ever before. Teams are getting crushed for playing passive setups. This is something that like Vitality cited and fixed, as we saw in their games already.
Twist under pressure. Mac 10's coming for him. Just regaining vision, but not able to stop Alexi.
Flash was great.
Good support. Kinder, meanwhile, has moved out from camera. He's feeling kind of risky. Gonna be careful as Bit comes downstairs, but Ultimate's here to hold it. Oh, he just looked away. Suddenly, we get Yakindar on a silver platter. Bit, beautiful 2 headshots. And while JKS may trade this back, it's a 2-man advantage comfortably here for Na'Vi. They'll walk out middle. Maybe Naf ends up pulling something of a miracle out of mid. Goes in deep for the second frag, but that's a quick departure of Alexi. While we get Ema deep inside of the B site. So deep, in fact, Naf should be caught off guard by this.
No, but Naf saw them running, in this direction. And Ima does win the fight. I mean, JKS is just going to sit and save now. This is one moment where Ultimate, obviously, he gets caught because he's holding the stairs, which he needs to, but he checks radar for something. And just that one frame, basically, where he looked up the radar, that's when he gets peeked and dies. But that's the difference between a won and lost round here for Liquid. Yakinder was relying on him. It's only been like 1 or 2 moments where that's happened to Ultimate, but there was like yesterday it did happen a couple of times where it was like, oh, didn't react. And I don't know, maybe he was checking the radar too often.
Terrorists win.
Hard to get mad at yourself for that, but
opens the door for Bit. 2 significant headshots out of Bit. You know, yeah, leaves Yakinder kind of out in the open, but also with Bit shooting like this, wait for it. You know, Yakinder doesn't stand a chance. This duel maybe could have reopened the door into the 2 versus 2, but Navi, as you can see, content to shut down Liquid after probably feeling a bit foolish for letting NAV get away with that 4K on the back line. You know, you want to respond to that.
He does look like he's about to have a game, though, that's for sure.
Yep. We'll see if he can continue to impress, but with just the USP. Oof.
Ooh, in and out. Any gun? No, didn't pick it up. That would have been the worst case situation for Navi, but for now, it is still Ultimate and 4 pistols.
Is off, of course, over on the other side of the map. Twist CZ not able to get anything more than the 1. It is Bit on cleanup duty and a team to push in with him. That bomb's going to get planted out of Wonderful, and unfortunately, the ultimate op not given a chance to shine. So 4-1 Navi, T-side looking good on Anubis. Remember, of course, Liquid trying to take this challenge to them.
Yeah. It's no doubt for this lineup right now, the firepower that is the best that it's been in terms of Bit's form. I mean, even Bit's form at the major wasn't anything special until that grand final. And then in the last few months, he's really, really stepped it up in a big way. And again, the focus point for me is Imma, who throughout that major was actually the worst event of him playing on Navi was that, you know, 0.88 rating in those 16 maps. And his form is getting back up too, which makes this team leagues scarier.
All these riflers finding such peaks while we still have Wonderful getting incorporated into the team and performing well and giving us highlights, and you know, the whole formula for Navi just coming together. It's heartwarming that we're in a position where we don't just look at a superstar and ask enough of the players around them. It feels like they are really getting a product out of having...
Yeah, but I don't know. I think that's the biggest argument, like with Copenhagen, is like, could it really continue unless their players got better? And I think that it's definitely true they did need to.
Back into a common occurrence, the Navi setup that NAF so quickly dismantled. Same formula, and right now JL gets caught out by Yakinder. Now there is no B long push, so A defense is gonna have to be ready for the commitment, and it's coming. Molotov in front of it, but a gap behind. So JKS, trying to fight through the fire. Support is in position. It's a tough one for Ultimate. Let's see what he can deliver. Twist, meanwhile, putting down 2 players. The missed off shot, but the recovery's there. However, they've lost track of Wonderful. Doesn't seem to matter. Triple kill from Van Dolken. And Liquid hang on to that A-test.
Yeah, it got a little bit scary, but with that fresh smoke as they were trying to scale, it did limit the amount of places they could enter from, and Ultimate even had time to miss a shot and then make up for it. So that's, you know, that speaks to the lack of progress they could make coming into the site, and also with 4 players originally.
Nice, boys! Let's fucking sick, Russ! Good shit!
And we're definitely watching to see if Twist, because everyone's sort of giving Twist this, you know, the ability to drop off a bit as long as his calling is still good, and he's probably expecting that his individual form is going to drop off a bit. But we saw that second op come in when he was playing on Dust 2.
Awesome.
He was a star player on the team with the impact, and it didn't feel like he was taking any step back on that front, with the team still looking organized and everything like that. No binder today for Myther.
Binder and a flat cap. It's kind of a vibe.
That's how you know a man knows something.
Oh, what the hell? Where's that smoke going?
Hard to land that smoke up there. Got to give him some credit. I don't even know.
Never seen that one. Analyze that.
Navi have actually been missing a couple of smokes, honestly.
Very quiet three-player stack. JKS unassumingly just moving over to add himself to this very typical Yakinder NAF crossfire.
Oh, Yakinder in jail, check HLTV, but they're coming into dark. Well, this is actually kind of dangerous from him, but he transposes into the push. As a player on both sides.
Blind Mac 10 spray brings him in, and Wonderful just covers for the push. But again, you've still got two defenders in here. Duel won by JL. Still wary, but here we go. Another couple defenders for Liquid inside of this bomb site. They've stacked it so much.
They're disconnected.
Navi don't really come through. Off peak from heaven, predicted. Bit beautiful headshot as he just continues with the HSP. 9-3 is his opening score. And he's going to call for that bomb to come sprinting over. Twists and NAF in a 2 versus 4. Split up, but both get active. Why does walking in water make sounds again? We fixed that bug back on Ancient. I swear I've seen it twice this event.
We just don't know if it's client or server side. Or, we don't know if they heard it or if everyone did. But the site is getting taken over. Yes, I know which bug you're referring to, but...
Yeah.
It was also just very loud for us.
But he was walking, right? So it shouldn't make noise at all.
Yeah, I had I have a feeling it was like when you switch at the wrong time from the spectator.
Okay.
That it does that.
Our POV enters the water.
Something like that. Yeah, something weird.
You know, just on edge, man.
It's a Valve game. You know, it's dark and full of secrets. You never know.
It's broken. It's broken. So,
well, that's a position where if Ultimate hits a shot on Bit, then that disjointed attack over on the other side of the map would have failed. It would have been very tough for Navi. Bit wins this round by getting his kill.
Yep.
And there's been a couple of situations. JKS doesn't get his frag on the initial defense in these last couple of rounds, but they still sort of maintain the position without that. But this one's a bit more important.
Bit's time to kill right now. It's just looking nasty.
Yeah, yeah.
Unfortunately for Liquid.
They got headshotters on this team.
Yep. I mean, Bit was the easy example, but oh my goodness. Wonderful almost flies through that smoke where there was his counterpart and Ultimate waiting. Yakindar trying to draw attention. Ultimate was looking out through the bridge window.
Yeah, they're just hoping it wasn't going to get pre-smoked. One trade goes back and forth. Kinder thinks this is fishy, so he's going to walk out, and this is the bomb. JL really has to try to preserve himself.
Kindar stuck on pillar as Dark has been compromised. 2Ts taking over position, but the smoke, it's left a gap, and Bit slides through it with another headshot.
Yeah.
Sure, Twists works up a long wall, and with that hangs on to an angle, but he's hoping for a teammate to come help. JKS trying to sprint over. JL doesn't have cover yet for the cross. And that's going to keep the bomb on the right side of Pillar for the time being. Twists will see it cross in. No, sir. Wonderful. Peeks it into the angle. Drops him. Sure. JKS gets the kill.
I mean, that attack was beautiful, right? Like the way that they knew exactly where Twist was, and they waited for their utility to get in position. They took all the free space that they needed first. And then once again, they cleared him on both sides. He was going to die one way or the other. If he at least found a way to get a kill, maybe this retake would be easier. And for now,
big flank.
2 low HP players in here. Unfortunately, it's an op for Ultimate. Won't make a difference. One shot, one kill.
They haven't looked at long at all, so he loses his teammate, but he at least clips Wonderful off guard. Bomb beyond the halfway point, no kit. And as he presses in, he's thinking camera, not bomb site.
Oh my
goes
God.
Towards Bit, but again, that time to kill.
It is, yeah.
Bit's coming in with big impact, whether that's clutches or entries, A or B, doesn't seem to matter. Somebody's popping off tonight for Navi, and his name is certainly Bit.
Yeah, for sure. That's crazy for him that they have to deal with. You could see him right over top of the smoke. It's a great round out of Wonderful.
Dodges the shot, puts up the clutch. Eleven and 3 off that one,
Hey,
and
just don't let him get to
problems.
OT.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Yeah. If you guys missed it yesterday, the stat was Ultimate 21 frags in overtime alone. Of course, it was a 4 overtime round 4 rounds of overtime played on Ancient yesterday, but that's when Ultimate's op really came out. Like before that point, you saw him get 1 or 2 op rounds, no multi-kills, mostly rifle highlights, and had a negative KD into basically dominating. And KD brought up that interesting point that, you know, you've got the unlimited money in overtime, so maybe he felt more comfortable taking the risks he wanted to take the whole time. And I mean, if there's not growing pains for the guy jumping from, you know, as was said on the desk, tier 3, maybe even tier 4 to tier 1, then something's up. So you don't want to be too hard on yourself if you're Ultimate, but you want to make sure you're always just playing to win, not really being worried about making too many mistakes.
They're saying at the pre-match interview, like, we kind of do want him to just show up, play it, and if he gets owned for the first couple games, well, that's okay, because it is meant to be the learning curve. So, flash pass back by JL. He wants to get set up to clear this. Ooh, embarrassing. Tased and traded. Bit, of course, not going to waste much time. We've got wonderful posturing. We've got Alexi B ready to split forward. Pistols up in heaven. Could stop him. Could slow him down. Or maybe JKS grabbing the AK. It's got something to offer more than just the Zeus frag. Mac 10 to be picked up by NAF. 5-7's better.
Bomb's still coming in this direction, even though Twist is still alive, but NAF doesn't get his. And a P250. Could it be?
Dude. Half health for the 2 other players of Navi. This would be an interesting way for Liquid to rob away around and maybe kickstart something of a second half within this CT side.
And I think Emma wishes he's the one with the smoke, but he's only got this P250 to kill.
Twist missing a couple shots. Kinder coming down from camera. He's got a back turn to him.
Time is bought.
Oh, but he didn't make his move, and that let the Heaven player get into a better spot. He's going to try to follow him. And still, Ime hasn't turned. Yakinder trying to milk this. It's perfection! It's perfection! Yakinder! 2 backs turned, and a clutch out of nowhere with pistols off the Zeus.
What a patience play. We saw him pull off the same thing on Dust 2 yesterday. One of the few that can hold his nerve and wait in a moment like that. Really beautiful stuff out of Yakinder. Oh, that's gotta feel good. And that's also Twist delaying for long enough to get Yakinder to walk up. Ooh, Liquid steal one away at an economically desperate time. That actually saves the half for them if they can convert this.
Interesting turn of events. Out of nowhere.
When we talk about X-Factor, Twist won 2 1v3s yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Moments like that are really big for Liquid, and it's a situation where they made roster moves here, but to 2 of the players that they keep were also their 2 best performing players in the last iteration.
XCB gonna have to talk this one through. What are you making of these blood-chilling screams that Twist is bringing as the in-game leader of this team?
Well, I think when, you know, you have the interview where he's sort of taking full credit and responsibility for all the moves, you know, some could look at that and say, well, that's him trying to take all the credit. Of course, when it looks good, that's how it feels. But if they start losing or something, that's also him saying, I'm responsible. And I think that just shows how invested he is. Oh my God. Okay. Nice 3 frags here for Yakinder.
Clean up for NAV, queued up. Yes, sir.
And I think it's basically just so invested in this team. So much responsibility is placed on himself. So much credit is taken for doing the scouting, which actually, again, could just blow back on him, and he knows that.
Of course.
He's played CS for so long on all these different rosters, had so many highs and lows. So I think every time his team does well, you know, it's just a little extra for him. I mean, I always say for the IGL in general, you don't win unless your team wins. Like, there are some, you know, maps where the star player will get the EVP because they played so well, and you know, they'll get the MVP once in a while. Even Twist has one of those, even not winning the tournament.
Yep.
But for the IGL, the only thing that ever matters is the score at the top, not, you know, not their individual. And now Twist has to be worried about both because he's still going to be expected to be somewhat of a star player. But now also a leader. So I think that's where the extra energy is coming from.
Suits him well.
Oh man,
Ultimate
he didn't clear it properly. He
sliver.
He did the motion, but that was it. If he had properly cleared it, he would have committed to that first shot.
Chaos tries to recover, but it's a one and done. It takes up position on Fountain. Twists holding on to Heaven. Nav trying to come and bolster this A defense. Yakinder's pushing a smoke towards River. But Wonderful taps that bomb. No follow through. This actually buys very critical amounts of time for Yakinder to come join them, but he's not moving. He's just cautious of some kind of late lurk. So it's gonna have to be the Canadian duo in Heaven. He'll hit the dink, but die. Naf down to half health, knows one is softened up. Yakinder still having to move over at this point, using the flash to try and get him into the action. He's announcing his arrival. Naf tucking his head. Bomb at the halfway point, Wonderful on sight. Frag grenade with his name on it. He peeks ahead of it. Oh, dirty spray from Yakinder. It all gets away from him, and Navi, sure, they may have lost 2 in a row, but they will bounce back before the end of the half to get themselves a 7.
Yeah, and it's overall domination here for Navi within this half. I mean, Liquid win that crazy round with Twist with a P250 and at least get 4 rounds in this half overall. But in terms of like quality positions that Navi has set themselves up for, individual level we've seen from Bit so far, I mean, they don't really have much to be worried about. It looks like a small mistake there from Ultimate, but it's a cascade, right? And when you're playing against a team as quality as Navi are playing right now, those small mistakes are amplified. And there's that one shot in Heaven, the one shot on middle. He's not wholly responsible, of course, but it's a different level of scrutiny when you're playing at this level, especially on a team like Liquid.
Lexi wants to test mid again. Offers a little more passive. Sat back. He'll extend out for the peek and hits that one. Dives into safety and posts up on the door. Good chance for a multi-frag round now for Ultimate. Sure, a couple missed opportunities thus far, but 5v4 to get the 5th round win.
Ooh, is Yakinder going to commit?
It's a tough thing to do with an MP9. Anybody at a distance gets the edge, but he does have Bit along the wall. Too bad Bit is just, again, just this instant killer. And support from Alexi as he drops down bridge. Good long push at the very least. It forces him into Ultimate. I said good chance at the multi-frag. Now he's under pressure and he's gonna nail the shot. He hits the leg shot too, softens up Emet. Their attention turns down towards Dark. They know that double push came out from behind, confirmed by the CTs who have since split.
What?
JKS on the corner, and that is so ballsy to go around the smoke, but it pays off, and it thrusts Twists into the clutch. He was able to put them 4th last night on Ancient, this time met by a smoke as soon as he gets into position. Clearly Navi understand the timings, having taken lane. They'll have attention turned to him. He confirms it. Navi figure it out. It's a great effort from Ultimate on the bomb site, but Navi skate through and get themselves the 8th.
This is Aleksi Virolainen, also known as Aleksi B. We're in Vantaa right now. Basically, grew up in this apartment. I've always been into sports, mostly because of my dad.
Aleksi oli tosi lahjakas liikunnallisesti.
Basically, the only sport I picked up, which I played for a longer time, was football.
Täällä on 3-vuotias Aleksi. Rakas harrastus on toi futis.
Got introduced to competitive FPS games later, like 2007-8. Ended up begging my parents for a PC. In the end, I got a good enough PC to run 1.6 and to run Call of Duty 4. And that started my journey in FPS games. Later on, after a couple years, I would actually start making these posts on forums. I wanted to look for a team, even lied about my age. Playing versus other people, competing with your friends was the most fun I ever had. And then it took a more serious turn. Could I ever do this professionally? Could I ever do this full time? Getting the chance when I was 17 or 18 pretty much changed my whole life, because now I could focus on this 24/7. My career has been rough in terms of the amount of times I've been benched, whether it's down to relationships with the organization or relationship with the teammates I've had. I've started to realize that everything was meant for a reason, you know, like maybe it was for the greater good of my own career.
Silloin kun asiat menee huonosti, niin tulee vähän kuraa niskaan, ja sitten kun asiat menee hyvin, niin kaikki hypettää ihan valtavasti.
When I was a rookie, I always had the dream of winning a major. So during the final round of the major, I still didn't feel this moment of understanding that we're gonna actually win the match and win the trophy until the very last seconds of the game. After making it through the finish line, I just remember that all these thoughts that you have in your head just went out the window. Where I was, who I was, what just happened, and I got onto the table and started spinning my shirt around in circles, and after that I just knew that I had to go to the crowd and find my family. Just knowing that they were there for this moment meant the world to me, and I'm forever grateful of that.
First half of Anubis and Alexi B's sent Liquid for a spin. Only 4 rounds to the T side of Liquid as they'll begin this endeavor. So tough stuff to be down by this, but hey, they wanted Anubis, Mohan. Let's see why.
Yeah, let's see why. A lot of things have to get stepped up. Can't have sort of like, you know, nervousness coming into this game if they're going to beat NAVI, who are clearly not nervous at all. And they kind of got to be prepared for everything. It's a bit too much to ask of a team that just formed, but after what we saw yesterday, I think people have their eyes open and they're ready for it to just continue. It's hard to like wrangle your expectations when you get excited about a team, but there's no way that it's, you know, going to be up and only up from the beginning. But that doesn't mean that Liquid can't make something happen here on T side. And again, it's sort of shrouded in mystery as to like what they're going to offer on this map in the first place. NAVI come into this with very little prep.
Just who they are at the moment, keeping them ahead of Liquid. And Bit making sure it's leaps and bounds. A leap into the dark room. Wonderful catching Twist's immediate drop into River by Bit. He wants a piece of this attack, and Yakinder's been stalled out in the meanwhile. Oh, good thing he waited. Patience pays off. Bit gets splattered. JL flanks on long. We've got individual duels across site as Yakinder is taking that bomb and sprinting A. Nav turns this around. He's gonna get another chance at the fight. Oh, he kills a second. Navfly trying to catch up to Bit's kill count. His 2K in this pistol puts him at 14 and 7, and Alexi B is gonna have to try to clutch this 1v3. They sensed the door was open to move this party towards A. Sure enough, they are correct. And Alexi, not gonna get challenged here. He's isolated one fight, but he loses that duel. JKS puts him down, and Liquid start this with the pistol.
Yeah, those split pistols. Got some good frags coming out. Nice one from Naf again, who had a nice 4K earlier on in the half. Then maybe their T side can take shape, we'll see.
Pushing heaven.
Nice! That's sick, boys! Fucking sick! Good fucking skills, Keith.
Yeah, Keith, keep it up.
Twist on dualies.
Okay. Shouldn't be a problem. 5 USPs. But they'll go for the triple boosts. Are they not? Boost. Have 4, 5 people wanders. You can be as tall as the obelisk.
Bro. Alexi boost. what? Dualies.
Little mowdown. Sure, you get one, but that's all you're going to find.
I think Yakinder's kill matrix in the series also going to be a point of conversation. Yesterday, we saw like he was that same fiery self and so showing the same sort of improvement that he showed at Dallas, which was the one sort of good event that he's had with Liquid up until this point. But because it's recent, it's good to see that it's continuing from there. But the question is sometimes, you know, does he get overzealous? I mean, in that last round of the first half, for example, they're in dark and they could have cleared outside of dark and canals. He goes out without the flash, just maybe on instinct. And we see sometimes Yakinder does make moves on his intuition. And sometimes you got to trust it, but it gives and it takes. Nice one here from Ultimate. Flash isn't as good as Imma would have liked. And they kick off with a 5v4.
Presence in dark, and Yakinder posts up. Twist by his side. JKS going to hold over towards A in case something gets active, but there's nothing on A. We saw Ultimate spinning, thinking maybe the risk of the push. Nope, they're just going to go for the overstack on B site instead. 3 within the site.
Yeah, 3 within the site, though. It's not as scary as it looks. They need to spread a bit, and this is Alexi doing that. If they don't expand, they sit behind smokes. It's not going to be a great map for them.
Oh, they've lost 2.
Yeah.
And then the immediate trade. So the one thing that goes well in JL's kill is the one avenue of attack that's got multiple bodies.
I think they were just behind on tempo in terms of getting that map control back. They had 3 players, and to be fair to Liquid, that's an early exec, right? They actually commit around a minute with the chance here for Bit to maybe get involved, but he'll get mollied back. But if they had an extra 10 seconds, they probably would have gone for dark control. They would have Alexi watching from jail to make sure no trades could come back. But good on Liquid. They don't give them the time for that position. How often do we see that, you know, teams will play the map to like the perfect practice timings and stuff like that, and instead of thinking maybe the opportunity is now, instead of maybe we always exec at 30 seconds, Liquid actually act on that and they make it happen, and that's why it looks a lot easier, I think, than it would have been.
You feel like that's something they've just been doing across the little game tape we have of them in the last 48 hours?
I mean, I think that's something where Twist is as an experienced player and somebody who has played on so many different successful lineups. I think that's the kind of call that he can make, and everyone will trust him instantly. And I mean, I think that's, you know, going to come directly from him.
I wonder if something like having Yakinder could also help that, right? We were talking about Yakinder's kind of instinct-based plays, and between the two of them, it's fiery. Speaking of the devil, quick entry for Yakinder, doubles down to Ima and making mincemeat of the pistols here for Navi. We're suddenly looking at a tied game with a very smooth-looking T-side out of Liquid. Again, the comfort of the execution that happened on that B hit.
Oh, yeah.
And now this one as well, just kind of staying ahead, keeping it pop.
And I think the best part for Liquid here is early timings, it's confident-looking play. But yeah, that makes sense. I mean, even Elige, when Yakinder joined the team, said that, you know, Yakinder's somebody that he's learned a lot from, kind of gave him a lot of public praise, and I think he has been known to be a second voice on the team. And like Nafly is the guy that knows so much, but I feel like he doesn't reveal his secrets, you know, even to his own friends. So you kind of just have to let him be a great player, but he's not going to be as vocal as probably as Yakinder is or
100%.
Twist is. Yeah.
On Media Day, I brought that up to Twist because, you know, Twist and Naf have that Canadian duality going on, and I brought it up. I'm like, Naf, clearly you believe in this idea, and like, you know, you believe in Twist becoming the leader. Are you the, you know, kind of second in command? And he said, I just do my own thing. I believe in Russell fully. I believe in his idea and his scouting and the team that he's brought together. He's like, but that's not me. That's not my role. And then Twists went on to kind of give Yakinder that praise as the second voice.
Oh, there you go.
And he said that, you know, again, from the outside, people don't give him enough credit. Even throughout his maybe individual struggles as of late, Twist's clearly still convinced of Yakinder's value and happy that Naf is able to just do his own thing and succeed. You know, nobody questions Naf in that regard.
Right. My only concern would be, we know with the loss of Cadian, for example, they would have had Twist, Yakinder, and him all sort of working together. And let's say Twist and Yakinder, if they shut down for some reason or whatever, they stop communicating, I'm not really looking at JKS Ultimate or NAF to be the guys to step up in terms of communication and ideas. They're all going to be strong players, but quiet ones.
Which is why I've really respected kind of Twist's booming voice right now.
Yeah.
Just the way he's calling with urgency, energy, keeping it interjected. Mythar, actually, also, I think, valuable in that regard. But right now, the only booms are these nades in mid, and there's no gunfights behind them. A lot of posturing going on with the utility. We hit the 45-second mark with 10 players up and something like 10 damage done across the board.
But they've maintained extremity control. Even though they haven't cleared out A main, it's shallow control here for Bit. The smoke is way in the back, so I feel like as long as Liquid keep moving from this point on, they're in a slightly favorable spot. 5v5 is good, but again, it can get cramped here on the B site.
Ultimate's running with bomb through spawn as we hit 20 seconds.
There's Dark
will
control.
find Wonderful. There's the next one from Yakindar. Double entry for Liquid. Delayed spray, but he gets it. And a third. Yakindar coming up from Dark with impact. And Liquid squeezing it out of Na'Vi on that site. Ladies and gentlemen, they're about to take the lead.
And in a big way. They do that with 4 players alive so far.
This is a flawless T-side out of Team Liquid. 5 rounds in a row to go on fire and take this lead.
And the best way to counter Bit having a great game, don't go to his site. This is another split on A that works out perfectly. But we see that, you know, Kinder is loitering inside Dark. They're not mollying him back out of that. And the exec comes in. There is too much pressure to basically hold. Like, I think every T team knows once you get Dark control, once you're ready for the split and there's enough time on the clock, and you're not getting blocked, like, how are you supposed to defend? So it's really demanding right now of Na'Vi to do a little bit more than they're doing to hold on to these sites. But 5 straight here for Liquid as they touch 9 first.
It's the headshot for Nav. There's a triple sequence here for Yakinder.
See, when you have Dark and you have this time, and Yakinder can re-grip his mouse, and he knows that there's going to be someone on the pillar. Imma has done this to him. Bit has done this to him. But now they're in control because they have the map control.
Now we got scraps for Na'Vi. We saw that save denied. JL actually coming in with a pretty heavy investment, down to $600. So Na'Vi, let's see what you can make of something. Working with little, trying to get that lead taken back. Tie things up again. JKS hasn't had too much action on his side. Flashbang's well timed, and again, one of the few rifles to work with. The dwindling utility already now all used. That smoke over towards B. What more do Na'Vi do in terms of activity before Liquid make their move?
I think that pick play is a good example of what they should have been doing these last couple of rounds to alleviate some pressure.
Bit sticking around. Him and Yakinder able to get back. Still 19 HP left over from that one, but it's a re-aggression with 2 rifles here for Yakinder to deal with. And as those bullets sail over, that just screams, of course, the shortcomings elsewhere.
Yeah, I think they want to speed up around the outside now. It's Yakinder's getting all the information.
And we start to see that NAF moving alongside the bomb and twists towards B. Those pistols had kind of pried down into Dark, and if Yakinder saw that, maybe they sensed the opening. Nade won't finish Bit. He hangs on for dear life. Fire finds him. Burnt out. Oh, that could be big. Wonderful turns back. Exec coming in from over the top. He's so uncertain as to where they could be that he backs up into Twist despite seeing the util drop from above. Emac, can you do this? 5-7 misses his chance, and the Canadians break through the extremity of the map. Ultimate serves as the anchor to hold the others back, but nope, drops his chance.
And now the retake is kind of on. I mean, not a position where they have anything to work with utility-wise. No kit to play with. They're coming in slowly. Yeah, I think this comes down to if JL finds a mistake, then they try it, but if not, hold for exits.
Gonna have to make their move with time in mind. Again, no kit, as said. NAF saw the backpack, clears JL, and Alexi not even gonna take a chance at it. Needed JL to come in with him, clear it, and cause something frantic. Liquid to double digits.
Another great recovery.
Great attempt over from that A push, but a good move into B.
And this is also to say they basically, you know, they traded material for some more information. Even when Wonderful hits his deagle shot on Yakinder, at that point, we already had the circling the site was already complete, right? They were already ready to walk in main. So they know that there's one in Dark. Wonderful backs up into it, which looked a little bit strange. But they were the ones who were walking the whole time. The only weird thing was we saw the smoke land in the site. You know, maybe Wonderful should have been aware of it. But you saw he was even paranoid of back CT because they're on an eco. They have so many gaps. But this game's now getting away from Na'Vi. And it's hard to say there's many flaws here for Liquid. I think the main thing, again, is drawing from the inspiration of this eco round from Na'Vi. They should go for another pick play because Liquid in the 5v5 look extremely good when we're down to 30 seconds. It's Na'Vi who look weak. We've got a smile because Liquid here are on 10.
Ultimate at the front of something. They're trying to weaponize him, but bit on an off, misses.
Oh.
And Ultimate gonna strike him down. Alarm bells ringing here for Na'Vi. Ultimate able to snap up and take JL down to 20. He landed the shot, but it's just not lethal. Nade for the smoke, but there's 2 Ts. He can't kill both, surely.
What?
Oh, other ideas. Ime survives both of them. Somehow, some way, didn't even take any significant damage.
How did Twist not see anything?
I don't understand.
It was like the HE smoke from his perspective or something? I have no idea. My God. And I was literally about to say Imma started off this game with a great kill, but he didn't really, continue forward with many frags. This might have made up for it. 2 on 4.
Wonderful. Able to take up position. That's 2 players now low. Luckily, Alexi getting damage back into Naf. Naf killed Alexi.
Hold on.
2 players tagged. JKS with bomb close A.
Hey.
And the closest point of contact is JL this low.
You know, he's always good for a clutch. JKS has, with these 2 players low and some time to plant, maybe there's a world.
Yuma's on 60. Flash comes out from camera. Oh, he just gets found out. JL finding him over the bricks. And Na'Vi will, at the very least, take that 9th. Now, Ime getting away in dark with both those kills, but no damage back is what bewilders me.
It's crazy because Twist didn't switch to a grenade either. He had his gun out the whole time, so I just kind of want to know what he saw. Because Imma saw him because he blew that smoke open. Oh, he switched.
He did. He did. he
Nice,
fumbled it.
let's go, let's go.
Oh, some kind of weird quick switch in the middle of that for Twists.
It's like he pre-fired in the smoke, and then he was going to switch to an HE or something to throw. I don't know.
A little mechanical failure.
Maybe he was trying to throw something while he was in the smoke so Kinder could just walk out back on the side of the smoke. You could chalk it up to unlucky, but this game is close. Every little bit matters now.
Let's go. Keep it tight. That one did start well for Liquid off the ultimate, off impact.
They got info. Molly tag.
Full-blown execute coming out. Fitz trying to reposition again with the AWP. Smoke grenades looking a little thin. He's going to pop it open, go for something, miss chance. And Twists capitalizing again for Liquid. The bit op, 2 rounds empty-handed.
That's an expensive investment.
Alexi tries to drop util backside. It's uncomfortable, but the bomb's gone down, and that's what matters here for Liquid. Man advantage in the post plant. Naf's trying to climb up. This is crazy!
What the hell?
Oh, and he goes in for 2, turns back, and adds so much damage to the round. Alexi's sitting on 6. What? I mean, that's not a sloth in my eyes.
Was someone chasing him? Who was he running from? That was insane. That was insane.
Have you ever seen Naf move that fast?
No. Well, I guess there goes the odds of the retake coming in. Liquid instantly pick up another round. The call is go to bit.
With like the close camera pre-fire?
Oh man, it's the sad part about these rounds that bit would have been better off with a rifle and maybe someone else supporting him because he's had such a great game on that gun, but the op hasn't been doing him any favors.
What is this from Naf?
I have no idea.
If you had to identify this player, you would never have picked it to be Naf.
I would have said Yakinder.
He sees the muzzle flash of the camera player, so he's coming around the corner, guns a-blazing. Slams the first CT, transitions into the spray, and that highlight didn't even include the 90 damage on the next guy.
They said, Na'Vi, have a round if you want. We're touching map point now. Up gets back in the right hands, but now there's only 3.
Nice nade.
There's 3 pistols, 2 guns. They sit on main control. JKS will hear this. He's asking for some support. It's a great flash. Ooh, that's a free kill. Bit 3 rounds in a row dead here. And at least the refrag comes out.
Wonderful, gonna make sure it doesn't go for free. He's gotta pick it up, right? Heavy investment from Na'Vi on that A fight with the 2 rifles that they had.
This is an interesting search. They're peeling out, but this is also, I think JL can go and get the gun in A main, but that buys time for this other side of the map.
A shot. Ultimate could have cleared this one out. Would have been a completely open bomb site. Emet looking to do something fantastic with the 5-7. Alexi trying to get into the flank. JL goes elsewhere, and Emet is dead. As the Deagle falls back, Naf tries to disengage, will do so, and Ultimate clears flank. So the op doesn't get into the mix. Bit gets fully blinded and stuffed into the corner. And this is just Liquid tearing through a B site to secure 12. 3 map points.
This is incredible. This is already more impressive than yesterday. They make this comeback happen. They split pistols. They put up so many good T rounds on this half.
They have lost 1 round in this second half of the map.
Right. And I'm really not even talking about numbers. I'm talking about how good these defaults were, how good their executions were. We haven't seen any rounds for Liquid so far be a result of mismanaging the time. We haven't seen any major mistakes out of individual plays that don't look that good, or a couple shots being missed. This is a crazy level being shown for a team that's making a debut over these last 2 days.
3 weeks of preparation, they said, coming into groups.
Right.
We're not attending EWC, got an extra bit of practice. And have most certainly capitalized so far.
Hey! Good shit.
One final timeout, and Blade, excuse me, will be the authority here. Myther also getting involved. He always comes through with some motivational words. I feel like that's the energy he brings. Blade, excuse me, has been known to be able to convey a lot of information in a very short period of time. That's what Alexi said. It's always been very impressive about him in these TAC timeouts.
Concise.
And he's, I think, made something of a reputation for himself in these moments. And the CT side, I think they did go for some forward aggression on A main for the first time after losing some rounds in passive setups with Bit dying. But now even that doesn't work out that well. JKS gets the first kill, only a trade back. And it's also a round where they didn't have many guns to work with. Is it just too late that they've upped the activity here on CT side?
It's also been bit muted significantly in the last 4 rounds.
Which is a shame, because
been the
what a game he
shining
had
light
up
for
until.
Na'Vi.
Yeah. Should have never gave him that up, unfortunately. He was on it with the rifle.
And finally gets back onto the rifle, and they slam him with the flashbang, so having a rough go of it. As this CT side seems to have faltered. But we saw VP push it to overtime. Why can't Na'Vi? You want to be the best. Make them fight for it. Naf topping the charts now, 23 kills. He was their rock back when they scrambled together those 4 CT rounds of their own.
Yeah. Liquid are putting Liquid are trying to put so much pressure on the map by drawing out utility.
Good trade.
Ooh,
there it is,
nice
right?
One.
When Bit's given the chance to fire back.
We're at 30 seconds, and Liquid have no smokes left over. No one has a smoke, in fact.
Ima's back, soon to be exposed to Naf. This is on a timer, a very thin timer, but he's going to try to play it. It's looking good. First player comes out. Oh, he's got a ton of damage, and Bit arrives alongside Alexi. Twist tries to turn it. 12 seconds, and he's on his own. And Bit's got this cover of the obelisk. Twist, oh, he gets the second. The time is the big issue. He's going to go for the plant. The CT spotted. He has to get this in, but
the
Wonderful
nade
doesn't push. Twist is given the chance. 3 health. He peeks and falls, and not yet. Na'Vi keep it going.
Oh my God, he almost made that happen. Would have been another clutch. after 2 1v3s yesterday for Twist.
Look what happens when Bit is alive.
Yeah. It was a good trade for him. But again, also the game plan up until those last 3 rounds where they're going to Bit, they were taking the B site over and over again. They avoided him at first.
Nice!
Wow. Close call.
That
but now
nade
it's a
had
2-round
Twist's
game.
name on it.
It did.
Oh, man.
Geometry almost saved him.
Who says math is useless? JL got pulled off middle by Ultimate last round. Playing a dangerous game, but not letting them get early bridge vision.
Yeah, mid's been a little bit untapped. And underplayed, though, from NAVI. It's not something they've been really concerned about.
Wonderful queued up for the peak here.
It's, I think, the most impressive part here for Liquid is how frictionless some of the defaults have been. I think NAVI need to do something about that.
Feels like they're gearing up for it. Yakinder ready, tucked in. Oh, instant! And a second CT there for the trade, but Yakinder's not giving him the fight. Bit gets active, turning around and delivering a second. Bit has and is the key. Twists, meanwhile, slipping by mid. Oh, they could turn this into the B split. Alexi's backline compromised, but Emet gets active. Love it.
Oh, man.
Ultimate's got the trade, but they do not have any idea as to Twist's whereabouts, nor his timing. But Alexi in the smoke and around. Twist is hunting. He knows there's got to be someone, but Alexi, he gets the better of the timing. Lays down the Molotov, and Ultimate's 41 HP in this 1v2 should be tough. Bit is getting into position to help. Alexi along the wall. The util usage is coming out, but it's that time. It's going to force his hand forward, and on the pillar sits Bit. Alexi's nailed this. 2 critical kills from a struggling in-game leader.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's had a slow map for sure. And he walked through that smoke, narrowly dodging Twist on that flank, who was looking like he was making great time. It was a crazy gap that he found, but Alexi was aware enough to check behind him. Just that right amount of paranoia at 30 seconds when they needed it.
Nice! Nice, boys!
Just like that, one-round game. Yesterday, Liquid played 40 rounds into overtime and ended up winning. I think that's the most impressive part, right? Going with VP, toe-to-toe, deep into prep, beyond prep, into an experienced lineup who, you know, didn't make a roster move and still ended up winning. So I think that's won themselves some self-confidence.
I think we saw that confidence boil over from the ancient, grueling 40-round game into that stomp that was Dust 2. Can they close it in regulation?
But just like you said, you know, Bit can be the opening and close. Ooh, he gets tagged down to 80, 85 already.
That could be big. These 2 rounds that the CTs put forward have been instrumentally hinged on Bit. JL's looking to take up that mantle, maybe as the player with a bit more health. He sees nothing. This is a hyper-passive setup out from Liquid. They're going for more bridge control than anything else. Does this position from JL push us to OT? Feels like because of the original positioning here from Liquid, they're going to be cautious about any approach they have. And if JL gets sniffed out...
This is more of a turtle than we've seen so far. And yeah, JL is in a prime spot here. I mean, it could give and take, of course. But if he stays here for too long and Liquid are at all suspicious, utility is going to be the thing that kills him.
Stark contrast to round 24 versus VP, where they went 5
he got spotted.
Instant A-rush.
And he has no one to help him.
It's tough. He tries to fall back, but down he goes. And with Bit sitting on 15.
There were so many eggs in that basket.
Now Navi get nervous. Wonderful peeling back slightly. Bit has to take up the mid control because of that death towards A. We see Emet also allocated on the site with Alexi.
Oh, it looks like there's time trouble, but we see that they're foregoing the entire B site.
And this is going to demand a retake of him. Liquid into the execution with the bomb. Na'Vi losing that A anchor in JL serves up a perfect hand for Liquid. They will find no resistance on this site. They boil it down to the last 5 seconds. The nade or the wallbang. Ooh, that could have stopped him. And then he hits it. But it's after bomb goes down. A matter of seconds.
Still doesn't get the kill.
4 deaths between Liquid and a map win over Na'Vi. They took it into the challenge. Ultimate hits the first one. It's Wonderful dead. It's Bit wounded. And it's Alexi coming in on the flanking caught. Naf's timing's perfection. And Liquid go 5 alive to take map 1 off Na'Vi. The world's #1. Twist's Liquid still have not lost a map.
What were we watching, Katie? And I said we were going to get some good Counter-Strike. I did not expect it to be that good at Counter-Strike. Incredible scenes coming from Liquid as they go up against the world #1 Na'Vi, and they take the win on Anubis. It didn't look like that was going to happen right at the start of it, but as the game unfolded, Liquid just coming into their own. Such impressive stuff from them.
Yeah, they played a lot of good T rounds, and I think also they had potential chances of closing it even before. 1v1, 2v2, very tight rounds. A bit disappointed with Navi's CT side, to be honest. I think especially their utility management was pretty poor. In a lot of the late rounds, they were exhausted. They didn't have that extra smoke, that extra molly to kind of block everything off. And yeah, also, I think maybe bit AWPing in those rounds.
We'll talk about that now. I want to talk about this because this was so exciting for me. This final round where Liquid's able to get the win. What fun were we watching here? Walk us through it.
Yeah, I mean, it's at 11 to 12. Na'Vi decides to lean everyone towards the 8 bump side at a huge risk. I really like the aggression that Na'Vi pulled in the beginning of this round, but then leaving JL completely alone without any help from either someone being able to peek off him A main, from middle, or from pop. I think that's like, what can he do? He has to rush 2-3 angles all by himself. And that is super tough, because I like the way that they kind of removed the initiative from Liquid, their initial plan. But then at some point you got to get out of that setup too.
What was it about Na'Vi CT that they just couldn't find answers?
Again, like, I think the utility management was one thing. The other thing was, like, Bit, he was having such an insane T-half in the beginning. His first bullet accuracy is exactly what we expect from Bit, what we want to see from Bit. But the man starts to AWP and he's, like, missing shots. Like, put maybe, like, Alexip had a really rough game. Give him the AWP, you know. Sometimes you can maybe cheese it out a little bit, get some of those easy kills. But I don't know. Bit is, in my opinion, the best aimer on this team. So, like, look, this is a sitter. Then the round after, he decides, I'm gonna AWP again. He's playing on the A side, which is very easy to execute on. Overextends, dies. That's 2 rounds in a row, which, I mean, just give him the M4, give him the AK. He's so freaking good with it.
So like you mentioned, he was good, and I'm sure we'll get a chance to see that, because this was the thing, right? I would say in the first round, the first half, Bit was making all the difference. And I actually thought Na'Vi was going to run away with us because we had these incredible plays from him. The moment that AWP comes up, though, it's not so much Bit anymore.
I mean, these clips are what I like to see from Bit. That's like pure beauty. Just first bullet accurate. He knows exactly what to do. He's punishing every small detail there is. All the aggression, all these ping-pong setups. I mean, he is one of the best in the world at doing that. They played really well. 8-4 in the first half. I think it should be enough for Na'Vi to close it out. But Liquid was also playing very slow, very methodical. Also, I think Neff had a really good game. I think that in multiple key rounds, he had that either the opening on Wonderful one round with the AWP. This is also one of the first CT rounds that Liquid wins where he gets 4K. But also another one where he gets a spam through the B main smoke. I think he played this B lurk to perfection. The pistol rounders, again, maybe he shouldn't get any kills. He has no Kevlar, he's isolated, and he manages to get 2. This is the 1 kill from B main. I don't know, he played a really good game. Here with the Mac 10 as well, going a bit crazy. But sometimes with the Mac 10, play unexpected, take risk. This is 2 beautiful kills from Neff.
There was a few moments as well where Naf's kills, I would say, were the deciders and were able to turn this around in Liquid's favor as well, which is what you want. That is his job, right? And now he's doing it, and it's paid off.
Yeah, I think he had that 5-10% extra aggressiveness in his play. Sometimes he can be a little bit too passive, but that's just a shame because he has such good mechanics that when he is confident when he feels the timings and he dares to take these kind of peaks. I mean, he's out aiming wonderful on an angle. Wonderful is one of the best all players in the world, so a very key kill from him.
Talking about aggressive play, Yakinda came into his own as well here in that second half. We had that very specific moment here, this clutch, which was just fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, he is not in a lot of clutch scenarios, but here you really see the clutch ABC, the trigger discipline. Waits here, picks out the Mac-10, playing it very sneaky. A lot of guys would pull the trigger instantly on the first guy, but he knows that his chance of winning the round is to be patient, wait a bit. Bomb is planting, the other guy doesn't have his gun out, and a very, very good 1 or 2.
This is a bit of a tough question, but I feel like I've been quite nice to you tonight, so we might as well just get straight into it. Obviously, Yakinda's form has had a lot of question marks around, and when Liquid wasn't doing so well when you were at the helm, that was one of the players that the comment was maybe it's time. But I think in the very small sample size that we now have between one game and this, he's looking very aggressive, he's looking very confident. What do you think the difference is now with Twister's IGLing that's allowing him to come into his own?
I think especially the T side, he was doing great. I think on the CT side, he was still overextending in some moments. But on the T side, he was really good at exhausting their utility at this pop area. He had some crucial entries. This 3K is very beautiful. I think, for me, there's no doubt about his mechanics. It's kind of feeling out the system. He likes a lot of structure, and Twist brings that to him. So if that's what's necessary to get the best out of him, then it's a good thing.
So this is like a little bit off topic, but I thought it was quite interesting, and I wanted to bring it in as the role of the coaches in this particular scenario, because every single time Blade called a pause and spoke to his team, they would win the next round. And he knew when to call it to have that happen. But on the other side, I was also privy to some of Mytha's conversations with his team, because he talks really loudly, so we had a chance to hear. And I really loved how he was hyping them up and really saying, like, there was one point where he was going, these aggressive players you're seeing from Navi, they're desperate, we've got them boys, like, keep it going, stay focused, things like that, and like a lot of motivation. I think in both of these teams, those coaches played a big role in ensuring we saw not only Navi trying to scrape back, but Liquid ultimately be able to get the win. I know you had a chance to listen as well. What were you thinking about Mytha?
Yeah, I mean, I worked with him for a brief period of time in North as well. When he came in as well, we won the first tournament we played with him, actually against Navi. So he was also known back then for being this kind of positive spirit that can really lift up the energy. And I think since then he's also added onto his own style of play, what he likes and his tactical way of doing things. But he's always a guy that's smiling. You see him with a hat as well. You know, he knows how to make people feel good.
What's important is with that positive attitude, because I found this with North American players and North Americans in general, is they believe they can do anything. It's like the American thing. Now you've got someone behind you saying you can. Maybe this is the motivation that this team needs, because Liquid looks really good out of the gates.
Yeah.
I'm losing my voice. I'm getting so excited. I was a little bit shouty early on. Yeah. There we go.
Yeah.
But on the other side, we have Navi, of course. Not their best performance, but they still hold it together. We'll have to see how it plays out on Mirage, which is coming up right after this. The all-new Liquid lineup looks extremely impressive, and Mytha, their coach, must be very happy, as should their new IGL, because they took Anubis in fine style, I must say. Really were able to abuse Navi where a few mistakes were happening. They touched on them. But now we move to Mirage, which JL told us yesterday, Cadian, is Navi's best map. So, is it brave that Liquid let this through, do you think? Because they must have known what they saw yesterday with Navi on the map. They don't play Vertigo, so there's such thing as bravery or no bravery. It's the name of the game. It's the name of the vetoes. You only have one ban, and you can't ban everything. So yeah, that's how it is. How does it play out now, though? Because I'm presuming you're going to get a very different Navi coming into their home territory, somewhere they feel very confident and safe. I think they hope so as well. I think we saw yesterday how good they can play. They played an amazing T-side yesterday, although it was against Big Clan, who hasn't played the map for more than 6 months and has changed their map pool. So hard to kind of judge how good is Big on this map, but I think, like JL has been saying as well, they have been, historically speaking, really good on this map. I remember all the time as well when playing Navi back in the heroic days, they loved to pick this map, even when we had good stats. And then it swapped a little bit. They had a little bit of a rough period on Mirage. We picked it against them, and back then Simple was like, oh, Mirage CT, he loved it. So I think it's something about maybe Blade's philosophies, Blade systems, because they have always been good on this map. Let's be clear, though. I mean, Blade's systems, his philosophies, any homework that they want to do can't be done on this Liquid lineup, because we don't know what they're going to pull at you. Whereas on the side of Na'Vi, numerous tape available, which kind of gives Liquid the upper hand coming into this, especially when they have one map win in their pocket already. Yeah, it's kind of do you want the more repetition and kind of knowing yourself and what you're doing, or do you want to be a little bit unpredictable and people not knowing your stuff, like you're saying? This is the difference between Navi, who played this map multiple times, but all the footage is out there, or do you want to be a Liquid where people don't know exactly what you're doing, but you haven't really tried to test it at this stage yet? How do you think it's going to play out, though? We've had a chance now to see both of these teams. It was very close. There's a lot of aggression in the server. There's a lot of confidence coming up from both sides. From the side of Mirage, what do you think we'll see? Again, I think it's really tough to kind of decide. I think that right now Liquid is, of course, facing a little bit maybe of a honeymoon period as well, with the really good win yesterday against VP and winning this first map against seed number 1, or world rank number 1. I think they're definitely feeling good. You could also see that on the footage from outside. And it's always dangerous to play a team who comes so good off the break and with a new captain and everything. So yeah, Navi needs to step it up if they want to win this one. Let's break down that concept of the honeymoon period, though, because we do talk about it all of the time, and it is this idea that these new lineups come in and they have a really good first showing, and then the wheels start coming off and the pieces start falling away. From your experience, because I think that you were in a very similar scenario just recently, why does this happen? I mean, it doesn't happen to every team, but for some teams, the honeymoon is that kind of phase where you don't see all the bad traits in each other yet. You have to practice, like they said, for 3 weeks, where nobody knows their strategy, so they execute, and you can kind of just use all your stuff because no one knows what to prepare for. And then everyday life hits a little bit more. You start being on the road for longer. You kind of get a little bit tired of each other. You don't maybe renew the strats in your playbook, and that's when kind of things become a bit more difficult. Sometimes maybe teams also just keep the level. Sometimes it drop. Also, some teams has been kind of bad off the gate, but then they kind of found their consistency over time. So again, it's hard to predict right now. You just have to judge on what we've seen so far from the new Liquid, and that's really good. It has been really good, and now we move to Mirage, the true test. It's Navi's favorite map. It is their best map. If Liquid can do some damage here, we're looking at a lineup that's going to be very scary in the future.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Mirage is definitely a big ask, and I think that Cadian brought up another great point here that was very interesting. About honeymoons, as we see that the odds, GG bet odds, are extremely close right now. Liquid still slightly disfavored because it is Navi, of course, but Cadian is one of the IGLs who have had a team that didn't really ever have a honeymoon, right? I mean, when Jabby came onto the team before, I think it was Cloud9, they were really bad at first, and then they developed and grew, and when Heroic was formed, no one knew about Cadian because he was the guy who sort of failed, had a thing at Flashpoint, Flaunt plus Phoenix, Rogue, went back to Europe, and then they kind of came out of nowhere and became a great team. And we didn't see that whole building process, but it took time. for him to build those projects. They eventually ended up working, and NAVI became the best player on the team within 6 months.
Yep.
But yeah, he's someone who's experienced not having a honeymoon and it working in the long term.
I think that's why he said it to Sam right then and there. Not everybody does have that, because he's talking about himself. Oof, whether he'd prefer to have it, we'll find out. Right now, JL's got it, because last time we saw Navi take to Mirage, we saw Big absolutely dumpstered. JL, Ime, combining almost each of their best major performances in one. And it was just a total snowball in terms of the scoreline. JL, when he saw the Mirage came through in this veto, he said, oh, how nice of Liquid. They let us have our best map. So, we'll see why Liquid did allow for this one to come out in the veto. Right now, well, kill to JL, kill to Ime, and a bomb plant on the A site that should mean Navi's pistol. But what's left of the CTs is going to take a bit of a chance at this. A little jump over top of the ticket with a kit in the middle of it all, and Twists will kill one. That's all they're going to find. Navi straight to the point, in with the first.
Yeah, nice always to start with the pistol. And yeah, just like a honeymoon, even if you win without the pistol, it's always nice to win with the pistol. This makes it a little bit easier. But yeah, there was a lot of stuff that in there that was interesting. When it came to, you know, you guys spend more time on the road, you get sick of each other a bit, you get exhausted at the same time, you don't renew the strats in the playbook. I think that was the golden point.
Yep, that's
It's getting to the top and staying at the top are two completely different things. And, you know, every great team will tell you that. And that's why it's so special when teams end up having arrows, because they're the ones who are the most studied. They're the ones who are inventing the meta that people steal and use against them. And that's why it's two different challenges to get to #1. And staying at it.
And oof, nice entry from JL. But speaking of exactly that, right, kind of staying at the top, JL's interview earlier today, or yes, last night with HLTV, saying like, we know what it's like to win a tournament. We know what can happen right after. Speaking of how Copenhagen was their trophy hoist into obviously a couple of rough
Pro League
events.
in Dallas, yeah.
Well, they're once more here in Copenhagen off of the back of the EWC win, trying to just, again, avoid that same folly. So would a loss here tonight, Liquid, mean the same? No, right? We're talking about this being the kind of ticket to the group final. It would still give Navi a chance to go down, dispatch of another team in the consolidation final, bounce back, try to grab it back from Liquid.
And speaking like from the perspective of narratives, I think there is an interesting thing at stake in the whole scene right now, and that's that it's 2013 all over again. It's the, you know, birth of a new game. And yes, it is a game that has a lot of residual players coming in from the last iteration of Counter-Strike, but that was also the case in CSGO. And when that happened, when NIP formed with the Source players and the 1.6 players that were at the top, they ended up creating an era. And this will be the best opportunity to have an era that we'll see, and it'll get progressively harder as the game goes on. No doubt that we'll follow the same path as, you know, CSGO did, even if it's just a little bit harder in general right now. But I think that that's up for grabs, and I think we will absolutely see another era, even though the last sort of really real one was Astralis,
Right.
and that feels like it was so long ago. This is another chance.
Interesting you say that, considering we're coming off of the first season of CS2, and it was so incredibly open with so many different winners,
So
right?
much parity, yeah.
We are kind of figuring it out. So, yeah, maybe we are right on the brink of something.
And I'll say, like, everyone thinks, you know, without knowing history, that it's happening to them for the first time. And, you know, this is the hardest it's ever been. But when Astralis got their era, no one thought an era was possible by the time they did it. 2018 was already late-stage CSGO as far as people were concerned. So it's, of course, easier to bet against something like that. Such a lofty goal. But don't be surprised when it happens, because it'll absolutely be possible.
Blade's Instagram fingers are trembling in anticipation.
Yeah.
Trophy after trophy. He dreams of it every night.
And that Navi was the closest post-Astralis to doing
fair
something
point,
like
yeah.
that in 2021. I just wouldn't... I think it, you know...
Wasn't...
You had to give it some time after to really... Did it feel like it? And it was close, but I don't think...
I think if you compare it to the confirmed era.
Yeah, and I think the second closest would have been G2, right after the Blast World Final into Cato. Nice one here for Bit.
Bit's coming out of Palace with a bit of a vengeance. 2 very rapid kills and just overwhelming this site with ease. Ooh, Navi, that's more like it. 5 players standing, Bit with the double entry and the double fist bump. Correlation in and out of the server, everybody coming in very smoothly. I mean, that looked like a very well-oiled attack. It looked like what we've come to expect from Navi on Mirage.
Yeah, And today we're going to find out why everyone wants to play them on Mirage.
Fools.
So this is going to, will you just end up being another notch on the belt?
Nice!
But that being said, even though Anubis was down there in terms of like their best maps right now, still insanely impressive that Liquid picked it up.
Careful, Ultimate. Turning back towards Palace, but also very much just floating out here. Now that it's smoked, he can fixate more so on ramp alongside JKS. We'll be watching JKS and Ultimate tether with one another as this game goes on. We don't know a lot about Liquid's Mirage, but if JKS isn't under balcony, we've got problems. Bit decides to take timing out Palace as they had already pulled a player off site, and sure enough, 2 kills deep. Na'Vi can do as they please with the minute that remains. Ykinder, Twists, both looking to move around here within connector and top mid, but Alexi senses it, sees it coming, and deals with that third one. So perfection after perfection. 1 death so far in the last 2 rounds, and wonderful trade rate back will leave Twists on his own with the op, so options open at 40 seconds. They'll go for the test to the B site, and that is now the invitation for JL to leave.
Yeah, no catching this one now. Bomb will get planted. Another good round here for Na'Vi. And actually, one more thing on the arrow point. Liquid were also a team in 2019 that
with the
put together the Grand Slam, but the 2 missing parts of that era that could have been won in 1 match was when Liquid failed to beat Astralis at Berlin.
Ding, ding, ding.
That was the one thing they were missing. Of course, they would have had to go on to win the final as well, but they were pretty much favored versus everyone else. But they somehow managed to do that whole Grand Slam without having to fight Astralis. And then when they had to, right after that, really badly timed player break, that's when it all fell apart.
And by all, you mean North American Counter-Strike.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Oof. Hanging on for dear life, but they're not going to let you get out of here, Twists. That is Na'Vi with the 4-0 start. 2 gun rounds down. And a sweep of the board once again. Bit just getting the better of Ultimate right now. Softened up by the nade, blinded from the ramp player, and then Bit comes out from Palace. So absolutely zoned, frazzled, and dazzled. And Liquid will have very little to work with in this. Let's see, double MP9s and a scout. We saw great scout work from Ultimate back on Dust 2 last night. Once he got into what felt like that. Ooh, flow state.
Talk about scout work.
Nap's gonna give it up.
And if there was a match for having a great day, Nafly would have been Bit's twin last map. We've seen Liquid pull off a round like this on Anubis, and it looked like it was just going to be a fun round in a loss, but it ended up being them winning the map off of it. Ykinder, oh, he wants to swing so bad, Bit gets both.
Oh my goodness.
Wow,
you've got wonderful dead. You've got Bit and Ema tagged up, and then he pulls off that 2K.
That was a complete map changer. You see that now JKS just searching back this ramp space as Na'Vi are thinking about B, but they're actually going underpass now.
JKS goes deep on ramp. There's a duel.
Sure. And they're going to continue. They got to be worried about the top of Cat as well.
Well, they'll get a little closer.
This is very scary for Na'Vi now.
Ballsy Alexi call.
This is a perfect spot for Twist. It just depends if he's going to second guess himself.
Player's low. Easy pickup for the MP9s. Alexi and JL looking to get this one going, and the AK's been grabbed by JKS. Ultimate's Deagle at this distance.
Oh.
Are the T's?
The smoke.
No, that's right. Connector smoke blocks it, so he's going to have to, at some point, come through this. But it's not being covered. He gets the molly out onto the default plant. Alexi's going to be flushed out. And Ultimate's coming up through the con smoke. Woo! JKS gets the kill first. JL knows where they're both at. And he doesn't decide to go back into the ticket tuck. He comes at the Opper, which has been grabbed by Ultimate. You've given him his best gun. JKS peeled off the stairs. Now no kid on the play. So JL gets back around the corner and Ultimate's gonna tap that to try and elicit a peek. JL holds his own.
He's not even gonna go for the 10-second. He will.
But round
yeah, there's
win.
no time, yeah.
He's got it in the bag, so yes, the cost's effective. And those MP9s worth their weight in gold. It's an op save too, but Navi on fire.
Yeah, that was a really great try. And we see why, you know, how Bit wins that round right there with the ramp 2K spray. One in the back, plus Yakinder going down as well. Literally right into the headshot.
Nice!
Nice stick, like always. Let's go.
Like always.
Always nice myself too.
Get out of bed. Nice.
Nice. It's a great day.
Get back into bed.
Nice.
The world keeps turning.
Well, when they made this team, they made it to be ambitious. They've gone through different periods of time. We had the Rainwaker Patsy era out of Liquid, and they've called upon sort of Europeans to come in, and there's been a long history of that.
And you know, what's interesting there is we've gone into a new Liquid with another pretty unknown entity, and I'm thinking to myself, that list of players you just mentioned, unfortunately with Patsy and Rainwaker, who just weren't implemented well, and I thought, oh, here we go again.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
the difference this time, Twists picked Ultimate.
Yeah. To be fair, I don't know who picked Patsy and Rainwaker, but it wasn't him.
That is the eternal question. Who to blame? Who to blame?
That's all we want to know.
Who gets fired next? Bit. He's been good across the board tonight. But he's against NAF, who will probably not pull the trigger on this move. He'll just sit and wait.
Yeah, these are the two guys.
It's a battle of patience.
They're in peak form right now.
Ooh, down goes Yakindar.
Half doesn't move a muscle.
Neither does Twists. Two players here now. They're going to go for the double peek. Tough one for NAF. Oh, he sees the shoulder, ready for the second.
Oh,
he's
no
got him.
way.
Well done. Then Twist starts to get moving. Emat able to pull Ultimate off the play, but Twist, he's made the jump.
Yeah, he's been...
The thing is, Alexi got so far up onto the B site that he's going to go for it. Twist goes running in, and Wonderful can't turn around quick enough. Emat popping up and caught. It's 4 frags out of NAF and Twist, and Alexi may have planted, but now he's got to close this. If Navi want to keep that streak going, Apartments player needs to be cleared out. Guns getting away from Alexi.
Ooh.
What is this?
Damn. Oh, Canada. That's what it is. What a round out of Twist and NAF as individuals. That's crazy. They almost performed the perfect double peek, and all Bit gave NAF was a shoulder. That was enough. Navi totally outgunned.
I thought when Twist started to sprint up Cat like that, maybe Wonderful would get to turn, but the timing was a tough one.
Sick fucking movement, brother. Let's fucking go.
Oh, yeah, great awareness.
Yep. Made that jump out window really well. Ultimate thrown out into bottom connector as fire burns behind him. Smoke falls at top of him. He's gonna lose his angle, but he's gonna keep fighting. Oh, and he nails it straight between the eyes. Emat gets wrecked. Alexi tries to trace to get the frag back, but nah, there's nobody here. They disengage, they give back that mid space. You can have it, Navi. We've got the 5v4, says Twists, but Yakinder tries to step back in, and in doing so, that advantage is gone.
Yeah, that's Yakinder. Yakinder Bond. I don't know if he has an assist, but...
I can look for you.
All right.
He does have an assist.
Ah, boring.
Ain't no 007.
Now, maybe they picked Mirage because they got JKS as an A anchor. This is his favorite spot here under Balk. This is what he's been waiting 7 months to do. English?
No hablo inglés.
Whoa.
He's done that twice now on Ultimate. Just
Ultimate.
Completely getting the timing. Oh, JKS.
Okay, that was a pretty dysfunctional A site.
But, you know, like most families.
Yeah. It's normal, so you don't have to feel bad.
If you eat dinner with your parents, you're the weird one.
Oh. No shot in for NAF. But yeah, that's, you know, if JKS is playing under Balk, Ultimate is participating in a risk that he knows. Is it a mistake? I mean, it's not necessarily. He just has to be aware of the risk that he's taking, right? He might want to go and try to peek connector and sit behind triple, maybe 1 second away from that. And feeling comfortable. Yeah, what? Oh my God, it's all 7 deaths.
Yeah.
I just bought glasses and I feel like I have an astigmatism again.
He's on the bench.
I feel like playing that close to your monitor is essentially getting LASIK.
I just realized that was the joke. Yeah. That's funny. So that's what Moses sees.
Yeah. Ooh. Double kill right back. Liquid signing up for an early fight on ramp. They tried to press into it. We've seen that between Ultimate and JKS trying to position close. This time the fight comes at them really quickly. They sign up for it. And it is Na'Vi doing as they do. Taking over the A site. Bit getting active in Palace. CT smoke around Ticket. Are they going to pop that open? Emet changing places with you, Kinder.
Yeah. A little bit scary for Kinder. He should be aware of this kind of lurk. A couple shots coming out. That smoke's about to...
Emet knows. He's going to read that. Of course, Kinder's going to try to get into the stairs. Didn't anticipate him T that close. CT's trying to press ahead of smoke, but Twist goes down, and it is Bit tearing heads off shoulders.
Insane.
I could watch it all night long.
Absolutely. And it's crazy because last map, it was the same Bit, except until he got the op, then 3 rounds in a row, he couldn't have impact. All the rounds before, they just avoided his sight.
Yeah.
And they nullified him. They did a really good job at that.
And then they gave him an M4 back.
As soon as he got it back.
And he gets 7 more kills.
Yeah. He could have won that map by himself if they went to his site a couple more times, if he had his rifle. But he's making up for all of that and more right here with a Palace Masterclass. This is how you lurk.
Nice! But it was Alexi?
We had a conversation earlier when, you know, things start to slow down and get quiet for Liquid. Who do we look to kind of get that ember burning bright again? I kind of throw Mythar's name out there just because we don't expect it from 3 of the 5 in NAF, Ultimate, or JKS. We know that's not their style. So off of this pause, we see him trying to get them all back online. But Yakinder still without a frag. And Ultimate and JKS, this duo that's going into the A site round after round, it's been falling with far too little, far too often. Sees the shadow down there. But no head to shoot at. Tries to take a bite out of the shoulder. JL looking for the double entry. Dropped by the SMG. NAF comes through with the 5-7, helping Bit out of Palace yet again. Whoa! So smooth from the Aussie. But Emet gets out onto Tetris, looks to clutch 1v3, dueling with the Ticket player before Yakinder's flank can come in. It's going to be quiet. Oh, and he's not able to get the deep kill too. Single M4 for Twist, and he posts up a double. Flashback to Anubis, a late CT round win that allowed for them to get enough rounds to turn it around in the second half.
That's true, to recover. Look at this from, first of all, the flashes end up helping a lot here for the second frag to buy JKS some time. But he does a great job off the ladder to get the next frag. Twist is perfect with the rotations. Coming in from 2 completely different angles, and Navi used their first timeout to make sure that this doesn't get out of hand. But like you said, it was, wait, this is a half investment round, just like last time. Now if we want to try to build off of it.
Difference being back on Anubis, when they pulled that round off, you could see the fire was still burning. You know, both opening maps from Liquid versus Virtus.pro and NAVI, it felt like even when things were slow of a start, they were just as deep in it as ever, right? The belief was there. They win this one, there's no celebration. It's still a sad reality of a 7-2 and NAVI having an incredible Mirage.
But you're right, it shouldn't be. Because they could still get 5.
Exactly.
And they're still up a map. But yeah.
They got to be able to tap back into what they've recently done.
It's tough when there's, you know, clear mistakes and, you know, lack of chemistry, like this A-site, you know, connection between Ultimate and JKS. And then you think, well, now we're losing these rounds, so.
They've got to figure that out.
Yeah.
The A-site, seemingly weak, but well-timed on the flash. Twists blasts away the first one. Alexi still trying to jostle for a refrag out mid. And he's going to miss his chance at it. CT's disengaged with smoke and fire, but they go back. Twist tries to take an additional duel. Felt like it could have been all too easy to just wipe your hands and walk away 5v4.
Yeah, sometimes 5v4 isn't enough, but in this position, there's no refrag guarantee.
And we've seen them do it twice.
Sure. So it could be a symptom of Twist doing a little bit more than he needs to. Maybe attention comes back towards the A site once again, but it could be JL just throwing default grenades and getting out of here. Missed stairs smoke.
Yeah, and a sandwich smoke? Shouldn't that be top stairs?
Yeah, that's the missed.
And there's a gap in the other one.
So the CTs are confused, but it's keeping their attention. It's like modern art. They can't look away, even though it's ugly.
What does it mean? Meanwhile, NAF tells him it's all on purpose. Kinder slides out to bench. He damages 2, but is that damage going to be enough to set up NAFly? He makes a quick dive into the bench. He gets caught. JL ready for that kind of a move, and a bomb plant comes down Cat. Ooh, baby. Navi back into an exec. They got layers on layers, and the B defense, just 2 players dead, empty-handed.
They got a little too mesmerized with what was a pretty, you know, shoddy fake there. So, yeah, and that was a moment where one individual player could have made up for all of that in a couple of moments, but it didn't come down. So Liquid a little disjointed. It starts with Twist going in again, back to the well for the second kill at the top of mid, losing that duel. After this great tactic, by the way,
awesome
that netted them both mid control and information underpass and an opening frag.
I mean, unfortunately,
this is the vibe check, Connor.
That needed some sort of impact from a B player. And the first guy at bats, Yakinder, 0-9.
0-9.
Not a score you want.
No.
Listen, I don't need to be the top
one of the worst,
you know, but I don't want to be 0-9.
No.
Wow. And it could get worse.
Stay positive. It could get worse.
Because that could have been, you know, much, again, to draw that parallel to Anubis. Get one round, you follow up. Now Liquid just going to be fighting for scraps. Oof. And Scrappy is ultimate out connector. Do they re-engage in a 5v4 that they maybe don't have to? For the third.
Or if they do, I think if they do, it's always a way that they can disengage without, you know, guaranteeing that it's like a 50-50 or not. Or they have a trade. Yes, yeah, exactly. So that's what we're looking for in terms of tactics.
He meant disrespecting the smoke. Looks like he's got good timing here on Twists. If he clears it.
Oh my God. But Twist is fully backed up from this. He's ready for some kind of lurk. The question is he just going to walk around the corner or hard clear this? And
Yakinder gets flushed up the ladder. Twist's barrel still has yet to be spotted.
This is...
Yakinder.
Oh, there it is, spotted.
Sets up Twist. Oh, E-Man wins the fight. Now your under Palace players trying to slide out for the jungle kill. JKS waiting for the duel, lost his support in Ultimate. Ultimate dead empty-handed again, while NAF picks up 1 with the op from Catwalk. 25 to the clock, and Wonderful goes down with the bomb. 56 health on Bit as he climbs up. And Wonderful just keeps his head down. We said they're fighting for scraps. Oh my God, and now half health Wonderful too. Bit tries to get into the gunfight. looking to take their heads off. What's what he does best. And Wonderful will do the same. 2 beautiful frags out of Navi to shut down any hope of the retake.
Oh, and the disaster class continues. Even with all those Dinkster default, not a single kill here for Yakinder in this half. Oh, and this setup was actually really cool because you saw that it was a honeypot. They let the space get taken over by Imma. Then they had Yakinder spot that for Twist. I was wondering how they're going to solve that situation. And Twist still can't get the kill even though Yakinder doesn't commit and it goes perfectly. Here it is. It's got to be the first kill now.
Woo! It's on the board and no one can take it. Emat manages to kill ultimate. Oh man, JKS dies so fast, doesn't even pull the trigger. And an instant transition into the A hit out of Navi. JL's yet to cross over with the bomb. Yakindar anticipating somebody to come at him. Oh my god, it's a quick fight from Bit. An assist with Wonderful, and Naf on 13 health has to somehow try to piece together a smoked off 1v3. Nearly does it, but Bit's here to lend a helping hand. It is a measly 2-round half from Liquid and a quick reality check on Mirage.
Gentlemen, 3 Canadians, how do we pull this one off? Here we are for the Blast Fall groups, another season of Counter-Strike to kind of wind down 2024. First, I just want to say congratulations, brother. Married and engaged.
Thank you.
Look at us.
Wow.
Canadians evolving.
We're evolving, we're growing up. And I think with that, man, you know, with that maturity, with that wisdom, life experience, Captain Twists. Big deal, man. In-game leading, people are going to be looking to you kind of as like the rock of this team and the face of it. And I think you're going to be a voice of it moving forward. So I think that's the big news with Liquid and the changes coming into this season. Where's your head at now that you're kind of the guy?
I mean, great.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, referred to as the guy before, I guess, but I don't know. Captain is obviously a lot of responsibilities. Player break was great. A lot of it was rebuilding the team. Beforehand, I knew I was going to be the captain, so it made it easier to narrow down like players and who I would want in my system.
And you guys are bringing JKS back. Ultimate is like the question mark there, but then we get Liquid JKS, which I feel like a lot of the public was kind of asking for and was shooting after, and it's coming in with another transition. And what makes this one different?
There's just a more long-term vision. I mean, I got to pick the coach that I'm working with, and with Mether, I've only had enjoyable experiences. I mean, my very first call with him was 3.5 hours long, and we were able to connect on all different levels. So having a player that's very new to the Tier 1 scene, but is backed with a lot of talent, I think it's interesting for me to kind of feel like I bring a new player into the development and the eyes in Tier 1.
Is there a certain ritual, certain system, certain habit or trend that you think is important for a team to kind of keep it together in the rough spots?
For me personally, like, you know, obviously, you know, give it all your shakes and all your fist bumps and make sure all your teammates are good, you know, make sure like just one game. Luckily in Counter-Strike, there's so many times for redemption.
Sure.
You know, unlike other esports out there. So recoup your thoughts and then, you know, just talk about it with your team. Because, you know, at the end of the day, it's a team game, you know, just come together as a team and just figure out what went wrong and then, you know, work in the right direction to move forward and do better in the next one.
Twist, you strike me as somebody who always finds time for fans. I can think of a few tough losses where we still have, you know, content about you taking the time for others. And the people want to know, is there any wholesome fan interaction that sticks off the page for you?
When the fans don't only support you, they support the whole team and they want everyone to do well together. That's like when I feel like it's the most wholesome. That it's not just an individual thing that, you know, they support the people that you play with too.
Unfortunately, like no results pretty much within the past 4 years. So for me, it's been a little bit miserable, but I appreciate all the support and the things people say about me. So.
And still trying.
Still trying.
We're all still out here trying, you know, locking down North American Counter-Strike from north of the border. I appreciate you guys' time today, and good luck at the groups.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, if it wasn't for 2 op rounds back on Anubis with Bit Mohan, I don't know what would be happening in this series because he has gotten right back to where we wanted him, 17-3.
Oof. Insane form that we're getting out of him, man. It's great. It is great to see.
And just
I think as someone who's simple has given, you know, has just said like constantly, even after
so much praise.
Yeah, just so much praise for Bit, how much potential he has as a rifler, how he could be the top player in the world if he really applied himself. And
seeing the 2 of them interact after
he's also someone who didn't have a honeymoon. He was someone who was so uncomfortable when he first, remember that Inferno
the
game?
online Counter-Strike.
He first joined Navi. He was staring at his notes the whole time. It felt like he was learning how to play in the hardest possible setting, and
in that very yellow bedroom.
Then he damn near, got the MVP over Simple at, like halfway through playoffs. He was ahead of Simple at the major that they won in his rookie year. So he's somebody who knows how much time it can take.
Put the nose to the grindstone.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, very fair point. Watching him and Simple interact after the CS2 major win was one of those nice moments. Being a major champion in 2 versions of the game. Bit. And putting up a major performance in the face of Team Liquid's challenge tonight. Absolutely dismantling that A site. You want to talk numbers? Sure, 17 kills, great. But it's just the amount of times that he had the perfect timing to come out Palace, to shred that A defense. I mean, he has interjected himself in between Ultimate and JKS here on Mirage. And he just really dismantled their chances. So 5v4 here for Navi and the pistol. And they see a bunch of T's trying to hop down. A bit of a lucky one from JKS, but Wonderful dishes it back out. Oh, second and third. Wonderful going deep for the pistol impact, but Imez here to help. Ultimate tiding. The knives are out. No, not like this. Bit's gonna pop him. And Navi, that's 11.
Not getting knifed is a win. Not getting knifed is a win right there. All right. Well, this might be a wash. We're seeing that this is as hard as possible. There are clearly a lot of things that Liquid need to work on.
Nice. 6 shots, brother. I saw them.
I think if 2 things for sure is the cohesion and Ultimate playing the A site. He's got to learn how to do that and play with JKS as well. And then it's Twist maybe trying to do a little bit too much to save the day. And then Yakinder wondering why this map is so damn hard.
It's like just the A chemistry falters in one hand, and yeah, Yakinder just unfortunately nowhere to be found here on map 2. So Wonderful getting in with some stat padding. Ema wants into the action, and we got a Deagle back the other way, but even with Ema on 19 health, just feels like Navi are so ready to close out Mirage. JL thanked Liquid for letting this one come through in the veto, and now
we know why.
I get it. Back-to-back absolute smashes for Navi here at the Fall Groups, on Mirage specifically. Big, well, they were the first victim, and what was feeling like a hot-handed Liquid, now the second. Ultimate hoping somebody gives him something to shoot at, but they're all way too ready for him once he commits to the swing. An entire team from Navi in anticipation.
Maybe we should just plant. I don't know. Okay. That's the end of that round. And some time to think about this map. But yeah, I don't know. Navi have been crushing on Mirage. Liquid are just another notch in the belt. It doesn't take away from how impressive Anubis was, but it does raise questions about how good Inferno will be.
We've seen them on Ancient, we'd see them on Dust 2, Anubis, and now Mirage. So very quickly getting at least a glimmer of Liquid's map pool. Inferno to be the 5th map. 2 days that we get out of this team. Twist gonna try to bombard Cat with a bit of pressure. Doesn't get the contact as the ladder room player goes up. Emed drawn into Con. And I mean, this is just as clean as you could ask. Bit trying to track one under Palace. Down they go. Team Liquid maybe bringing the heat on Anubis, but getting absolutely cooled off here on Mirage. And that is what we want from the ranked #1. A challenge for Liquid as this series goes the distance. We'll be back soon with Inferno to see if Liquid can truly upset this series. But it feels like Navi are bringing it.
We've had 2 days of the Blast Fall groups, and in those 2 days, I think we've all learned a very important lesson, which is Navi looks really scary on Mirage. You should probably not let them pick it.
Study them, study them, study them. Look at what they're doing, copy it, counter it, do something.
This is the winning, this is the difference between the big match winning temperament of a competitor and me. So I'm like, just don't let them ever pick it. You're like, study it, learn, you must beat them. I'm like, just run away very fast, because that kind of felt like what Liquid had to do the whole way through there, just try and avoid Navi, because they were like this well-oiled pack of lions coming for their prey.
Yeah, they got fucked. Let's put it straight. No, but they did. 13-2. That was a very brutal map. I think that, you know, this is what I'm saying. Bit, just use your AK. This kind of performance is, I mean, I don't even think a lot of the pro players would be able to have this kind of rating, this kind of crispiness, decisiveness, the way that he used his AK in a FaZe game. And he does it against another top team. So yeah, I don't know, like, I'm just amazed by Bit and this kind of level. Wonderful also stepped up, had a lot of crucial kills. You also saw the way he did in the pistol round on the CT side as well, those taps on B. Oof, felt good.
It is quite nice to see Bit activated like this and looking for these incredible plays, because for a while we weren't seeing it all that much. He's just come online in such a big way, and I do think that it helps with the rest of the team as well, because they seem to have lifted their morale, and they're also all playing really well around him.
Yeah, and some of those things that you see in these clips, when he is the A-lurk in Palace, that's something that I've been trying to preach to my lurkers a lot as well, that don't always play in the rhythm and the pace that everyone expects. Let's say that you're making an A-split on Mirage. Maybe you're 3 guys coming up connector, 1 guy ramp, and 1 guy Palace. When you are on ticket with an AWP, for example, you always know that the guy to play the last is the guy in Palace. So you're not afraid. You dare to actually peek, get a killing con, and then you maybe anticipate that he will try to come out for a trade. But Bit had some of these rounds where he was the first guy in. And as a lurker in these kind of splits and in these kind of movements, that is very unpredictable. And that's why they're not looking at him. That's why he can use his first bullet so accurately. And that opens up so much space for his team. So that was great to see.
Overall, when you take a look at Mirage, what makes Navi so strong on this map? What is it about the way that they choose to play it that seems to see them always get these incredible scorelines?
I think Alexip has always been calling really good on this map. I think one of his go-to strategies is the kind of A-split. And I don't know, he knows how to get mid-control. He knows how to control that area of the map, how to punish the aggression, change the rhythm of the rounds. I don't know, it's all the way back from the Finnish ends lineups. He's always had a good groove on this map. And then compared with the mastermind of Blade in coaching, yeah, they look really good on this map.
Liquid, on the other side, I mean, do we give full credit to Navi? Was there things that they needed to, that they could have done differently that might have resulted in a couple of more rounds on the board?
Yeah, I mean, when you lose 13-2, there's for sure things that you could have done differently. I think that you can also see in the kill distribution that it was a pretty rough game for them. And it wasn't like the rounds was really close either. So yeah, plenty of room for improvement. Not sure I'm going to spill all the beans here, but yeah.
I so badly want you to, but I'm trying to be respectful. Yakinda there, he was very aggressive. Map number 1 looked really good. Now only 1 kill on the board, just couldn't seem to find his footing. It's also difficult for me to break down any of these players and ask you to break them down, because we just didn't see anything from them.
Yeah, it definitely looked rough. I think that when you go outside now and you're a new team and you have to also become good on so many maps, and Navi being world ranked number 1 and having Mirage as their go-to map, like, you also can't expect them to be able to deliver. Maybe you can expect them to deliver more of a fight, but you can't expect them to also win this kind of map. So I think when they go outside now, they should just be focusing on that we played a really good game yesterday, 2 good maps. The first map today as well was excellent. Let's not focus too much on this bad map. Of course, there's decisions, strategies, things we could have done differently, but let's focus on the map that's ahead of us. If we win this, we played 4 out of 5 good maps. That's a pretty good percentage.
Is that the speech you would give as an IGL if you're in a team and you come off the back of what is probably a really bad loss, considering how good it's been on the last 3 maps up until now on your debut? Is that the speech that you're giving outside?
I would use maybe 15, 20, 30 seconds on breaking down some stuff, but not tactical stuff, because you can't really use that. It would be more like if the communication maybe dropped, if the initiative was not at the point it should. Let's say there was some chaos maybe in freeze time. Those are the things I would say before kind of addressing what is our game plan for map 3. it also depends a bit on how teams like to prepare. Some teams like to prepare just your own map pick, then they go into the series and they don't focus too much on what the other teams do. Other teams will prepare 4, 5 maps and study them in depth on their opponents. So for a scenario like this, maybe the third map, they don't have too much preparation, so it's about focusing on what you as a team want to do.
It's not unreasonable to say, though, that they must have been expecting a hard fight on Mirage. Everyone knew what NAVI was capable of. We saw it yesterday. We've seen it before. They had to have known that this was going to be probably an ugly fight. Maybe not as ugly as it ended up being, but it can't be like they're shocked or surprised by this.
I think whenever you lose 13-2 and you're a professional, you are a little bit shocked, to be honest. Like, yes, of course, you see the other team being good on a map, but also talking again a little bit about the preparation. They anticipated NAVI to pick this map, so of course they did study them a little bit and their tendencies, but they simply got outplayed. But I mean, it also happens, you know, when BIT has a game like this. Sometimes you also just gotta say, okay, let's hope that he's not playing to the same level on map 3.
They know that they're playing up against world number 1. They know that they were playing them against on their best map pick. Now they've got to hope that they can pull something back on Inferno, which is coming up right after this. The final fall final. That is what is on the line. That's what all the teams here in the group stages of Blast 4 groups are fighting for. That needs to be there to make their way onto the stage in Copenhagen. Right now, we have the NAVI boys and the Liquid boys outside prepping for the final map. We're going the distance of full 3-map series. Liquid came in fighting at the start there on Anubis, were able to take their map pick 13-11, but then on Mirage, NAVI gave them a proper schooling in how to play the world #1 and showed them exactly why we speak about NAVI in such high regard. Now, of course, Cadian, we move to Inferno. And this is going to be, I would argue, the true test for Liquid. We've seen how good they started out of the blocks, but now we've also seen them lose very badly. This is the true test, right? Is how do you come back up? Can you come back up and perform at the level you need to clinch out the series?
Yeah, it's definitely I think there's multiple things we can try and read into after this map. One of the things is their ability to come back from a very tough loss. The other thing is their depth in map pool, because we haven't seen them play Inferno yet, so that's also going to be a new thing. Are they implementing new things? Are they switching up some roles, positions? So yeah, multiple things to look out for if you are a Liquid enjoyer.
How do you think Inferno is going to play out?
I think Alexip has a pretty good style on the C side. Pretty good at kind of changing the pace on Banana. Always has been very happy to use A actually as well in the endings. I think maybe he likes to end A little bit more than other IGLs. Both the rap strat he used a lot in CSGO with the long smoke on Arch and Library, but he's also really good at setting up the flashes for exploding out short and stuff like this. So yeah, I think that talking about how they play, they're really good on this map. Bit is one of the best apps lurks in the world. We've also kind of seen what he's able to do in these positions. I remember as well in the final against G2, he just strafed on Monacy holding an angle, killed one, strafed out, got the second one, and was very effective. So if he's feeling it, he will have a lot of impact as well. CT side, on Liquid, you will be looking for Naf and Yakinda to take banana control. We know Yakinda for being a very aggressive player in this area of the map, and we'll see how they decide to use their focus and utility on this area. Are they gonna draw out the third guy, maybe ultimate or twist to give them an extra grenade set or to make an aggressive take? Yeah, that's some of the things I would look out for if I was a viewer on this game.
I know that you don't make predictions. You don't like to take.
Actually, now I have one for you.
Oh, there we go. Throw your prediction. Damn it! You got me so excited. I was like, I finally cracked him. He's gonna have an opinion on this. But you like to see how it plays out, right? You've got to be happy though with the level that Liquid's bought. I think out of their debut, even though this last map looked, well, I mean, it didn't look like anything because nothing happened. But for the most part, it seems like things are going well for them. That's got to make you somewhat happy because I think a lot of the foundations you put in place we're still seeing some of those as well. So that's a good start, right?
Happy, sad, nobody will ever know. No predictions, no comments on the mood, on the joy.
Comments. I mean, I think that the one comment we can make is that you obviously miss being in the server. I think that I've noticed that in the last few days. You're desperate to get back in there, right? This is a stopgap. You're not sticking around on the desk.
No, I mean, of course, the extra 1 week or 1.5, 2 weeks of vacation is something that when you've been an active player for 11 years, you don't have a lot of summer breaks, so kind of being able to do some of those things with friends and family has been a joy. But now that the tournament is back, the fingers are tickling a lot and you really want to get back into playing. So, yeah, I mean, I think that's also just good news for Bubsky and Pimp that they know that they don't have to be replaced just yet.
Bubsky can stay on the bench and the analyst desk. There we go. We're getting into it. It is the decider. After this, we will know who takes the victory. Will it be Liquid or Navi? Inferno stands in their way.
Yeah, I would say until Cadian's willing to make a prediction, he doesn't deserve Bubsky or Pimp spots.
Yeah.
I'll give you a prediction, Sam. By the end of the event, he'll grow a pair and maybe give you a prediction for once. GG bet odds are Navi over Liquid. Mohan, what do you think about coming into map 3?
I think like we saw like the odds coming into map 2 where that people still favored Navi. Of course, it was Mirage, and that's odds for the series. In terms of what we've seen so far, 3 amazing maps out of Liquid into one sort of now showing us some, you know, humanity out of a team that seemed a little too perfect. And that has me wondering, and I'm sure a lot of people, how good is the prep on map 3 in a series and a new map that we haven't seen thus far? It's a big question for me. So, like Cadian, I have no prediction.
Okay. Starting
what
to
the
move.
cool guys are doing.
Just want to be cool. Well, nothing cool getting absolutely smoked on Mirage. So let's see if Liquid can bring it back. Let's look for new, changes within this formula as well. It was nice to have Katie in here to kind of, go through piece by piece what we should expect from Liquid. And now we're going to find out mid-game whether things have changed at all.
But for sure with Yakinder as a focal point on B site, what we saw Mirage was pretty much, unacceptable. If he can't put up kills, that'll be the reason they lose this half. So he needs to get back to what we saw a map before and yesterday, where he's been overall really strong. But his confidence here as an Inferno aggressive player is paramount to Liquid success.
It's a little too quiet.
Oh.
Looking to get active.
Oh my
Ultimate
God.
with the Berettas. Kindar doesn't draw him in all the way. Naf chucks a flash over from sight. Oh, Ultimate tries to peek in, just takes one to the head. Lucky to get away from that, but maybe Na'Vi aren't as interested in B because Bit got up through.
Ooh, he was listening.
And he's hanging on to Arch. He'll go swinging in, finish Yakinder.
Dude, his peaks right now are just too tough. Look
Kind
at
of
this.
nasty.
Yeah, they got A-site cramp now.
He has just been on top of the game every single round, basically, barring the two with the off. Twist takes one to the head. JKS and Twist putting up a kill apiece. Bits on for the ace. 3 frags to his name. And a bomb plant back sight as Smoke is in front of him. Genuinely has stamped his name across this series. Every half of both maps, and then kicks off the third with this impact in the pistol. So not only does he get those 3 kills, Mohan, but it's his activity into the arch that even gets Na'Vi to pull off of Banana and come move towards this half of the map. So, I mean, Bit is the man of the match,
Dude.
hands down.
Yeah, for sure. It's almost no matter what happens. We'll see if that's going to be the case. Man, Bit. And again, the first time we casted his debut when he joined Na'Vi originally, and I've never seen a man more uncomfortable to play on a team. Playing with Simple, playing with, Blade standing behind him, having a, full moleskin notebook of notes that he was reading through, trying to figure out how to play his positions. He could not aim. He could not hold his crosshair. And we knew Bit from the Academy League and how strong his aim in particular was. But you could see that he was approaching everything correctly. He wasn't thinking about his aim first. He already had that. He was thinking about how do I fit into the system first.
Yeah.
And then I know my aim will always be there when I need it. And that ended up being the exact right way to approach it. And definitely want to give credit to Blade for physically going to the Academy League to help the players develop on Na'Vi Junior.
Oh, he was so involved.
Yeah.
Ooh, Ultimate. We wanted to sing the praise of the Scout, but it's now on 3 health. Pelted by utility and bullets. He'll have to sit on 3 health. Lick his wounds and wait. Meanwhile, stack inside of the B play. Yakinder twists in Naf. It's a lot of Liquid's firepower up in here. But I don't think Na'Vi are going to skip steps. 3 frag grenades. It's a lot of dynamite.
It hasn't popped yet.
Whoa. Missed shot when it does come back to him. It's JKS and Ultimate tethering again here on map 3.
In some ways, this can be such a hard map for Ultimate to show form because he's going to have to be able to weave in between the utility that Na'Vi are going to bring on this map, find openings. Every piece of utility is designed around making the op useless, and it's his debut in Tier 1 on this map. It could be a tough day in the office for him unless he shows us, some phenom level potential.
I think he's putting a lot of pressure on JKS this evening. We saw a lot of Mirage play where JKS just doesn't get support, and in this one again, he just gets hit from both ends. So once the scout's done, JKS knows he can't do all too much on his own. And so moving forward with the Galil, the MP9, and maybe something else for Yakinder if you can go get a kill in CT spawn. We'll see.
Yeah, there's some positions on maps where you work in tandem with your site player, and both spots are only good if both players stay alive. Then you have a great chance to multi-frag and everything. But sometimes if the wrong player dies first, then the whole setup collapses. It's almost impossible. And we know that JKS plays under balcony. It's like his #1 spot that he's known for. But we saw the discomfort there with, and we also saw Ultimate starting there a lot when he's the upper. That means he could start in a number of locations. So we didn't get as much variety as we got from him when it came to like Ancient, like the amount of run boost and openings in mid and openings on other parts of the map they had. I think they have to have a directed effort to set him up for those plays, especially while he's still sort of in his sophomore year. Or just coming into this team. Freshman year, excuse me. And maybe in Counter-Strike we say freshman month, you know, because you don't get 4 years to warm up.
No, we do play a brutal sport, don't we? Hit the ground running or hit the door. And by sport, I mean cyber sport. We don't need the Olympics. See if the Zeus can do much. Ultimate did already pull off a Zeus back on Anubis and transition them into a round win, but oh, JKS comes up from the boiler room, pushes us 2v2. Of course, they could just try to take over Yakinder's bomb site. Yeah, they'll smoke off the rotation. Let Alexi go first, because Wonderful's low.
I mean, surely they don't just go in and plant, right? No. Surely they clear quad first.
No, they know. They're going to try and get him.
They hit him with the flash.
We're going to get that rotate from JKS. Yakinder's not able to do anything with the pistol. And so JKS, no armor, AK into smoke. Oh, peeks out, tags up Alexi, but it's Navi to survive the test of the half buy.
Well, that was like a smart use of the flash. They really weren't trying to blind somebody in quad. They were actually just wanted to see if they could tag someone, right?
Just looking to hit him with it. Position confirmed. They did it twice.
Yeah.
Shot put ball to the chest. That'll crack a rib or two. We'll figure out how much a frag grenade weighs.
Opening attempt for Ultimate, shut down instantly. Hung out for a second too long, two players jostling on the angle, and no second kill here for JL just yet.
Not that he's trying to walk away with only one. Following up and wary of the sandbag spot, but nobody's home. Yakinder and Naf inside of the site. Tossing grenades to one another as Navi put the brakes on this one. We saw them dangerously tiptoe into the apartments last round with those pistols pressed in. They've given Bit that responsibility, and he's all the way in boiler at this point. So JL will go hunting with an op, as there's a lot of control here for Navi. This is going to be a difficult round for Liquid. It's going to be a difficult night for Liquid if Navi stay this well composed.
Like, the more I think about it, I mean, the #1 utility map in the pool in terms of map knowledge is Inferno. It's the map that has the least to do with aim compared to utility. A lot of your kills are easy on this map, but the amount of time you're going to spend flashed and behind a smoke and rotating, if you don't understand how the utility ebbs and flows, that's what's going to make the difference in your scoreline.
On his own here.
Waiting for support utility. Nafly, I think, releases some for Yakinder.
Chuck the flash out to Pit.
They're actually leaving.
Okay.
Bit.
He's got to get some kind of an opening or hope that it's there, but nope. Pulls one player off. The whole pack's coming. JKS, big stakes on this one. Even delaying could be key. He gets one, can't manage to slide back in. So 8 to the clock. Bomb moves into the site, cannot be interrupted, and Navi get by. Good swing back into the A site. Very critical for Bit to get that open door by killing Twists, and Liquid will get outplayed again.
Yeah, and no real intention to even go for this. Just hoping that Nafly could miraculously get to. Nearly does. But Liquid will lose another round. They didn't even really have the sight. That was just Bit like, I'm going to come out boiler. I have a good feeling about A. Maybe I can catch a rotator. And Twist goes down.
Alexi asks Bit, hey, can we come back to A?
Yeah.
He's like, yeah.
This is the opening play. With Ultimate not seeing anything. Before getting one bulleted.
And unfortunately for JKS, he tries to get the spray on the smoke. Did a good job of dodging the player coming in from under porch to try and take the fight to Alexi. But then he's, you know, crouch sprayed, 15 bullets into the attempt. Alexi fast enough with it to guarantee plant, and all good Na'Vi early on. Fragmentation grenades, for the record, weigh no more than 2 pounds or 0.9 kilograms.
Okay.
Just to let you know.
Have they gotten lighter over the years, like all other technology?
Surely.
Yeah.
Surely.
But it's probably good they have some weight.
Yeah, you want something a little hefty. You know, you can't throw a crumpled up piece of paper as far as you can well, frag grenade.
Frag grenade.
Yep.
Somewhere between crumpled up paper and bowling ball. That's where a frag grenade should lie.
Somewhere in the middle.
All right, another attempt at utility. I'm sort of wondering if this game will be easy here for Na'Vi. They establish on another T round. Ultimate only has a rifle here, and maybe that's not so bad because we have seen some good moments from him with this type of weapon. And he'll have a bit more freedom to make mistakes and also to just not commit hard to positions he doesn't realize are already lost. And there's a good bit of damage. One trade, but just one.
Instant Valk hit. Bit comes, wow, and gets taken down. Twist's winning a duel. I'm just shocked after all this from Bit. He finally gets taken out empty-handed. So can they cool him off? It feels like it could be a key piece to victory if Liquid will challenge. Twist's maintaining cover back sight. Looking to keep his head down. They group up 3 players on lane before they try to take the fight. Twist puts up a second frag in the round as the smoke towards Moto
There's no
gives
rotation.
Naf a good chance to spray away.
Yeah, rotation comes in a little bit late as we watch Twist for about 20 seconds, sitting there waiting for the attack to come in. No support. And now Naf has to wait for Yakinder to create a connection, but the smoke wasn't great, so of course he saw some stuff.
Both CTs with smokes. No kit in possession. JL, Little Pit is held on to. We get Emet just sitting on top of the bomb straight up, and the Molotov's gonna force nobody out. The trajectory of the nade tells them all they need to know. Yakinder doesn't see it as an open door. 5 straight out of Navi's T side. And Liquid may have done something. That one something that helps the most, put down Bit before he gets his kills.
Yeah, at least they did that. They still lose the round though.
Terrorists win. That really has been one of the most challenging things about Na'Vi this evening, is just dealing with Bit when he has these chances to wide swing, right? I mean, what's the difference between A Apps and A Palace?
Definitely, and he had the right idea too. He had Twist walking forward. He just didn't one bullet someone for the first time in his life.
Both side.
There really wasn't a sense of urgency on the map right there. It just felt like Yakinder was just worried about rotating out of, out of a site that was going to get hit, and Nafly is just coming in slowly from behind.
Oh my God!
All right. Oh, he's still going to go?
See, that's a little crazy.
Also a bit desperate to get some momentum back.
5v4 was in their pocket, but thought that with the 1 kill, maybe there was more space to be taken. Spun the wheel, stepped into the trap, and gave Na'Vi the even man kill right back. Naf sitting here with a smoke and a flash and no teammate.
And if this is going to be a full exec, Naf is playing retake on the B site. He is going to be subservient to any kind of smoke that comes out. So, and we can see Na'Vi are going to exec on this side. So, it's a gamble from them, from Liquid, to go play towards A. And all he can do is hope that they sit and wait, but they aren't going to.
Oh, or this.
Well, good damage. Actually, this allows for them to potentially think about coming into it, but...
Bit doesn't give a damn. 50 health or 100. He just posts the AK on the angle, pops Naf's head off. And with the smoke still on cross, that's 3 players tagged. They've got a frag grenade on JKS that could really make things interesting. They're gonna throw the boost out with the flash, make contact backside, but now, man, advantage, Na'Vi. And with that, they have to tuck their tails. That frag grenade gets thrown out and just no impact from it. So 6-0 out of the gate here for Na'Vi on map 3.
One overcommitment, one sort of overcommitment. Maybe they have a chance to retake, which they were intending on going to. And NAF really just wanted to get a little extra damage, and some of it was unconfirmed in the end. 3 players are low. And Liquid set up a close situation, but it's a great call for Na'Vi to go forward with the B exec. As we see, it's like right place and right time.
Close, jumping.
Suppose considering the amount of utility the rotators did have, maybe NAF's life was more valuable than just trying to take a second swing at sight.
Yeah, normally if you have the player advantage in that situation and you take over Ruins, then your job is to just make sure they don't push Ruins. So they don't get advanced control, and then that slows down your retake, and then you keep numbers. And if the 3 players are going to come in for the retake anyway, of course, it's always nice to tell your team, hey, I got an extra gift for you. There's only 2 players left alive, but the #1 priority, kind of like an anchor fashion, is self-preservation. The extra kills are bonuses.
I mean, him holding on to Ruins is still a gift. It's like a nice pair of socks. Sure, he could kill everybody in the bomb site as a new car, but, you know,
it's a stocking
you've got
stuffer.
2 smokes and a frag grenade rotating in with those 3 other players. That's setting yourself up to succeed.
It's Christmas and they just met.
Here's an orange.
Wow.
I peeled it for you. Shout out Terry's chocolate orange.
I was
one
gonna
time.
say, dude, I
just
hate
one
that.
time. Terry knows how to do it. Nicely done.
Oh my God. Another one of the patience plays out of Yakinder.
Now AK's dropping all around, but this time he's lucky there's nobody else, right? In contrast to the last round, when he'd hope it was open and gets caught, this time, Yakinder, you've got it all, my friend. You've done it.
They wish they had pit control, but there's still 4 players here. They're just rotating in.
Oh, wide swing from Emat, looking like Bit as he comes out with a kill.
Man,
all
that's a
3.
mess.
Na'Vi take all 3. Ultimate swings get stuffed by Alexi, and it is perfection.
I mean,
on
beautiful,
this T side.
Beautiful entries. This is a round, though. They literally found out that B was clear 100%, and they tried to rotate in to get better spots, but they didn't commit fast enough. And we look at it, there's 1 site player and 3 rotators on Arch. There's not going to be an Arch take unless it's a little bit later on, or they get the kills and establish bracket control first. So their #1 priority should have been supplanting the site positions to help JKS in those spots. And they weren't really rushing to them. So Na'Vi had a distinct advantage. Now, if they started with a pit setup, that would have just been beautiful because, of course, towards lane and towards halls, those are your 2 best spots to be in. But they still had the right amount of material, just not in the right positions to deal with it. So a good round for Na'Vi, but to be honest, they sort of got exposed when JL ran through that smoke and they guaranteed B information. And Na'Vi didn't even really work hard to get Banana back before the exec or do anything special to trick Liquid. They've just been winning in every single way. So they said, why think too hard on this one?
Flowing through map 2 and 3 of this series. Long gone is the Anubis challenge of Team Liquid. Instant attack here, JL. Oh, you dog. Sure, there's a swing out from NAF to trade him back. Flick up from Ultimate.
Oh,
but a player's going to get close to him. And that close push in middle from Emat. Oh, it gets denied.
Okay.
89 damage out of Emat. But man advantage Liquid. Can they finally put an end to all this? Or does it just continue to transition Na'Vi into another B play? We've saw this before. They lose some impact on A. What do? They take the B site, they put the bomb down, and that was the same round that Liquid didn't even come in with the retake.
They're trying to hang on to the guaranteed info. So they know they cleared out brackets, even though Ultimate got that kill. So Bit's lurking. Now they're still lurking. They have top car control as well. So it just comes down to these 1 or 2 peaks, and JKS goes down first. That's pick control. Or is it just an incentive for NAFI to rotate over so they can attack B? That's what we're going to try to find out.
Wonderful begins to come back. If Bit can guarantee that middle brackets is open, maybe bomb does come jump on site.
I mean, Liquid are...
Oh no, Naf, okay, huge risk, nearly dies. Now bomb will be sent back, spiraling towards A. Twist toppled by 60 HP, but Ultimate gives up the angle. He had top mid held, so much so that Wonderful's gonna wrap this back through the apartments. And if he can get out the balcony, if he can get that bomb down on site, then let's see what Navi can do in the post plant. He's got an additional Molotov to go alongside that smoke.
This nade.
It'll expose them. But he opts not to throw it right away. He's looking for the bank onto the bomb site. The damage on Bit, nothing more added by the util. There is an attack coming in from short side. They seem to know it. Naf on the first approach, making sound with the flash. It comes in strong. Bit, 34 health. All he's got to do is just wrap it back. And he gets squished between two. So Liquid come out, Naf squeezes, and Liquid take their first.
Oh man, they get on the board. Just like Mirage, a little bit late into the half, but they do it. That is a trying round. And I want to say Liquid are even lucky to win this one with the situations that came up. Of course, it starts with Emma realizing that Ultimate doesn't know how close he is, but 80 out of 100 damage is one thing. And then in this post-play retake, two players were low. Quite scary. So let's see if they can create some momentum. That's what they're looking for now. Half's not over, and we're on the third map.
Fear Naf, that jump on a barbecue with the banana peak. Terrifying. I mean, you lose that, you're done. Alexi knew it, that's what he was hoping for. SMG swing, here comes Yakinder again, pressing into JL. Oh, neither player gets past, they start to spam, and a jumping headshot. Luckily for Navi, Wonderful can return the favor, making sure he doesn't retreat, putting pressure onto Naf. If this pack of players commits, he could be done for. They're going to pressure him with util, cause him to fall back, and Twist comes scrambling over.
But again, minute 18, car control, and they're running in, no smoke.
They're going to try to play it quicker. Flash pops ahead of it, Naf goes wide, and he'll finish the kill to Wonderful. Twist's impacts there. And they're going to keep this squeeze going. 3 in a row for Navi, and Ultimate catches Bit's head. Liquid making the most of this.
Nice hold overall. That got a little scary because Navi found another timing where the entrance to the site got smoked late, almost got through, but now it's 2 straight again for Liquid. We'll see if this half is over now. If Liquid can pull out potentially the last 2. They've already made a comeback to beat Navi. It was an insanely impressive Anubis, and they've also shown some grit going to such a long overtime game versus Virtus.pro. It's kind of about firsts, I think, when you're, making a new team. It's like, show ourselves we can do the comeback, show ourselves we have the X factor, show ourselves that we have resolve, show ourselves we can win dominantly, go through all those things so you build confidence in each area. But with all of those, it's show ourselves that we don't give up, right? That's the number one thing.
That's the cardinal sin.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing that's wholly unforgivable. But if they beat Navi, who are playing like this, that's next level.
Kinder's going at it again. It's not the MP9 banana push, but can he pull it off? Yes, 3 kills between Naf and Twists as well towards Banana. Bombs down in the ground. JL and Bit 2v5. Make it an ace from JL needed. He's gonna try to fight for Banana. Makes sense, kill Naf and he would have had that bomb plant. Who knows what comes next, but Liquid, they're keeping the pressure up, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, nothing to lose at a scoreline like this on the decider map. You go down 7-0.
And there's a momentum call, right? They're trying to say, we haven't gone down mid. We just won 2 rounds. We need to show them that we're not afraid, and they decide to send Yakinder down. He's been pushing down Banana, but that's been an up and down affair. Why not send him down another avenue? And that's mid. And that's it. They finally chewed through that tough steak of Navi's economy and have earned themselves a half buy. Nice opener here for Ultimate.
They know what they want. They come out of spawn with the dukes up, fisticuffs on the aggression. And any round you can mute Bit this evening is one that Liquid will take. Can they run with it? AK on Ime. looking to get ahead of maybe an A exec, but does this leave Yakinder vulnerable on his own?
They surely are going to retake bracket before they commit to this. Like, there's no way they stay passive and just hope that Na'Vi go A, right? Because if they're playing retake here, well, I guess it's not a full buy here for Na'Vi, so. But still, Yakinder in a retake spot is in jeopardy of not being able to fight back, and that would be, you know, a shame considering the guns on the other side. Oh, no rotation back at all. This is kind of nuts to do. They're going to retake mid, not see anything, and now potentially set up for a longer round. Here comes Yakinder.
Oh, caught. Nice spot from Ime. Twist comes barreling down middle. He's trying to attack the back of the pack. Nav, he's going to get pushed while the gun's empty. JL goes deep into CT. Creates a ton of space. M4 flanking around Banana. Twist did not give him a lot of time. Oh. Double kill from him. Safe plant. Alexi pops up, but big impact from Russell.
Oh, yeah.
And Liquid take a fourth off of an electric flank from Liquid's IGL.
Yeah, I guess that wasn't as bad as it looked in terms of the rotations. Of course, Na'Vi did a great job of finding the one kill with the one gun with the boost. But because Yakinder had the smoke and they did have a plan to retake bracket, the retaking players could get in position really quickly. So Twist was here in time. And even though the bomb goes down, you know, granted there's not one more crazy kill that happens, it's all safe for them. A fourth round for Liquid. And a recoverable game now.
Oh, man.
They've killed the joy over on Na'Vi. They were a little bit too jubilant, excited about everything that was happening. And now I think they're sitting upright again.
Ultimate doesn't bite. He believes there's somebody underpass. Not the case. This took a lot of responsibility and I'd say an uptick in performance from Yakinder after that rough of a second map. He's really gone in on some of these opening attacks, whether that's Banana, mid. Key moments to kind of light the fire that Twist has run away with, that NAF has added gas to, that Liquid have made 4 rounds from. All of Na'Vi poising themselves for the A commitment here. Twists and JKS, that's all that's in position. They wrap around through Arch as well.
Yeah.
Man, this is going to become a very Colonel defense. And JKS, he's not over in the big pit. As Utility soars over, here comes the flank from Yakinder, of course, hot on their heels. Twist tries to get lineup damage. Ime's got the rotate out of the spawn, and JKS does switch over to the big pit. 25 on the clock here. Ime has actually come back around Arch as Ultimate gets both. He turns out from Library, and just like that, Liquid eviscerate Na'Vi. 5 kills from inside sight. Folks, we've got a game.
Karalius Mindaugas. Su kardu rankoje jis vedė savo žmonės į mūšį kaip kalvis, kalantis legenda sunkumų ugnyje. Daugiau nei valdovas, jis buvo tarsi liūtas, aršus ir ryžtingas. Praėjus šimtmečiams jo karo šūksnių aidai vis dar atsiliepia, liudydami tikros legendos dvasią.
Hi. My name is Justinas Lakavičius, also known as JL, and this is GG Chronicles. Correct?
Yeah, perfect.
We're in Kaunas, the city where I grew up in. It's a mixture of everything. You have a lot of bad boys. Unfortunately, I spent my time with the bad boys when I was growing up, but now I'm a good boy. When I was young, I tried athleticism, but I broke my shoulder and it healed up incorrectly. But during those times, I really enjoyed being better than someone else. And it might be a cruel thing to say, but sports is a cruel business where only the best get all the spotlight. This was one of the main things that got me into CS, is the pure feeling of being better than someone else. The first rank I ever got was Gold Nowhere 3. So I was never a silver, so I'm really proud of that. I'm in here for only a couple of hours and I'm already comparing myself to people who had a few hundred hours in the game. I want to play more. I want to be better, not just my friends, but maybe the best in the school.
JL pressured, and he's got himself the double. 3 kills out of JL!
I think I've reached global elite in like 3 or 4 months of playing the game. Maybe 5 months. Let's give it a 5 months. I remember I used to wake up, grind CS with end practice. I would grind CS again, and just before bed, I would grind smokes, flashes. It was my regular day, just 14 or 15 hours of CS. I knew this is what it takes to become the best.
So just when it felt like it was Navi flatlining this series with 2 very quick maps, we get an interesting turn of events here, Mohan. 5 rounds straight out of Liquid, off of the back of some more aggressive stances out of Yakinder. He could have just kind of tucked his tail and gave it up, but he stayed true to character and ignited a fire that Liquid have since ran with.
We have had a little bit more ingenuity in the calls, and they weren't just trying to run into a brick wall by going for the same kind of banana control over and over again. We had some unique takes on setups. It was a little bit gambly, but those are the risks they needed to take to come back versus a Navi. It looks so strong for 7 rounds in a row. And now here we are. Map 3, last half, and NAF with the opening kill. Liquid have been good on pistols, but this one they might need.
Bit just getting blasted as he thought he could have a second chance at crossing the doorway. NAF has other ideas. We put a question mark around Ultimate and his ability to op here on Inferno. The T side may not get any easier, but he started to find his impact towards the tail end, as all of Liquid did. He has patience. Do they check? Oh, it's a little late. JKS gets popped. Twists will find the clear. We've got an open A site here for Liquid to continue to make Inferno interesting.
Yeah.
No kit for the retake, but Alexi's got nades if they really want to try. They're just so far, and Twist is not going to let them get close for free.
Well, if they run in hard clear them, maybe they have a chance, because it does look like they want to go for it. Or they lose their full kit of utility. Nope, it's the first option. A smoke and 2 flashes.
Nades still to set up the rest. That's wonderful, and JL joining forces towards brackets. Ultimate may be the next to be tested. Smoke put forward for Alexi to try and circumvent the pit control. Sure enough, JL connects with the headshot. Bomb beyond the halfway point. NAF's looking for the answer, gets one. Backside, Yakinder. And now as he just tries to keep his head down and play time, JL can't get in here fast enough. JL cannot clutch out this pistol. They got the ball rolling, but time decides. Liquid, get it closer.
Okay. It's a little bit sketchy with Twist pushed up, not getting his kill, and Ultimate just floating with no one there to fight behind him. So the retake almost gets in. But at the end of the day, it's this NAF light opening. It's Liquid winning the pistol. That's the only thing that matters to them at this point.
Nice! Good shit!
And the clutch to bring it back. And yeah, we did see Ultimate get better as the half progressed on CT side. But on T side, I assume they're not going to buy it unless they steal it away from their opponents. Ooh, that's a good opener. No trade, though.
Really good flash support from Alexi there to enable Emet on the trade. Snags an MP9 and falls back. Now, Bomb's still on ramp, so even with Liquid retaking top banana here, there's no ability to full-blown commit, and at least they elicit a bit of a reaction. Smoke burn from the CTs leaves them with only 2 more. Alexi assessing his options. Navi starting to pull back in numbers. Everybody evacuating that A site as Liquid start to inch ever closer.
Said you want A, have it.
Follow-up nades here from Ultimate. That MP9 is going to be sent in to check off the flash. Will that be enough time for them to scramble back? No, absolutely not. T-side pushes up short and gets into the site. And even with Bits repositioned, there is no resistance here for Liquid. He does throw himself in between it. If he can kill this fallback from Ultimate, which is making sound, maybe they can try and get something going, but nah, he's gonna falter, and that's gonna be Liquid, curiously enough, tying this game at 7.
Yes, they do it. Now, it is a 4-set round, and at the top of Banana, you know, they don't get their second kill in that trade. It's 1 kill back for Navi, and a scarier situation for Liquid because of it, but they still stay calm and they find the open site once again. Gamble stack doesn't work out too well. We aren't seeing teams run into full stacks on eco rounds that often these days. They're doing a pretty good job of avoiding jeopardy.
Yeah, you know, a welcome sight.
But it's hard to do on Inferno without committing players, so the calls have been good here for Liquid. This one's up for grabs. And again, I don't think Ultimate will be buying himself an op. If he gets it from Wonderful in a 1 round, I assume they'll use it. But no real reason to buy an op yourself on T-side unless you have a specific plan. And it's Ultimate's first day here versus the world #1 on Inferno, which is already a nightmare for oppers. He's been good on a rifle. I feel like just keep him on that.
Whatever works for the moment, which has been tempo, right? Ever since Liquid strung together these 7 rounds straight, Ykinder jumping Mac-10 headshot is, I believe, how it started off. And those Mac-10s still show their ugly heads. Naf comes in with yet another.
He's got to be the worst guy to get into an SMG fight with, I swear.
Naf, you think?
Yeah.
Ooh. What about a Deagle fight?
Yo.
Wonderful puts his name in the hat. Bit stuck down in Boiler with an SMG.
This is his favorite spot.
Utility pops all around him, bullets bursting, but he doesn't get given a fight. Now they add 2 pistols to the short side as well, just as Liquid start to come back.
Navi are smiling every second that goes down that they don't have to throw their smoke, and Alexi B finally does. This pushes Liquid into the option he's hoping, which is the A-site hit.
Bit hasn't yet moved, but the pistols leave. Again, they start to soften up this A-stack just as Liquid are about to come through. Big pickup from Bit. It's just the Mac-10. It's not an upgrade, but he can sprint over towards Balk.
Oh, the bomb is going arch. They give him time to get back into the site safely. This is going to burn some seconds off the clock, but it is still Bit alone. Oh, yeah, he's just not going to be ready for this R-trap. He has got a long-range MP9 kill, and it won't happen.
Never. Favorable duel there for Twists. Good job by circumventing the threat of apartments, wrapping around arch side, but also given that room because the pistols left.
Yeah, they left.
But are they done? They start to come back from middle. Still, again, no kid. Well-timed peek from Ykinder. He's going to get one, and with it, Liquid are looking to take a lead with an 8-round streak here on Inferno. His exit made easy now, alleviating some pressure. It's only Wonderful who remains, and he's been spotted. So these teams should be able to get out of here with Galils and AKs in hand. And Twist doing a good job of just timing these commitments on the A site in back-to-back rounds.
Yeah, and he seems to have a good inventory of where everybody's staying because they go for the R-trap with limited time and they don't smoke things off. And they're really hoping, I think, that Bit is alone so that they can take the best fight versus him. But in exchange, they make it so that if he gets 1 kill, then time pressure and all these problems. But the call is correct. It's a site with just him. And for whatever reason, they can sense when Navi are vacating and they know when to come in.
But a different game now in round 16. Guns up from Navi. See if this CT side can shut him down and shut him down fast. Excellent grenade damage out of the gate. Molotov once again for JL to handle. He's down to half as well, so damage goes both ways. Boost over the wood. Ultimate's opening with the rifle. Keep him on it. No peek, of course. Still 2 players within this B site, but no immediate overcommitments. I feel like we got a lot more of those instant all-ins from Twists calling versus Virtus.pro yesterday than we have in this series tonight.
If Liquid keep this up, man,
they hold.
GamerDoc's going to be tweeting about this game.
Ooh. I thought Doc was canceled.
I think so, yeah.
Scary looking smoke if you're Wonderful, because you've got no info on short, no info on apps. You just got a plume smoke in front of your face. And this consistency that's occurred over towards that A site would have a lesser man scared, but Alexi B keeps numbers on B.
Oh, for once. It is finally the B stack he's been waiting for. And Liquid say, there's no way that they're going to let us take the A site 3 times in a row. This time they will split up.
Incendiary here for the CTs. Alexi still hanging on to it. Bit's got a full belt and more grenade damage. So much grenade damage. 20 seconds to the clock. A very interrupted flashbang queued up. There it goes. Yakinder eats it. Easy pickup for Alexi. Sure, there's a wraparound CT spawn that could come out, but 10 seconds. And we've got 2 defenders on this bomb site still thriving. 5 seconds. This is done. Liquid tried to come through. The kills could be had, but there's no time. And with that, this one fizzles out. They make the wrong call. Alexi ahead of the curve. And with it, we're tied again.
Okay, so classic Navi fashion on Inferno is to blind gamble stack. They've been doing that for like almost 10 years straight up. Old version of Inferno into the new one. Multiple different IGLs, including Boomich, Zeus, and now Alexi B. This has always been really their style. But this is also a situation where it's like, how do you read this spot for Liquid? Like, would a team really stack B 3 times in a row out of 2 ecos into a full rifle round? And this is what gets Navi back.
Oh, no.
Whoa.
With the Mac 10?
Mac 10.
We've been singing Bit's praise all night, but...
Yeah, and if he's had one equal in this series, at least you know, a twin on the other side for Nafla. Yeah, his form has been fantastic. But a Mac 10?
Yeah, that is the red flag.
Look at this instant stack, man.
Well, there has been that affinity for A.
Yeah. Maybe he went to go pick up utility. Maybe he thought, okay, let me just smoke off the B site.
Yeah, Neff coming into this third map, excuse me, with a 1.23 rating. Hanging on for dear life during that whooping on Mirage. But they're right to keep the pieces here on A. Twists will not go back to that B execute, having been turned away from it in the round prior.
Wonderful's getting smoked out. Oh, Yakinder's going through the smoke.
No way. Oh, but through the smoke and into the scope. Wonderful shuts him down, pulls him off of this. Now it's going to have to be 1 player in apartments and potentially 3 on lane, bomb included. Again, we hit 30 seconds. JL doesn't finish the kill. Twist response, low HP. Here's Ema to the pistol, and Ultimate's got him cleared out. A 1v2 for the kid. New on this block. Potentially to be chopped by the brains of Alexi B. Navi, bank on him, and he gets smoked out, holding over towards Library. Slight gap. Ultimate keeps his head down. Now you can see him starting to question the route. Alexi is right there. He just doesn't know it. A reposition to the back of the site as his caution turns to concern. Alexi steps closer to the bomb. And oh, the timing, the shot! Oh, Ultimate, the clutch! Posts the 1v2 and puts Liquid in the lead.
Yeah, that's cold. No reaction out of Ultimate, excuse me. As usual. Stiff in the face. Showing off some of his IQ in the clutch in a pressure situation where he gets spotted first.
Look at this carnage on short. Look at that kill feed. 6 frags in mere seconds.
Wow, that is a hype moment.
And it's Ultimate.
Yeah, it's Ultimate. That's an econ killer here. And the third timeout after the win. Maybe a moment where it was unexpected. They want to let the emotions cool off a little bit, but they're also giving Navi a chance to think as well.
And we know about Blade converting off timeouts.
Yeah, 1 timeout for you is 1 for him as well. But they're trying to relax.
Doesn't seem to be too vocal. Liquid process that big moment.
Yeah, let's see. This is why there's
back into the ring. Just
not that much to talk about.
One MP9. Navi not necessarily looking to reinvent the wheel, but just hoping maybe Liquid will misstep. Punish the new team. Yes, Bit gets revenge. From NAF's MAC-10 to his MP9, there is a return frag out of JKS, but it's also not Bit, right? 2 players confirmed to be up in apartments. Twist takes a bit of a swing towards Arch. Bit's position still unknown, but he's gonna hang on to some control.
And instantly into the gamble stack as there's a smoke. Halfway down Banana with T's starting to retreat back into it. CT second guessing themselves. This is the kind of round that you want to do it, and I think for Liquid, it's very scary to say, you know, as Twist, the most recent memories running right into 3 players sitting in the site. But at the same time, if they lack conviction in this call, then it's going to cost them everything. They don't want to get stringy versus pistols. And now they're starting to get flanked from both sides. Ooh!
He turns twice and fumbles it. An attack from the back line. Bit double MP9 so far this round. JL, all you've got's the deagle. Misses on the timing. Lady Luck could have sprinkled one more in for Navi. Not the case here, but it's still man advantage. They're not able to contain that control of Twist's gun.
They still haven't planted.
Ultimate takes a look back. No flank immediate. Flash comes over. Wonderful's trying to trudge through. It's pressure out of construction at the same time, and it ends up being JL with the double. All back onto Ultimate. Now the 1v3. At least the bomb is planted, but Mohan, it's on the oranges.
Yeah, he's got to kill them early. He can't find anything behind him, but he buys some time for himself.
Turns back, catches 1, catches 2, and with JL back in it, he who set this up, it's a tap on the bomb, and Ultimate plays it cool.
He knows because it's an eco. 10-second stick.
Comes back, rushes the fact, but it's
no
all
time.
good. It's time, baby. It's time for Liquid to rejoice. They get past that MP9 and take themselves a 10.
Wow, they want him to smile so bad, but he won't give it to him. That's another round robbed away after JL's 2K on the eco.
What?
Oh.
What?
Ooh. They damn near guaranteed that if they had one better gun, maybe they get that trade, but Ultimate straight to the dome a bit. And the perfect call out on the 10-second stick to not enter that fight too early. Navi use a second timeout.
It may not be overtime, but just like Ancient against VP, the longer this game goes on, Ultimate starting to find a chance to shine.
Yeah, I mean, they can work on the maps that weren't a fact. You know, his positions on Mirage and some of the rounds they had, but they're looking for any upsides in this situation, and we're seeing more dimensions to his play already. In a match that isn't over, that looked like it was. 7-0 to start this game on Inferno for Navi. And not just 7-0. 7-0 winning in every fashion.
Laughing about it every step of the way.
Total confidence play coming out of the world's #1 into now Liquid making a second comeback within this series to 10 rounds.
Yeah. Riding the high that was the dumpster fire of Mirage. Navi, a late Inferno reality check, but Yakinder barely standing here. Tough job for him to get anything done here in round 19.
Ooh, JL was too scared to actually fully clear the top of Banana. They start to fan back. Again, they haven't been going down for deep control of Banana on most of these rounds. Navi have been comfortable to sit the sights and wait for the turtled up defense. That hasn't always been enough for them.
3 players ready to pop out.
Bit could show us everything right here. He's going to be in pit. They're coming out of halls.
It's a classic. Bit in a strong spot, but he lost his support. Twist shows his hand first, and the 3-player pack drops out. Instant headshot from JKS. A challenge out of Ima. And NAF's MAC-10 again. The 2 other players remaining for Navi are nowhere to be found.
The bomb site
is Liquid.
They have to think about saving. Like, this is going to be 11. JL's a little bit late to the show.
Are their hands tied? Does Alexi leave?
It's a spot where they don't want to save, but they might not have anything to work with to defend against map point. Unless they do. Wow.
These late map resurgences from Liquid, not something we're used to seeing from the org from many of their rosters, and yet versus VP to push OT here. Oh man. Liquid to an 11th. Money barely there for Navi. Very critical couple of saves here. Of course, Yakinder's gonna throw himself at this. He sneaks up, JL spots him, just stay alive.
And there's so much trepidation. Even when they were going to re-clear the top of Banana, they're definitely worried about Liquid and the power they have to offer as individuals. And their entry strats have been solid. They're getting into a lot of late round situations versus Navi. 5v5 after map control. And oh, that's the trade on Bit.
Full blind.
Yeah, there are 2 people up there. I don't know if they're both blind, but damn, I mean, they'll take it, obviously. It's a lot harder when Wonderful dies on the site, and you know, Wonderful can be a star opera, but we haven't been talking about him like a star, you know, on this lineup in Navi, to be honest. He just has good games and bad games. And then this may be just a little bit more needed.
Man, this series felt so wrapped up.
Yeah, I thought no way after the 7-0 start. In the way that Navi won the rounds, that Liquid find a way in.
11 of the last 12 rounds have Liquid's logo stamped across them. But the challenges have been real, right? Bit remaining active inside of the apartments. We saw that double MP9 throw Navi, or excuse me, Liquid for a loop.
JL has also been fighting for banana control from car, right? It's always been halfway. It's never been fully.
Hasn't really been able to get much distance going.
And this is a Coffin's flash setup for JL on a timing. They haven't thrown any utility yet.
Ollie lands on its mark.
Oh, that's a tag.
Half his health is gone, and okay, Bit, yeah, a bit of a grudge between him and Naf at the moment on apps. JL takes the headshot, Yakinder sliding in, and a 5v3 is looking real good on Navi.
Okay, they said the game is still live.
We get into the final 5 rounds of regulation, and this one's starting to seem convincing. Can they test Wonderful? Man, the util here this round's been immense for Navi. We saw Yakinder down to half health, Twist sits on 55, and there's just been no lifeline for Liquid in this one.
And it has taken a couple of clutches out of Ultimate in trying situations. So an opening setup here for Navi, that looks good. It's too convincing with the first 2 kills. No way to refrag. No way to trick their opponents. And as you pointed out, great utility to knock Twist down to 55.
Twist getting animated quickly. Having a back and forth with JKS. See if we need any variation. It's second round of the last 13. Really want to hammer home just how in control Navi was out of the gate.
Yeah. I just don't like how they're playing so in the dark, right? When we see opening frags, it's Bit inside of apartments, pushing all the way through, or inside a boiler. That's the farthest vision that they get. They don't have the op peeking down the stairs. They don't have any pushes down mid. They don't have deep banana control.
Trying to fight for it this time. Twist's not going to waste any time. He's got one isolated. Alexi looking at the wall. Twist comes around.
Oh, that's not the way you want to go.
They trust the nades and it costs them. And that lack of activity you were just talking about, a criticism back to Anubis
they know they know he's going to be in the area. Somewhere between sandbags and the half wall. JL is there.
If they
Alexi's in the back.
That molly on the wall, just Twist gets ahead of it, and Alexi staring off into the distance. Thinking of a time when Navi were in total control of Inferno. Thinking of a time when Liquid weren't a round away from winning over Navi.
Why should the world's #1 play so in the dark versus Liquid, who they were dominating, who they showed who was the boss back on Mirage? How did they let this boost take advantage of them 2 rounds in this game? They're letting Liquid dictate their fate.
Where is Wonderful?
This op is absent. Completely absent.
Terrorists win. That checklist, Launders. The checklist that we apply to new rosters when we ask the questions of resilience and tactics and preparations, of mood, of momentum. And for the last 24 hours, we've sat here with our jaws on the floor as Team Liquid take a convincing series over VP. As Twist said, all we want's a solid debut to play good CS. Well, add to that the ability to come back after not only an ass-whooping on Mirage, but a 7-0 start here from NAVI. 3 chances to close this out. 3 chances to exceed all expectations from both North America and Europe. Can they close this? We've criticized Wonderful for his absence, but he'll be the one to open up in round 22. Clips the wings of Twist, who's feeling high and mighty, but has to call from the sidelines in this one.
Tip of the spear goes down. On to new avenues of interest as JL is once again at the sandbags with Alexi B in support.
We've seen Liquid tuck their tail in these kinds of moments, go for saves, but JL to be tested. Turns from it. Oh, the smoke comes out. He turns and can't put Crosshair back on point. 45 to the clock as Alexi drops the molly. Emek comes over. And more util out from Liquid, but this is not pretty. Not if you're Liquid, so they go for the second volley. More of a cost, but then exposed! And they catch him in the open. Flash out for Alexi. He tries to reposition. Bit's gonna pull one off the play. We go to the 3v3. 20 to the clock. Alexi keeps it secret. He gets one up close. Ultimate trades. Naf's got it back from Wonderful. Better late than never.
Yeah, he's there. Finally, a cameo from Wonderful, who's been absent all half. The op shot to close this round to keep Navi alive in a round where JL gets caught again at the top of Banana, and you can see the lack of confidence after playing this spot so many times in this half. No new ideas coming to this half of the map. He gets abused once again. And it comes down to very fine margins here. One trade after another, back and forth into a final shot as the smoke is gone in CT spawn. A sigh of relief here for Navi as they once again have a 2-round game. And a chance at redemption.
All that back and forth and followed by the full investment. Liquid would limp into the final round if they can't close it here. A new in-game leader in Twists, trying to jostle with Alexi Brains. And we've seen Navi put the pieces in the right position at the perfect moment. But yet again, all they have is top Banana, and even with that little that they had, they concede, falling closer to the bomb site instead. It's not one of those moments where it's tons of util damage.
How can they be so obvious in this spot? How can they play so passive and so obvious? They're going to at least reinforce this passive position.
45 to the clock, the grouping of Liquid has begun. Banana very much theirs. And as Alexi hangs on to the smoke grenade, Bit, who had the flash back in spawn, adds himself to Coffins. They exchange the util, but he's setting himself up to try and interrupt this hit. It's 10 players, and 8 of them ready to ball out on B. Bit comes through as he has all series, and he gets himself a double. Yakinder responds. JL to the top box. It's all Bit, baby. 4 kills in that site. And he is going to extend this, surely. No chance for Yakinder. He wins his front, but it collapses inside the B side.
Wow. And that's all they needed. The hired guns a bit to come over and support. JL and Alexi have run into so much jeopardy trying to, tether between each other and defend versus those execs, but Liquid's B-side execs have been messy. And now that with the support of Bit to get all of these frags, dodge all the flashes for them, it's another level of difficulty for Liquid trying to come in. They had the right idea. They had enough map control there to justify that hit without going anywhere else. No other lurks, but now look at Liquid. They're on the full force. They don't have a single rifle to play with.
Hello, Hail Mary. And they put Wonderful on an angle that they have not been able to secure. He misses his chance to strike first blood here in round 24.
Yeah, careful, man. I mean, it's great to have enough, but sometimes not versus pistols.
And they're transitioning quick into this. Wonderful will find ultimate. Then they press against the smoke. JL's mag's half empty, and he gets killed by Yakinder, who just last round almost had it there for Liquid.
And now the op's gone.
Last time there was no entry, but oh, he gets caught, exposed. NAF has found the opening. A is clear for them to take.
Oh my God. And they have a smoke. JKS is coming in a little bit late, but he's using it on Arch. There's a chance here for Bit to fight.
He comes back with vision on sight. He's now pinned into the moto, tagged down by 80, and we're gonna get NAF gun him down with the MAC-10, then dives back to sight. Now, no upgrades to be had. You wanna praise Bit? It's been NAF all night long, and as the climb up's caught, it's only damage. Twist continues in this. A retake demanded here of Na'Vi, but one that features no utility. They have to try to press in. It is lesser weapons. It is 2 Tech-9s. And a reload on the MAC-10 to the backside as the short side falls. Alexi gets it going. NAF's able to answer. JKS to the clutch. Oh, it all comes down to this. He holds. It's high to the top of the box. He dives and gets it. Alexi on bomb with no time. Liquid 2-1 Na'Vi.
Oh, they pulled it off. No 10-second stint, and the debut is half complete. Amazing here in groups for Liquid to take down VP and Na'Vi in back-to-back days.
What a 24 hours.
Dude, you're the best at, dude, he has Morty don't pro.
When they announced this change, this new roster, we put question marks over everyone's heads. We wondered what the hell they were thinking. Well, it turns out Twists did know best. What he has put together is a team that has just beaten the world #1. 3 maps. It came down to the IGL of Na'Vi not having a kit. Respect to Liquid. I don't think there were a lot of people who thought that they could do it, but the fans always believed. And right now, North American Counter-Strike, the dream is once again alive. Because what we have seen in the last 2 days is one hell of a thing, Cadian. It's hard for me to stand here with you because obviously everyone who follows Counter-Strike, who are fans, they can understand that this is a situation that is tough for you to have to now commentate on this rise that we've seen over the last 2 days. But I do think that you are a strong enough player to be able to stand and go, you know what, they did a good job.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that was a beautiful comeback. I think we saw some great clutches from Ultimate as well. And I think they were maybe down 7-2 and came back and made the half 7-5. So that also requires some resiliency and some mental strength. Very close game. Also, if it's Twist, if it's Nev, I don't know who's making the rotation call in the last round, but that literally gave them the chance of winning the last round of the game because they were running into a brick wall on B and heard the rotation, moved the boys back and played a good afterplant.
I had so many questions around Twists taking on so much responsibility here, talking about the scouting, talking about bringing in the coach, and I thought this is a very dangerous place to play in because you're taking full responsibility if this doesn't work. However, you now get to reap the rewards. The system that you are building has seen success short term, and that is something that I'm sure is a relief to him, but also exciting for the future. And I'm sure that NAF, who is with Banks now, also is feeling pretty excited about his future after that win.
Liquid's debut with the new roster continues to impress. And NAF, this was an insane series, let's be honest. It was right to the wire on multiple maps. It was good amount of T rounds coming out from you guys back to back to back. Just talk me through how when you go into Mirage, you get dominated, and then you try to reset, especially when you've got like Ultimate, who's not been on this level. Just talk me through this whole process.
I mean, yeah, of course, with obviously coming as a new team, adding Ultimate and JKS, and Twist now becoming IGL, you know, there's like a lot of uncertainties, you know, a lot of things that need to be worked on, you know, so we don't want to play with too much pressure. Of course, you know, you can kind of honeymoon phase it a little bit, you know, but yeah, no, I don't know. We're able to just bring it back. I mean, it's a map by map game. It's round by round game. You know, we don't think about the past. We just think about the present and the future. You know, so yeah, they had a good Mirage. We were able to, you know, squeak in that Anubis. It was really good to able to win that game. It's a really tough map to play and to win against the #1 team in the world on Anubis. It's really tough. And then yeah, in Inferno, they started off really strong, and you know, we just had our resilience and we just kept our composure. And Twist made great calls, and I got a few Mac 10 kills. You know, but yeah.
A few Mac 10 kills. I saw some madness on Anubis, and then even on this last round, right, you just were running around confident, doing whatever it took. You made the call to get everyone to come over to A on the last round?
Yeah, I was, yes. I creeped out, and then I heard someone rotate. I'm not sure who it was, and maybe it was Bit playing long. Yeah, and so I heard him rotate, and so I just told him, you know, like, maybe he's not Pit, and it could be Bit, and they're just gambling B, because I think when the pressure's on and the game is getting that late, a lot of teams like to revert to just a B execute, you know. That's what teams like kind of default to when they feel the pressure and they feel the stress. So yeah, I heard him rotate long, and I was like, guys, just come back and we have a chance.
So how confident do you feel right now with 2 games? You're taking down VP, you're just taking down the #1 team in the world.
I mean, obviously I feel confident, but blast groups tends to be a curse for us, because I think the last 2 we went up 2-0 and we ended up not qualifying in the very end. So I'm gonna hope that we don't make the same mistake. If I happen again a 3rd time, then you'll see me at the bar.
I might join you on this. We can't let that happen again.
I like how Naf, he played it down a little bit there, where he said, you know, sometimes it hasn't been so good for us, but he has mentioned that 3rd time he'll be at the bar, so he's feeling confident as well. This is always good when you make your debut, to come out and feel like whatever you've been working on is fitting. And of course, though, on the other side, we don't say goodbye to NAVI just yet, because they'll now be watching very closely to see who wins against Big and Virtus.pro, which is the next game.
Yeah, I mean, that's the brutal part of this format. At times, a little bit unforgiving, a little bit, I don't know. I think, you know, it's a bit rough if they have to play, for example, NAVI again and have to do it all over again in such a short time span, because this was truly a really good win for them. So they'll have some more time to practice and prepare. But there's also a little bit of a mental hurdle if they have to do a rematch against NAVI so soon.
If I know NAVI, they want the rematch already. They'll be prepping for it tonight, hoping that is what's going to happen. And they're going to be very focused in on that, because we all know that revenge is a dish best served cold. So we'll see how that goes. Of course, the action here hasn't finished. We've still got another game coming up. You have had so much incredible Counter-Strike coming your way today. Virtus.pro and Big are going to wrap up the day, and maybe they'll bring us even more action. It should be pretty damn exciting. So don't go anywhere. That game is going to kick off right after this.
I don't think anybody would have expected Liquid to be the team to send NAVI down to the lower bracket, but this is where they are. You know, we've seen them do a lot in terms of winning events. Hold on, just take that in.
We got a translation?
I don't, unfortunately, no sir. But I do know it translates to passion, man. And that's one thing that you can't take away from Heroic. They've got the...
That's one way to disarm your opponent.
Like a church organ?
Okay.
Not like an internal organ.
Because of his commanding presence in the room,
exactly.
No matter what room he walks into.
You need to win some rounds, just to let you know.
Dude, you gotta love Apex because he's friendly even to his opponents.
Between him and Stown, leaving just automatic, and it seems like they have a great idea about where he is. The molly lands at his feet. They've trapped him, they've boxed him in, and Cadian, he's lighting him up.
It's getting personal, isn't it?
Yes. This is what we want to see, though.
That's fantastic.
A smoke for NAF, but a 2v5 in the post. Shiro comes in with 3 kills. Nafany's gone down. He's looking for the ace. Naf puts his head on a present, and Stewie 2K peeks into his own demise. It's on 5. Shiro.
Oh yeah, talk to him, Nafany. Let's go. They recovered that. No armor purchase up. You still expect to win, of course, if you're Team Liquid, and they even use some of the utility that they picked up from the dead bodies back against Gambit, but they could not take Shiro down. The smallest tank you've ever seen. Oh, if they could understand him, I'm sure they'd be offended.
Battle of the Ops. Magisk and Brokey, and a missed shot gives timing for Brokey to take the angle around the pillar. He plays, he dances like ballet, and even though he dies, Magisk gets on bomb. It comes down to the wire, but this one's all vitality.
He doesn't know that Magisk is literally sitting there waiting for him to move, and the reaction is perfect from Magisk. The shot is missed from Brokey, and that's all that matters at the end of the day.
Are you actually a player?
Yo, okay, we're coming in.
They have the kid on Dupree. No, it's hiding in that close side. They're actually going to smoke short as well. This is pretty good, but yeah, the angle is brutal. Spink should have him, but still, 2 to find. Not favorable whatsoever. Does scoop up the kit. Does he go for it? Ops not to. Hoping D has going to be panicking. Snappy to top the round, ramp side. They're both there, and Snappy down. Doesn't have the time and doesn't have the health as it goes to 0 at Diha's hand.
I love this. Another good multi-kill from Diha. This one actually finding the impact for the round conversion. And Snappy, it looked like he had something to say.
What is this stats playing?
Yeah.
Stats playing, Aguiladi.
Yeah, has something to say.
We now get into the big versus Virtus.pro matchup. One of these teams heading home. They need...
I'm not even going to comment on them not even getting my best trash talking moments, huh?
Well...
What the heck, Glass? Come on, you can do better.
Did you have any standout moments there when you looked at your trash talking, Cadian? Is there a moment in time where you go, that was probably the best one that I've ever done?
Yeah, the Muggles one. Whoa, I called someone noobs in a video game. That's crazy.
I know. I think my best trash talking has happened on this desk with you. I've got a couple of zingers that I'm going to save that I've thrown at you. I took some very low blows.
You're gonna show your grandchildren, huh?
Yeah.
Grandchildren, huh?
I'm gonna try to
Once I was on a desk with Cadian. That was crazy.
Cadian, and I flamed him a little bit. Of course, now let's get back into the Counter-Strike. Virtus.pro on your screens. I am concerned about VP. This is a team that I actually think is now set up to win trophies, and yet it looks a little bit shaky.
I mean, we are reaching a certain point where Electronic has had a little bit of time to kind of get adjusted to this system, and at some point we're going to be expecting results. They actually ended the break fairly decent, I would say, and has had some upwards moments where they beat some good teams, but we haven't kind of seen it throughout an entire tournament yet. So I think, of course, this is Blast Groups. We want to see them qualify, we want to see them do better, but especially coming into Cologne, they need to start showing some true potential.
I mean, it's difficult with VP because we know that they have this very specific Jame-controlled style, right? And it is so specific to how they play. To get someone to fit into that space, either to make everyone else change it up a bit, or to get someone else like Electronic to fit in, that's going to take some time.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's hard to know exactly how much of the VP style are they still running, how much say does Electronic have in the mid-round scenarios and stuff like this. I think when you look at the roster, I said it last time on the desk as well. I mean, I also freaking lost a major to majority of these guys, but like Fame and Flit and now Electronic, I think that's such a strong rifling trio. Jame is maybe not the most flashy AWPer, but he's so hard to deal with because he has the AWP in his hands for so many rounds. He just doesn't just give it away with like silly peaks or anything like this. Of course, there's moments where maybe he could be a little bit more aggressive, but that's his way of playing and controlling the economy. And Norbert, I think, is actually a really good role player. He knows how to jump spot B and Mirage, not fuck it up, play time, get a kill, survive, and all these kind of things. And actually yesterday when we were witnessing the game, he was also the guy shooting the hardest. And we've seen this a few times. And for him, personally, that's a positive. But I think overall for VP, some of these 3 other stars needs to step up.
One of the things that we don't talk about a lot as well is that the fact that VP's changed their coach, which was like a huge shock to a lot of us. I don't think we ever thought that was going to happen. So Banks actually had a chance to chat to him. Let's find out what he has to say.
Zomo, you've had some time on VP, but it's not a lot just yet. I want to just see how the working relationship is with you and Jame and just what you guys have been able to come together as a unit so far.
I think yes, everything is working like a... It's really hard for me to speak English so good.
Okay,
yeah, can we just do it again?
Yeah, we can go again. You're new to coaching on Virtus.pro. You've got a new relationship to build with Jame. I just want to find out kind of how that's going so far for you.
I think we have some synergy. We're listening to each other. We're speaking about the plans, speaking about the decisions we will make in the game. So everything is great.
Is the goal here for you to bring a different style to VP? Is that why you've come in, to change up what was kind of the old way of what we know about VP?
Well, we're trying to find our fast game, not just to play slow, trying to shy on different maps with different rushes. So I think we're changing our play style, and sometimes our enemies are not ready for that.
How hard is it though for you to try and implement this? Is there still some bit of time you need? Is still some things you see problems?
Well, we always will have problems. It's different teams. You always are having some different problems in game. But so far, our main problem is that then we're playing with the enemies which we can't prepare. It's really hard for us. So the game with Liquid was very hard because we have no information about them. We don't know their play style, and it's really hard to make a plan to play this game.
So for you guys, it's more about having the preparation and having a good read on the opponent. Do you feel like you can get that on Big better because they only changed one player?
I don't know, but any changes make difference. But I don't know if we will do it. It will show us something or no, but then the team is changing only one player. You can understand and adapt to their playstyle, but then the people doing like 2 or 3 changes, you can understand their playstyle and what they will do, and also they change the captain, and it's really hard to adapt to it.
So you're more confident for Big today?
Yes, of course.
Nice, thank you very much, man.
Kaden, what did you think of Big yesterday? We obviously see them now with a new player as well. You spoke very highly of them, and then they struggled a little bit.
Yeah, I gave them the praise prior to the game, talking my beliefs into the younger generation of German players, and JDC and Crimbo really stepping up to the plate. Tapston, especially in his partnership with Gabi, being known as a very innovative in-game leader, and also one of the very few in-game leaders who can really shoot hard. So I gave them the praise, but I also had to criticize the lackluster performance that they did on day one. But today is a new day, it's a new chance. I think also especially Regan, with what we've seen him do in BNE at majors against tier 1 teams. He is for sure not happy and satisfied with his own performance from day one. So hopefully those glasses are ready to give him some crispy headshots today.
Also, Toby, of course, has come back as a performance coach for Big. He was a coach a while back when they had their really good online era. So he's going to probably have worked with them yesterday to get them motivated after that loss, and hopefully that they can come back in here and face off against VP. But you know what? We want more Counter-Strike. We're just going to jump into game. It's time to get the show on the road.
Damn right. That's right. Sam, the appetizer's over. Okay?
Yes.
Liquid, I know y'all are hyped, but that one's done, all right? Now the real show begins. We got VP and Big locking horns. GGBet odd favorites, Virtus.pro. I like that Homa came in and just kind of reiterated what Electronica said in the past, that y'all can't win if you're only playing slow Counter-Strike.
Yes, and I think that's shown, not just in the interview so far, but VP are definitely way faster than, you know, Rio VP that won JAMA Major in CSGO. MR12 came in and Electronic came in most notably, and their style has been evolving and developing and growing, and they've been testing new things. We see back-to-back rush rounds. That's something that we never saw out of VP or ever thought that we would. We see halves where they are moving faster than their opponents on average, and like that tempo is just crazy to think about. So
never did I think I'd see the day.
Yeah, never think we'd see the day. And with that comes a lot of inconsistency. We see some great maps. We see some strugglesome maps. Yesterday we saw them lose to Liquid, but who's not losing to Liquid these days? So let's see if they can get some revenge, get some confidence back, and try and beat Big.
Fame back plat. Fame had a rough one versus Liquid. Homa also saying it's hard to play games versus teams we can't prepare for, so adding that to maybe the woes of versing Liquid. Fame eating flashbangs, can't see a damn thing, and by the time he regains vision, his eyes are popped out. Regon's got the opening kill of the match, and Flit immediately responds back. So are they gonna go for tunnels control? Because we've got Crimbo back there. You know Crimbo, good for a clutch, so save him till last. Everybody else presses up against the wall. JDC towards Plat's gonna try and support this. Searson waiting for someone to jump through. CT's nades come out. They've got one more flash on Flit, so he better not die to these window challenges. There goes that flash, and here comes the push. It works out nicely for 2. Norbert picks up another. Searson reloading outside of the bomb site. They do not have a kit. Jame, 5 seconds left, gonna get gunned down, surely! What? It's a little labored, but he gets there. Cover's just not on the mark for Norbert. Searson 3-piece in the pistol with the clutch, and it's Big's first round to take.
Oh, Norbert, what happened?
Norbert.
Oh, no. He had so many shots. Searson was shooting so many shots. That was definitely a total of almost 20 bullets missed between those two. But it ends up working out for Searson, who has just a little bit more time and a little bit more ammo. Wow. That is a little messy.
Oh, that's awkward, huh? Couldn't say it better myself.
It happens. It's more so concerned about Fame's individual level yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, Norbert was quite good yesterday. And, well, VP still fighting today.
There you go. Searson tearing through 3. Yoppa. 4 kills, actually, in this
Yet
round.
to die.
Almost on for the ace. %80 of the way.
This is a great map for these two teams to play on. It was probably both their favorite maps at one point.
And Big picked it.
Which is interesting, actually, in the veto. I mean, DP saw what happened to them yesterday versus...
Now you can hit shots?
With the USP.
Over the box like
He
that.
got the Venom out.
Sorry, Norbert, I didn't mean to say it so condescendingly.
It's called warming up, okay?
Yeah. Felt a little harsh. I take it back. I'll rephrase it. Oh, now he hits the shot. Does that sound better?
Yeah, it's almost worse because you're like guising your intention now that we know what kind of person you are.
I'm just an
evil guy. Picking on poor Norbert. Norby.
Were you disgruntled with the op shots that Jame was missing yesterday? Did it bother you?
I was confused. Okay. You know what I mean? When Jame misses, I'm just like confused. Other players, I'm like, oh, his form's bad. Jame, like, what's wrong? Is it the game's fault?
It must be.
You know, it can't be him. Someone probably screwed him up, you know?
What was odd is that even on Ancient, like when they were battling Liquid to the depths of that quadruple OT, man, there was a lot of kills on the board for Jame, but there was also some very critical misses.
Yes.
You know, that Twists 1v3 when he's able to get past the cave door.
James
Bane
CS2
trying to stick a bomb and...
His CS2 form mirrors a lot of the players who are good early, like Rops as well. He was one of the top oppers in the early months, but it's been a mixed bag.
Everybody's getting so good.
Hey, let's go, Regon.
And Big, feeling it too. Speaking of tough maps, man, Regon's debut with Big.
But what's very strange is it's been such a mixed bag of op form, where it's gotten worse for Jame, and it started off incredibly well as one of the few oppers that was good and everyone else couldn't figure it out. And some of the problems of the game got fixed, and we've regressed in some respects as well with the peaking and stuff like that. But it's much better than it was, you know, round time of Sydney and the end of the year. So it's a question as to like why Jame has sort of struggled in the later months. Same with someone like Rops, who's someone I hold in high regard when it comes to learning new things about new games. Like him and Monacy are the two players I watched the most demos of because I knew on a mechanical level, they would understand the details of the game probably first.
Yeah, they're in the trenches.
And James up there too. And for whatever reason, the op form's been a miss. I want to say it's also because they're restructuring the team in such a way. It's no longer Jame and James system. It is him opping in a team that is more balancing the efforts of IGLing with Electronic. New coach, new Electronic.
Coach Homa. Still odd not to see Dastan.
Yeah.
Hope he's out there.
Yeah, no Gabi, no Dastan. What's going on?
I don't like 2024.
What's going on in the world?
Yeah, let's take me back to 2016. Take me back to 2014 so I can buy Katowice capsules.
I would have.
You should have.
You don't want to know how many LGB hollows I've scraped off of my vanilla weapons in the past.
Makes me cringe. Nade to chase Jame. Twice now he's had to fall off this angle and not even get a chance to fire.
Fire.
I did say that weird, didn't I?
You said it like Rusty Cole.
It's like earlier this morning when I said coffee for no apparent reason.
Coffee? Oh, what are you, from Boston?
Yeah. Sometimes.
You want to get some clams?
I love Boston. Electronics got him in the bag. And just like that, he's able to skate back into the B site. Was hoping VP could hang on to that man advantage, but a nice clean one from tabseN through the doorway leaves that electronic push now isolated in sight. He gives up sight to come help Fame bottom mid, as could the CT players. Jame in the spawn. They don't see an immediate follow through, so it does enable electronic to get back into the depths of B. Sits behind the box on 38 health. There's no utility here for Virtus.pro. He's gonna hope that doesn't spread, and he's getting away with it. Oh, they're not gonna see it coming. He swings out and kills Crimbo, goes to finalize it all, but at 10 seconds, JDC gets across. Safely plants. Nope, Jame decides not to rush, but he's still got him off it. Now Jame will come through.
What?
The bomb goes
I reacted like that, but there was a chance that he got killed. Oh man, I just can't believe he got that bomb down.
I've never seen your eyes so wide open.
The way you turn left like you had a steering wheel.
Yeah, right. Drifting that bad boy. Good bomb plant there from JDC.
Let's go. Come on, let's go.
First round for VP.
That was 3 good rounds, followed by 1 good round. Lots of good rounds, though.
Ooh, look at the bodies here. VP. They're not going to give this away for free.
Whoa, taking this back is always risky, man. They could be playing blue bin, dodging, anti-flash, all kinds of things.
Oh, the flash was good. But tabseN triple.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
That whole pack of bodies groups up for the Galil's fire hose ability to spray you down.
Yeah, it's massively risky to go for the flash retakes. I mean, getting the first kill is usually a great sign for just everything else toppling. And the flash hit everybody as well, but the fact that you can just jump away to blue bin, there might be a guy not out the door yet. Like,
yeah.
It just has to be so perfect. Today wasn't the day. What a spray down here from tabseN. And what will be a free plant.
That's quite a great start to the first map of the series here from Big.
This is the Cadian. This is the Big that Cadian was looking for yesterday. Looked way off yesterday, but so much better now. It's crazy seeing the amount of potentially strong teams that are just going to get left in the dust with the amount of parity there is amongst all the top rosters at the moment. Yeah, it's a late door play that's just like, oof.
God. That's the tabseN effect, those 3 bodies piled high.
Terrorists win.
You think this Big can crack top 10? Think about it. Big picture.
I think they can. I don't know. Like, I would say, like, for me at best, like 9, 10, something like that.
Small crack.
Small crack. What do you think?
I think about the same.
Yeah. I mean, I think, like, for me, the roster moves, they raised their floor, didn't raise their ceiling. Ceiling wasn't high enough already, so hard for me to believe that they'll
It's like if each of these players can put forth the best I've ever seen from them, it's enough.
Yeah.
But it's always just so wobbly.
There's just so much competition right now. I just feel like it's just so difficult. Like, I am not jealous of some of these rosters that I feel like would be successful in other years in the game.
Yeah, you don't think the Flaren could hang nowadays?
Well, I'll say you brought him back. We'd get Sweden back to #1. You know what I mean? That's where it all went wrong.
He can't start playing in Sweden again. He's part of our NA stack.
Yeah, that's right. He's West Coast now.
Yep.
He's a Cali boy. Greatest laugh in Counter-Strike history.
Nice molly. Burning top mid. Scorched earth on Suicide.
Suicide?
Yeah, Fame tucked close B. I'm really hoping for a better performance from Fame tonight. One of those people who just, I felt like when Outsiders / VP won the major, I mean...
The harshest I'll ever put it is that it's kind of a waste of skill with Fame. Like, you know, on the roster, because he comes in as an amazingly high elo player, super good individual skill.
Yikes.
Ooh, awkward. Very awkward. Ooh. I want to blame the game for that, but he really did test the outer limit of that molly.
Yeah, I'm going to blame him. And he'll blame himself.
But we've never seen Fame be that amazing individual player on this roster. Not for a long time. When he first joined up, it was great, and then Rio and everything, but
yeah.
The
high was high.
It's sort of starting to feel like Mir in terms of, you know, the lack of potential coming through.
Electronic, single kill, but keeps the edge to the favor of Virtus.pro. James eats a flashbang, so now he's in a bit of a pickle. Smoke in front of him. He puts down a smoke of his own, taking a bit of damage here, but he's got teammates sprinting over to help. We hit the 30-second mark and JDC makes contact. Long range, Norbert wins it, but they do clear Jame out, which will guarantee the plant. So Crimbo on a quarter, Tabson sits on half, and both of them kind of getting corralled through the smoke, around the smoke. That temporary cover gets Crimbo into a slightly better position. Oh, nice reaction to deal with Fame, but he gets his head tucked down on box. The two CTs take ramp. And as he just keeps himself down, Bomb hits that halfway point. He was pinched. He had nowhere to run, and so the retake comes out, and VP win a second.
Yeah, the only way that sequence works is you get the first kill, while strafing back, and then the second guy comes out, you make him go super wide, and then you get the kill. Similar to that Fame ace.
Yeah. Second one.
What's that?
Oh, never mind.
Does that sound like a putty tat? A little wet.
Dude, tongue a little thick there, Lunder.
Hey, everybody playing got to play until they get hit.
I'm the mistakes guy.
Flit, 3 kills on the round. Excellent rifle work.
That's somebody who's remained consistent.
Yeah.
Ooh, Norbert, what you doing? You forgot about the Crimbo up? He can do it. And he does, off spawn. Swings for long and establishes 5v4. All of big work together. That's kind of their whole thing. The always German core. Flick comes over to join Electronic. A lot of grenades here for the defense, but none of them being thrown out. So Big, happy to just slide along the wall. Get into position. Fame. Oh, it's just the one. Flick gets popped too. So Electronic's gonna have to go massive because James is on B, saving in tunnels. Electronic is absolutely pelted by grenades. Found
Wait
out.
a second, what?
Tabson can't find him. There he goes.
Okay.
Searson's gonna clip him from long, and that is Big back to winning ways because Crimbo opened a door in the first 5 seconds of the round.
Yeah, man, that long spawn, man, that's a beauty. It's a great shot to kick things off. Big, so much better than yesterday already, these 5 rounds.
Yeah, time to over-exaggerate. Let's do it.
You don't think so?
I think they're the best. No, I think Dust 2 is where I'm expecting them to do better things.
Yeah.
And I actually had high hopes for them at groups, to be honest. I genuinely thought this team, I didn't think they would upset Navi.
You're always the one who reminds me that Big survive groups every time.
Yeah,
You know,
Big.
One time they went to Showdown.
Big are best at blast is what I used to say, but then it's like slowly kind of sputtered out a little bit. But I think on paper, dude, this is genuinely a Big that I think on paper is the best it's been.
Wait, of all the iterations of Big?
Since they started trying to just like go full German and only include players from the Academy League.
You know, Smooya is listening right now.
I don't care.
Okay.
I do care.
Santeris Big was the best Big, surely.
We'll talk about it. I like this Big.
Okay, well that's...
I like that Searson sat on the sidelines.
I like some of those Regon entries from previous rounds.
What he wanted to do and now gets a chance to shine again. I love that JDC, kind of the one piece that gets clipped off of the Mao's NXT to Mao's run and has to watch all of them go on to become number 1. Yeah, that's true. Shout out Shane one time. The real NXT OGs know. But yeah, I just love the story, and I love what I think is the skill ceiling of this big team.
Okay.
You know, I don't want to see Crimbo's best years perhaps be burned out on what was Tabson's dream, to make a German team rise to the top.
Hey, might be his dream too, right?
Might be. May also have been groomed to believe it, you know? Vitality came knocking from what the rumors say. And he said, nah.
Just kept waving that damn flag in my face.
Yeah.
Then I fell in love.
You know? To each their own, but they want it to work, and so do I.
We have seen the re-emergence of some Academy League teams.
Okay.
And I've heard some whispers that maybe WePlay comes back. I don't know if it's real or not.
Have you been keeping an eye over there?
I've been tweeting at them every day. Please bring back the Academy League. Please bring back the Academy League. That's all we want. And I say that because, well, Big could benefit 100% from that. That's where they got.
I think Counter-Strike benefits. Look at all the players that have emerged from that league over time.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Crimbo because of that, you know? So, yeah, a lot of teams got a lot out of having an Academy League.
If we don't have that again, then maybe we don't get another big wave like we have in the last couple of years.
That's why I criticized this last offseason, because all of the top Academy League prospects are on top teams.
Make Academy great again. Sorry, Fame. I respect the hustle. Oh, missed shot. James comes back. 2 flying CZ kills.
Okay.
What year is it?
LDCZ is back. How'd that James shot miss? Do you see what I'm saying? Something feels wrong.
Watch that CZ fly.
Okay.
Oh, it doesn't really count as flying, does it?
It kind of like count the edge bug off the car.
Yeah.
And maybe a little airtime there.
Another long fight. We saw the off work, but JDC not as successful. Ooh, missed off shot. The game's broken.
You see what I'm saying?
The game's broken.
It's James' game. They got to check it out. Something about something we don't know about right now.
Some be do what I say, but now. Searson one and done. Gone. Yes, good trade. Big is just, again, working as a unit and cracking skulls at the moment. This is kills across the feed from the entirety of Big. Everybody contributes, barring JDC's opening death. And with bomb down, we go 7-2 Big on this T side. I also feel like I used a lot of brain power on the first match of the day.
Yeah. I think a lot of people here were like, wait, there's another game? The major final hasn't started yet? We just watched Liquid NAVI.
We watched the final, and now we get the show match.
Yeah.
This, of course, for context, everybody at home, is the lower final of Group D. So 2 losses between Big and VP yesterday. You lose this one, you're going to the showdown.
Terrorists win.
We're looking at the proverbial bottom of the barrel. And looking down the barrel's Crimbo, man. What a turn on Fame. Poor guy gets blasted.
That's huge. Some good energy out of Regon.
Would you expect anything less?
No, and that is a bonus, definitely. That's been talked about. Good energy. And Electronic is turning the corner at top mid. Is Crimbo going to be nervous about this? It looks like he'll get past him, which means there is time to actually flank Crimbo if he is not suspicious enough. Oh, they're going to be running back here. Crimbo cleared out top mid for them. Electronic, eat your heart out.
Keeps his head down, sees the shot.
Oh my God. Nice from Regon. Just in case for that lurk.
He ain't falling.
Trust but verify, he said to Crimbo.
Yep. Which, you got nothing else to do. Don't skip procedures.
Norbert eating flashbangs. Regon also having eaten one on the attempt to exit. Flashes aren't the best, but the entry is there. They keep those flashbangs going. Flit locked into the car, has to throw his smoke down.
Yeah.
Still burns him by 35. So
and they kill time. They don't have time to work with here on long.
Searson with eyes on the smoke, trying to keep it going. The peek comes out from Flit. A second attempt out of the CTs. 20 seconds to go. They're hoping Jane can put some down, and sure enough, finds Searson. Oh, that's better. This op shoots straight. He loses his teammate, but they've got 15 seconds, and he has an ability to jump up onto site. Gets into position, but Crimbo catching him on the ledge gives Big that 8.
Yeah, it was a little bit awkward getting up onto there, but I think maybe he still dies if he's not ready for someone to jump on car. A nice try from Jane with his first 2 kills. I really think they should have milked that spot for a little bit more time off the clock, right, with Flit at car. He could try to escape, but what's the point? I mean, we've got a couple of bad guns here to support James. Why not just give him more time? Big are going to commit to long. Maybe they don't know it yet, but they also are not in a good position if it goes B.
Woo, Searson back to the man advantage goes the boys in Big. And now we're looking at a stomp here, Launders.
Yeah, man. That's what I'm saying, because we already did see Big play Dust 2, so like just comparing those two Dust 2s, this is like leagues ahead. It's crazy what one day can do. Big are known to power up, you know, a lot between days.
Good double kill for just an MP9, in with the triple, but the gun goes dry. And so Searson and Crimbo versus Flit and Norbert with a smoke ahead of the cat commitment. Minute on the clock to sense this one out, and Flit wants to get close on door.
And that cat smoke's stronger than ever with the ability to jump up again, but they decide to go through it.
Great call.
Yeah, they call the bluff. Norbert's downstairs.
Put a smoke of their own in the same position. Norbert tries to crawl along the wall. Ooh, Flit's looking at it, and he turns. Oh, Flit does the same.
Did Norbert show himself, and that's why he's like...
Maybe he made a step.
Yeah.
Got the player to turn, but I mean, that player behind Gandalf was just watching smoke.
Just crazy. Yeah, it must have been some kind of sound bait.
Sooner. Half a second sooner, and Flit gets shredded.
Still a crazy spray transfer as well.
James lifeless. Valiant effort from Electronic. Sets up Crimbo to pull off, Flit to pull off the last 2. So VP just trying to make anything here. The tail end of the CT side.
That op again. The very good spawn. No one crosses, however. He doesn't know it for sure. Oh, 2 ops in place.
He's gonna have to go back into the angle. Nice.
Oh, but Flit is in CT spawn with the other op.
Smoke on doors, lets JDC tuck back into top middle. Everybody else for Big out long. We've seen them get really close before using any utility. Hell, we've seen them get to the cross and still peek with no utility. Good flash. James trying to set himself up. And again, they get all the way to the end before finally throwing down smokes. James gonna give himself a window to work in, pops it open, almost costs himself his life.
He did hit Tapsit.
Get JDC getting cleared out by Electronic, who just feels frisky on the smoke. They're trying to boost up over top of it, and Tabson steps forward onto the ramp. Bomb on his back, Crimbo by his side, James to the top rope. And this 5v3 is also a massive health advantage. 30 to the clock here as Big are just trying to get this bomb down, but Virtus.pro suffocating them on the ramp. No chance as all 5 stand and VP nab a 4th. If you thought VP would make this easy, you should have known better. 2 rounds sprinkled in at the tail end of that half to double the count to 4. It's a very well-oiled big machine at the moment, taking over the T side. Some very clean opening kills from Crimbo. But at the end of the day, we'll see if this T side from Virtus.pro is too much heat to handle.
It very much could be. I think it's still sort of up in the air. We know VP can put on a massive comeback at any moment, any match, any map, any tournament. But big on Dust too. It's a favorite. Trying to start a new history here with Regon and start off on the right foot. We had that Liquid debut completed with their 2 massive wins. And Baker trying to make up for yesterday. Regon as well yesterday individually looking a little bit nervous.
Oh boy. Molotov comes at him. He does a bit of chip damage, but it's Searson and Tabson who have picked up kills so far. He'll be watching from the sidelines as Fame tries to bring this back. 2v4 and low HP, but a bomb to put Jame in the post plant. Searson doesn't dive the doors. Fame gets the plant off at the very least. Oh, nice tap on Tabson. But Searson waits long enough, emerges through the smoke, and posts a 9th to the big clan.
Dude.
Yes?
This would be a statement.
A German statement.
Yeah, yeah. Ja, man.
That was a nice tap.
And this might be a bit too much to withstand here for Virtus.pro, but the force is going to come in, of course, with that plant.
Remember at the start of the year when Virtus.pro topped the Blast groups and went straight to London? You remember that?
A lot of weird things happened at that Blast groups.
Like what?
I think Falcons were good. No, wait, Falcons?
Whoa.
Am I crazy? Were they there?
They were there.
They were there.
Yep.
Yeah. They did start off the year in a very surprisingly good way.
The same groups where Spirit showed up without Donk.
Ah, yes, that's right.
Hallie played some Counter-Strike and has since been outshined by Saw's coach stand-in performance.
There was something special about that because he just looked like a legit member of the team. Ooh.
Crimbo. Quick kill is what's left for VP here. Walks out through the mid doors. Nobody will do better than Gary with Furia, though.
With the Mag 7s.
That will forever be the best coach performance. Some say he is still in consideration for a full-time spot on Furia.
As long as they're playing Ancient.
Regon. Yeah, I was going to say, I felt like he was better off on boxes, but then he tries to take a step out and gets found out. Searson never even reacts to the thought that someone's going to walk up on him, hoping tunnels would be a part of the puzzle.
That one's a little strange because Regon's leaving because maybe he thinks they're a cat when the top mid flank comes in.
Regon leaving, considering the threat, and then Searson never reacts to it. And then all Big want to do here is save. So a walkout from VP from the doorway to a 5th round win, Launders. That one felt a little too easy.
Little too easy. It looked like it was about to be a little too easy for Big. And then things changed.
Mein God.
It's a much more chill game than the one we just witnessed.
For now.
For now.
Maybe that's our fault.
I mean, you can blame yourself.
Wasn't me.
It wasn't me.
Picture this, we were both
butt naked.
Yeah.
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 Fair's fair was a nice shot as well, though, from Fame. Not even letting the MP9 answer back.
Never even turned. I'm so surprised. Regon sees him coming. Searson statuesque. But he's got the scout back in hand as the limitations here could strike Big down a bit.
Taps in, re-peeks into the climb, and Flit takes his head off. Very quick transition queued up. There's no way VP don't scale on this. They've been talking about playing faster, and that is a golden opportunity to swarm into the A site on a lesser buy from Big. Sure enough, 2 kills out from VP. They're not going to lose this map.
VP are not going to lose this map?
You heard me.
Oh, wow. Okay. Wow, I thought Big have 9 rounds, and they had quite a good T side.
You heard me.
All right. It's going to be the climb back here for Virtus.pro, as called by Connor McGurvin.
You know what my middle names are?
Susan.
No.
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 Actually, I do know this piece of trivia, but I just can't. It's not coming to me right now. Larry.
Yeah.
It's
and
Larry.
Mike. I have 2.
Larry and Mike.
Yep. Connor, Larry, Mike, Gervin.
You
That's not
have
hillbilly.
3 first names.
Yep.
I mean, I have a friend who's named Tristan Norman Felix Williams Jenkins Rowe. So.
Bro, pick one.
We call him Tristan. You know what my middle name is?
Paul.
No.
Oh.
That's my Starbucks name. My middle name is Joey.
That's true.
Hey,
That's a
Joey.
weird one. Harry James Russell.
Harry James Russell.
Hugo Jonathan Byron.
Jonathan.
Mm-hmm.
Johnny Boy Byron. Henry Hank Greer.
Yeah, that's got to be it. Oof, sorry, Big, but you've got pistols, and that's why I think VP closed this gap. You know, we talked about at the start of this game how you just don't get 2 back-to-back fast rounds out of Virtus.pro. How that just felt so inconceivable once upon a time. And I've held my breath as I've seen them throw it out, but then also kind of feel awkward. You know, some growing pains for Virtus.pro as a system that's been so adamant for so long is tested. Searson also challenged as Norbert slides out, perfectly timed with the long hit. JDC's got a real chance to claw this back, but tagged up by Flit before he dies. Regon, we've been waiting for it. A star-studded moment for him to put forth one of the big pieces of BNE.
And Fame's actually not going up Cat. He's coming out late long.
This could work. Regon gets onto the site. Will JDC be able to set it up at all?
Oh.
Regon clears Goose, now trying to focus elsewhere, but exposed to 2 at the same time. Those double ups from Virtus.pro have traded out efficiently again. And now JDC's 18 health has to be back for the 2 remaining players on VP.
They must have thought that VP completely left because JDC peeled back all the way to mid and Regon was going to push to final clear it, but they didn't really pick and make sure.
And to expect somebody to just be like anchoring Goose as a late lurk.
Yeah.
The health just doesn't make you believe, but we'll see if the marksmanship is tight. JDC sees ahead, good early damage. That's James Low and Fame tucked. He's seen them both and hit them too, but again, tough one for JDC. Low HP, no kit. And nobody's giving him anything else to pull on, so tough contemplation. He's got to cut the losses and let VP get that 7.
Yeah, they have to run from this, and they'll keep their 2 guns. If they get out in time, JDC can hang on to his 1, but maybe you were onto something, Connor. Maybe there is a comeback in place. That was a little bit disjointed, and again, I think it would have been fine if Regon goes for the clear, even not being sure if long is clean, but only if JDC kind of stays there, because if it's not clean, they need to win on fights. So if that's going to happen and he goes versus 3 on long, he might as well just go with JDC and assume it's the B side. Then they both get out at the same time. That's where I think this lack of cohesion doesn't really make sense as a solution on the round.
Go.
But it certainly looked like they were 80% sure long was clear, and then they were just going to rotate over. So now this 2-round game, another long spawn. This time it's Norbert. Whoa. Not sure if he even saw anything right there.
One of the things I do like about just playing off spawns in Dust 2 is that we do just get these kind of celebrity op moments.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, you gotta try because you've got the spawn.
Yeah.
But Norbert's like, yo, give me that back. Here, take the nades too, would you?
Yeah, it's like Young Thug making a country album.
Norbert's gonna get flashed out, maybe? Says, screw the op, watch this. A little too far to deal with Searson. Crimbo blind, gave up his angle. It's a good scout tag, though. We'll see if it has any ramifications. Crimbo just waiting for them to extend out. Oh, he turns from the flash, and sure enough, it does help. Norbert goes down with ease. James trades one.
And they know that Crimbo is around here, but he drops to pit. It's a little bit more safe. He can take his time with it. Electronics actually listening to him leave after they don't clear blue. This is going to cost him a big timing. Crimbo's usually aware and suspicious and might turn back to look as he tucks single. But at the moment, oh, he's got to fight his way out.
Split off elbow to get the kill. They do a really good job of getting big to bite down on that mid kill, right? JDC gets clipped by the op. You see Regon calling for help because he has evacuated B site, and in that moment, Crimbo running, making sound, all VP needed.
Yeah.
The right pieces in the right position, moved at the right time, and now that gap is a measly 1 round difference.
Man, I mean, it does. Sometimes it's obviously going to cost you to clear blue. In this situation, it felt like, yeah, Crimbo felt like he needed to get back to the site, so there is that. And they already killed one person there. But that is the frag that he misses. That cost them. Oh, it's kind of a slow crawl back from Virtus.pro, but it's with conviction. It's looking pretty sound here.
Terrorists win.
They've also been waiting some time to get started on this match.
And they had to wait an entire CT half to really find their groove, but VP doing the deed at the moment. Electronic wanted the ability to play fast in this lineup. Homa comes in to start smoothing out those transition issues. And we're looking at a Virtus.pro that may be able to hold on to some of its uniqueness in the late rounds, but more than anything else, it's a VP with variety.
It's actually a good point. Like, they still keep their same abilities in like a slow pace, like 2vx situations. That doesn't change much. You're always going to play a certain way off the clock. But yeah, earlier on in the openings of the rounds, that's where they're showing they're a little different. And this time it'll be James.
Beautiful.
Wow. They have really taken advantage of as many long spawns as they possibly can, and it's worked out. At least 2 rounds straight up. The other ones, they haven't died.
Certainly helps when your opper's the one that gets the long spawn.
Yeah. No coincidence there.
You know, it's always a bit of a spin of the wheel. When it lands on gold, you run with it. Unfortunately for Big as well, there are limitations here. JDC's Deagle, Tabson's MP9. Wow, he actually throws that over. He threw away his Deagle to get the M4. Flash.
Ooh. They did hear some fast steps, but Bigger just hoping they,
Nah, they evacuate the site. They are going ahead to give away this 9th and let VP tie the game.
Sounds good. How did you know this was coming?
I've been casting Counter-Strike for 8 years.
He said,
VP,
I know CS.
Counter-Strike for 8 years, and Virtus.pro somehow is half that time.
Yeah, true. No, we've been casting them all the way since the, DreamHack Rio, Grand Finals, Avangar in 2018. 2018.
Yep.
That was James' first big win.
What's crazy, too, is that when we cast that event in 2018, we had never been to Rio, so everything was new. And as the CTs get cleared,
We went back for the major where that same team wins the event again, and it only was until like 2.5 weeks into the event that you and I realized we were in the same neighborhood that we were 5 years earlier.
Yeah, so crazy.
Life finds a way.
And we also didn't realize that was the closest that... No, actually, that's not true. I was going to say Furia made it to that final and, you know, never won an event, but they did win Espu.
That's true.
Probably about the same sort of strength as that open back then.
Furia versus Navi in the semis. Excuse me, quarters. Whew. Searson, there we go. I think putting down a bit of a stamp on Catwalk would be a good idea. There's been a lot of early moves from VP in that half. So, nice to see Searson try to get something going for big. It's been a great streak of round wins out of Virtus.pro. And I mean, at this point, change it up, right? If you're going to transition into the save to make sure you got those guns, you got to get active. We've been talking about it all night. Getting active on the CT side.
Get active.
It's 2024. Get active. Get your steps in.
Yeah, for now, blocking's enough. They can try to rearrange in this position. VP don't want any part of this. They're on a win streak right now, and they don't want to lose just because they only have 4 players alive. Looks like Electronic is rattling off some ideas.
As we've come to expect. What's Tabson got? A frag to pop this open. JDC on window. Can he peek? He tries to combine. Yes, sir. It's good.
Wow.
Him and Tabson, a frag apiece. And a deflated Virtus.pro limps out the mid doors, deciding to tuck back in. That streak of round wins comes to a quick close, all kicked off by Searson being freed up to get aggressive on the catwalk.
They don't even really shoot a bullet. Just one nade in the smoke. Silence M4 is putting in work from both sides. Great tactic and timing out of Tabson, who makes sure to tuck himself in and only peek when it's super safe and lets JDC do most of the heavy lifting with that first kill. And just like that, bigger back in the game.
Nice 1-2. Just enough vision for Tabson. Virtus.pro get caught out in the open. It's nice seeing him.
Regun has always been happy in the tough times too.
It's nice to see him on a new team. I mean, what the Bad News Eagles were able to, Bad News Eagles were able to do over the course of a few majors. I mean, really one of the best examples as to why that circuit needs to forever be open.
Yeah, definitely. Yep, pretty remarkable, to be honest, what they accomplished.
You know, we've
sort
seen
of the flip side of this generation in terms of like just making it to the major as their one thing, but that's hard enough.
Yep. And not just making it to the major and then fizzling out, but I mean like eliminating FaZe from Rio, for example.
Oh yeah.
Nice to see multiple pieces of that team land on their feet. And also make a lot of money.
Oh yeah. But of course, most recently it didn't work out. And all good things that must come to an end.
Yep, I think that's kind of the general consensus. Always good to never drag a good thing on for too long. Crimbo hangs on to long control with a very passive-looking Norbert for the moment. We saw Searson actively open up shop in the round prior. That's what put an end to the VP streak. Let's see if this more passive angle hold towards Goose can also net him an opening kill. Smoke in front of it. Drops the incendiary at 45 seconds. Still has a smoke of his own if he wants to really interrupt this exec.
But they don't.
They'll go through.
They're gonna go through. That's
100%.
what they've been doing early this time around. And seriously, this might be letting them pass. It's awkward if he swings out at the wrong time, but no, it's the perfect time. Easy kill.
Smoke right in front, and that's where Electronic's going to be able to punish. Jame looking for the next CT to arrive, but it's actually Tabson out on smoke, not really taking too much of a gamble. Now with the flashbang, that's what he was waiting for in order to take over ramp. Crimbo still hangs on to long control, but Norbert is soon to nip on his heels, and he's gonna find 3 players on that ramp. Smoke still covering 1. JDC tries to respond. He's lost all his teammates, and he's trying to go big in the 1v4. 2 kills deep. Sticking this. He goes for the spray as the molly pops, but no sir. VP answer, we're tied at 10, and it's a one-off from Big.
Man, they just walk up Cat again. This time rotations are a little bit slow from Big, and VP are right. Like, they can just take Cat at any tempo they'd like. There's not anything special they have to do to jostle around rotations around the map. Big are just not really getting information here, and then they're under-rotating, and Searson's alone at Goose in this position with no one on the ramp to support him. And he does a good job of getting his first kill, but it doesn't go 1 kill into another player, into another opportunity. Instead, it's just a single point of failure. So that's been abusable. Virtus.pro have figured it out. Big, yeah, need to get ahead of it, so they exercise some prophylaxis, get down on Cat early.
Man, this is going to be the biggest test of Regon yet.
Yeah, true.
8 and 15. His moment here and now. And a smoke in front of the push. He gets 1, 2. There we go. Looking a bit better. And I love that he tries to get away from the plat swing so that he could maybe get a third. He did his job. He set them up. And Crimbo's already peeled another one off of the bomb site. 4v2 advantage. Hands come up from Electronic. Norbert's going to be caught off by this one. JDC wasting no time. In fact, Big waste, not 1 moment. And they jump back into that site that Regon so aptly defended.
And yeah, Regon was not in a good position right there to do that by himself. The team did not expect it to be B right there. He really had to go above and beyond, and he delivered big time. That's a hype round for him alone. And that's with the smoke that comes out, assuming that the team is going to come in slowly. If he knew it was going to be this fast, he would have had impact grenades coming out, incendiaries, but he had to fall back on his aim, but his aim came through.
That's got to be a feels good.
Yeah.
You know, you go from one of the biggest pieces of the B&E team into a slow start with Big.
And VP literally just conditioned them into worrying about Cat, putting Searson there early, and then said, okay, now we hit B.
It was a good plan. You could see the mastermind of Virtus.pro working away at it, but now they haven't just won off of an early Searson Cat pick. Regon serving up an issue for Virtus.pro here in the late moments of Dust 2. Unfortunately for Big, though, they've regressed back into not having that catwalk control. Ooh, Searson, however, still trying to find damage from elsewhere, and keeping eyes on doors has taken Electronic down low. In contrast to some of these other rounds, man, VP working with so little. Everybody just stranded in the tunnels like rats. Regon goes for the peek, and Fame, a headshot machine, drops him. Oh, a double up. You want to see something impactful from those that struggled? Fame comes in with the double.
Oh man, one small moment of doubting yourself, one small moment where you get a little too curious, and that's just enough here. And they're delaying the plant just to what? Start the hunt? They know this round's over. No attempt on the retake, and here it is, that first kill. Oh man, it's a nice shot from Fame. And it's Regon coming out just a little too early. After the great round that he just had. And you know what? It's Big who started out on Cat again, and so it was the right call to try B again. This time there were 2 players there, but again, one small mistake.
It's all VP need. Searson in the shooting gallery. Uh-oh. Nades just can't be thrown far enough. A little too heavy.
2 pounds-ish. You guaranteed us a VP win. But right now, it's unclear. I'm going to say it. There's a chance that big win, Connor. Third timeout. And it's, jokes aside, been pretty even in these last few rounds. It's sort of a mixed bag in terms of, again, one small mistake. Are VP going to be able to take advantage of Cat? Like, I mean, they can get conditioned for the B site, but if Regon can put on a hold like that every once in a while, then I mean, we're going to go to overtime. Guaranteed.
Maybe.
Full guns. Ooh, he said, I'm still young. It's a quick one from James.
Damage back. Oh, collateral. JDC.
What?
Wild blind.
He set up that entire shot. Full white. And now Virtus.pro are down to 3 on map point.
Well, I'll be damned. JDC. Losing your B anchor that early. I mean, you know what VP wanted.
Yeah.
They get turned away from long A doors. They say, screw it, let's pounce. And JDC delivers.
How could you expect the second op?
But it doesn't mean it's done. Crimbo, we've seen him fall away from some of these doors, right? Norbert comes out late, kind of catches him. This time, Crimbo tries to go deep, and it pays off. Not only does he get himself positioned into the 4v2, but it lets them fall back with confidence. Long is fully theirs. They drop. Norbert jumping down. Oh, he catches Tapson off. There's an op in CT, but Crimbo maintains long control, and that op creeps up, misses a shot. James skates by. He wants Crimbo instead. And he gets blasted by Searson, who catches him off with the climb up on box and puts big on 12. That one, thanks to JDC.
Yeah, 100%, man. That's a crazy start to the round from him. Nice try in the end. James talking a lot here to make sure this isn't a 13-11 finish, but
how he hits that,
I don't know, man. He goes from full blind behind the box into rescoping, swinging out, and shooting without being able to see a damn thing. Muscle memory.
Oh, again!
But this time it's JDC.
Boys, don't give it to him. Back-to-back 4v5s, back-to-back mid picks. Regon may have gotten to the site, but his support is long gone.
Oh my God, is Searson gonna figure something out here?
Yeah, he's being unleashed. He's letting this one go. He's getting active. Oh, but worried about the player in the back. There's one even closer. He pulls Norbert off it. Lower player dead. Tapson traded out by Regon. Now it's his turn on the op. And we saw this same push last round. Crimbo comes again. Oh, missed shot out of James. And it's a man advantage. Here we go. Flip peaks. And that's one op low. Oh, Regon stuck against the wall. Tries to soften him up. And, well, it's 11 HP. But Crimbo's tucked into the top mid corner.
Yeah, he swaps to green box. Will this be expected? You know it's Crimbo. He could be anywhere. He's tricky.
We haven't seen a Crimbo clutch, and this is where he's an expert, so sure enough, he'll do it. Sure enough, Big will let this go the distance, but at the 24th round, the final hour, they don't let this slip through. Back-to-back James 4v5s, all for naught.
I mean, it wouldn't be a Virtus.pro game if it wasn't that freaking close all the time. What did you think about that one, Cadian?
I really like the proactivity in the last round from Big Clan. A lot of the times when, can you say, an underdog team, when it gets really close, you have the match point, yada yada, they step back and they wait so much for the other team to make a mistake because they're kind of afraid of themselves. Here, they were pushing aggressively in middle, they got the trades. Arguably though, James should probably have hit that shot on Crimbo in the end. He did predict the last push. But it's more about the kind of way of thinking and the perspective of how to do it. So, but yeah, super close game. Two very strong T sides from both teams. In the end, though, Big Clan
Big clan. They were able to do it. I mean, the T side did look really strong. That was the thing. When we came out the gate, I thought, oh, this is looking like it's going to be a little bit of a quick run. And then slowed down a bit, so VP had the answers. But something we spoke about in the pregame, we can talk about it now, is the fact that those riflers, when they are not coming on board for VP, they just
You know who's also not coming on board?
Who's not coming on board?
Scrawny, once again. 8 years of watching Counter-Strike. I know, I've seen this before. VP is gonna win this. Mate, you don't know shit, man. You've been in the business for 8 years. What's happening?
You are talking some very big trash talk here. And Scrawny did point out...
You know why? Because he told me that I can only have this job if I start making predictions. And then he made one, but he was wrong.
But it doesn't matter if you're wrong. It's the fact that he had big enough balls to make it, Cadian, and you didn't.
Okay. I mean,
that's the point he was trying to make.
I will say I like the guy. I think he's talented. So
you have to say that he has bigger balls than you. That's where we're at. Okay, but
You want to measure right now?
I do not want to do that. This has gone too far. It's funny now we're going to talk about big. They had a good run of this. It looked much better than yesterday. They looked a little bit more cohesive. Do you think maybe nerves are gone?
Yeah, I think Tapson called a good T-side. I think also Rigan again is struggling a little bit, but he did have a very crucial CT defense on the B bump side when VP did a thing which is maybe not so VP-like with like a really quick B hit. We're so used to seeing them play out time, play slow, methodical, and he got a very important 2K there. One thing also I will say is that kind of if a player is maybe not having the best of games, there's many different ways to contribute. One of those being that you can still see he's energetic, he's still communicating. Some players, they don't bring much more value than the actual amount of kills that they bring in-game. He is still doing all the other things that's necessary to become and to be a good teammate. And that's something that I personally value a lot. So that's at least, you know, the kills hopefully will come over time when he gets more used in his new positions and in the new team. But that's something that I like to see.
Something early on that Big did as well is kind of flip the book a little bit on VP, change their style up. This is something that I do love about Big. No matter what iteration of this lineup you see, they always kind of think of something imaginative and teach us something new. What did they show us in that first half?
Yeah, I have one round I really would like to show from the T half, where here you see that they explode before the flash blooms. Usually you always smoke this cross. We see it so much with the CTs kind of exploding the smoke or spamming the smoke. They throw the smoke, they throw the flash, but they explode way before. This catches the CTs off guard because usually they're maybe ready with counter utility to throw the one-way smoke on side or, you know, to hold flashes for their teammates, but they get caught off guard. It's just a trade and then a kill on the isolated guy inside, also on short, and then this guy inside is completely alone. Usually he would have been able to get support from the CT guy, from the short guy, but because of the change of pace and the change of rhythm, they completely catch VP off guard and get a free round off it.
On the other side, what do you think of VP so far from what you've seen?
I'm a little bit disappointed, to be honest. Because we have a little bit of high hopes from them, also now being world ranked number 7, and they had some time to kind of implement electronic. Then again, like, what is the kind of time perspective we need to give a lineup like this? Because Flit Fame and Norbert and Flit, they played together for, I mean, I can't even count how many years. So they're also only slotting in one guy, a new coach too. Yes, I know, but how much does he really have to say when he has to lead both Jame and Electronic? I think it's, you know, two guys who definitely knows what they want and two strong personalities. And I mean, me coming a little bit from a house as well where a lot of people wanted to have a lot of things to say, you just can't listen to everyone. So yeah, I think it's also about time that we see VP show up. But the thing about VP is they're always a team that when you kind of draw them, you always go like, because they have their style and they're difficult to play against, no matter if they're rank 14 or rank 7.
With the VP thing, you mentioned coming from a house where there's lots of voices. Do you not think maybe with Virtus.pro the problem has always been that there's one voice? Because it feels like there's not a lot of input from anyone else. This is the James show. And maybe that is something that holds them back?
I think that's probably how it's been for a long while. But maybe that's also why the addition of electronic is a bit more explosive, or like it can either go really well or really bad. But I think maybe VP was also reaching a point where, you know, they had the major, they had some DreamHack trophies, but for a long duration, they haven't shown their true potential, so something needed to happen. So I think they're willing to run that risk right now.
We're going to take a quick break. When we get back, we'll chat a little bit more about the next map. getting to stand on the stage of the forum. That's what these teams want. That is what they're playing for when they come here to the Blast Fall groups. And of course, Big is one step closer there because they've won their map pick. Now they just need to push VP out on Mirage, which is actually going to be a really tough ask because considering what we saw or didn't really get to see from Big yesterday against NAVI, I'm not sure that this is the ideal map for them. What do you think, Cadian?
No, that's very true. I mean, I will say that NAVI has now made short stints of 2 Mirages and Danglish coming in strong. 2 Mirages in a row because they also dominated Liquid in a hard fashion. They played 2 amazing T-sides, so it's hard to completely judge Big and how good they are, but it's always a little bit difficult when you go from having a permaban to being, you know, a part of your map pool because you don't have the reps. You have played it in practice, but with the nerves, with the communication, with all these things, which also you preparing for the opponent, there's just some new dynamics that you need to get used to.
How deep is the map pool of Big? Because I think this is
shallow.
Shallow. I mean, that was the thing. Yeah. We were talking about this yesterday. On the other side, you've got VP, who I don't think they're great on Mirage, but I do think that they can hold their own against the best in the world, which should be concerning for Big.
Yeah, I mean, I think that VP, they have some players who, you know, will thrive in this kind of chaos of the middle of the maps, which is like Electronic, Flit, Fame, these guys. It's a very stretched out map. I was talking a little bit with James as well up there, and I mean, maybe the CT aggression is a part where you can really punish them, especially if you go on the extremities. But also, it's a lot of like small mid-round scenarios and stuff like this, map control. You can do heavy execute, which is something that VP most of the times don't lean too much into. I was looking a little bit of this on the stats as well. If you look on the T side of Mirage, their by far best player is Fame, 121 rating. The worst one right now is Norbert with a 0.79. So there's a big gap between the best performer and the worst performer. Usually you want, you know, of course, all the guys to be around the green, but you also don't want the disparity to be this big. So, yeah, I think maybe we should try and look out for Fame because he also had a really rough start to the last game, stepped it up, played better on the T side, came back, but they're going to need to see him activated because I also remember when we saw game 1 yesterday for VP, Fame was also not really anywhere to be found. And this is a guy that when he's on, he is insanely good. So, yeah, Fame, it's time, boy.
Do you think Big would be able to beat Virtus.pro on this map, considering what you've seen now on Dust 2 and what you probably didn't get a lot to see of yesterday against NAVI?
Yeah, I definitely think it's possible. Also, I saw some bright sides of life from... oh, this is looking like a little bit of a headache. I know this movement's around kind of...
You've had that headache before?
Yeah, it's getting late and the headset's kind of squeezing. But yeah, I think, you know, when... No matter what, if you can take a map, you can also take the second one. And I think also right now VP are hit on their confidence, you know. The way they got smacked by G2 in Riyadh, they lose the first game and now they are down 0-1 in maps here. So it's possible.
Crimbo really looks like he's struggling there.
Yeah. I mean, he does. Hopefully, you know, they've been supporting him. They've been giving him some food, some water. I think that's also why he's delaying to put on the headset a little bit because it can really squeeze your ears and your head. So it's a natural thing. But this is also in the moments where sometimes you show what you're made of. You know, some people will just say, oh, it hurts, and they will not perform, they will not do anything, they'll find the excuses, and other guys will lift up to the occasion and rise up to the occasion, and show what they're made of.
How well do you know Crimbo? Is he someone that will rise up, or...?
I know him a bit. We actually texted quite a few times because for me he is such a big talent. I think from already the get-go when he joined Big Clan, you could see that his mechanical ability was so strong, and he's one of those players who oftentimes he plays the positions which you're not usually, statistically speaking, rewarded for, and yet he's up there always with the good numbers. So on a personal level, I don't know him well enough to say how he will handle this, but I mean, my fingers crossed because I like the dude.
We're going to go back to that awkward conversation about who has the bigger balls, because here's the thing, Katie, and I don't know who has the bigger balls between you and Scrawny, but Scrawny definitely has the bigger brain because he knows he always gets the last word.
No comment.
Yeah, I won't say anything. Not going to swing that power around.
You know what I mean?
We got a favored game here, as we see in the GGBet odds for Virtus.pro. Big slightly behind. Of course, that's because Mirage is coming up.
Yes, sir.
Big just got beaten up by NAVI on Mirage. But the thing is about that game is NAVI beats everyone up on Mirage. They destroyed Liquid on Mirage. So
that they did.
That's probably the best practice you could possibly get if you're big. And that should make Cadian happy because he's probably the biggest fan here so far. He's been talking him up from yesterday. He's a big fan of Crimbo. He's looking forward to this Regon edition. And, well, last map was a better sign.
Got those individual moments across the board for Big. It always felt like it was going the distance, and of course a 24 map game. What else did you expect? Let's see what else Big can accomplish, all right? Sometimes you take your whooping and you learn from it. How many times you hear a pro say you win more from losses than your wins?
Learn more, yeah.
You know?
Every time.
So, you lost real bad. But you get up, kid, you dust yourself off. No rain. No flowers.
That's what it says on Drop's neck.
Yep. A daily reminder. When the going gets tough, tough gets going. And tough as nails are what Big are going to have to be in the face of this VP challenge on the A site. Regon goes down into the ramp. He's feeling frisky. He wants a bit of this action with those Berettas. Crimbo's going to do a good job of keeping the site secured. And the Berettas do find their target. That's Flit down. Second set in Searson's hands. Palace player contained. Poor Fame, barely alive. Jame at half health. Things start to turn back for a moment, but Electronic's the only one successful in his endeavor. Look at that, a near team ace for Big, if not for JDC's casualty. So VP, down.
Nice with all the dualies. Nice run from Regon. Everyone looking comfortable. And Regon kept the energy up all through Dust 2, even when things looked dire there for a second. Put together that great hold on the B site. And hell, they end up even closing the whole damn map out. So maybe this one will be more than stats. Maybe it'll come down to belief, attitude, gusto.
All is good. He's right. All is good.
I mean, that was the key to the Bad News Eagles, right? It was all about the energy. So that's like the main thing, I think. You come away from that team, you think that's the thing we did best. When it got to the lands, when it got to the RMRs, when it got to the tense moments, when it came to the upsets, it was the energy. They never gave up on the energy.
Because I think with energy innately comes the belief in your ability. You know? You got to roll with the punches.
You shouldn't enter the server unless you think you're going to win, right? And then too many times, if you think too much, well, then you start to become too realistic about the odds, the expectations, the map, the history. Got to put it all behind you sometimes. You know, on your best day, that's when you can have the results that take you to that next step.
If odds and expectations couldn't be subverted, Liquid wouldn't have won today.
There would be no point in playing any games.
That's very true.
Nothing to be excited about.
We'd just be computers. The human element, that is what they wield. And Inhuman is the slaughter at the top of mid just now. See ya, VP. At least this way, it's the fast track to the gun round. But a 2-0 CT start is where Big would love to be.
What if Katie enjoyed Big?
What if?
How's his German?
Probably not that great. But I mean...
He speaks English pretty good.
That's true. As does almost every other Dane.
Yeah, that's true.
Come here for 5 years and have never learned any real words of Danish because you don't need them. Blabber.
Bluebeer.
Jordbær. Hindbær.
Greenbær.
That sounds fake.
Yeah. Oh, I've never had any green berries. Oosbær.
That sounds better. Jame operating on his own here. JDC deep with the lesser weapon, but Jame thinking about it. Yeah, he will. Nice. Reaction to the off angle of JDC. He sprints at the B site, but there is somebody in a tricky spot. Good switch over there, Chev. We catch the Palace kill from Crimbo as the B players actually disengage.
I don't think they just don't bite on this, right? Wait a second. They let the Palace walkout happen. Crimbo didn't think that there'd be a double layered lurk. Nice from Norbert to just come right out, realizing he's not there anymore.
Yeah.
And just like that, the bomb can get planted.
It's a great successful kill from Crimbo, but just kind of diving back into the site leaves it open for the re-aggression. Nice on Norbert to find that opening and then also double down. Regon's attempt out from Ticket goes south, and Flick keeps the pressure up on the potential double FAMAS save. Oh no, Searson's got an M4, more to be had. I'd say if it was a 2 FAMAS, just throw them away, you know what I'm saying?
I don't know, it does more harm than good keeping those damn guns.
There's a second FAMAS here. They'll have to leave that one behind. They only have so many hands. And that's if they get away with anything at all. VP coming at it. This one's all Norbert, baby. Crimbo ends up getting a good closing kill up close. That doesn't make sense. A good opening kill up close. That's better. But
And
Norbert didn't shy away.
Yeah.
And look how he gets rewarded. Absolute freebie. Then he doubles down on Regon, and you could hear him calling, divide, divide, come now, fast, fast.
It was pretty tricky to just sort of walk the entire way out there, but yeah, if Crimbo was going to hold into the palace, then he would have, you know, noticed him there. Hard timing to think about.
That's all Norberto. Oh, Searson, however, trying to stop any momentum from starting here for VP. Opening kill real quick. And it's flipped down for the count.
Ooh, great trade. Fame decides to try to disengage as best possible, but Regon is right there.
I'll say that's one thing I think contrasting between Regon with the Eagles and Regon on Big is he used to kind of be in more of like a fire starter, you know, in these kinds of frantic moments where it's an MP9 fight down, and a lot of the times, like, okay, seeing him anchor B site Dust 2, for example, right? That's not the Regon I know, but he's come into the event with some interviews with James and said, like, it's time for me in my career to learn how to adapt, to evolve. And whether or not that suits him innately is what we'll find out with time. But when you throw him into those kinds of moments, it's the same Regon. Unfortunately, he leaves Searson alone on A, and that is now a site prime for the taking.
Yeah, that was kind of a strange place to just stand and wait on a quiet map.
Bomb plant. Not to be stopped, but this is that frantic Regon I like, so let's see what he can piece together. He's got to play a real low pistol.